This game sucks. Castlevania 1 and 3 are great classic Nintendo games, but for Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, the game designers obviously were not thinking straight. At first, it seems like a pretty decent game, a little different from the first in the series, but that's okay. Zelda 2 was different from the first, Mario 2 was different, but they were all good. The first thing that's strikingly different is the fact that you have to go through towns, talk to people, and buy stuff. Never really minded that. It makes it a little more like an adventure story, and it's kind of like Zelda, so that's okay. But the first problem comes in when it changes from day to night. Why does this need to happen so often? Like every 5 minutes? Why does it take so long? Nobody feels like sitting through this every time. How would you like it if you were playing a game and then every 5 minutes I came over and paused it, then counted 10 tedious seconds and then let you continue play the game? Now, I mean, why did they think that that would be a good idea and interrupt the gameplay? Did they think it would be more realistic? I mean, in real life, I don't have to stop in my tracks when the sun sets and a fucking box doesn't pop up in the air. I mean, this is one of the most annoying features in any game ever. What's the point? Yeah, I mean, the monsters are stronger at night and the stores are closed, but why is that necessary and why does the game have to stop? It's fucking retarded. And why do you have to die when you fall in the water? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. This guy can go all over fighting hordes of evil monsters, but he can't even fucking swim? Sometimes I don't feel like going down the stairs just to get down to ground level. I mean, there's no reason I should have to do that when I can just take a shortcut and jump down. But oops, I shouldn't do that. There might be water down there. Another thing that's really annoying about this game is the fact that you have to buy weapons and items. I mean, still, that's not uncommon. You know, like I said, that's the same thing you have to do in many great games like Zelda, but let me explain. Here you have to collect hearts, which count as money. I mean, that's kind of odd, because usually hearts count as life or energy, you know, so that's kind of strange, but, you know, that's not the point. The point is that the items you need to buy are too fucking expensive, and the hearts don't add up enough. It takes too long to get enough of them to buy something, and it gets boring wandering around killing the same monsters over and over again just so you can buy a flame whip or something. Speaking of flame whip, that's pretty weird itself, isn't it? I mean, they were really being creative with that one. The flame whip. Anyway, about the hearts. It takes too long to buy stuff, and to add on to the problem, when you die, you lose all your hearts and you have to start all over again. I mean, doing this doesn't add to any of the game's difficulty or challenge, it just makes us have to do more of the same monotonous stuff over again, and it's not fun. It's boring. Oh look, I finally got enough hearts to go and buy a plant that I need to cross the swamp. Now let me get to the store. Oh shit, it's fucking nighttime. Now the stores are all closed and I have to wait for it to turn day again. Oh well, I might as well kill some zombies in the meantime and stock up on some more hearts. Oh shit, now I gotta start all over again. One of the worst things in the game are the pitfalls, which are areas where there's like stones or blocks that look like you could walk on them, but instead you just fall through. It's impossible to tell where these spots are the first time walking through, so you just have to keep throwing holy water all over to see where they are. It's retarded. Why should I have to do that? Again, it doesn't add up to any of the fun, challenge of the game. It's just unfair and it's annoying. In the dungeons, there's no bosses at the end, which is a big disappointment. Every Nintendo gamester knows that at the end of a level or a dungeon, labyrinth or whatever, there's always supposed to be a big guy who you fight. But here, they just got lazy and only put a few bosses in the game and left some of the dungeons just empty, like this one. So most of the dungeons you go through, the mansions to be exact, there's nothing at the end except for a crystal orb that you can't touch. In the rest of the Castlevania games, the tradition goes like this. You fight a boss, you defeat him, then an orb comes down and you touch it. There you go, on to the next level. But in Castlevania 2, how would you ever figure out that you're supposed to throw an oak stake at that orb? I mean, when you first get the oak stake, you assume it's a weapon, and you throw it only to find that it does absolutely nothing, and that you waste it by throwing it, so you have to get it all over again. There are parts in the game that are definitely not self-explanatory and are too hard to figure out. Take this dead end, for example. Would you guess that you're supposed to pass through this wall? How? You have to kneel down by it for like 10 seconds. Now still, that's not enough to make it so cryptic and hidden that we can't figure it out. Oh, please give us more for our buck and make it harder so we can wander around the whole game and exhaust every possibility before we find out. Okay, guess what? You need to have a red crystal selected and be kneeling down and wait a little while before this magic tornado comes and takes you to the next part of the game. Most of the townspeople have things to say which aren't important at all, so why do you have to read them? Here in the dungeons, there's books that you may find which actually give you clues about things in the game that you may need to know about. But when I find these books half the time, it's by accident, so I may hit the button and cancel it out, which means that I don't even get to read it and I don't have a second chance. Why can't I do that when it changes from day to night? That would actually be helpful. So what the game designers figured is this. It isn't absolutely necessary for me to read about how to find Dracula's castle or what I'm supposed to do with an oak stake, but what I do need to read, again and again constantly, is the morning sun has vanquished the horrible night. How about vanquish this horrible game? The only sure way to get through this awful game is to enter a code, but even that is way more tedious than it should be. While most of the Castlevania games have symbols you enter for a code, this one just has a whole bunch of numbers. I mean, like, one of those little parts would be enough for a password, but why 4? Like, why so many? In general, I hate games that have passwords like this because sometimes they have uppercase and lowercase letters. Like, the L's, you know, look like I's, the zeros look like O's, the 8's look like 5. So, you know, why does there have to be so many digits? You know, like, why can't it just be numbers or something? Like, you know, just numbers and not letters. I mean, it takes me like 5 minutes to enter this code when it should only take like 5 seconds. It's friggin' stupid. Okay, so say we enter the code and we go to Dracula's castle. You'll be pretty disappointed how anticlimactic this game is. It isn't even worth putting in a code, let alone playing the whole game all the way through, which if you did, I feel bad for you. I mean, first of all, there's no enemies in Dracula's castle. You just walk all the way through, and the only obstacles are just like going up and down steps, which won't hurt you, and they aren't challenging either. They're just tedious. I mean, what the hell is the point of going through the castle if there's nobody to fight? Did the game designers just like run out of time or something? So then you get up to Dracula, and guess what? He doesn't look anything like Dracula. Instead, he looks like a Grim Reaper, and he throws sickles. I mean, did the people who made this game even know what Dracula is? He's a fucking vampire. Alright, on top of everything, Dracula's way too easy. Check this out. This is a trick that I discovered myself, and so could you without the help of any strategy guide. When Dracula first appears, he stands there for a while, and he gives you plenty of time to land lots of free hits. Not only does he stand there for a long time, but everything that hits him will stun him and give you even more time. Naturally, you'll probably be using the flames because it's one of the most effective weapons in the game, but using it against Dracula, it makes it simply impossible for him to even do anything. He has no chance. The second you start throwing that shit at him, you've already won. I mean, why is it that easy? Did they even test the shitty game out before they released it? What a piece of shit. I mean, I feel horrible that I had to play this game in order to make this video, but I did it to demonstrate its dreadfulness, and I forced myself to play it just so that you don't have to. So you should thank me for telling you to stay away from this horrible steaming pile of goat shit. I mean, I know it's useless complaining about a game that was made back in the late 80s or earlier 90s or whatever, but it just blows my mind how fucking horrible it is. I mean, it's consistently annoying. Why? Why is it so bad? If all these problems were changed, then we'd have a great trilogy of classic Castlevania games, but history is history, and we might as well try to count Castlevania 3 as, you know, the second in the series, and leave this awful piece of horseshit alone, as it stands today as one of the biggest fuck-ups of all time. Thank you for listening. Good night. The ending sucks too. Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, may be a pretty bad game, but it is God compared to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That game is just the epitome of bad. I mean, I know you played a lot of bad games before, but no, let me tell you, That game is bad. I mean, it's like Castlevania 2. You expect it to be like, no, it's like you expect it to be good because it's one of the Castlevania games. It's a sequel, but it's like such a disappointment that it's such a big fucking piece of shit. But Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and a lot of other Nintendo games, there isn't any expectations. There's no disappointments to be had because they're just, you know, rare, obscure games like, you know, Mick Kids or Taxman or whatever, you know. But Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, as rare and obscure as it is, you play it once and you're haunted for life. I mean, I'm traumatized after playing it. I can't believe how bad it is. No, I mean, it's bad. Like, that's why I'm coming in front of the camera right now to show you with my own face how fucking bad it is. I mean, with Simon's Quest, you heard the sincerity in my voice, but now see the sincerity in my eyes. This game is fucking horrible! It's fucking horrible! I mean, it's like Pong is better, and Pong is only like 3 lines in a ball. Those little Tiger like electronic wrist games, those are better than Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. It makes no fucking sense. It's like, what were they thinking? Like, I seriously can't believe how bad that fucking game is. It's so bad that I'm not even going to show it to you because it's just... I mean, maybe you need some kind of proof. Maybe I should show you some clips from the game. It's going to be really hard, though. I just don't want to play it right now. I really don't want to play it. I don't even want to look at the fucking box that encases that piece of shit. That game's fucking bad. It's fucking horrible. I'm gonna show it to you though, just to prove how bad it is. But I warn you. Here it goes. Here it is. Here's the piece of shit game. Who the hell spent this much fucking money on this game? This is so not worth the time. First of all, who are these people trying to kill you? Why do you walk so slow? And the staff doesn't do anything. Look at this. I'm going to try to kill somebody. It's not going to work. See that? It's like they give you a weapon and then it doesn't do anything. I mean, imagine if in Zelda, imagine if Link couldn't use his sword. And then look, then you die. And then you turn into Mr. Hyde, I guess. You walk around punching people and throwing shit. And then for no reason, you just die. Lightning will strike like real spontaneous, then you're dead. And then the game's over. What the fuck is that shit? Okay. You've seen the game. Now, that should satisfy all your curiosity. If you are curious enough to play it, just do yourself a favor and don't. I mean, if you're like a hardcore Nintendo fan, as I am, and you have to have every single game in your collection, please do yourself an enormous favor and just stay the fuck away from this awful piece of shit. I mean, don't even buy it, like, used for like a penny or whatever. I mean, that shiny gold copper will be worth a fortune someday compared to this awful pile of steaming goat shit. I mean, don't even download it. Like, No matter how curious you are, just do yourself a favor, never play it, because you will be wishing for the rest of your life that you could invent a time machine and go back to the day you played that game and just fucking kill yourself. I mean, if you ever find the game, if you ever see it, smash it. Smash it with a hammer. Smash it till every tiny fragment is so small it's invisible. I mean, you'd rather super glue your asshole shut than play that game. You'd rather drown in gasoline. You'd rather, you know, the thing is, you think I'm joking, like I'm trying to be funny or something. No, the fact that that game exists is a horrible abomination of mankind. That game is so fucking horrible. And I am not kidding. I am dead fucking serious. Dead fucking serious. This game is ass. Fuck. 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 Fuck! Die! You try to help me now, man? Well, let me be honest with you about this one. Ooh boy, I hate this game. I mean, it makes me want to kill myself. Now, the only comforting thing to know is that everybody seems to share my frustration. Karate Kid is a game that has haunted many of our childhoods. I mean, everybody has the same story. I love the movie, so I got the Nintendo game, and I couldn't stand it. Yet, I had to keep on playing it because I had to beat it. So, what is it about this game that's drawn so many unfortunate kids to turn into bitter adults, reminiscing on their angry childhood, screaming at the TV, throwing the controllers? I mean, anybody who has beaten this incredibly hard piece of shit will not have any sense of satisfaction, but rather regrets, because it is a complete waste of fucking time. I mean, it's like coming out of a brutal fight, being the winner, but achieving nothing for all your troubles, but some bloody bruises and broken bones. It's just not worth it. The biggest problem is that the control is so awkward. You have to press up to jump, which doesn't really help because you can only go straight up in the air. It gotta be like absolutely still. And if you touch an enemy, you fly in the opposite direction. You can't get close enough to really attack anybody. You die in every pit, and it's so easy to fall into them. So every time you get hit near a pit, you're basically dead. Level 1 is ridiculously easy. You just fight one-on-one and then you kick the shit out of everybody, and there you go, you win. You do it again and again. Now level 2 is where we get to the side-scrolling gameplay. It's almost a rip-off of Kung Fu, but much worse. Every once in a while there's these stupid bonus stages which are next to impossible. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that it would be easier to do this in real life. Now, when you get to level 3, there's a typhoon, so the wind keeps pushing you back. And if that's not enough, there's these twigs and birds flying through the air. Every possible projectile hurts you and makes you fly back, and there's pits everywhere. I hate this game, but why am I playing it? Well, that's the question everyone has asked themselves, and they all have the same reason. Because you're angry and you want to win. You want to beat the Nintendo, but the cold fact is that nobody cares but you. Then you get to level 4 and holy shit is it hard. You can't get near anybody to attack them, and they all have these long spears that make you fly back. You can sometimes hit people when you're walking uphill, but when you're going down, you can't really attack low enough to hit them. They're all basically just bullying up on you, and they just knock you all around, and there's nothing you can do. And guess what? That's the last level, and if you are expecting some big ending to be worth all your trouble, well, you're wrong. The only thing that happens at the end is that Mr. Miyagi winks. What a piece of shit. I mean, I guess they decided because the game's only 4 levels long, it better be the hardest 4 levels ever. Well, how about this? How about if I made a game where there's just this one cliff you have to jump over and it's like nearly impossible, but if you do it, you win the game and that's it. I mean, what the hell were they thinking with this piece of shit? What the hell? Now, if you're a serious Nintendo collector, do yourself a favor, don't get this game because it's not worth it. I mean, it's made many lives miserable. And, you know, if you see it on sale for $1, just stay away. Don't even touch it. Alright, I haven't played this one in a while, so let's give it a chance. Alright, well this is really an inconvenience having to search for stuff. Look at this, you go around and you search for things. Searching. It's empty. It's so slow. Now this is kind of fun though, you get to punch people. We're gonna beat up Roger Rabbit now. Yeah. The only thing that's really annoying is that it takes so long to charge that punch. Oh, you know what? It isn't fun. You know, it just isn't at all. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. Can you help me? Go away, you horrid man. How about go away, you horrid game? Driving the car is really annoying because the control's so awkward. Then these weasels catch you, and they make you solve riddles, and they're always the stupidest riddles too, like what animal can you never trust? A cheetah. And how is this cat gonna kill you? And look at this. This is the longest password ever. Would it have killed them to make this any shorter? It takes forever. Like, why should any game take like 10 minutes to type in the fucking password? So then you go into this nightclub and you find Jessica Rabbit, and then she tells you to go find her phone number, like she can't just give it to you. So you go around and you search every table till you find it, and then, you know, I was looking all over this game, like where is there a phone where you can actually call her? And it wasn't until much later, when I grew up, that I found out you're really supposed to call her. This is Jessica Rabbit? Well, I got your number and I'm calling just to say fuck you.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, well, I hope you're proud of yourself, and you know what I mean, you fucking whore.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
Yeah, well, wait till I draw your suicide note in your own blood, you bunny fucking bitch. I'm coming over, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your whole motherfucking family. Alright, well now that I got that out of my system, let's continue with the game. So you go into the stores, and the way you buy stuff is ridiculous. You go up, and then you have to, like, go through all your items till you select the wallet, use the wallet, and then this item drops down and you go pick it up. Now there's only one item for sale at a time, so you have to leave the store, then you come back in, and then there's something different there. So if you're looking for something in particular, you have to keep leaving the store and coming back in. Like, imagine if in real life, like if I walked into a liquor store and I wanted Rolling Rock, and all they had there was Budweiser just sitting on a box next to the counter, so then I have to leave, and I have to come back in again, and then there's something else, and I have to keep walking in and out the door till I get what I want. It's just, like, what were they thinking? So you finally get the dynamite, and you come over to blow up this brick wall, and watch this, it's probably the best explosion ever. Yeah, look at that, that was pathetic. So then you get to Judge Doom, and he's like impossible. And most of the things you have are just useless. You have a gun, which really doesn't do anything. You know what? I'm not even gonna punish myself anymore with this piece of shit. Alright, the game sucks. End the story. I want to nail Roger Rabbit to the fucking cross. The original Ninja Turtles is one of the most annoying games I've ever played. You first play it and think, well, this can't be too bad. The control's decent, it's fun killing things, the sound effects are cool. You may even think I'm trying to compare it to the sequels, which are far superior. 2-player, arcade action, beat up a bunch of foot soldiers, good stuff. But this first one is garbage. And you may be like, you know, come on, it's the first of its kind, be easy on it. But no, it sucks. It sucks ass from a straw. And you want to know why? Well, where do I begin? That beeping sound when you're low on energy, I mean, that's so annoying. Now look at that. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get up there? That's impossible. And who is that guy with the chainsaw anyway? Remember him from Ninja Turtles? I sure don't. The only way I can get up there is with Donatello, the turtle with the longest weapon. Come on, get over here, you fucknut. Alright. Okay, all of that just for a pizza? Pizza shit. Okay, here's a trick I think everybody knows. When you're fighting Rocksteady, you jump up onto these crates with Donatello and you just keep hitting him with your bow. Now what's really weird is the timing. I mean, you have to hit him when he's sort of ducking, not when he's standing up. I guess that would make too much sense. So it's obviously a game flaw. Then there's that level where you have to save the dam. April O'Neil says, "You have my support." Okay. What the hell did she ever do for you? Stupid banana raincoat wearing bitch. So you have to swim around and deactivate all these bombs. And there's so many things out there to kill you, and you have a time limit, so naturally you're rushing to make it through as fast as you can. And all these electric plants hurt you, so you need a lot of patience. But how could you have patience when you're in a fucking hurry? Fuck! Level 3 is like a maze. You're in the turtle van going around, and there's steamrollers coming at you from everywhere. And you know what I always thought was really weird? Why does the turtle van have the same energy bar as the turtle that you have selected? Like, shouldn't it have its own since it's like a vehicle and not, you know, the turtle? Never mind. So here's a pop quiz. Who are the target audience for this game? Kids. Kids who were fans of Ninja Turtles. Now, you think they would have actually have put more Ninja Turtle characters in the game? Like Baxter Stockman, the Rat King, Krang. I mean, it's not like Krang was like a minor character that came in the 5th season of the show. Krang was right there from the beginning. So, like, there was no excuse. There was no excuse not to have him there. I mean, instead, make way for the missile balloons, flying robot head, those little butterfly things, Mr. Fireman. And why don't you hear the Ninja Turtles theme song anywhere in the game? What a piece of shit. You know what I hate? The fucking jumps in the sewer. If your accuracy is slightly off, you're going down. So you really gotta take your time and watch what's coming up. Oh, you son of a fuck. And you know what pisses me off? They're turtles, for fuck's sakes. They can't even swim? And look at this shit right here. These spike walls come at you like an Indiana Jones booby trap, and some game designer who's laughing their ass off just decided to put a pizza down there. Okay, well, what's the point? I mean, are you going to be suicidal enough to go and try to get that pizza? I mean, who's going to do that? It's impossible. What a joke. And speaking of hard to reach pizzas, look at this. Come on. Oh, you fuck rat. This is just a bunch of cockadookie. This is bullfuck. Jesus Christ almighty. Holy shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh man. Why is this game so hard? It's for kids. Have mercy. And why does this jump have to be so close to the ceiling? Fuck this game. And you know what pisses me off? Every time you fall down, you have to walk through the entire room all over again. All the enemies come back, so you have to fight everybody all over again. Now, if you get the pizza doesn't come back. Only the bad guys. What a shitload of fuck. I mean, you can't even develop a strategy because the enemies keep changing. It's completely random. I can't get over this fucking jump. If only those 2 extra platforms weren't there, it wouldn't be a problem. God. Can I get up? Can I get up? No. God fucking damn it. Get the fuck up there. Get up there. Fuck. Whoa, dudes. This game's like a total bummer. What a joke. Fuck. Well, you can just walk over it? You can just walk over it. You are scum. Cowabunga. Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty fucking sewer rat shit. I've had more fun playing with dog turds. Shredders my ass and splinters my balls. This game is an inside-out asshole regurgitating putrid anal fecal matter. I'd rather fucking yank all the hairs out of my scrotum. I'd rather drink diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's anus. It sucking fucks, it fucking sucks, it fucking blows, it's a piece of shit. And I don't like it. This game is so bad, I really don't want to play it. But Darth Vader came from the planet Vulcan and said that he'll melt my brains if I don't, so I don't have a choice. The first thing I really admire is how well it followed the movie. And you gotta love that music. Sounds just like the movie, right? And that's it. It just loops over and over again. And you're not gonna believe it, but that's all you hear the entire game. Yep, from the title screen all the way to the end, the same fucking music. I'd rather have a fucking buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear than subject them to this horrendous garbage. Now about the gameplay, well, you're racing against the time limit, and you have to collect clocks to get more time. So that's pretty creative, isn't it? So you're walking through Hill Valley and every single thing you can imagine is out to kill you. Bullies, hula hoop girls, killer bees, and guys holding glass windows, just like in the movie. What happened here? Is this Hill Valley or is it hell? I never knew a hula hoop girl could be so deadly. Why does she want to kill Marty anyway? Not to mention, it doesn't even look like Marty. Look at that black helmet head. Also, when did he ever wear that sleeveless black shirt? Oh look, I got a bowling ball. Remember that in the movie? Remember when Marty goes around throwing bowling balls at people? Whose idea was this? What were they thinking? Ah, the skateboard. Now that makes a lot more sense. But it's the most annoying thing in the game. Yeah, it makes you go faster, but you can't stop. You crash into everything, and it makes it a whole hell of a lot fucking harder. Jumping is useless. Try jumping over the bench, you'll never make it. So what's the point of having a jump button if it doesn't help at all? What are those guys doing with that window anyway? And why are those giant bees always coming out? Give me a break. And what the fuck is Marty doing when he gets killed? It looks like he's having some kind of seizure. I mean, I guess I'd have a seizure too if there were bees and hula hoop girls and all this weird shit coming at me. I mean, just leave me alone. I'm trying to collect clocks. I never got too far in this game, but after the walking stages are over, you go to the cafe, which by this time is a breath of fresh air to see something different and get a break from that horrible music. So you move up and down behind this counter throwing milkshakes at people, and if any of them touch the counter, you're done for. You think it would be easy to hit them, but it's not. Common sense would say if you stand in front of someone and throw something, it would hit them. You can't tell where to stand. Now, if you actually have the patience to get through the cafe stage, guess what's next? More walking. You know what's the worst thing about this game? Is that it bears the name Back to the Future, a movie well worth putting more time and effort into making a decent game. And the movie came out in '85, the game '89. There's no excuse. No fucking excuse. Just suddenly orders are passed. Quick, make a shitty game, name it after a big movie, and then just spit it into all the stores for all the kids to buy for 50 bucks. Yeah, 50 fucking bucks. There's no internet to look up reviews back then. It was just, you know, you buy a game and you hope for the best. And with Back to the Future, how could you go wrong? Oh yeah, you can fucking go wrong, alright. Like, if I just shat into a bag and wrote Back to the Future on it, that would be the same as this awful piece of shit. It brings my piss to a boil. What a piece of shit. I'll never play it again either. It's my last time. I'd rather eat out the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk than play this game ever again. And I'm dead serious too. And you know what's worse? You know what's really worse? Guess what? There's a sequel! Yes, it's true. Back to the Future 2 and 3. Two shitty games for the price of one. Let's check it out. Holy shit, look, the DeLorean. Now I remember that from the movie. Not so much the piranhas, the snails, the weird face, the running frog, the bouncy thing, the thing in the sewer that comes out and kills Marty, the little dinosaurs, the cloud that drops pellets, and the whatever the fucking goddamn hell that is. And look at those. What are they? Goombas and the spiky thing ripped right off of Super Mario Brothers? Fucking slackers. And every time you die, the DeLorean drops you off, and it seems like it always takes you in the opposite direction of what you're trying to go. Shit, soup. Oh god, don't let the blue bird get you. Ass. Get the key, get the key. Yeah, the hoverboard. Cool, a bonus stage. Wow. Fuck this. I wish I could go back in time to prevent this game from being made. Unfortunately, I need to build a flux capacitor, and I also need some plutonium to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity, so it's out of the question. So, let's end on a positive note. There's got to be one good thing about this game, and I know what it is. It fits in a toaster. McKids is nothing more than an advertising vehicle, much like games such as Yo Noid and 7-Eleven Spot. Now, some people out there may actually like this game, and to be fair, it isn't one of the worst games in the NES library. There are definitely much crappier games such as Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout and Silver Surfer, for example. So anyway, let's check out McKids. So there's Ronald with his magic bag of hallucinogenic drugs. I always thought that clown was one scary motherfucker. The Hamburglar stole his bag, apparently. Alright, this is the first level. Now, does it look familiar? So where have I seen this before? Jumping around collecting M's? Oh, like coins. And Mario Brothers? Like, yeah, that's where I've seen this. It's just like Super Mario Brothers 3. Let's check it out. I mean, the map looks similar, same idea. The stages are designed the same. Jumping on enemies, I mean, everything looks the same. Mario's controls were a lot better though. Well, pretty much everything was better. So back to McKids. You know, I changed my mind. It actually is pretty original. I mean, walking upside down, I mean, that's pretty creative. Whoa, it makes me feel sick. They must have been on crack when they came up with this game. So you go around collecting cards that you need to beat the level. So there you go, into Ronald's magic zipper, running around through Magic McDonald World. God, that really makes me nauseous. And don't try to kill anything with those blocks. That it really doesn't work too well. Collect some more useless M's that don't do anything. Alright, here's a shitty bonus game. You jump on these arrows that make you go up. And you gotta jump on the white ones until you get to the top, and then when you get to the top, you go into another zipper and you collect some 1-ups, which aren't really that important because there's a part where you can get a whole bunch of them. Then you go to Birdie's stage. Stupid feathered fucking bird bitch. Cute smiley face. You know what's a big problem with this game? I mean, you never know what's below you. You just fall and die. Fuck balls. This game's so bad, they actually invented a way to end it by pushing start and select at the same time. So you get this block, which makes you heavier, so you can jump higher, well, lower really. And now you have another 1-up that you don't need, so that's just a waste of time. Oh, and look, I died anyway, so what a waste. Oh god, look, a McFlurry man. Those guys are badass. So how do I get that card? Oh, every kid knows how to do this. Just get the secret passageway under the clouds. Yeah, that's easy to figure out. Kids will have the patience to figure that out, because, you know, kids have a lot of patience. Especially the ones with ADD, such as myself. Then you go to Grimace's board. Here's Grimace, the big purple fuck. Look at his house. It looks like Barney the dinosaur's testicle. Okay, so here's the part where you can get 1,000,000,000 1-ups. So you just get 2 1-ups here, and then you go back into the board again. You die here, but you always get 1 extra, so if you have an hour to waste, then there you go. Have fun. You're completely wasting your time anyway if you're playing this game, as I am, let alone make a fucking video about it. And some people like to call 1-ups extra guys or free mans. I like to call them life insurance. Look how bad the jumps are. Look at this. What a shitload of fuck. All I want to do is get down to that barrel, but it's such a pain in the ass. I mean, it keeps bouncing me back up. Fuck farts. It never ends with this game. It's just like an infinite turd coming out of my ass, just like an endless rope. I mean, when the fuck's it gonna be over? I can't stand this shit. Watch the moose. Grab a block and try to kill him. Unfortunately, it just bounces and misses him. Now look at this. Would you ever guess that you're supposed to jump off this cliff? This ship really reminds me of Super Mario Bros. 3 again. And also, why is this guy walking on water? Who does he think he is? Jesus Christ? Then you gotta talk to the professor, another one of Ronald's stoner friends. And he tells you to get more cards, which makes me just want to punch him. Even worse, you gotta go to the moon where you meet Cosmic. Now who the hell's Cosmic? Did they run out of McDonald's characters? What about Captain Crook or Big Mac? No, Cosmic. I never heard of him. I guess there's nothing more you can expect but a shitty character like that. I mean, I bet the people who designed this game were paid minimum wage. So anyway, you're on the moon, so you're floating around, and then there's these tentacles that come out and kill you wherever you go. And you really gotta bust your balls to find all those cards. Like there's this one that's high up in the air, and even when you get it, you jump back down and something kills you and you gotta start the whole level all over again. Ass balls! So here you are at the last stage, Robble Robble. You gotta get the cards from Hamburglar. So you gotta get across the lava by throwing these blocks in it while all this stuff is shooting at you. Fuck! So look at this. This is some kind of track you have to move on, but you can't because the controls are so hard. So do you hit A or B? I don't know. I have no idea how to control this. You'd think you can just hold the A button or something, but no, of course not. That would be too simple. They have to make it like you do these little taps with the button to make it move. I mean, the controls just suck ass. What a piece of shit. A little kid could never figure this out. So finally, when you get through all these crazy obstacles, you get up here, you walk all the way to this lava pit, and you don't have any blocks to float over it. You can't go around it, so what do? Guess you just gotta commit suicide. Toasty! Wally Bear and the No Gang. Now, the first thing that baffles me about this game is the actual cartridge. I mean, look at this. It doesn't look like any other NES game. And what's this button for? Press here? Seriously? Press here? What for? I mean, is it supposed to be telling you how to push the game down? Like how to put the game into the system? Well, I can't really push on it when it's inside the Nintendo. You know, do they really think kids are that stupid? I mean, it should just say, press here, you dumb fuck. Like some kid's gonna be like, how do I put the game in? So anyway, we start off with the title screen of a deformed bear with sunglasses riding a skateboard. A stereotypical anti-drug corporate waste of imagination. You can choose between 1 and 2 players, if you're lucky enough to have a friend who would actually play this piece of shit with you. Okay, here's the plot. You're the ultra-hip skateboarding schmuck Wally Bear. Your Uncle Gary Grizzly wants you to gather up your straight-edge friends and head over to his house for a party. Wally must reach his uncle's house before dark, or at least before the timer runs out, for he loses all his lives. But every bird and attack dog on the block wants you dead, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that besides just jump for your life. You can get items like pizzas, frisbees, or hubcaps to throw at enemies. And you can't really hit birds because they just dart across the screen. Now, why would a bird want to kill a skateboarding bear anyway? The levels are just incredibly repetitive. Like literally, the same backgrounds are used over and over again, kind of like in a Flintstones cartoon. If you notice, during a driving scene, it's just the same stuff in the background being repeated over and over again. The only difference is that the Flintstones was entertaining, but this is just a piece of fuck. There's also this asshole named Ricky the Rat who's trying to knock you off your skateboard and turn you into a heroin junkie. You also have to prevent a poodle from getting her radio stolen, stop a lizard from drunk driving, and deal with other things that either want you to die or want you to snort crack up your bear snout. The music in this game just fucking sucks. I mean, no bad game is complete without some auditory shit that makes you want to puke. You'd rather listen to your only infant child choking to death. So, just turn down the volume, and while you're at it, just turn off the fucking game. Back in the 80s, it seemed like there were all these characters trying to keep kids off of drugs, whether it was Mick Gruff, or Pee-wee, or the combined efforts of Alf, Michelangelo, Bugs Bunny, and Miss Piggy. And this game, I'm sure it didn't help kids stay off drugs at all. In fact, I'm sure the people who made it were on something. So, avoid it at all costs, unless you are fucked up on drugs. So in that case, let's say no to drugs, and let's say no to this fucking game. It has just come to my attention that there is a Wally Bear hotline, 1-800-HI-WALLY. Now, you wouldn't think that after like 20 years that number would still be functional, but somewhere in some old dusty basement, Wally Bear still lives.
Thanks for calling me on my special Wally Bear hotline. I'm here at the National Clearinghouse for Alcohol and Drug Information in Rockville, Maryland. And guess what? I can send you lots of information and fun stuff about how to keep yourself safe from drugs. It's all free, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, and that's pretty easy. All you have to do is just and mailing address. I'll keep in touch with you by sending you stuff to help you have a healthy drug-free day and live a drug-free lifestyle. You have 8 simple answers to 8 big questions. Each answer comes from a different member of the know game. Just press the number you'd like to hear. On number 1, Rachel Rabbit jumps on...
Fuck that. It's creeping me out. It's like listening to a ghost. Alright, this time we have a guest reviewer, and I don't know, this might be kind of weird, but... Hey, come here. No, not there.
Shit pickle.
Hey, tell him...
Shit pickle.
Tell him your name.
Shit pickle.
Yeah, this is Shit Pickle.
Shit pickle.
And
Shit pickle.
Shit Pickle's gonna...
Shit pickle.
Shit Pickle's gonna attempt to help me comment on this game. Now, it's kind of a weird one, and, hey, Shit Pickle, you like video games?
Shit, pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit.
You like Nintendo?
Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit.
You ever play this game Master Chew and the Drunkard Who? Yeah. So yeah, it's a weird game, and you can just tell just by the cartridge. And it's one of those weird baby blue cartridges, so you can tell right off the bat that it's a big piece of fucking shit.
Pickle. Shit, pickle. Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
The story involves the legendary Siamese twin Shiva from Hindu religion. She has filled the world with evil spirits.
Shit.
Your best friend, Master Hugh, has failed to stop them, and he's resorted to drinking, so now he's a drunk.
Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit.
However, Master Chew has not given up hope. It's up to him to put an end to the evil Shiva.
Pickle.
Sounds pretty shitty. What do you say, shit pickle?
Shit, pickle.
Yeah. There's really only one reason to buy this game, and that's to be able to say, I own Master Chew and the Drunkard Who, so people can awkwardly stare at you.
Shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
Your objective each round is to locate all the yin-yang symbols in order to fight the boss.
Shit, pickle.
You can shoot energy out of your hand, and you can upgrade to 2 shots of energy at the same time. You want to try, shit pickle?
Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle. Shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
So what do you think?
Shit.
Exactly. Instead of pressing A or B to jump, like in most games, you have to press up, sort of like in the Karate Kid.
Shit.
And maybe the control's so shitty because the programmers were trying to make Chew seem drunk. Or they were drunk themselves.
Shit, pickle.
There's endless waves of spiders, snakes, and other unnameable things that come after you.
Shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
What are you talking about? The graphics?
Shit, pickle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit, pickle.
The best effect in this game is that when standing still, Chew's clothes wave around in the wind. Now let's talk about the sound. It sucks.
Shit,
and it's the
pickle.
same for every stage, just stereotypical Chinese music playing over and over in a loop.
Shit, pickle.
So after you beat the first level, the rest of the game is just the same repetitive thing over and over again. I mean, it's more fun taking a shit.
Shit.
Each board you collect
Pickle.
8 yin-yang symbols, you fight the boss, and then you get the key. And by the way, the key in this game is called the Flaming Key of Freedom. Flaming, huh?
Pickle, pickle, pickle.
Kind of like the Flame Whip in Simon's Quest.
Pickle, pickle.
The boss fights aren't even challenging because all you have to do is stand on the platform until they turn their back, then you drop down, land a few hits, and then you repeat.
Shit, pickle.
For the last boss in the game, Shiva, I was expecting something a little better. I don't know why, but all you get is this weird statue. And why the fuck is it green? I mean, could they have picked another putrid color but green?
Shit, pickle.
So after you beat the boss, you get to see the best ending in video game history. What a piece of shit.
Pickle.
Top Gun sort of marks the beginning of a genre. It was one of the first flight simulation games for the Nintendo Entertainment System, or at least one of the most commonly referred to. We obviously know that it ain't got shit compared with games today, and for that reason you might think it's not worth complaining about. But no, it sucks ass now, and it sucked ass back then. Check it out. Mission 1 is training for the next mission. Okay, sounds simple enough. So you get a choice of missiles. So would you rather have more or less? What kind of fucking choice is that? Pick more. I mean, the idea is that the fewer missiles is more powerful, but guess what? Whenever you shoot an enemy plane, all it takes is one shot to blow them up. Even your regular machine gun bullets take them down in one shot, so what's the point? And I love all the useless information on the control board. Altitude, speed. I mean, really, what does it matter? And look at all the gauges on the right just for decoration. The first thing that really sucks about the gameplay is just the fact that it's boring. 90% of the time, you're just flying into a blank sky as little pieces of cotton come flying at you. And yes, I know they're supposed to be clouds. Also, notice the absence of music. I know the developers were trying to make something new, to make it realistic, but what we get is a game that makes you feel like you're in this blank, mindless void. Like, if purgatory exists, this is what it is. Top Gun for the NES. I'd rather fly a cargo plane full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong. Uh-oh, I'm really fucked now. I gotta land on an aircraft carrier. A feat that's impossible. Your radar monitor gives you instructions on how to land, but no matter what you do, you still crash. You know, it's like every time I get to this part, I think I might have a chance. This is gonna be it. finally gonna land the plane. Speed down, left, left, speed up, right, right, speed up, speed down, left, left, speed up, speed down, up, 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 up. I'm hitting up.
Ass! Fuck!
It's impossible. I mean, why is it so hard? I mean, I guess because they were trying to make it realistic, like if you were actually trying to land on a real aircraft carrier, but I highly doubt that any of this game is like really flying a plane. So even though I crashed, it only takes a life away and it still lets me continue to the next level. Mission 2, destroy an enemy aircraft carrier. Alright, fine. As long as I don't have to fucking land on it. Now the only difference with the second level is that you're below the clouds and you can now see the water. Basically it's just a darker color blue than the sky. But stay the fuck away, there's battleships that shoot the shit out of you. You're best off just flying into the sky the whole time. Now halfway through this level your fuel starts to run out, so this refueling plane comes and then you have to control its nozzle. So just like landing the plane, this is impossible and I've never once done it. You just have to be lucky. I mean, your accuracy has to be 100% perfect. And really, I don't have a fucking clue how it works. Down, down, speed up, down, down, left, left, up, up, speed up, left, left, down, down, up, up, and left, left, right, right, up, up, left, left, down, down, up, up. What the fuck? What was I supposed to do? Now look at the plane. It just goes away like fuck him. I mean, they just leave you out here to die. At this point, it should just say game over, but instead it allows you to play for a little longer, which is pointless. You're done for. The refueling plane doesn't come back, and within minutes, your fuel runs out and you finally lose. And that's as far as I ever got. What a shitload of fuck. This game chews turds. This game sucks your balls off and spits them up your ass. Now I know there's only 4 levels in the game, so it's kind of the same deal as Karate Kid. It's a short game, but it's as hard as a fucking T-Rex's shit. Now because I've never passed that refueling plane, I've never seen the last 2 levels. So what I've decided to do here is to create my own version of what I think the last 2 levels may be like. Mission 3, blow shit up. Mission 4, vent your anger and destroy the TV.
Die! Hadouken! Sonic boom!
Well, if you just haven't had enough fun torturing yourself with this awful game and you still want some more, well guess what? You're in luck. There's a sequel, Top Gun: The Second Mission, which doesn't really make much sense because it sounds like you're talking about the second mission in the first Top Gun. So, whatever. I mean, wouldn't this be mission 5 and up? Even the tops of the game cartridges look completely identical. Top Gun and Top Gun. If you have a microscope, you might be able to read the second mission under there. Now, to tell you the truth, the second Top Gun isn't as bad as the original. But it sure is a hell of a lot fucking harder if you could actually believe that. The gameplay is a lot faster. You can fly upside down and spin around, although I don't really know what the point of that is. And there's also not as many dead spots where you're just waiting for something to happen and looking for enemies. Here, your enemies come after you right away and they just blow you out of the sky, so you have to really think fast. The missiles are really hard to dodge, and just like the first time, one missile is enough to kill you. But this time they're even worse because they're faster and they don't seem to come anywhere near as close as they did before. In the original Top Gun, when a missile hits you, it looks like this. And in the sequel, it looks like this. Much farther away. So if you played the original first, you're going to be really disoriented that you have so much less time to get out of the way. Besides, they still look like bowling balls on fire. I never made it past the first stage, but that's also because I don't have the patience for this crap. Now adding to this game, there's a versus mode. The one-player game where you battle the computer is impossible. Your opponent just disappears right away. He flies right behind you and just blasts your ass to oblivion. And the 2-player game is what it is. It's just 2 players shoot each other up. And the one thing I find really disappointing is that after you blow up your opponent, you see him escape in a parachute. And you don't want that to happen. You want to see him die. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this garbage. Fuck balls. Ooh, I know what you're thinking. How dare you pick on Double Dragon? But I'm not. Double Dragon's awesome. And so's Double Dragon 2, The Revenge. But Double Dragon 3, The Sacred Stones, is just a fucking waste. First of all, those talking parts really slow the game down. I mean, why not just shut the fuck up and let me fight? Now, the big problem I have with this game is just that it's too damn hard. All you get is one life. One life. If you die once, you start all over again. Now, I can get through the first 2 Double Dragons without dying a single time until maybe the last levels, but this one, I can't even get through the first level. Everybody gangs up on you and they just drain your energy. And yes, even your energy bar goes down faster than in the previous games. I guess they were trying to make this one realistic, like if in real life, if you went out onto the streets to fight this many people at the same time, you'd get your ass handed to you. And when you die once, that's it. You're brown bread. You're not coming back. You can't fuck around with this game. Never, ever go in between anybody. Try to keep your enemies on one side and keep using that spin kick. When they're all over you, it's your only attack worth using. But sometimes the fucking kick won't work. Yes, I swear it's true. I know how to do the spin kick. I can get it to work most any given time. But when I'm desperately trying to get my enemies off me, it just doesn't happen. I mean, what the fucking shit is that about? Fuck this game. Your only chance to see beyond the first level is to either be a Double Dragon god or to use 2 players. But whatever you do, don't pick game B, because that's where you can hit each other, and that makes it pointless if you want to get far. Now, just like the one-player game, it starts off with the story sequence, but this time it shows both the Double Dragons, Billy and Jimmy Lee. Or wait, Bimmy and Jimmy? How'd they make a mistake like this? Bimmy isn't even a real name. How did this happen? They didn't even proofread this shitty game before they released it? Bimmy and Jimmy? I'm sorry, I just can't get over that. Bimmy and Jimmy. There's a typo in a Nintendo game, let alone a fucking Double Dragon game, and it's the first screen. Well, anyway, using 2 players is much easier, but it's still a hard game. There's so many enemies on the screen, and sometimes it just gets ridiculous. And all the characters start to blink, making it hard to see what you're doing. And obviously, this is an old video game flaw, and it's common when there's so much shit on the screen. So even though you never get another life, the game designers at least had the courtesy to refill your energy after you beat a level. And along the way, you meet other characters that you can play as. So when you die, you can still use this other character. So it's kind of like finally having another life, except that he sucks. This man in a business suit who does belly flops, he's completely useless. He's so slow. I have no chance against this ninja. Fuck. What a piece of fucking goddamn shit. Fuck. Well, Friday the 13th on Nintendo. What can you say? The knife going into the eye in the beginning right away should be an indication of how cool it is. This game is infamous for being great, right? I mean, everybody loves this game because it's awesome. I mean, the concept is just brilliant. Adapting a series of R-rated slasher movies for all the kiddies to play? Great idea. There's 6 camp counselors you can play as, whether they're characters from the movie or not. I don't care because it's a good game. Going around throwing rocks at zombies, collecting lighters, running around trying to find fireplaces to light. What more could you ask for? Oh, and every great game has a map screen, and being that the game is mostly side-scrolling, you can't tell which direction you're supposed to be going. But that's cool. It's cool. It makes it more challenging. I like that. Like when you're walking left, but you're really heading to the right on the map. I love figuring that shit out. I love it. It's just great. Like puke up a donkey's ass. What a shitload of motherfucking bullfuck. I mean, I'd rather eat snot and diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's dick. And if you thought I was serious about this game, you're absolutely right. Because I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I swear to God, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. It's not a shitload of fuck. It's not a shitload of fuck. Love this game. Love the way the stones keep missing the zombies because they go in this nice arc that flies over them. Fantastic. Gotta get the knife. It's mandatory. Hear that sound? That's the Jason alarm. When you hear that, you have to switch to the map screen and see which cabin's blinking. You see right there? That's where I am. And over there, that blinking cabin way over there, that's where I'm supposed to go to fight Jason. And I have a time limit, so I need to get all the way over there as fast as I can, or else Jason kills one of the camp counselors. So, which way do I walk? I guess left, because it's left on the map. Sounds self-explanatory. So, here I am, just following the yellow brick road. Oh, fuck. Look at the map. I've just been walking in the wrong fucking direction. What a wonderful game. The bare basics of left and right do not apply. And that's why this game is so great, because it's free from all logic. Logic is for pussies. So, I finally get to the cabin, I walk in, and the mannequin counselor says, "Thank you. Thanks for walking into the cabin? I didn't fight Jason yet, but you're welcome." He's around somewhere. Oh yeah, he's coming. Uh-oh, he's coming. Whoa! Well, he scared the shit out of me, and now he's fighting me like in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. So I beat him, but he'll be back many times. Just like in the movies. Even after they called Part 4 the final chapter, and then they went on to make it all the way up to number 10, known as Jason X, where he's in outer space. But that's another story. So for now, I go back to walking around and looking for cabins with fireplaces. I mean, wasn't this a great idea? Isn't this fun? Like going 3D for the cabin parts? I love how smooth the camera angles are. The overall design, the AstroTurf floors, just ingenious. And the control's so fluent, you just might have to tap the D-pad twice to get it to move. Isn't this fun? I just love trying to find the door because there's nothing in here, and now I just want to get the fuck out. Just want to get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Because it sucks. Shit. God damn it. God damn it. Open, you piece of shit. Son of a fuck. Oh, shit. Don't kill me. Kill me. So I'm walking around, looking for fireplaces, answering to the Jason alarm every once in a while. And along the way, I continue to collect lighters, keys, weird bottles, and because that rock is as useless as a wad of paper, upgrading to the knife is essential. I go into a cabin and right away there's another mannequin camp counselor. I love how they have no face. It's real creative. I love all those options on the right, most of which could be condensed into just the simple use of the A button. But this game just overcomplicates things because it's so good. So let's try change. Alright, we switch camp counselors. So now my character's slower, I don't have any of my items anymore, and I'm back to using the fucking rock again. That really accomplished a lot. The day to night transitions are nice and smooth. I mean, seriously, it's a big improvement over Simon's Quest, where a fucking box appears and it interrupts the gameplay. No need for it, but Friday the 13th doesn't have that problem, proving that day to night transitions can work when done right. Jason comes out every once in a while to scare the shit out of you, and he looks really good in purple, doesn't he? That's a good color for him. Knowing that Jason couldn't have been the only enemy in the game, it's interesting to see the use of zombies, birds, and even wolves to add to the mix. Even Jason's mom makes an appearance. And you know what she reminds me of? Those annoying fucking Medusas from Simon's Quest. Or wait, I'm talking about Castlevania 3. What, I hate that game too? Well anyway, let's get back to Friday the 13th. So, I'm dead. So once all 6 of your camp counselors are gone, the game's over. That's ingenious. That's the best game over screen I ever saw. For real, I'm actually being dead serious. Dead fucking serious. That's brilliant, right? You and your friends are dead. Game over. It's priceless. Like, I can't believe it. Isn't that a mean thing to say to kids? Nobody ever dies in Nintendo. They're either defeated or they turn into an item and like float away. But here comes a game like Friday the 13th that just cuts the bullshit, shows some balls, comes flat out and says, you're fucking dead. And your friends too. Beautiful. And what if there was a sequel? It would have to say something even worse. Like, I got it. I got a good idea what it should say. It should say, you're dead, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your fucking pets are being skinned alive, your mom's a fucking whore, you suck at life, the whole world hates you, you're going to hell, live with it. Game over. So, that's it. I don't know what else to say. The music? Just listen. It's fucking great. And even better, it loops over and over so you get to hear the same thing constantly. Just wonderful. I love those scary, faceless kids in the cabin. Makes me have nightmares. As if the map screen isn't confusing enough, when you go into the cave or the woods, you have no idea where you are. When you stand on a path, you press up and then the screen changes. You have no idea where you are because the graphics are so repetitive. Every goddamn screen looks the same. I can't tell where I am or where I'm going with this shit. And the cabins? Just fucking horrible. I can't find the fucking fireplaces. I get lost once I'm inside. I can't even just simply turn around and see the door. The control's so fucking awkward. I'd rather play Doom on Atari. I'd rather play Halo on a Tiger Electronic wrist game. I'd rather drown in diarrhea. I'd rather fucking eat my fucking balls off and puke them up my fucking ass. I'd rather piss a cactus out of my dick. The music is fucking worse than life itself, and I turn the volume down except for the fact that I have to hear the Jason alarm. It's all just a test of patience, and it can kiss my fucking asshole. Piece of shit. You're easier to beat in real life than you are in that fucking game, you no good piece of... This game is fucking horrible!
like Nintendo?
Uh-huh.
You like to play shitty games?
No.
You fucking nerd. You wanna play some Dr. Jekyll
No.
and Mr. Hyde?
No. No.
Or you wanna play my game, bitch? Ha ha ha!
This game's horrible. This game is my fucking nightmare. It's a frustrating, incoherent pile of vomited shit. Even the first screen is kind of weird because it shows Freddy without his glove, but his knives are still coming out of the fingers. Now, I think I might actually have an explanation for this. In the movie, Nightmare Part 2, they just fucked up. So you play as some dude who has some serious balls because he punches snakes right in the fucking face. And you don't have to anyway, you just jump over them all. So this guy has the worst luck ever because rocks randomly fall out of the sky and flocks of vampire bats come after him. Even though it may appear to be a typical side-scroller, it isn't at all. There's nothing self-explanatory or even fun about this diarrhea mess. I can't figure out where I'm supposed to go. Some of the doors are closed and some of them are open, but it hardly seems to matter because usually there's only one on the entire street that you can go inside. Whether it's open or shut, it seems completely fucking random.
Ha! Figure that out!
So you go inside one of the houses, and guess what? It's crawling with ginormous spiders. So what do? You give them a taste of your fist. Punch them. Smack them around. Assholes. Goddamn fucking spiders. Eat my ass, you fucking bitches. Show me you're a man. Punch those spiders. Spiders! Punch them! Snakes! You want some too? So I get to this little square door on the floor and I can't go down. The arrow says down, which probably means that's where I'm supposed to go, but I can't. It's not till later I find out I'm supposed to collect all the bones in this room first. When I first started playing this, I had no clue what they were for, but now I realize you have to get the bones because that's the point of the game. And if you can't find every single last one of them, you can't leave the room. And some of them are practically invisible. They blend in with the background because the graphics just suck.
Oh yeah! Play that shitty game!
The plot of this game is that you're trying to collect all of Freddy's bones so you can destroy them in a furnace. Confused? Well, Freddy's dead, and now his bones are somehow scattered all around every house on Elm Street. Meanwhile, Freddy's entering your dreams, just like in the movies, and he can only be stopped when his final remains no longer exist. Damn, Freddy's got a lot of fucking bones. And they all look exactly the same. Classic cartoon dog bone. You know, come to think of it, the plot's kind of like Simon's Quest. Why would Simon want to go around collecting pieces of Dracula? He was killed the first time. Just leave him alone. Imagine if Batman killed the Joker and then he scattered his pieces all over the fucking city and then went around collecting them all. What a bunch of fucking shit. In fact, the gameplay in Nightmare on Elm Street itself is a lot like Simon's Quest. It has that strange presence to it, where you slip in and out of day to night. In this case, it's a dream world and a awake world. It's got that non-linear quality to it where you're always confused, trying to figure out where the fuck to go.
Ah, taste the major suckage, you fucking nerd!
So at the end of each house, some weird incarnation of Freddy appears. In this part, it's Freddy's hand on a bunch of balls. What were they thinking? So you go around looking for another house you can go in, and none of them let me in. Try the cemetery? Nope, can't go there. What's with the zombies? They look like Frankenstein monsters walking with their arms stretched out. Like, how fucking stereotypical is that? Can I go in the junkyard? Nope. Just keep walking around, walking down, I guess it's Elm Street, which happens to be the longest fucking street in the world. Oh look, I finally found a house I can go in. The one with the door that's shut. That makes sense, right? What the fuck are these? lollipop ghosts with stick arms? Were the enemies in this game designed by some kindergarten kid for Halloween? I'm surprised they don't have skeletons too. They actually do have skeletons. What the fuck? Could the villains be any more stock? Like, we had this creepy game about Freddy. What kind of creepy characters could we add? Well, how about bats, ghosts, spiders, skeletons, and Frankensteins for the kiddies? Could it be any more uncreative than that? Like, why don't they just add some witches, black cats, and flying jack-o'-lanterns? They should have just called the game Boo! Haunted House, which is probably what they originally had in mind until they thought, no wait, make it about Freddy. We already ruined Friday the 13th, now let's do the same thing to Nightmare on Elm Street. And that's right, it's by the same company. We're not going to say who it is, but it stands for Laughin' Jokin' Numbnuts. Also, listen to the music. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? In fact, it sounds kind of like it's recycled from Who the Fuck Framed Roger Rabbit, another piece of garbage they made. What were they thinking?
You love it, you know you do.
So let me explain how the dream world thing works. You have a sleep meter that goes down. If you're standing still, it goes down. If you get hit, it goes down. And in time, it goes down by itself. So anything you do or don't do, the sleep meter goes down.
Ain't that a bitch?
And once it's down all the way, you go to sleep. Unless you didn't already fall asleep playing this fucking game. So when you're in the dream world, all the enemies are stronger. Which doesn't even matter anyway, because you can turn into this other character that throws javelins and does the spinning jump. There's also other dream characters you can play as after you collect the dream tokens. Just like in the movie Nightmare Part 3. Except for the dream tokens part. So if you play in the dream world for a lengthy period of time, the Freddy music starts playing. Then, oh God, is Freddy coming? He sure is. Of all the shitty things in this game, this screen is so cheesy that it's just awesome. But it's ruined by the fucking trademark symbol. Anyway, you fight Freddy, which turns out to be real disappointing. It's just a simple flat room and he walks back and forth, swatting at the air like he's blind. Come on, Freddy. To get out of the dream world, you have to get the radio to wake yourself up. Then you have to wait for it to change back to the awake world. It's annoying like in Simon's Quest, but in Simon's Quest it's way worse because it's against your own will, it happens so often, and you don't expect it. In Nightmare on Elm Street, at least you're doing it on purpose and you get that rockin' tune, rather than just dead silence. But now, I'm using my fists again. Give me the javelin back. I want to go back to sleep. You actually have weapons in the dream world, so what's the point? You know what's really weird? That this game was actually capable of a 4-player mode using an accessory that allowed 4 controllers to be connected to your Nintendo Entertainment System. Now, I can't imagine having 4 people playing this game. Who's going to want to play this piece of shit? I'm lucky if I can get one other person. I have a better chance of cloning myself.
So
This is fucking shit. It's so sucking shit. This game is horrible. Fuck diarrhea. Fuck ass. Sucks as shit. It's balls. What a piece of shitload of fuck. What a piece of fucking shit. Wait. I just cloned myself. I'm in a dream. I can do whatever I want. So why don't we all just stop playing this fucking game? Yeah. So the hell with that shit. Yeah. The hell with that damn shit. The hell with that damn fucking shit. The hell with that goddamn motherfucking bullshit. Relax. Now what should we do with the cartridge? How about smash it with the hammer? Nah, that's not good enough. I know, let's drop it out the window. Now come on, be creative. I say we take a shit on it. Good, do it. Empty your ass all over it. I don't gotta take a shit though, you take a shit. You gotta take a shit? Who's gotta take a shit? I gotta take a shit. Then take that shit. Bombs away. Oh, fuck you, diarrhea fiend. Whoa, hey, whoa. Come on, it's not that bad.
Front door. Closet. Front door. Closet.
Look at me! I'm a fucking nerd! What a piece of shit! Buffalo diarrhea fuck farts. You see, nerd, nobody makes you play these games but yourself. So you're your own damn nightmare. Now, you're gonna die.
Go yank your cock through your ass, you fucking butt mongrel. I got the power glove. That was a weird dream. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. And I mean bad. This thing is bad. Why need a glove to play a game? What's wrong with this? Huh? I don't know. I thought this was okay, playing it, with the controller. So if anything, the Power Glove, it's an interesting experiment in gaming technology. But too bad they were just fucking jerking off. Like, why does it suck so bad? Well, I have one fucking complaint about this glove. It doesn't work. Now, what's the most important aspect about any game? Well, being able to fucking play it. Now, before you can even begin to get this fucking piece of shit to work, you have to put these 3 sensors on your TV like this. Fuck. Piece of shit, fuck. Now, if you own the Power Glove, you're going to need to know what the program codes are. Yes, that's right. You have to put in a different code for each game that you play. So go on the internet, get a whole bunch of fucking codes for all the fucking games, and whenever you're playing a fucking game, you got to punch in the code. Fuck. Alright, Super Glove Ball. Well, the game is basically you're just this glove and you're going around grabbing balls. Grab the flying fish. Grab them. Grab them. I don't get it. That's it. I can't fucking take it anymore. I'm sorry. I'm going to show you different games on the Power Glove. To shoot, I just squeeze my fingers. Damn! Fuck! Go up! Go up! Go up! I can't get the fuck up there. God damn it! It's easier to do a handstand while taking a shit. How do I attack? Oh. Somehow I kicked, but I don't really know how I did it. I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh. Damn, come on, get him, punch him. Oh, fuck. I can't pass the first screen in Double Dragon. Damn it! Just might as well just use the fucking controller. What's the point of this? Castlevania. Twitching my finger like this, I swing the whip. Come on. Oh yeah, there we go. How do I jump? How the fuck do I jump? Oh. Is that it? Squeezing? Is that jump? Can I get up the stairs? Can I get up the fucking stairs? Fuck! How do I get up the fucking stairs? Oh. Just jump. Can I do a nice jump over this? Come on, do a jump. Yeah, there we go. We jumped. It's awesome. It's really exciting when you actually get something to work. Come on, go down. There we go. No, don't go that way. Go this way. You asshole. Come on. Come on, go down. Don't go up the steps. Go down the steps. Don't go up the steps. Go down. Don't go up the fucking steps. Go down, you... how the fuck am I going up there again? Come on. Oh, Jesus. Jumping all over the place. I didn't even know you could jump backwards. Come on. Oh, you fucking fishman. Oh, good luck. I'm gonna fall in the water and die. Fuck! Wow, this sucks. This sucks hard. Come on. Now jump, 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 jump! Oh, wow, that helped. Okay, keep going. Oh, fuck. Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. There's only one way to do this game with the Power Glove. So while it's not very responsive, I can go up and I can go down and left and right, but everything else, like the punching and kicking, just seems to come at random. Trying to pop the bubbles, good luck. Sucks monkey fuck. Sucks monkey fuck. Down. Go down. Come on, down. Down. Go the fuck down. Down. Go down. Left. Go back. Come on, go back. Go left. Go left. I can't shoot anybody over there. Go back. Go up. Up. Oh, Jesus. Come. Oh, fuck. Go. Damn it. Just fuck a doodle shit. This battle will make your blood boil. Good luck. Good luck is right. I'm using the fucking Power Glove. I can't even line myself up to shoot this fucking tank up here. Go up. Shoot the tank. Damn it. Shoot the tank. Shoot the tank. I think I got it. I can't get around the rock. God damn it. Move. Up, left, left, come on, left, left, you can go left, come on, up, left, up. Ugh. I can't even get around the trees. Oh yeah, there we go, oh yeah, we're moving on, okay, oh god, no, shit. One of the big problems is that I can't either stop jumping or stop ducking. Alright, well, do I want to really bother to talk to him? Nah, not really. No, I don't. Come on, I'm serious. I don't want to talk to you. Go! Leave the fucking cabin or house or whatever the fuck it is. Come on, keep walking. Oh, there we go. I didn't really mean to go in there. Alright, leave. Alright, leave the house. Go left. Go left. Come on. Go left. Oh, I'm in the house again. I don't want to... Fuck. Get the fuck out of the house. Get up. Go away. Alright, left. Cool, there we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why am I shooting the sword? Alright. Here we go. We got this, man. We got this by the ass. You know what's really cool about Rad Racer? That if you push select, the game goes 3D. I'm playing Rad Racer with the Power Glove and 3D glasses. You can't get any more rad than that. Wow, playing Top Gun with the Power Glove. It's like puking on a pile of shit. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying to land the plane in Top Gun with the power glove. I can't even land it with the regular controller. Punch out! Alright, well I don't know how to fucking dodge. That's really a problem. Punching seems to work somewhat. Fuck! Oh, goddamn. Oh, shit. I lost to Glass Joe. I lost to Glass Joe. Try doing the Contra code with this fucking thing. I shoot by twitching my finger. Jump by clenching my fist. Duck, duck. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, come on now. Oh god, get him, get him, get him, get him! Oh, fuck! You piece of shit. If you want to bring a totally new element of challenge to your Nintendo games, try the Power Glove, because it sure makes everything a lot harder. It's just a barely functional contraption designed to rip off little kids. It's the biggest scam since the Atari 5200 controller. The only kids who own this were usually the richer ones who thought they were cool. Well, they're not cool. I'm not cool either. Look at me. You think I'm cool? I got a fucking glove on my hand. I'm trying to play a fucking game with it. I look like an idiot with a fistful of shit. Well, hey, let's end with the classic Super Mario Brothers. Alright, Mario, you don't have to keep jumping. At least you made it over the Goomba. You were lucky, you fuck. Alright, what? Come on, I can't get up on the pipe? I'm not even doing anything. I'm touching the fucking floor right now. I am touching the floor, and I can't get him to stop jumping. Get over the pipe, you fucking asshole. Oh, I can't get over the pipe. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Come back, come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Go, come on. Oh, shit. Oh, you fuck. Now you're playing with power. Now you're playing with fucking shit. You're better off fucking shit than fucking with this fucked up shit. Fuck this shit. You don't know shit about how fucking shitty this fucking shit is. It's so bad it sucks. It's so fucking suck it fucks. And I can't take it anymore. Let me take you back to when Capcom's Street Fighter 2 came out. I never heard of the first one, but hey, this is an awesome game. Can't wait for Street Fighter 3. Then comes Street Fighter 2, the Champion Edition. Oh, cool. Street Fighter 3's next, right? Nope, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Okay, awesome. Can't wait for Street Fighter 3. Super Street Fighter 2. Cool. Street Fighter 3? Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. What the fuck? At first I thought all these updates were kinda nice to hold you over, but how many times can you update the same fucking game? It's getting ridiculous. I'm not gonna buy it again. Well, then finally comes Street Fighter Alpha, then Street Fighter Alpha 2, and after that, I honestly lost track. There eventually was a Street Fighter 3, like 9 million versions of it, but there was also Street Fighter Zero, Street Fighter EX, EX2, and EX2 Plus. Not to mention, way back on the NES, there was Street Fighter 2010, and I couldn't tell you where that fits in. And speaking of Capcom, Mega Man's another series where the numbering got confusing. There's Mega Man 1 through 6 on the Nintendo, but then on the Super Nintendo, there's Mega Man X, which at the time I thought it meant Mega Man 10, but then came Mega Man X2 and X3. Strangely enough, there was a Mega Man 7 on Super Nintendo after all. That's right, 2 different series going on at the same time. Then on the PlayStation consoles, there was Mega Man X4, X5, X6, X7, and X8. There was even a Mega Man 8, a regular Mega Man 8, on PlayStation. Now, only if they made a Mega Man 9, it would come full circle. It doesn't end there either. What's this? Mega Man Battle Network series? Mega Man 64? Did they really make it that far? No, that was just the Nintendo 64's stupid gimmick of putting 64 at the end of every fucking title. Another thing that really grinds my shit is when the Japanese and American releases of games differ. The results can also be pretty confusing. A good example is when Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan wasn't released in America till later, but what we got in its place was a completely different version, though it was still called Super Mario Bros. 2, and the Japanese one came later as The Lost Levels. The Final Fantasy series is the prime example. Not being a hardcore fan, I'll attempt to explain it to the best of my knowledge. From what I understand, Final Fantasy II, at the time of its Japanese release, wasn't released in the US, neither was Final Fantasy III. But Final Fantasy IV came out here, and because we didn't have 2 or 3, it wouldn't have made sense to call it 4, so what do? They call it 2. Now, Final Fantasy V wasn't released here either, so when 6 came out, that became 3. Final Fantasy III also happens to be one of my all-time favorite games on the Super Nintendo. And I remember that after that, Squaresoft started releasing the next Final Fantasy games on PlayStation. Things changed, and now they weren't fucking with the titles anymore. So when Final Fantasy VII came out, they just called it Final Fantasy VII. And that's where the confusion began. I wondered, what the fuck happened to 4, 5, and 6? But what I really should have been wondering, little did I know, what the fuck happened to 2, 3, and 5? And once I figured that out, I was like, so there were other Final Fantasy games we didn't know about? I was playing 6 all along and not 3? What a bunch of fucking bullfuck. Now let's talk about movies now, because I have a lot to say. One of the things that really brings my piss to a boil is when there's a movie that has a whole bunch of sequels, all conveniently numbered, but then they suddenly decide to stop numbering them. Take Halloween, for example. Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Halloween 4, Halloween 5, Halloween The Curse of Michael Myers, Halloween H2O, and Halloween Resurrection. Oh God. If they continue like this, years from now, future generations aren't going to know which order these films came in unless they do a little research first. What I want to know is, why was it okay to number the first 5, but not after that? Like they're embarrassed they made so many. Not to mention each one just sucks harder and harder. And if anything, the more fucking sequels there are, the more necessary it would be to just fucking number them. The Star Trek series did the same thing. Right now there's 10 of them. Star Trek 1 through 6 were all numbered. But when they stopped using the original cast from the show and started using the cast from Star Trek The Next Generation, they dropped the numbers from the films and called them Star Trek Generations, Star Trek First Contact, Star Trek Insurrection, and Star Trek Nemesis. Okay, well that's real fine, but where'd the fucking numbers go? If they couldn't call Star Trek Generations Star Trek 7, then why didn't they just call it Star Trek The Next Generation off the show, and then call the next one Star Trek The Next Generation 2, and just start a new line of sequels? But hey, some of the original cast was in Star Trek Generations, so instead, they should have called it Star Trek 7/The Next Generation Part 1. Actually, never mind, just fuck it. I've always praised the Rocky movies. What a perfect string of sequel titles. Rocky, Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, and Rocky 5. No subtitles, all Roman numbers, consistent, perfect. But they're gonna fuck it all up now by calling the new one Rocky Balboa. Seriously, are you kidding me? Rocky Balboa? Why can't it be Rocky 6? Rocky Balboa sounds like it's the first one, but just adding his last name. And what if they made another one? Would they include his middle initial? And then his date of birth? What a shitload of fuck. What kind of stupid excuse for a title is this? Reveal more of the character's name. It's like making a prequel of Forrest Gump and just calling it Forrest. Now with talk of Rambo 4 coming out, what are they going to do? Call it John Rambo? And speaking of Rambo, that's a series that somehow completely changed its title. The first one was called First Blood. That's it, First Blood. The second one was called Rambo, First Blood Part 2. And then the third one was called Rambo 3. So what, they just forgot about First Blood? The correct title would be Rambo 2, First Blood Part 3. The Alien series is also pretty fucked up. They start with Alien, then Aliens, which makes sense. First there was one alien and now there's many. The title's consistent with the plot and it works. But then, they make a third one. Oh gee, what are we going to call it? Can't be Alienses, that won't work. Besides, there's only one alien again, so let's just call it Alien 3. That works. There's not really much else they could have called it. But now you'd think it's time to start numbering the sequels from now on. You think? Or would that just be too traditional? Well, the next one's called Alien Resurrection. At first I thought it was a fucking joke. Apart from resurrection being one of the most overused words to be found in a sequel, there's no reason not to use the number 4. I mean, you numbered the last movie. Why can't you number this one? So what do you want to do? Do you want to number them or use cliche words? I don't care which, but make up your fucking minds. You don't start numbering sequels and then go back to not numbering them. And there's more than one alien again. So why isn't the title plural like in Aliens? What were they thinking? The title of Bruce Lee's first major film was called The Big Boss, but when they released it in the US, the American distributors, or whoever was responsible, decided to change the title to Fists of Fury. Well, okay, well that's just fine, but the next one happened to be called Fist of Fury. So, we fucked up. What are we going to call it here in the US? We can't call it Fist of Fury because we changed the last one to Fists of Fury. Call it The Chinese Connection. And from now on, just call the movies whatever the fuck they're originally called. Jackie Chan made a movie called Armor of God, and the sequel was called Armor of God 2, Operation Condor. Well, when that came out in the US, there was a little difficulty. Armor of God wasn't out yet, so they decided to release the sequel here first and change the title to just Operation Condor. Well, after that, Armor of God actually did make an American release, and it was called Operation Condor 2, Armor of God, a complete reversal. Now let's talk about the zombie series. If you live in America and you're trying to follow these movies, you'll find Zombie 1 through 6, but there's no Zombie 2. What the fuck? A movie series with a missing sequel? Well, here's the explanation. It started off with George Romero's Dawn of the Dead. Yes, that's right, the sequel to Night of the Living Dead. The European release of Dawn of the Dead was recut and the title was changed to Zombie. Then there was an Italian-made sequel called Zombie 2. Yes, that's right, a sequel to a sequel which spawned another line of sequels. Jeez. Well, when Zombie 2 came out in America, they couldn't call it Zombie 2 because there was no zombie. Calling it Dawn of the Dead 2 would have been wrong because it has nothing to do with Mr. Romero's original version, so they just called it Zombie instead. Yes, Zombie 2 is now Zombie, not to be confused with the Italian version of Dawn of the Dead, which is also called Zombie. So, when Zombie 3 came out in America, they figured, okay, fuck it. It's only going to keep getting more confusing, so just fucking call it Zombie 3 like it is. But there's no Zombie 2. Fuck it, don't change the titles anymore. Now the UK, caught in between this mess, just decided to leave the title of Dawn of the Dead alone and change Zombie 2 to Zombie Flesh Eaters. Then Zombie 3 would be Zombie Flesh Eaters 2, and so on and so on. Speaking of movie series with missing titles, whatever happened to the Naked Gun movies? First off, why is the sequel called Naked Gun 2.5? What's half about it? After all, I assume they incorporated half the script from the third movie into it, and therefore it includes half the next movie. I guess that makes sense, except for the fact that I never saw Naked Gun 3, or 4, or 5, or any of them up till Naked Gun 33 and a third. I mean, how the fuck did I miss that many sequels? I couldn't even find them anywhere. They aren't even listed in Leslie Nielsen's filmography, so I guess he wasn't in those. Somebody help me, I can't find them anywhere. Where's the other half of Naked Gun 3 and all the others up to 32? I can't fucking find them. Where are they? I think it's pretty impressive if they're all numbered, and that's gotta be a record for amount of sequels to a comedy. But damn, that one just blows my mind. Well, I gotta calm down now. So that's enough of my gripes. Thanks for listening to my rants, and good fucking night. twice the mega power. What's mega power and how could you have twice as much of it? The title screen shows a nice colorful display for 8-bit graphics, though I would have preferred a traditional black and white side-scrolling title like in the movies. But more importantly, listen to the music. Does it sound anything like the Rocky theme? Or any of the music from the movies at all? Well, the graphics are great for the time, but I wonder why Rocky's training in shorts. Not to mention why Apollo's shorts. That didn't happen till the third movie. But anyway, this is the training stage, and you just keep tapping the buttons. I really don't know if there's any technique, but you just keep tapping the buttons. Well, this is boring, don't you think? Fuck. Cock a fucking doodle ass shit sucking ball fuck. This is fucking boring. Okay, here we go. We're fighting Apollo. Graphics look great. They're in the proper color shorts, the ring, the audience, everything looks good. For 8-bit, of course. But I can't say the same for the gameplay. All you do is tap buttons. There's a few different kinds of punches you can execute, like a hook, a straight punch, or an uppercut. And I have the manual which tells me keeping your distance, hitting up and 2 does a straight punch, down and 2 does a hook, and standing close, the 2 button alone, or up and 2 does an uppercut. Now, I find that none of that works, so I just tap buttons. Primarily the 2 button, the other one blocks. And besides the mere simplicity of it, it's just unpredictable as to when you're gonna hit or get hit. The control just sucks shitballs. The worst thing about it is how you move. Unlike traditional control where if you push left, you go left, and if you push right, you go right, Rocky just weaves back and forth on his own. It doesn't make any sense at all. To move your player about the ring does not really require any specific buttons for execution. It requires the right situation because your player will be prohibited from moving unless you satisfy these conditions. If you're on the offense and attacking freely, your player will move according to the direction of your blows and can be guided to the left, right, or forward, backward with your D button. If you're on the defense, your player will not move in the direction you want until you can guard yourself effectively with the button 1, and then you must start dealing blows to be in control of your footwork as mentioned above. So did you get that? Well, let me sum it up. It's a bunch of putrid anal shit coming out of a rhinoceros asshole. It fucks up the ass, shits out the mouth, piss out the nose, dookie out the ear, diarrhea out the dick, shits for the birds. The control in this game is poo-poo. Alright, I knock Apollo down. He starts humping the floor. And he gets back up. He's as easy as crap as long as you just keep tapping the button. Knock him down, he humps the floor, he gets back up. The repetitive nature of this game is astounding. How many times can he get back up? It's embarrassing. There's no 3 knockdown rule in effect, no Mario to come in and say TKO. Even though I think a technical knockout can occur in this game, it takes forever to happen, so it just goes on and on and on. Eventually he'll stay down and you win. Then you get another training stage. Just wonderful. Is there any point to this? Like, I know it's supposed to make me stronger during the fight, but fuck it, I don't feel like tapping the buttons. It's only going to make my fingers more tired and then I'll end up losing the fight anyway. I'd rather just wait instead. Fuck it. Alright, well there's no rematch with Apollo like in the movies, so you just go straight to Clubber Lang. Wait, what's this? He's kicking my ass. He's punching my face, whatever. Unlike Apollo, Clubber Lang will just rip your asshole inside out. Fuck. God damn, he's a tough son of a bitch fucker. Get up. Get up, you floor fucking dickhead. Stop humping the floor. How does a game go from being so easy to being so fucking hard? Let's try again. This time, no fucking around. Gotta do good on those training stages. Gotta get strong. I just gotta keep tapping those buttons till I break my thumb.
Fuck! Fuck! Damn! Fuck! Bitch!
This game is ass. I'd rather take a bath in elephant feces. I'd rather eat raw eggs.
Ass! Die!
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
I'm here to talk about a series of games based on stories from the Bible, all with weird deformed cartridges made for Nintendo systems but without any endorsement from Nintendo. Like take this one for example, Bible Adventures. Would you want to buy this with its weird baby blue cartridge? It's made by a Christian gaming company that makes unauthorized Nintendo games. Let's check it out. Alright, 3 games in 1. You got Noah's Ark, Baby Moses, and David and Goliath. First, let's do Noah's Ark. Well, there's Noah. He moves pretty fast for an old guy. The object's to get the animals in the ark. Holy shit, you just pick them up? Is that how Noah did it? He did it all by himself by picking the animals up and carrying them into the ark? Well, according to Bible Adventures, that's how it happened. So there's where you drop those fuckers off. You just bring them to the door, you let those bastards run in there. You get a checklist of all the animals you need, so it's pretty simple. Go find some more, bring them back. Fun, huh? I just can't get over that. He's an old man, and not only does he pick the animals up, he lifts them over his head. It doesn't even slow him down. How can such an old man be so strong? Have you ever tried to lift a horse? Not that easy. What the shit? Let alone a horse and an ox? Or fuck, a horse, a cow, and 2 oxen? What the fucking shit? Noah's so goddamn strong, he puts the Hulk to shame. And the poor creatures, they're so scared shitless, they don't even try to get away. Noah, man, nobody fucks with him. Not even Chuck Norris. The only animals that have the balls to fight back are the pigs. Stop it, damn pig. I'm only trying to take you in the ark. There's gonna be a flood. What, do you want to die? Alright, that's it. You're gonna get it. So, what do? You grab that, whatever it is, and you knock that motherfucker out. Take that, bitch. Now I gotcha. You're going in the ark, you fucknut. I hate those pigs, but I also hate the oxen. You drop them every time you jump, so you gotta keep picking them back up again. The monkeys are also pretty damn annoying. Sometimes you gotta chase them all around. What a sight. Look, an old man climbing up a tree chasing monkeys. It's quite ridiculous. You fucking monkey, get back here! Now you're gonna get it. Take that, you monkey fuck. You're going in the ark. Another thing really amazing about Noah is that he can run so fast, he can actually outrun the screen, which is really annoying because you can't see where you're going, so you have to stop just to let the screen catch up. Another sign of a badly designed game. Now it looks like we got all the animals, except the snakes. Now that's got to be tricky, right? Grabbing them's out of the question. So let's pick up that thing and try to knock them out. Well, I can knock them out, but if I don't catch them, they're gone. I can't catch them either. Shit. How do you get those damn snakes? Well, guess what? I'm trying to get the wrong snakes. But how can you blame me? They're the first snakes you see in the game. Well, check this out. I go in this cave, and this is real frustrating because to climb the walls, you have to jump and hit the A button at the perfect timing. Then once you get to the top, there you go. There's your snakes. So these are the real snakes you're supposed to get, not the ones in the trees. They're only decoys. Challenge is one thing, but why does this game have to fucking trick me? So don't get the snakes that you first see when you're walking around. Go take a wild guess. Climb through the cave until you find the real ones. Fuck this game. Now you thought that was bad? A game where you collect a bunch of objects to bring back to the middle of the board? How could it get any worse? Just watch. Our next game is Baby Moses. Alright, well, the object of the game is to get to the end of the level carrying Baby Moses. Now, this is really annoying because while carrying him, there's no way to defend yourself from everything that's out to kill you, and I do mean everything. If the soldiers catch Baby Moses, they throw him in the water. What assholes. And what's with this theme of carrying things? It's actually kind of a rip-off of Super Mario Bros. 2. Even the graphics kind of remind me of it, except for those chocolate cats. Speaking of carrying things, look how many things she can stack. What kind of picture is this? Moses' mom carrying baby Moses, carrying a block of cheese, carrying a guy carrying a spear? I never thought I'd see that. Beware the black spaces. If you jump through them, you fall in the water and die. Whoa! Either that or I guess it shoots baby Moses up in the sky. What's going on? This game sucks ass. God, this is annoying. The only way to have any fun at all is to throw baby Moses in the water and then go explore the level without him. This is a weird game. What other game could you ever say, I just threw baby Moses in the water? For some reason, I can't stop saying baby Moses. Baby Moses, baby Moses. When you finish the level, it says good work, but you forgot baby Moses. I didn't forget him, I just didn't want him. Well, there's only one shitty game left, David and Goliath. Well, you're going around carrying sheep. Yeah, are you surprised? The object is to bring 4 sheep to this blinking arrow to advance to the next level. The originality just stuns me. And you know what? All 3 games use the same music. You'd rather listen to your only infant child puking to death. That is, choking on his own puke chunks. That's disgusting. I apologize. Those sheep are a bitch to carry, especially if you're trying to get past the lion. That lion hates sheep and anybody who carries sheep. However, if you go past them without the sheep, they don't give a shit. I can even pick the lion up and it doesn't care. Sure, try that in real life. Pick up a lion and see what happens. And while you're at it, just try to punch that lion in the nuts. Yeah, right in the fucking nuts. You can even use an acorn to knock the lion out. Damn, I wouldn't want to get hit by one of those acorns. Those lions are fucking wusses. What? What happened? Did you see that? That lion just fell flat on his ass. And he fell at the same time as this squirrel. So who knocked them both out? Well, let's take a look at the whole replay and see what happened. Here we see this squirrel throws an acorn. It clobbers the lion. Bam! Now let's back up a bit. Just before he gets hit, this other squirrel throws an acorn, which comes right back down, and bam! He knocked himself out with his own acorn. Dumb shit. Anyway, let's go get some sheep. I like the sheep sound effects. Come on, you damn sheep. I'm not gonna hurt you. Sheepy, sheepy. Sheepy, sheepy, sheepy. Fuck this. I feel like a stupid asshole going after all these sheep for no reason. The most fun I have in this game is watching that weird squirrel. I'm telling you, that squirrel does some weird shit. 1 minute it's sleeping, then it's running up and over the tree, and oh my god, look at that! It's a flying squirrel! Or it's like climbing the sky. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Wow, they were on drugs when they made this game. Later in the game, you get a weapon, some kind of fireball or something, I don't know, but it sucks. It's just like the rock in Friday the 13th. It arcs over everybody you try to hit. What good is a weapon that doesn't go straight? Like, it deliberately dodges your target. What a piece of shit. Now, I know I'm sucking pretty bad at this, but unless you've played it, you have no idea how friggin' awful the controls are. It just feels slippery, and you feel like you have to force everything you're doing. But that only makes it more likely to overshoot a jump or undershoot it trying not to. Doesn't help either that there's all these rocks coming down. And finally, when I get up here, it's not even worth it because there's nowhere to go. I can't even go in those caves. So that's enough of this shit. Well, that's Bible Adventures. You thought that was weird? Well, wait till you see Bible Buffet. Yeah, Bible Buffet. When I first heard the title, I just didn't get it. My only guess is it has to do with food and the Bible. Well, guess what? I got half of that right. It definitely has to do with food, but there's no mention of anything from the Bible anywhere in this whole game. What is this I'm looking at? It's a board game? In fact, it's a ripoff of Candyland. Just look at it. All the different food-themed lands like Potato Land, Barbecue Land, Pizza Land, Dessert Land.
Player 1.
Oh my god, it's talking. Well, you spin the wheel, and you make some moves just like any board game. Then you get to play all these weird mini games which sort of resemble an Atari game. The sound effects are classic. And it definitely resembles Attack of the Killer Tomatoes more than it does the Bible. So you lay down all these exploding pancakes which blow up everything. I think they're supposed to be oil drums or something, but everything else is some kind of food, so I'm just going to call them exploding pancakes. I mean, this is just fucking weird. It might as well be anything. I mean, look at all this stuff that's trying to kill me. Potato chips and pizzas and pork chops and bottles, watermelons, ice cream cones, ice cubes, and cans of like soda coming out of a vending machine. Look, a snowman. Watch this. I'm gonna blow his fucking head off. Yeah, that snowman's dead as shit. I just pushed that thing into the exit, but there's no way to get it back out. So now I blocked myself from finishing the level, and my only choices now are to reset the game or commit suicide. Every once in a while you get a little quiz. True or false? I guess true. True or false? I guess false. What the hell am I guessing? It would help if I had the questions. You know where they are? They're in the manual. So, unless you still have the manual, let alone have the fucking game, you're not going to know what the questions are. Now, what was the problem with putting the questions on the screen? Why didn't they do that instead? What were they thinking?
All right.
That voice is just crazy. I don't know what it is, but it just sounds out of place. Not that anything is in place, but I don't know. It's so rare to hear such a clear voice in a Nintendo game. But I suppose it's also rare for Nintendo to have a Bible game with no references to the Bible, resembling Atari that's all about food trying to kill you, yet it's also a board game ripoff with quizzes that you can't answer. And if it's a Bible game, why do you blow a snowman's head off? Whatever happened to Thou Shall Not Kill? Please, somebody tell me, what the hell am I playing? I kind of like it, but I gotta turn it off before I go insane. So let's play another Bible game. It's the Book of Genesis on Sega Genesis, and the soundtrack is Genesis. I'm just making this up, but let's move on to Super Nintendo and check out this game that I'm actually not making up. I couldn't even come up with anything half as crazy if I tried. This is Super Noah's Ark 3D, yet it's also referred to as Super 3D Noah's Ark because of the way the title art's misrepresented. So, who knows? Call it whatever you want. Call it Super 3D Fuck Farts if you want. I know it's weird, but the weirdness actually starts with the cartridge. As you can see, it looks like no other Super Nintendo game you've ever seen. In fact, it doesn't even look like a game at all. It looks more like a Game Genie. By this time, I believe Nintendo was catching on to the fact that Wisdom Tree was making these Bible games for their system without their permission. So what I think happened was, when Super Nintendo came out, they put a new lockout chip inside the system, which only allows games licensed by Nintendo to work. So, how many Super Nintendo games came out not licensed by Nintendo? Well, just one, and it found a way. By plugging an official Super Nintendo game into the top of it, it overrides the lockout chip, and you can play it. The question is, would you want to? Well, actually, yeah, you would. What other first-person shooter game do you get to play as Noah? I really can't believe this game exists, but it seems to be a fact because I'm playing it. Now, does it look like Wolfenstein 3D? Yes. In fact, it is Wolfenstein 3D. It doesn't even count as a ripoff. It's the same fucking game, but with Noah. Instead of shooting Nazis, he's shooting goats. All the levels are exact duplicates, but what's really funny to know is that there's a story going around that id, the company that made Wolfenstein and Doom, they gave their own game to Wisdom Tree for them to turn into this. Why? Well, according to the rumor, id was pissed off that the Super Nintendo version of Wolfenstein was inferior to the PC version, and that Nintendo basically butchered it by toning down the violence as well as altering numerous other things. So, as some sort of joke or whatever, id handed the source code over to Wisdom Tree for them to make the mockery which you're looking at now. And there's a bit of a conspiracy going on. According to the Bible, Noah puts 2 of each animal in the ark, right? Well, according to this game, he put a whole bunch of goats on there. And if that's not crazy enough, guess what? All those goats want Noah dead. Damn, why is there so many of them, and why do you shoot them with a slingshot? I think that would actually make them more angry. I can't even see what you're supposed to be shooting at them anyway. It just looks invisible. It's supposed to be food, I guess, but why does it put the animals to sleep? Well, I guess Noah shoots the food so hard that it knocks the animals unconscious. Now, what's even stranger is how they attack you. They just do like these weird kicks from a mile away, and they hit you. Like, how do they even reach? Listen to how cheerful the music is. Wow, that's great. It's just what you need is some really upbeat music to go along with Noah getting murdered by a bunch of fucking goats. So, that's it. There's more animals along the way, but you get the idea. So, as we've seen, every one of these Bible games rips off something. So just to show you another example, let's take a look at Spiritual Warfare on the Nintendo. Okay, right off the bat, what does this game look like? Well, here's some hints. Look, it's an aerial view with like bushes and rocks. You start off with 3 hearts for health. You hold 2 items, you go into a little cave and you talk to someone, and when you walk to the next area, the screen moves. There's that square-shaped stairwell, and there's a raft. You go down ladders with gray stone walls, and when you start the game, you get to type in a name. Well, if you can't already tell what this game looks like, let me spell it out. That's right, Zelda. Let's recap, shall we? In Zelda, we have an aerial view with bushes and rocks. You start off with 3 hearts for the health. You hold 2 items, you go into a little cave and you talk to someone, and when you walk to the next area, the screen moves. There's that square-shaped stairwell. You go down the ladders with the gray stone walls. There's your raft, and when you start the game, you type in a name. What a shameless ripoff. Well, at least they came up with a few original ideas, like sometimes when you kill your enemies, a flying devil comes out, And besides just the usual rocks and bushes or trees or whatever, they randomly have all these garbage cans placed about. That's where this game belongs, the fucking garbage. Alright, let's play one more game. King of Kings. Oh, great. 3 more games. Fuck. Let's do Wise Men. Well, you're on a camel. You're basically just trying to ride to the end of the level. Your obstacles include lizards, a cactus that comes up out of the ground, flying rocks, porcupines shooting needles, moving pitfalls, and blocks that come down and stun you. Just like in Bible adventures, the control is really awkward, but here it's so bad it's nearly unplayable. So every once in a while, you pick up these scrolls that make you answer questions about the Bible, like who is Jesus' mother? Well, that would be Mary. Now, why are there quizzes in the middle of this game? Quizzes aren't fun. Quizzes make you feel like you're in school. Games are fun. Quizzes, not fun. Put them together. So, you'd probably rather just play the game than answer the questions, which would be a good reason to just avoid the scrolls. But if you get the questions right, you get energy, which you want. Now, a lot of these questions are true or false, and once you get used to that, you tend to not look at the words true and false, because you instinctively assume true always comes above false. But no, not with this game. They alternate just to trick you. Many times I accidentally pick false when I mean to pick true. I mean, what's up with that shit? Just keep them the same. Now let's try Flight to Egypt. It's bad. Alright, Jesus in the Temple, last fucking game. Let's get it over with. Okay, another rip-off of Super Mario Bros. 2, where you're jumping on logs to get across the waterfall. Well, at least they upped the challenge on those logs, but it's just flat-out annoying. The logs have the most erratic pattern. Sometimes you jump too early thinking that the next log is going to come, but it doesn't. Then, just to tease you, it pops up at the bottom, crawling up the waterfall just to sit there and mock you. Other times, the second log shows up, but once you're on it and expecting the third one, it doesn't come. But just for one final kick in the balls, it throws all these other logs down to make you think that you can salvage it and jump your way back to safety to try again. But no, not quite. The graphics are really flawed. I mean, usually you know to time your jumps once you see that log coming up over the waterfall, but sometimes they just appear at random, which doesn't give you enough time to react. Also, what's going on with those colors in the sky? Looks like something you might see if you take too much LSD. There's really nothing else worth mentioning with this game. It just sucks, and I can't even stand to play it anymore. I'd rather fuck a porcupine and shove a cactus up my ass. I'd rather slurp crap oozing out of a warthog's anus hole. It's just a bunch of poopy, diarrhea, doo-doo ass shit. That's it. So, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Birthday Jesus, whatever, Happy Holidays. See ya in 2007.
He's gonna take you back to the past. He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. When you turn on your TV, make sure it's tuned to channel 3. He's got a nerdy shirt and a pocket pouch. Although I've never seen him write anything down. He's got a power glove and a filthy mouth. On with his effort, he will tear these games down. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. He plays the worst games of all time. Horrible abominations of mankind. They make him so mad Now a fucking piece of dog shit. They rip you up and don't care one bit. But this nerd, he doesn't forget it. Why can't a turtle swim? Why can't I land the plane? They gotta quit buck for this shitload of fuck. The characters' names are wrong. Why's the password so long? Why don't the weapons do anything? It's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. The game sucks so bad he makes up his own words. He's the angriest, most pissed off gaming nerd. He's the angry Atari, Amiga, CDI, ColecoVision, and Television, Sega, Neo Geo, TurboGrafx, 16, Odyssey, 3DO, Commodore, Nintendo nerd. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video gamer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video gamer.
This movie is fucking terrible! It's hammer time! This is a video game. This is what you immediately think of whenever you hear the term. It's the Atari 2600, and it defines the word classic. Even though the games are so simple and the graphics so primitive, it has a charm that will never be matched. The objects and characters just barely represent what they're supposed to be, but that's the whole beauty of it, that you have to use your imagination. The sound effects? Just awesome. And the lack of music just enhances the mood. It's that special kind of atmosphere when it's in the middle of the night and you're sitting in the glow of your TV with the sound of crickets. The Atari had the longest lifespan of any home video game system, and when people say Atari, they're usually referring to the 2600. But in between its existence, Atari made other systems which came and went, and one of these was the Atari 5200. It was meant to replace the 2600, although ironically, it failed and faded away while the 2600 lived on. Why don't many people remember this, and why did it die off so quick? Because it's a pile of fucking shit. Why? Well, just look at it. Look at how huge this beast is. It's ginormous. And why is there a door on it? Is this a video game console or a fucking closet? Even the AC adapter weighs 1,000,000 tons. So, I'm gonna plug this son of a bitch in here. There we go. Get all this shit out of the way. Now, where do I plug the other end in? Doesn't it go into the Atari? Well, you can look all over the system, but there's no power connector. There's a separate box that you have to plug it in. Now, seriously, have you ever seen one of these? Other than the Atari 5200, I haven't. So, you plug this bastard in, and then there's this one wire coming out of the system, so you plug that into the box. Whoa, did you see that? That can't be good. Look, sparks. No joke. So anyway, the AC adapter and TV actually share the same wire. So I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, maybe they were thinking it'd be more convenient to have less wires running across your floor, but they knew that they fucked up because later they re-released the Atari 5200 with the traditional 2 separate wires instead of just, you know, this thing. But that one had 2 controller ports instead of 4, I think. Now, we want to hook this thing up to that TV, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, just look at all these games, and every one of them has their own AC adapter and RCA cables, or those weird box things, all going into the same TV. So, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we got to get back there and plug this sucker in. That TV is just out of the question. It's a little too busy back there, but that's okay, because I believe the only true way to play Atari is on an old piece of shit like that. Damn. Damn!
Fuck!
You son of a bitch. Now, after all that trouble I went through, let's play some damn games. Well, we haven't played the games yet, but I can definitely tell you the cartridges suck because they don't have end labels. I mean, come on! The Atari 2600 games were all conveniently labeled so you can easily pick out a game, but the 5200, you have to pull each one out to see them. I mean, what a bunch of shit. Alright, let's try this one out. So, okay, here we go. Now, listen, when you hit the power button, the box makes this weird clicking sound. I'm afraid this thing might blow up. This controller is a piece of shit. What's the most important aspect about any fucking game? Well, being able to fucking play it. And what do you need to fucking play it? A fucking controller. So what do you do when the controller doesn't work? You're fucked. This is the reason the system failed. This. In the name of God, heaven and hell, everything in between, every creature on earth, by the far reaches of the galaxy, by the inner rims of the universe, and every megaverse in the ultraverse, let it be known. Let the word be known. This controller is fucking horrible. Well, tell you the truth, it is true that the controllers were notorious for malfunction, but they were pretty innovative for their time. For one thing, they're analog, so they're capable of more sensitive movement. They also have a pause button, which, believe it or not, was a new thing back then. Also, there's these two buttons on each side, which I think was a bit excessive for these type of games. Then there's all these numeric buttons. Like, what the shit is this? Is this thing a phone? Like, what is all this for? Is it like talking to intergalactic space aliens, flying fuckernauts or astro bastards? Now there's another one, the trackball controller, but it's an ungodly abomination that begs for apocalypse. Look at it. It's like as big as a VCR or DVD player. It's big enough to be the game system, let alone the controller. Look, it's almost as big as the Nintendo. I mean, no, look, I think it's slightly bigger than the Nintendo. What a beast! But the ultimate question is, does it work? Well, does it? No, it doesn't. What a piece of shit. Well, we can't play the games, but we could at least look at them. We don't have to stand for this shit. There exist alternatives. Did you know that you can plug a Sega Genesis controller into an Atari 2600 and it'll work? See, that's the interesting thing about Atari. You can find all kinds of different stuff that's compatible. As for the 5200, there exists third-party controllers made for the reason of replacing the shitty controller that the system came with. So, let's take a trip into the cyber world known as the internet and take a look. There we go. Alright. Okay, let's play this bitch.
Fuck!
Ghostbusters. It was one of the most successful comedies of the 80s and one of the most popular franchises I remember as a kid. There's a sequel, a cartoon series that ran for 7 seasons, a huge amount of merchandise, and a line of action figures. You got the Firehouse, which was awesome. You got the Ecto-1, you got Slimer, the Marshmallow Man. Yeah, he's a little dirty, you know, the dog shoved him up his ass. You had all the Ghostbusters, then they came out with versions that made facial expressions, then there's this car that turns into some praying mantis or something, then you had all these weird ones I don't even remember from the show. This one, I don't think... Oh, that's not mine. Get that the fuck out of here. And every kid on the block needed a proton pack, and even though it's plastic, in our minds, it's an unlicensed nuclear accelerator. Then you got the Ghost Trap, which doesn't work anymore because it's a piece of shit. Then you got the PKE meter, which always reads .03 and always shows a ghost. So, I just wanted to take you back to the 80s, when Ghostbusters and Nintendo were the best things in the world. Now, the Nintendo Entertainment System, I believe, needs no introduction. So, when we heard that a Ghostbusters game for Nintendo was coming out, we were so excited, we shit our pants. Literally, shit came out our asses and we rocketed through the roof. It was 2 of our favorite things coming together. Should have been like bread and butter, but more like dead skunk and dog shit. You pop this piece of crap in, expecting Ghostbusters, and what do you get? Well, Ghostbusters, got the logo there, looks promising enough, but are you willing to bet that it's going to get really bad once you start playing? Yeah, well, guess what? It gets bad as soon as you press the start button. The fuck was that? Ghostbusters! Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to criticize the game for its lack of voice clarity, but you hear how bad this sounds? Let this set the tone for the rest of the game. So here's the main screen. This is it. This is Ghostbusters on Nintendo. This is my wasted childhood you're looking at. I don't even need to comment. Just look at it. It's shits for the birds. Okay, we gotta come up with a game about Ghostbusters. What can we do? How about just have the Ghostbusters logo floating around playing tag with cute little yellow ghosts? So if you like Ghostbusters, it's right up your alley. More like up your ass. Now for music, you got the Ghostbusters theme song, which sounds like a decent 8-bit rendition, but there's one problem. It's the only song in the whole game, and it never, ever stops. It starts playing from the first screen all the way to the end of the game. It drones over you, makes your brain go numb, and then when it gets to the end of the song, it pauses for a second, then it loops again. So you better get used to it. But let me tell you, that 1 second when the music stops, it feels so satisfying to hear dead silence, even for just one brief moment, to put your mind at peace. So seriously, what am I doing? Why am I just a Ghostbusters logo floating around playing tag with ghosts? Well, from what I understand, the more ghosts that go into the Zool building in the center, the more the PKE energy goes up, I guess. And what happens when it goes up all the way? I don't know, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man appears or some shit like that. But I'm not here to try and figure out how the game works. I'm here to retell my experience as a gamer. Now, what am I trying to do? What is this white box that keeps appearing when I press the B button? Well, I'll explain later. So, here's what you're supposed to do. You need to find which buildings have ghosts in them. And they vary at any point in the game. So you need to go around the city, and when you touch certain buildings, they blink red. And that means that there's a ghost in there. You try to enter, and oops, you can't do that yet. You need to buy your proton pack and ghost traps. The Ghostbusters don't have their own equipment, so they have to go buy it from a store. So this is it. This is the ghost busting store. When and where would there ever exist a store that sells equipment for catching ghosts? And if the Ghostbusters aren't inventing their own gadgets, then who the hell is? Anyway, buy your shit, then get out. Now we can see that weird white box shows you what equipment you have, and you can hold 4 items at a time. Go find a blinking red building and then go in. Now you're in the Ecto-1, driving down the road, and why you still have to drive to the building is beyond me. On the map screen, it looks like you're right there, and when you move all around, you don't have to drive. Only when you're already at the building do you need to drive there. Well, every other car in the city is out to hit you. They move back and forth, nobody stays in their lane, so it seems like the city actually has a bigger problem with drunk drivers than it does with ghosts. Oh, and guess what? When the cars hit you, who has to pay for the damage? You do. That's right, every car that hits you takes a few $100s away. It's bullshit. So you get to the building to capture the ghosts, drop the trap, catch the ghosts with your beam, bring them to the trap, open the trap, and time it so the ghosts get dragged in by that white thing that goes up and down. So keep going around, finding buildings to go in, avoid drunken drivers, and catch more ghosts. When you catch ghosts, you get money, and you're going to need it to buy other stupid shit later. Now there's a time limit, so when you're catching these ghosts, your goal is to catch as many of them as you can. Most of the time, you'll probably be able to get all 4 of them, but sometimes they go somewhere you can't reach without buying a longer beam. But good luck catching enough of them so you can afford a longer beam. Sometimes they go too low, and you can't reach them there either. Now, whatever you do, don't cross the streams. This is an important safety tip thanks to Egon from the movie. It would cause a total protonic reversal. Try to imagine all life as you know, stopping instantaneously and every molecule in your body exploding at the speed of light. Now that's epic. Now, every time you catch a ghost, you can't reuse the same trap. So if you try to enter a building, you might get a message that says you need an empty ghost trap. So you need to go to the Ghostbuster headquarters to empty the traps. When you get there, you may be baffled to see that the size of the car is the same size as the building. So as you're constantly running around, emptying your traps, you'll keep running out of gas. That's right, you can run out of gas in the game. How do you get gas? You need to go to the gas station. What happens if you run out of gas? 2 little fuckballs get out to push the car. Do you really have to go to the gas station at all? No, you can also slam in the gas tanks on the highway. So fuck the gas station. I wish it was that easy in real life. Need gas? Just run over the gas containers. So, because needing to get gas, needing to empty your ghost traps, and needing to buy stupid shit are all such a big part of the game, it would be wise from the beginning to buy a super trap as one of your first items. This trap you don't need to empty, so the regular trap is just a piece of crap. Another thing you might want to buy is the ghost vacuum. It's a vacuum that goes on the top of your car to suck ghosts in, which is a good idea to get a little extra money so you can hopefully make up for some of the damage that the drunk drivers cause. A ghost vacuum. Does there exist any store that sells a ghost vacuum? Let's find out. Hi, do you sell vacuums? Yeah. I'm looking for a special kind of vacuum. It's like shaped like a funnel, sort of.
What kind of vacuum?
It's like shaped like a funnel. Like you put it on the roof of your car.
You want a vacuum to clean your car?
No, you put it on the top of your car. Like while you're driving?
You want a vacuum to clean?
No, you know, these vacuums are for catching ghosts. Well, apparently these vacuums don't exist in real life, so if you want to suck up ghosts on the roof of your car, you're going to have to do it in this game. Really hate these driving stages. Naturally, you want to speed up to get them over with, but when you speed up, your car goes to the top of the screen and you can't see what's coming at you. Whether it be ghosts you're trying to catch, gas barrels, or drunk drivers. Fuck! Assholes! So you might be wondering, is this all you do in the game? Just go from building to building, catching ghosts and dodging cars? Well, yes, this is all you do. I am dead fucking serious. The main idea is to go into the Zool building, but you can't do that until the game says you can. How it decides that, I don't have a fucking clue. Maybe it has something to do with how many ghosts you catch or when the PKE energy gets to a certain number, which would probably mean just letting the ghost go in. So, I don't know. For whatever reason, you're not allowed to go into the Zool building right away. Maybe there's like an invisible barrier that takes like a fucking hour to go away. Also, why is it called the Zool building? If it's meant to be named after the main villain in the movie, it should be Gozer. Gozer had two minions, the Keymaster, also known as Vince Clortho, and the Gatekeeper, also known as Zool. So, why is the building in the game named after Zool? Who knows? So anyway, it takes forever to be allowed entry into this building, so in the meantime, you just keep catching ghosts. After doing this for so long, you start to wonder, who pays you to catch the ghosts anyway? And why are the ghosts so generic, innocent, and cute looking? They don't do anything to you, so why are you busting them? Because busting makes you feel good? Well, don't the ghosts have a right to death? Obviously I'm thinking too deep about it, but that's what happens. That's what happens when you play such a boring ass shitty game. Your mind gets delirious. I mean, right now I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. So finally you get a message that says enter Zool building. But it's at the very bottom of the screen, so you need to be paying attention. Seriously, half the time I don't really notice it because I'm not looking down there. A little sound cue would have helped, you fuckers. Now you go into the building, and it's a breath of fresh air to see something different. But unlike the rest of the ghosts in the game, these ones harm you. In order to move through the stage, you have to keep tapping the A button as fast as you can. And why couldn't you just use the control pad? Now you move so slow, the ghosts are impossible to dodge, and constantly going up the stairs doesn't help either, since you're basically defenseless. You can't get away when you're on the stairs. Now when the ghosts touch you a few times, you fall, and when you fall 3 times, you're dead. Then the game's over, and if you want to try again, you gotta start all over from the beginning. Now, let me ask this. Why can't the Ghostbusters use their proton beams here? Well, let me answer my own question. That would mean making the game resemble a decent side-scroller shooter, and the problem there is that the game would actually be kinda good, and apparently that wasn't what they were going for. So, playing through the game a second time, just for another shot at that damn stairway, it would be wise to invest in some items to help you out. There's an anti-ghost suit that supposedly gives you maybe 2 extra hits from the ghosts. Then there's the ghost bait. What kind of food will ghosts eat? Then there's the sound generator, which I think slows the ghosts down, but forget about it, it's too fucking expensive. So anyway, now you know why a lot of these items are so important. You need every bit of help you can get. But you'll never have enough money to buy everything in this game, especially when you keep getting hit by the drunks and fuck, I'm out of gas. It really sucks that you need to keep refueling your car. It sucks even harder that the gas costs money too, more money than it does in real life. So you need to keep catching ghosts for money, you spend the money on the gas that you need to catch more ghosts, and it just keeps on going. It's an endless cycle. Eventually you see the enter Zool building message again, but sometimes you're not fucking ready because there's equipment that you still need to buy in order to get up the stairs. The offer to enter is only good for a short period of time. So by the time you catch enough ghosts, make enough money, and buy the gear you want, it's too late to enter the building. The only way to get that offer again is to go catch more ghosts and wait another hour or however long it takes. The only sure way to be able to go in the first time is to trade your traps, the ghost vacuum, and whatever other equipment you don't need for the stairway stage. You can only hold 4 items at a time anyway, so you absolutely need to trade something in. But by the time you get the message, drive to the store, trade your shit in, buy the stuff you need, and come back to the Zool building, you're too fucking late. So what do you gotta do now? Catch more fucking ghosts. So go back to the fucking store again, trade your regular stuff back, and fuck! I hate this fucking game. What were they thinking? Well, let's try to get through this stairway and hopefully see the end of the game. I think one of the problems is that my thumb gets tired pressing the button. So the hell with this controller. We're going turbo. Alright, drop the damn food. Get the fucking food. Get out of my way. Out of my way, bitches. The ghost bait doesn't do shit. Even if you outrun the ghosts, they never leave the screen. Once you start climbing the stairs, they scroll up with you, and as soon as the ghost bait's off screen, the ghosts start chasing you again. So what's the point of dropping the ghost bait if you're not allowed to go up the stairs to get away? What am I just gonna do? Just drop the bait and stand there? Why would I do that? Oh my god, now they're right in the way. How am I gonna get up there? Oh, come on, come on. Oh, I think I can just barely do it. There we go. Oh boy, right in between two of them. How you like that? Oh man. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh please, Game Genie, grant me 3 wishes. That's right, we're gonna cheat. But there's only one cheat I care about. Immunity to ghosts on the stairway. Well, at least now I can't get killed by the ghosts. But that still means that it takes all day to get up the fucking stairs. It just keeps going. Even if you did it with the control pad, it would be tedious. But the fact that you're supposed to tap the button the whole time and dodge ghosts? And I've counted, there's 22 floors. Do you think that's enough? I mean, what the fuck were they fucking thinking? This is the worst game I ever played in my life. It's worse than Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Well, maybe not that bad. And then they run? They move like slugs the whole fucking time, but as soon as they get to the top, they run like they got propellers in their asses. Well, here's the last screen of the game, and it looks like shit. The whole layout is designed like a grid with a flat gray floor. There's no background, it's just black. The little ghosts with their tongues sticking out look like kindergarten Halloween decorations, and neither Gozer or the dogs move. Hey, I can even name the dogs. That's Vince Clortho and Zool. Zool apparently bought the building that they're standing on. Now, you know what's really shocking about this part? You're moving around, dodging projectiles, and shooting at things. Kinda like a game. Surprising, right? I mean, this is the closest moment that this piece of shit ever comes to possibly being decent. But you know what's really annoying? Every time you go anywhere near the bottom of the screen, this happens. Say hello to Mr. Stay Puft climbing the building. I don't know what the point is, but every time when you accidentally go down there, Stay Puft's higher up the building. I can guess that when he reaches the top, that can't be good. So let's show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, you're gonna get it. Come on, here we go. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Alright, come on, take it, you fucking bitch. This chick is toast! What the fuck? What? What? Ghostbusters on Nintendo sucks ass. But if you've seen my review of it, you already know that. So why am I reviewing it again? Because it's such an inhumane pile of shit that it deserves it. Well, this time I'm over the shock of how fucking horrible this game is, so I'm gonna be a little more constructive. Here are 5 things that should have been improved. Number 1 is gonna be a spell check. Let's play teacher and grade this piece of shit. Since it's really short, let's say 10 points off for every error out of a possible 100. So okay, you ready? Here we go. Well, first of all, congratulations spelled wrong, but it's not even a simple typo. 2 letters in 2 different places are wrong, which probably means they really didn't know how to spell it. So that's 20 points off for that, just because it's such an atrocious misspelling. But then why isn't it plural? You don't usually say congratulation, you say congratulations. So technically that's nothing to do with the spelling, it's a different error altogether. So that's another 10 points for that. Then, you've completed a great game? Well, that's just simply wrong, 20 points for that statement. Even if it was a great game, it shouldn't have to announce it. So then you have a punctuation error, because the next sentence begins with end. Then you got an extra O in proved. And proved what? Proved the justice of our culture? So it's saying that you proved that our culture has justice? I don't know. Now, go and rest our heroes, instead of now go and rest, comma, our heroes, it's telling you to go rest our heroes. Okay, well, sorry to say, but we had to take off 90 points. But hey, a score of 10% means that there's still hope. But wait, is there any reason that there's one exclamation mark here and then there's 3 up there? That's another 10 points off for lack of consistency with a total score of 0, F-. It should have said, congratulations, you had the patience to sit through this awful game. You proved your nerdiness. Now go fuck yourself. Now, moving on to number 2. The second thing in this game that should have been improved would have been a better use of Ghostbuster characters. After all, this is a game about the Ghostbusters. It could at least acknowledge Egon, Ray, Peter, and Winston. Even the first Ninja Turtles game on Nintendo had all 4 of the Turtles. There's supposed to be 4 Ghostbusters as well, but try counting them in the game. There's 2 who fight the ghosts, 3 who enter the Zool building, 2 who fight Gozer, and 3 who enter the headquarters. Now look closely at the Ghostbusters. Notice they're all white, which obviously means there's no Winston. So Ernie Hudson, maybe you're glad that you got left out of this crappy game. So number 3 is going to be better graphics. The whole game is just unappealing to look at. There's so much gray in the color scheme. It's dull, depressing, and lifeless. Where's the color? Why is there so much gray? Nothing even looks like what it's supposed to be. The proton beams look like a line of diamonds. The ghosts, like I said, are generic and stereotypical, all the same, and none taken from the movie. And the Ghostbusters look like aliens. And when they get out to push the car, they definitely don't look like Ghostbusters. They don't even resemble human beings. Number 4, better sound. As I've mentioned, the music is tiring to say the least. The game's Ghostbusters, but that doesn't mean we have to hear the Ghostbusters theme the whole time. A little more musical variety would have helped. Not to mention more sound effects. And at last, number 5, yet the most important thing of all that could have been improved. Better gameplay. This is seriously one of the most boring fucking games I've ever played in my life. Having to buy stuff and getting gas should not have been a part of the game whatsoever. Ghostbusters should have just involved going around blasting ghosts. But why was that so fucking hard to accomplish? Couldn't it at least have more stages? Let's count them. Ignoring the map screen or the store, there's the driving scene, the ghost busting scene, the stairwell, and Gozer. That's it. 4 stages. I can count all the levels in the game on one hand. If this is supposed to be a game based on a successful movie, why can't it have more stages inspired by scenes from the movie? It sucks. Sucks just like a ghost vacuum. Well, you heard me rant about Ghostbusters and you heard me rant about it again. Well, since we're on the topic, let's check out Ghostbusters on the Atari 2600. The game starts up right away the demo screen, so you hit game reset, and then the game begins with the store. So, you buy your shit, which is really weird looking. I don't even know what these things are that you're supposed to be buying. But just buy them, and then leave. Then leave. Leave! Fuck. You're supposed to play with the difficulty switches to leave the store, but most of the time, it doesn't work. So, reset the game, buy your shit again, then leave. Leave! There we go. It's nothing but trouble. I mean, I can't even get the picture to come in clear. Now, the first thing I notice is that there aren't any buildings. It just looks like parks. And the driving scene, your car is so big it takes up the whole screen. And it looks like there's a mangled rubber chicken on the hood. There's no other drivers on the road, so there's really no point of these driving scenes other than occasionally to suck up a ghost. The ghost catching scenes are just awkward. I mean, no matter what I do, I can't catch the ghost. It's like the game just does whatever it wants. Alright, here we go. We got him. We got him. Oh, fuck. Alright, drop the trap. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Ah, you fuck. We got him. Move him over. Move him over. Oh, fuck. Shoot the other way. The other way. Oh, well, we got him. Well, basically, it's the same shitty Ghostbusters game, except it's Atari. So, it's appropriate for its time. It was also on the Commodore 64, so at the time, this was a decent game. But on the Nintendo Entertainment System, you'd expect something better. Well, believe it or not, the Sega Master System version was superior. Let's check it out. You got a good opening screen, the music sounds a little more lively, and you got that little bouncy ball karaoke thing going on.
There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
On the first screen, you get to select your car. Well, why the fuck would I want those other ones? I want the Ghostbusters car, damn it. Then right away, you're buying your equipment. You got this cute little forklift thing to bring the items to your car. Then here's the map screen, and, well, what do you think? Somebody really favored Sega. Look at all the colors. The ghosts are actually animated too, and there's people walking around. I don't exactly understand the idea of dropping poop everywhere you go. Thought the Ghostbusters are in a car, not a horse and buggy. So here's the driving scene. Definitely looks way better. I also like that no matter how fast you're going, your car stays near the bottom of the screen. The drunk drivers are also easier to avoid, and you still got that vacuum to suck up all the ghosts. Boom! Wow. I've never seen a car explode just from hitting garbage. Here's the ghost catching screen. Again, way better. You actually get a variety of ghosts too. You got the green Slimer kind, then you got those ones that look like banana peels. They really do look like banana peels, and then they turn green and form together to make Voltron. Nah, just kidding, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Once again, there's only 3 Ghostbusters. When you get to the Zool building, you need to get past Stay Puft. You got 3 tries, but you gotta get at least 2 of your Ghostbusters past him. So that means you can only fuck up once. Fuck up twice and you're back at the beginning of the game. It's so fucking tedious. At least the game looks nicer than the Nintendo version, but the gameplay isn't much better. Most of the time, you're just waiting for buildings to blink red, which sometimes just never happens. Come on. Do you want me to catch ghosts or not? Why am I even playing if there's nothing to do? Oh, there we go. Finally, when you get past Stay Puft, you get to the dreaded stairway scene, and what a huge improvement over the Nintendo version. The layout's a little less bland, you can move in 3 dimensions, and best of all, you can use your proton packs to fight the ghosts. Now, these proton beams are useless, you can only shoot up. Fuck. God damn. Jesus, cut me a break. The worst fucking thing is when you get hit just one time, just one fucking time. You start all over from the bottom of the fucking stairs, all over again. And when all 3 of your Ghostbusters are dead, it's over. Sorry, but your mission has failed. The Keymaster and the Gatekeeper entered the Zool, so it's not the Zool building anymore, it's just the Zool, and caused Gorza, you mean Gozer? They should actually see the fucking movie before they make the damn game. The enemy boss to awaken and destroy the city. You cannot even set foot inside the Zool because you were unable to earn enough money to gain admittance. Oh, so it's like a museum or something? You just need to pay to get in? So all I need is enough money and I can go up a bunch of stairs to fight a Sumerian shape-shifting god. Thus, the city was completely demolished by Gorza. The game is over. Try again from the start. Oh, really? I thought I could try again from the middle. Well, Ghostbusters on Commodore and Atari, it was a nice little original game for the time. The NES version was a lame disappointment, and the Sega version improved it a little. Tune in next time, and we're going to fast forward to 1989 to 1990, and we're going to look at one more Ghostbusters game on Nintendo and one on Sega Genesis. Ghostbusters 2 on Nintendo. Well, here it is. The game starts out with this little intro with Vigo. You see him at the end too when you lose, and both times he does the Elvis lip. So the first level is under the subway at the River of Slime, and that's right, wow, the game actually has levels with a simple goal to get to the end without dying. And that's what I'm fucking talking about. Ghostbusters should be nothing more complicated than just running around zapping ghosts. So it's a huge, huge improvement over the first game. But that's not saying much. It still sucks monkey fucking pukes diarrhea up your fucking asshole. And that's interesting because the movie Ghostbusters 2 is definitely inferior to the first one. So I guess the formula works like this. A good movie equals a shitty fucking game. But a not so good movie equals a game that's not as shitty. This time the Ghostbusters only shoot slime. They never use their proton packs. The controls could have been better, and the way you move the gun is kinda awkward. Like it stays wherever you point it, and it takes a moment to aim it elsewhere rather than just being instantaneous. This is a hard one to explain, but just play it for a while, then pop in Contra and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's also stupid that A shoots slime and B jumps. Usually it's the other way around. As for start and select, they don't do donkey dick. Usually start is pause, but here, there's no fucking way to pause the damn game. I mean, if you gotta go answer the phone or take a shit, it's like tough shit if you gotta take a shit. You gotta take a quick shit. You gotta have turbo turds. I'm trying to play the game. I got shit stains in my pants and an answering message on my phone that says, "Sorry, I'm playing Ghostbusters 2 on Nintendo." What a selfish game. Bottom line, have a fucking pause button. God damn it. Well, the game definitely has its variety. The second level, you're driving around and dodging shit, and shooting at ghosts that look like bed sheets with 2 eye holes cut out, sort of like Charlie Brown's Halloween costume. Oh, and the car's alive, because when it dies, it bleeds. Yeah, it gets mangled into a bloody mess. Yeah, I know, it's red slime. Level 3 is the courthouse. Oh wait, is that Kool-Aid? Give me the Kool-Aid! Oh, fuck. Level 4, you're driving again. Like before, there's holes you gotta jump over, but you gotta make sure that you drive over the arrows because they're the speed boosters. Oh, get out of my way! Fucking ghost. Alright, here we go. Oh, there's another. Oh, come on! And you think I'm doing bad? Take a look at the demo in the beginning of the game. It doesn't even try. It just crashes into everything. The only reason it even gets by is because after you hit something, you're immune to damage for a brief moment, you can pass through. But really, why is the game having so much trouble playing with itself? It doesn't know it can move up and down or jump. The game sucks at itself more so than any human being, regardless of age or experience, could possibly suck at the game. The irony just baffles me. So anyway, level 5 is the abandoned subway. It seems like somebody's off screen to the left, just constantly throwing junk in your way. I mean, what is all this shit? Fuck! So here's level 6, the Statue of Liberty. Remember the scene in the movie where the Ghostbusters use the NES Advantage to control the Statue of Liberty? Well, I'm playing it with the NES Advantage right now, and that's kind of weird, don't you think, in the movie? One of the most famous icons of the United States being controlled by a Nintendo controller. Nintendo ruled the fucking world. And see what they did here? They created levels in the game based off scenes in the movie. That's what I was talking about before. I don't know what these things are that you're supposed to be shooting at though. I guess they're ghosts, but they're shaped like fish. And if they're ghosts, they're the happiest, most energetic ghosts I've ever seen, doing choreographed dances in the sky. So now we're in the city, so I guess this is level 7, and we're fighting bungee jumping skeletons, I think. Here we go, at the museum, covered in the river of slime. And this is the final level of the game, and by now, it's all starting to look the same. There really isn't any more variety in the gameplay. The only thing different is the backgrounds. Yet they're all based on scenes from the movie, like the river slime, the courthouse, the abandoned subway, and finally the museum. But you're doing the same exact thing, just walking to the end of the level, shooting ghosts overhead, and dodging things that go up and down, bounce across the screen, sweep across the ground, or just wiggle all over the place. Damn, I hate all this shit. Fuck. Bitch. Ass. It pisses me off. Well, like they say, it's better to be pissed off than to be pissed on. So, you have to play through the level 4 times to get all the Ghostbusters through. That's right, they actually have all 4 Ghostbusters. So when you get to the end, you watch them shoot slime all over Vigo, and then that's it. He doesn't even come out of the painting. The game's over. You win. So, to save time on developing an end boss, instead they just make you go through the last level 4 times. What a piece of shit. Hey, come here. It's dog shit. That's what it reminds me of. This game reminds me of dog shit. Can Sega do better again? Well, let's find out. We got Ghostbusters on the Sega Genesis, also called the Mega Drive. We're stepping into 16-bit territory now, yet this game was released about the same time as Ghostbusters 2 on Nintendo. Rather than making their own game of Ghostbusters 2, Sega made something completely original. Well, there's only 3 Ghostbusters again. I mean, what's their problem with Winston? What are they, fucking racist or something? Well, whatever the case, you get to pick your Ghostbuster. They got big heads and they walk like they're crapping down their pants. You got dialogue scenes and not 1 but 2 stores, an item shop and a weapon shop, again resorting to that old tired idea of having the Ghostbusters buy all their own equipment. Then you got the map screen, which thank God it serves the only purpose that it should, selecting which order you want to play the stages in. So you can go into the little house, the apartment, the bigger house, the high-rise building, and after you've beaten all that, you can go to the castle. The stages are non-linear in a sense that you don't just run through from beginning to end, you gotta find your way around. You can climb ladders, swim, and explore the whole place until you found and defeated all the boss ghosts, which there's several of. And when you defeated them, you get to lay a trap and catch a Slimer in true ghost-busting fashion. After you cleared the stage, you get money and then you leave. So that's the concept, which is enough to keep you entertained. The control's great. Walking and jumping is perfectly responsive, you can easily shoot in any direction, you can crawl, it's fun blasting things, the sounds and music are original, and the caricature look I find kinda amusing actually. This is what you call a game. I like this. I like this? I can't believe what I'm saying. I think the world is coming to an end. Seriously, like fire and brimstone coming down from the skies. Rivers and seas boiling, 40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, the dead rising from their graves, human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. But don't worry, I'll find something about it that sucks. Like those tablecloths that wrap you up, you can't even do anything but wait. They don't even do any damage, so what's the point? Just to be annoying. You might as well just have somebody come in and take the controller from me for about 5 seconds. There's also an overabundance of weapons and items which, out of all of them, only one is really mandatory. The night goggles. Without them, there's no way you can get through the fire level because you can't see shit. Look at this. I can't tell where I'm going. And the goggles run out of juice, so if you're far along in the level and they start to dim, you're fucked. You gotta kill yourself, go back to the store to buy more goggles, and then start the level all over again. What a shitload of fuck. I also hate these fire towers. It's like, no matter how well you estimate the jump, you either end up getting burnt because you jumped too short, or accidentally touch the fire trying to get as close as possible to jump. And also, you have to make sure that you time your jump right, or the fire comes up and burns your ass. And if you stand there to even try to think about it, a flaming guinea pig comes out. Yeah, flaming guinea pigs are pretty weird, but you know what's also weird? When you die, you turn into a mummy. That I can't understand. Then you got these disappearing green things to jump on. Ugh. Guess what the toughest enemies in the game are? Coffee cups. You think they'd shatter after just one hit, but no, they take forever to break. I don't get it. Lots of the enemies are just annihilated after just one hit, but not those. Don't fuck with the coffee cups. The boss battles are cool, although sometimes really random, like this blue guy that comes apart. Come on, die! Alright. Oh, he still got a head! Yeah. You got the crystal monkey man, the evil snowman, the fire dragon, the flame guy, the face that emerges from the wall, the woman who multiplies to 3, gotta shoot the real one. Then there's the Grim Reaper who looks like Dracula from Castlevania 2. Then there's the plant, which reminds me of Little Shop of Horrors, which is an interesting connection because Rick Moranis starred in the remake, and he was Lewis in Ghostbusters. Then you got Stay Puft, who relentlessly attacks you during the stage, but then at the end, you finally get to punish him for all the shit he put you through. Die! Die! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Yeah! He's dead as shit. In a sea of terrible Ghostbusters games, this one stands out, and it's still fun to play. If you could somehow get your hands on it, I'd check it out. So this concludes my 3-part review of all the Ghostbusters games that I can get my hands on. Is it kind of ironic that I end on one that's actually kind of decent? I don't know. I mean, is it any more ironic that the same guy who did the voice for Garfield did the voice for Peter Venkman in the Ghostbusters cartoon, while Bill Murray was the live-action Peter Venkman, and he also did the voice of Garfield in the movie? And one more thing. Ghostbusters 3. Is it really going to happen? Should it happen? Well, if they made the Santa Claus 3, Free Willy 3, Home Alone 3, Psycho 3, The Never-Ending Story 3, Problem Child 3, and about 10,000 Scary Movie and American Pie sequels, all the crap that gets shat out of Hollywood's big fat fucking ass, I don't see why Ghostbusters 3 shouldn't get made. I grew up with those movies. I would love to see those guys put on the proton packs one more time. Even if the whole movie's just the Ghostbusters sitting around taking a shit, I'd go see it. Now, excuse me, I gotta take out the garbage. Spider-Man on the Atari 2600. Let's pop this sucker in here. We're playing with the Atari wireless controller. Pretty nifty, right? Atari was ahead of their time. So you're just climbing up the building, you're shooting the web, which is like black for some reason. It almost looks like Spider-Man shooting out like a long turd or something. And you can't touch anything except the yellow parts. So, oh, the web didn't reach. Ah, I'm falling. But you can save yourself, you just keep shooting the web. So anyway, you're just trying to get up here. You can shoot diagonal too, but it's really finicky with the controller. Ah, fuck! Oh, God. Oh, shit! This game is just fucking horrible! Holy shit! It's Spider-Man!
You need some help with this game?
I sure do. This shitty-ass fucking game's driving me nuts.
This game can't be shitty. This is Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's Spider-Man, but I'm sorry, Spider-Man. This game really does suck.
You must be doing something wrong. Let me help you with this game.
You'll help me with this game?
Absolutely.
Oh, gee whiz. Thanks, Spider-Man.
I'll show you how it's done. See, you gotta press the up, right?
Yeah, I got that part.
It's really so easy, it's practically boring in a way. Because you can just go up, up, up. See, I like going diagonal because sometimes it gets boring going straight. Getting to the top, get to the top, get to the top. Oh, 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 boot-da-da, 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 boot-da-da. James likes the little web. Little web, little web, little web, little web, little web, little web.
What is that thing supposed to be? It's like a checkerboard or like a disco cube or something.
That's the super bomb.
The super bomb.
The super bomb.
Well, there's bombs in the game. Why can't that bomb look like a bomb?
It's fucking Spider-Man.
Yeah,
watch it.
You can't touch the super bomb.
Oh, you gotta go around it?
Oh, there you go. Watch out. Don't he's gonna hit you. Ah! Oh, you're falling, you're falling. Oh my God. When you let go, you know what's gonna happen? When you let go of that button, you're gonna fall.
Alright. You know, this is starting to piss me off, actually.
There you go, come on. Ah, you died.
Well, you're talking to me. Fuckload of shit!
This is your game. Your game.
Shit, fuck! Fuck! Get fuck! Ah! This game sucks my spider balls! It's horrible!
Don't worry, Spider-Man. It's only a game. Here, have a beer.
I don't want this corporate bullshit.
It's Rolling Rock.
It's shit rock. Stick to the local brew. That's local brew.
Well, we got another game on the NES, and we're gonna play it in the top loader. Yeah, we're being pretty fancy today. The game's Spider-Man, Return of the Sinister Shit. I'm trying to understand the controls here. Alright, A punches. If you tap A, it does like a jump kick. Oh, you hold the button and it shoots the web. The control is awful, and the worst thing about trying to review a game with bad control is that you can't explain it. You can only jump straight up, unless you already push, you know...
You're pressing the wrong buttons.
No, I'm not. Look, I can't even hit this guy. Oh, look at this.
Get him! Why are you fucking jerking around?
even when I'm falling, I can't steer myself.
Why are you jumping all over the place?
Because every time I hit the button, it like jumps.
Well, wait for him to come to you.
There's no like jump kick move. Like you can't jump and then do an attack.
Well, then don't do that move.
Well, I can't hit him when he's in the air.
Well, wait for him to come down then.
Look, now what's he doing? He's not gonna come up. I can't even tell if I'm hitting him.
Oh, you got him.
Did I?
His power bar went down, but you're fucking gonna die way before he does.
Come on, damn it.
Just wait. Patience. There's no fucking clock in this game. There's only 20 of them in the background.
Thank fucking Lord.
Alright.
Look, so you can't even kill that one guy.
But is it necessary to kill him in all honesty? Do we have to kill everybody we see? I'm the nerd. I'm the nerd. Look how I play. I go back and forth. This is what the nerd does. He just goes back and forth. And this is what was fucking annoying me. You go and there's nothing up there, so you go down. And you go down. And you kill something and you fucking go down. You go down and you can't go that way. So you go up. Alright, god damn it. There's nothing over here. What the fuck's the point of this? Alright, you know what? This game is a piece of shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I can't get up here.
Do it, damn it! Jump, 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 jump!
It's a piece of shit!
It's a bunch of fucking crap! Alright, we got another game on the Game Boy. To play the Game Boy, you need the game. Here's the game, that's the boy, this is the Game Boy. The game is The Amazing Spider-Man, and believe it or not, the control is even worse. The punch is delayed, like a full second later. And that was the web? That's ridiculous. How do I get up?
Jump!
I am jumping. Look, it won't.
You fucking look retarded. See, now you're being Spider-Man.
Shit.
Alright, now you're fucking being dead.
Look at this, it's just all this falling rock crap on me. Oh my god, there's a suicide button in the game.
What do you expect? You're fucking jumping while you're trying to hang onto a building.
I can't climb up
Go
there. I'm trying.
Jump. You have to jump into it.
Oh, okay, so that's what the jump button's for. Okay, you're pretty much dependent on the web to get over some of these jumps. But how do you do the web? I don't know. The control just does whatever the fuck it wants. Look at that. Holy shit. Oh my god, I can't. I tried to jump, I swear. This is god awful. This is ass.
Let me try that game out.
Knock yourself out. What are you doing on my fucking ceiling?
Okay, I agree. The control is a little delayed.
Oh. Yeah.
And then you fucking just like do this.
Look, now what are you gonna do there?
I don't know. God damn it! Ah! Alright, this guy's fucking impossible. Get over here, you fucking son of a bitch! What the fuck is wrong with these game designers? They don't know what the fuck they're doing! I can't believe they did this to me! They made a game out of me and it's fucking shit! It's horrible!
One more game, Spider-Man 2 on the Game Boy Advance. Well, I'm playing it on my DS to be exact. Alright, well, this is the first level of the game, and you gotta deliver pizzas.
They put that in the video game?
Well, that's pretty weird. Yeah, I mean, you delivered pizzas before, though, right?
No, I never did that.
No, yeah, you did in the movie Spider-Man 2.
I did that at one point, but I don't want people fucking knowing about that.
Did you ever have to break a window to deliver a pizza?
Not on purpose, but for them to put that in the game, and it's insulting, and it's...
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree.
I'm a superhero. I shouldn't be known as a pizza delivery man.
I wish Spider-Man would deliver my pizzas every day.
I'm gonna fucking shove a pizza up your fucking ass.
Oh, yeah.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man takes a dump in a coffee can, plays some games with a grudge, gonna shit out some anal fudge. Look out, here comes some shitty games. Alcohol is his power source. Takes a piss like a drunken horse. Climbs a wall, then he falls. This game sucks his spider balls. Oh no, he's playing the shitty games. When he plays his games, he feels so ashamed. He shoots web from his wrist, but now Spider-Man's fucking pissed. Angry nerd, rather suck on a frozen turd or eat some crap from a moose. Gonna chug down some poopy juice. These games are such a great big fuck up. They make you wanna throw up all over Spider-Man.
Hey, you still don't own a Sega CD? What are you waiting for? Nintendo to make one? You have seen the games, right? Wrong answer, man. Show 'em. Wow, it's like you get to play the games on a CD. Check out the graphics. Full motion video, opposed to video that isn't full motion. 64 simultaneous colors, 12.5 megahertz processor. Holy shit, this thing is total fucking garbage. How would you like it if I conduct the rest of the video like this? Full motion video, my ass. I'd rather it be full fucking screen.
So this is the Sega CD. It's a load of ass. You just pop it in the side of the Genesis like some deformed Siamese twin or something. You ever see Basket Case? Oh, whatever. So you put the fucking game in, and oh, guess what? It runs off of its own power adapter. Yeah, that's two. One for the Genesis and one for the Sega CD. If it can't run off the same power, why couldn't it just be its own independent system? Instead, it's like a fucking parasite or something. Then there's this problem, the load time. Load of shit. You can go dump your ass in the time it takes. So if you're gonna play the Sega CD, grab a beer and be patient. So this is what a typical Sega CD game looks like. This one's called Ground Zero Texas.
Four-particle beam disruptors with limited
Great game, huh? It's not even like playing a game. It's like watching a movie. A bad movie. So every once in a while you get to shoot people behind haystacks. All you do is just drag your crosshairs across the screen and try to kill things.
Let's see some firepower. I am personally going to call headquarters and find out what hole they dug you out of.
The hole in your ass. Now we got Slam City.
You want some of this? You got it.
Okay, I really don't know what I'm doing.
Yo, crush him like a walnut and sprinkle him on some salad. Put some dressing on the boy.
What are they saying? Okay, now we got double switch.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Eddie.
Hi, Eddie.
I need your help. This is my building, and since the neighborhood really sucks,
like this game sucks, so you're just switching different rooms and just, I don't know. What the fuck am I watching? God, shut up! This is Night Trap. This here is the cult classic of the Sega CD. The premise is that you're watching all these security cameras in this house, and you have to trap these weirdos in black. Why the hell are they wobbling all around? Could they possibly overact anymore? And the traps are ridiculous. And everything that's occurring in this house happens in real time, so you're constantly switching around trying to find these guys. Fuck, just missed them. See, that's what happens. The only way to get good at this game is to play it over and over and over. That's the only way to know where these guys are gonna be. Yeah, get the tennis racket. Strangely, this is the most amusing part of the game. So is this all you do? Just click around and try to catch these guys? Yes. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. I sometimes forget I'm playing a game. I think I'm watching a shitty horror movie. You got a scary guy in the shower. It's classic. Oh, she's in trouble. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm supposed to save her, but that spoils the fun.
I don't believe what I just saw.
I know, this game sucks. Now we got Corpse Killer. Unfortunately, I can't even show you much about this game because it keeps freezing. I actually had a lot to say about this one, but right now, it's not fucking working. Corpse Killer, consider yourself lucky. Time Gal. Okay, this one is really, really weird. All you have to do is hit the control pad in the right direction at the right moment, and if you're not fast enough, you die. Her voice is just annoying.
You can't catch me! You can't catch me!
This one, there's not much to say. It's just shoot, 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 reload, and shoot some more. There's some minor things that annoy me. Look in the background. This is the longest block in the world, and there's a lot of national rubber stamp companies. How do they fit so many people in the car? Then there's this big ass van, but now this time, there's only one guy in there. There's not even a driver. Willie Beamish. Okay, in this game, you're a kid in detention. First, it's just like watching a cartoon for 5 minutes. Then an arrow appears and you're like, oh my god, I get to do something? So you just point and click at things.
Man, I'm so bored I can't stand it.
I know, I'm fucking bored. The teacher talks to you, you come up with answers. Should I say, oh, that was my frog, Horny? The frog's name is Horny? Road Avenger. Alright, well, same concept as Time Gal. An icon appears on the screen telling you what to do, and you have to act immediately by pushing right, left, turbo, or brake. If you're half a second late, you're dead. Well, this one can't be bad, right? Remember the Genesis game, running around trying to get away from dinosaurs? Well, this is nothing like that. It's just one of those point-and-click games. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, and I get so bored with it I shut it off before I even get to a single dinosaur. I want some dinosaurs, damn it. Prize Fighter. Reminds me of Raging Bull. I wait like 8 minutes for the fight to start up, then what happens? I just get clobbered. I don't even know how to play this. I just tap buttons. But all I do is just swat past the guy. How do I hit him? Do I really care anyway? Nope. Now we got Soul Feast. More like Soul Feces. Well, holy shit, I gotta be honest. It reminds me of R-Type or Light Force. And that's pretty cool. So all I gotta say is, this one's not bad. The Terminator. This one's okay too. I mean, there were some flaws. For example, the enemies are too strong, which is fine, but it's annoying when every single thing you try to blow up takes so much gunfire. Even when you're in the present time, there's no bad guys that die with one shot. And I understand when you're shooting the Terminators, they're made of metal, but these are human beings. Another thing really annoying is how difficult it can be to shoot things sometimes. I can't stand still when I'm on the stairs. You can't aim your gun without moving all around. One thing I have to say, the music's awesome. Overall, this game's okay. There's also a lot of games which are just hard to comment on, like Sherlock Holmes. It's like one of those early CD-ROM games on the PCs. There's really no gameplay whatsoever. You're just clicking around on things and collecting clues. Kind of reminds me of Carmen Sandiego, but not as memorable. There's also a Dracula game, which is the same sort of thing. You just click on things and watch little movies here and there. Speaking of Dracula, there's another one, Bram Stoker's Dracula, but this one is actually like a game. You're just going around beating the shit out of animals. Yeah, punch them, damn bats. Yeah, fucking bitches. Kick them in the face. Fucking rats. So this game's pretty funny, but the control just sucks. Especially this part where you're trying to jump these rocks. Damn. Oh, that was ridiculous. I landed right on that. Then there's all these movie scenes taken right from the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula. If I wanted to watch the movie, I'd watch the damn movie. Now we got Wonder Dog. First you get this long cartoon. Some overly happy kid is walking with his dog, everything's fine. Then some guy shows up, takes the kid away, and then the dog goes inside and his giant metal dick with balls, and he conveniently finds a costume and becomes Wonder Dog. Now we actually get into the game, and you're just shooting stars at rabbits. Yeah, kill those fucking rabbits. Can't get up there! Get up there! Damn it! Maybe someday I'll review some of these games in greater detail, but for most of them, there's really not much to say. Like this one, for example, Sewer Shark. For this game, all I have is a 2-word review. Shit Shark. The only real memorable game off the top of my head is Sonic CD, which is debatably the best Sonic game ever made, and it's definitely one of the most confusing ones too. God. Oh shit. I'm gonna be sick. Alright. The Sega CD, it was one of the first CD-based game systems of the time, so it was kind of fascinating when it came out. The problem was, it was too expensive, the technology was just too young, it just wasn't there yet, and I don't know one person who had a Sega CD. And why is that? Because it fucking sucks! Because it fucking sucks! Think about it. In order to own a Sega CD, first you have to own the Genesis. And if that's not enough, Sega made another Genesis attachment, the 32X. Yes, this ugly mushroom-shaped piece of shit was the last effort from Sega to keep the Genesis alive to compete with its nemesis. Tune in next time and I'll tell you all about it. The Sega CD had its place in history. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a piece of shit, but it had a certain appeal. The 32X is the real deal. It sucks. Oh God, it sucks. You plop it on the top of the Genesis like they're mating. God, I mean, do you think that's enough add-ons? It doesn't even look aesthetically presentable. I mean, it's just like an ugly tumor. I mean, did they really need all this bullshit leeching on the Genesis? That poor Genesis is just thinking, oh please God, take this shit off me. It's like getting gang raped. Both of its slots are getting fucked at the same time. And picture this, if it was a Model 1 Genesis, it would have been even more of a spectacular mess. And there's metal prongs you have to insert into its slot. I mean, there's something wrong here. This whole thing is just a mountain of cockadookie. So what does the 32X do? Well, it's compatible with all your 16-bit Genesis games, but it also has its own library of 32-bit games. Oh, you gotta love this. No end labels on the cartridges. May I ask why? Here's the Genesis games. You can read them. You can see what they are. If I'm trying to pick out a game, I can just visually scan my eyeballs across them without having to do this. Oh, what's this? Oh, Virtua Fighter? What's this? Oh, Star Wars? What's this? Primal Rage? The same thing as Atari. Labeled, not labeled. Labeled, not labeled. Labeled, labeled, and not labeled. Even Nintendo's guilty of the same thing. If you labeled the older games, why can't you do the same to the newer ones? Who came along and said, okay, we're gonna have better graphics, better games, and oh, those end labels gotta go? When did this idea of simple convenience become obsolete? Now about the 32X, hooking up this bastard is just insane. Believe it or not, like the Sega CD, it has its own fucking power adapter. That's great. I mean, now you got 3. And trying to hook them all up at the same time is a friggin' nightmare. Let's look at the most minimum amount of effort it could possibly take. So I'm plugging it into the TV. I mean, now I obviously can't plug in all 3 of these things. So here's the most basic power strip you can get. Every big store sells these things. These are common. So I plug in my fucking power strip or whatever. Here goes the Genesis, the Sega CD, and bullshit. What a load of fucking bullshit. How did they fuck this up so bad? I can't even turn it the other way because it doesn't fit. Why can I only plug in 2 power adapters? Why can't these go sideways? Or better yet, why the hell do they have these box things? Why can't it just be like this? Even the Atari 5200 with its huge ass box, it still ends with a normal plug. You know, that really pisses me off. I even have a camera, which I just bought this year, and it has a box like that. We live in the year 2007, and they can't figure out that shit like that takes up too much room? These fucking things should be banned. Have these, not these. So anyway, let's fire this monster up and play some Primal Rage. Great title screen, huh? There isn't even any title at all. What is this? Wait a minute. Oh, please, God, tell me what's going on. Why can't I see the characters? I'm playing Invisible Primal Rage. Alright, let's try Virtua Fighter. What the fuck? Guess what? We left something out. There's another cable which connects the Genesis to the 32X. Isn't it enough that the damn thing is inserted onto the top of the Genesis? Why does it need another connector? Look at this. It's a fucking mess. And what a perfect visual analogy. Sega invented the 32X to increase the lifespan of the Genesis. And that's exactly what the friggin' thing looks like. It's on life support. So there's Primal Rage, which to my recollection looks nowhere near as good as the arcade. In fact, I'm not even sure how much better it looks in the Genesis version. You got all the moves, the farting, the puking, the pissing, which I can't do, so if you want to try that out, be my guest. I mean, that's what I hate about this game, the moves. They're so awkward, especially the fatality moves. I mean, just forget about it. It's always something like hold these 3 buttons and then tap some weird combination on the control pad. I don't know why they make any moves that require you to hit up, because you know what happens? You jump. I'm sorry, but when I have to download a move list and remember all kinds of combinations of buttons, that just ruins the game for me. Then you got Doom, which is one of my all-time favorites, but the music sounds like shit. Compare it to the Super Nintendo version. Also, the Super Nintendo version has more levels. The only thing it lacks is the graphics. They're horrible. On the 32X they're better, but my point is, everything should be better. Now you got Virtua Fighter. It was one of the first 3D fighting games, and it sure looks like it. I really hate how every time you jump, it's like you're on the moon. God, the control sucks. And the characters act like they have problems. Now we got Star Wars. Yeah, it's an arcade classic, but I don't know about this one. I mean, the graphics are balls. Everything looks like a polygon, and it's putting me to sleep. Like my Sega CD video, keep in mind, I'm limited to how many games I can review. I'm aware that I'm leaving out popular ones such as Snatcher on the Sega CD and Knuckles Chaotix on the 32X. But remember, if I don't have the game, I can't review it. It doesn't matter anyway because I wanted to focus on the console itself. The bottom line, the 32X sucked, and it was one of the biggest failures of all time. And just to celebrate their failure, or just for shits and giggles, they released a few CD 32X games which require both the 32X and the Sega CD. So if you happen to own both this pile of vomit and this piece of shit, you can mix the two together. So you can clearly see the 32X was just not worth it, and gamers were too smart to be suckered in because they knew that this piece of junk would be abandoned shortly because the Sega Saturn was on its way. Hell, it was already out in Japan, so nobody gave 2 fucks about this beast. It cost about $150 when it first came out, and the only people who bought it, they had mechanical problems. So on top of that, there were rumors that it could damage your Genesis games, and I don't even know if that was true or not. The Sega Saturn was released in the US about 6 months later. Only about 40 games or maybe less came out for the 32X before it bit the dust. I mean, what kind of marketing was that? What were they thinking? And on top of that, Sega had yet another console planned in between called the Neptune, which was scrapped pretty quickly. All it was going to be was a standalone 32X anyway, which is what it should have fucking been in the first place. So not only was the Saturn on the way, but so was the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. Gamers knew it was a better idea to just wait, and stores were selling the 32X for about $20. I got mine at a flea market for $2.50. I'm dead fucking serious. Now, excuse me. I gotta send this fucking shit back to the fires of hell. Alright, this is Silver Surfer. Silver shit. He looks so stupid. I mean, what the hell's wrong with him? He's just like... Alright, so you get this stage select thing, kind of like in Mega Man, which is good for the sake of this review, so I don't really have to beat anything to show you all the stages in the game. So it's just like one of those fly and shoot games, kind of like Defender or Light Force, you know. Nothing too special, but not bad actually. Your weapon's kind of lame, but there's power-ups which let you shoot double. The fuck? I can't touch the walls? That's right, you can't touch anything in this game, so don't fuck around. Anyway, what was I saying about the weapons? Oh yeah, there's not much else I think you can get. I mean, you can shoot backwards, like if somebody's coming behind you, and that's always a real shit sucker, because you want to concentrate on what's ahead. It's kind of clumsy to switch back because you press the B button to change direction, but use A to shoot. Ah, fuck! I guess that wasn't a good time to demonstrate. So there you go, shooting the rubber ducky, which doesn't die. Oh, fuck! If you play this game, one thing I can guarantee is that your thumb is going to get pretty damn sore from tapping that button. There's not one instant when you can take a break. You're constantly firing away, even when there's nothing in sight because you don't know what's coming up. I mean, there's no reason not to be shooting. And this wouldn't bother me so fucking much if you could just hold down the button and let it keep shooting. But no, of course not. So what you need is a turbo button. Whether it's an NES Advantage or an NES Max, put that other fucking controller away, press that turbo button, and never let go. So I beat the stage, though each stage consists of 2 or more sections. Now we're in the second section, and we got an overhead view, which is equally as difficult as any of the rest. Actually, I think they're worse, because you don't know what's supposed to be underneath you or blocking you. I'm assuming I can't touch these wooden parts. Uh-oh, now I'm probably fucked. Oh, never mind. I guess I can go through those. See, the graphics are so unclear as to what you're allowed to touch and what you're not. You don't know what the hazards are. Look at that. That's not fair. I couldn't see that tiny bullet coming through the trees. It's like camouflaged. And the way those waves move, it's just like a bunch of flickering blue lines. It plays with your eyes and fucks you all up. What a cruel game. I give up. I'm trying another stage. Fire Lord. Alright, another overhead. Ah, fuck! I can't believe this. You can't touch the ground. That means that you have to stay in the brown area, which pretty much limits you to about 20% of the screen. This is ridiculous. Just staying within this narrow range. It's like playing the game Operation, but with a bunch of shit flying around trying to kill you. You have such a tight space to maneuver if you want to kill these things. Come on, come on. Ah! Let's try again. Come on, come on. Oh, fuck! If only his board wasn't so goddamn long. Or if you can go diagonally, like if you can go at an angle, but you're always pointing straight, which makes it impossible to squeeze through narrow spots like this. You know, it's so easy to die in this game, and every time you die, you have to see this. This sad, pathetic image of Silver Surfer just trembling in defeat. If you play this game, this image will be burned into your retina. And how appropriate, because this picture expresses better than words my feelings on this game. Just look at it. That sums up the whole thing. What'd I say before? This game's not bad? Well, no, it isn't bad. It's fucking horrible, and I dare you to play it. Just because it's hard doesn't mean it's bad, but this game just went way, way too far. The difficulty is legendary. This is the grand champion of hard motherfucking games. It doesn't fuck around. Why couldn't there be a health bar? Like 3 hits? Would that be okay? No. 1 fucking hit and you're dead. Well, then couldn't you have extra lives? Which you do, but they don't matter because when you die, you start back from the beginning of the stage. There's some checkpoints along the way, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that when you die, you go back. Compare that to Contra or Super C. You get hit once and you're dead, but you get to continue where you left off. You don't have to start at the beginning of the stage unless you lost all your lives. If that happened, even your 30 live code wouldn't help much. Silver Surfer, on the other hand, just says fuck all that. If you're gonna play, you gotta be hardcore. So now we're in Fire Lord Section 2. Whoa, watch the fire. Oh shit! Fucking jack-o'-lanterns? Alright, let's try again. Dodge the fire, stay up and watch the jack-o'-lanterns. Oh, better watch that thing. Oh god, I gotta go down. Oh fuck! Your mother. Fire's coming down. Got that part under control. Watch the jack-o'-lanterns. Fuck! Touch the damn ceiling. Fire's coming down. Jack-o'-lanterns. Oh, ass! Alright, this time I'm trying to shoot those fucking jack-o'-lanterns. Stay back, back. Oh, God. Alright, getting into place. Watch the walls. Oh, you fucking pumpkin piece of shit! Okay, this time stand at the top. Don't get hit. Get under that thing. Here we go. Yes! No! I can't take it anymore. You know, there's really no point of going on. It's not like there's a reward, like there's a pot of gold sitting on top of the TV. You know, if you beat the game, it probably just says the end, and that's it. So to keep playing it, you gotta be a fucking nerd. gotta watch out for these statues puking lava. God, another motherfucking pumpkin. There's so many obstacles, it's unbelievable. I can't touch that red pot! Alright, that's where I give up. Let's try another stage. I figure I gotta be able to beat at least one of them. Now, this is really a bitch. I mean, all these ghouls coming at me. They got bats, jack-o'-lanterns, and now ghosts. It's like another kindergarten Halloween game. They should have just called it whatever. This is just insane. I mean, look at all this. Oh my God, so much shit, so much shit. Here we go. Oh yeah, oh God, touch the log. You fucking ghosts, you fucking motherfucking pieces of shit. Ugh, God, I hate those gargoyles, just shit all over the place. I hate them. I just fucking hate them. Look at this. This pattern is just insane. It's basically just a bunch of lines waving across the screen. And if you go anywhere near those paths, you're dead. Once again, let's try another stage, Possessor. Well, it's not any easier, especially when I'm losing my patience. And look at this. There's so much stuff coming at you. Bullets are flying everywhere. Ugh. Let's pause this. Just look. Look. Any of these areas are dead zones. You have stuff coming at you every which way, which means there's not one safe spot because you need to keep moving forward. So you're in danger's way all the time. You just have to play the shit out of it until you know in advance exactly what's going to happen. Unless you've played this game, you have no idea how hard it is. Let me try to explain it, okay? Imagine if I were to draw a maze on a sheet of paper. I'm asking you to draw a line from the beginning of this maze to the end. You can't run into any dead ends, and you can't touch any of the lines. Now, while you're trying to do this, I'm moving the maze to the left. It would drive you fucking nuts. And if that's a bit too theoretical to accept, then let me explain it this way. Imagine playing Mega Man 2. Imagine you have no health bar. Imagine if you get hit one single fucking time, you're dead. And is that fair? It's challenging, yes. But it's not to say that unless you're a hardcore expert, you're going to take a few hits sooner or later. Now, I'm not done. Imagine on top of that, multiply the number of enemies on the screen and give them more hit points. Imagine if you were playing Zelda and you weren't allowed to get hit once, or touch any of the walls or blocks. I mean, this game just pukes snot up my ass. I mean, it's like you touch the top of the building, you die. You touch the ceiling, you die. You touch the floor, you die. Too far to the right, you die. Too far to the left, you die. You die, you die, you die, 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 die. Oh, God, I can't fucking stand it. One last stage, and I'm sure it's no exception to the difficulty. You're just trying to avoid this stuff that's coming sideways, and then this gun appears at the top of the screen with no warning and shoots in 3 directions. Instant death. If you try to blast it away as soon as it appears, you just end up getting yourself killed too, because you need to be in the line of fire in order to shoot at it. Sometimes you come to like a blockade of enemies, just a flood of bullets coming down the whole screen. It's just one big dead zone. If you're in that area, you're simply dead. So fuck it. I can't complete a single stage. This game is so hard, it would actually be easier to go outside in a thunderstorm and try to dodge rain. It would be easier to walk barefoot without your toes or heels touching the floor. It would be easier to pick fly shit out of pepper while wearing boxing gloves. The fact that you can get hit only once pretty much means that you're weaker than every other enemy in the game. How do you die from just touching a wall? I can understand if he's flying at like 200 miles per hour and he crashes into the wall, but the fact that he just touches the wall and dies is just ridiculous. I never read any of the comics, so I don't know what Silver Surfer's powers are, but isn't he supposed to be pretty strong? So why'd they make him into a wimp? Why is he fucking up rubber ducks and weeping like a crybaby? It's like some sort of fucking joke. Like, what if they had Bruce Lee tripping over his own shoelaces? It's a fucking insult. This game should have been classic, but instead, it's worthless. It's as worthless as this fucking LJN poster I have back here. Man, I was just pissing shit all over this fucking game. In fact, just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation. Fuck. So I'm about to review Die Hard on Nintendo, but before I begin, I think I need to address the kind of disturbing, maybe offensive nature of the front cover.
What does this remind you of?
It's kind of, you know, it's a little, yeah. Let's carry on. So is this game gonna be good, or is it gonna suck? We'll take a wild fucking guess. So this is the first enemy in the game, and I can't even get near him because he's shooting bullets all over the place and running away like an asshole. Get back here, you fucker. Come on! Ah, I missed. Oh, now there's another guy already? God, I can't move! Now I'm out of bullets? Are you for real? If only I can get near him, I'm gonna punch the shit out of him. Come on, come on, your mother. Come on, fuck you up, come on. You know, is his other arm paralyzed or something? What's going on? Oh, come on, you motherfucker, come on, I'm gonna fuck you up, come on. Yeah, got him. Now how sad is this? I only killed one guy in the game so far, and I'm almost dead. Now once you're dead, the game's over, and you start back from the beginning. But at least they got the goddamn courtesy to give you a life bar. Anyway, let's take a look at this status screen so I can try my best to explain the object of this game. Well, you can see there's 39 crooks. I'm under the impression that means there's 40 bad guys in the game, and your goal is to hunt and kill all of them. And that's nearly impossible when one guy can take all your life. And that's kind of interesting. You don't usually get to know how many guys you're going to kill. Imagine if in Super Mario Bros. There was a counter telling you exactly how many Goombas and Koopa Troopas are in the entire game. Only difference, you don't have to kill them all. Alright, so you got your life bar, which is self-explanatory. Then you got a feet bar. Yeah, your feet have power too, right? You can run by holding the B button, but that drains your foot power. Now, let me ask a question. What's the difference between saving your foot power and using it to get your ass moving? Is it better to run and waste your foot power, or just walk slow and waste your fucking time? Also, if you walk over broken glass, that also drains your foot power. And I can see where they're going with this. In the movie Die Hard, John McClane's feet end up in pretty bad shape, and by the end of the movie, he's limping. Now, that's nice that they tried to make it like the movie, but there's sometimes when you should do that, and sometimes when it's really not necessary. That's like if in Lethal Weapon, if you're going around eating dog biscuits for power-ups. So let me finish up with all this shit. You got your weapons, the items you pick, and I don't know, some map that doesn't make any sense. Then you got some weird lock system. After a certain amount of time passes, one of the locks activates or whatever, and when all these locks activate, I assume you're dead. Well, why not just have a clock with a simple time limit? I don't know. So you can break glass, which is cool, but you can't walk over it without draining your foot power, so it's not cool. Then you got outside windows, which you think would have some kind of purpose, but no, you just jump out and die. What's the point? Why would you commit suicide unless you don't have a clue what you're doing? It's a beginner's trap. Now what I really hate is this darkness thing. You can't see around any of the walls. Half the time there's nothing going on, you're just walking around, and he walks like there's something wrong with him. He's got like one leg. So you're just going around, and then all of a sudden you're dead, and you don't even see it coming. You can't even scratch your head. You'll just be playing, and then all of a sudden, whoa, you're dead. The power-ups are soda cans, and the best part of the game is the vending machines, because you can just shoot the soda out of them, and you're going to need it to stay alive. You can also find first aid kits to heal some of your foot power, and you can pick up flash grenades, which are supposed to stun your enemies, but I've never once been able to hit anybody with one of these damn things, and besides, why would you want to stun them when you can just take them out with a bullet? So there's a beginner and advanced mode, and from what I noticed, there's no difference except that the advanced mode starts you off at any random floor, where in the beginner mode, you'll always start on the 32nd floor. Now, let's talk about the floors. It seems you can go to any floor you want, anytime you want, that is between 31 and 35. You can use the elevators, the stairs, or even the air ducts. But how do you know where you're supposed to go? I don't know. I just find guys and kill them. There's supposed to be hostages on the 30th floor, but for whatever reason you can't go there yet, so I'm guessing that happens at the end. But anyway, if you go up to the 35th floor, there's a guy who has a key to the roof. But finding him is a real bitch because he never wants to show up until you've already tried the locked door a million times. But once you find him, you're obviously going to take a lot of bullets because there really isn't any way to dodge in this narrow hallway. Die! That's kind of weird, he's like dead in the doorway. But anyway, you take the key, you unlock the door, you go to the roof, and, well, this is the roof. Sometimes when you get here, John McClane calls the cops, and sometimes he doesn't. It's like in the movie, and I don't know if it's necessary or affects anything in the game, but it doesn't even seem like you have any control over it, so it really doesn't fucking matter. Somewhere up here there's a rope, which I don't know if it's important or not. You blow up this gym locker or whatever it is, and then he says, I'd have to be desperate to tie that on and jump off. No thanks. Are you kidding me? Have you ever had a video game character talk back to you and say, no, I'm not gonna do that? Going back to Mario again, what if Mario just said, you know, I'm really not feeling up to jumping over to that platform? No thanks. This is ridiculous. I mean, he won't climb down with a rope, but he'll jump out a window and fucking kill himself? So I'm taking the stairs down. Now I find some blueprint of the 5th floor. Whoa, now we're talking about the 5th floor? Take out the main computer? I'm getting confused. So I'm going around trying to kill people, and Officer Carl Winslow keeps talking to me. So I'm just walking around, waiting for whatever random stuff to happen. Then the police car blows up. I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? But then Steve Urkel comes on. I'm like, what the fuck? The graphics don't even make any sense. I don't even know what anything is supposed to be. What's this? What's that? Seriously, what the shit is this thing? What the shit is it? I just can't figure this out. This is like one of those games that you need a manual or read somebody's walkthrough on the internet. But when it gets to that, it's like, who cares? I'd rather have a mountain lion dump its ass all over my face. I'd rather unclog a shitty toilet with my bare hands. You know, I'm not fucking around anymore. Forget trying to explain how this game works. Let's just fucking do it. Back here, you motherfucker. Get back here. Look at all these bullets. Fuck. The control is so stiff, you can only shoot straight or at a 45-degree angle. There's guys around every corner, there's guys coming out of the elevator, there's guys coming out of your ass. It's crazy. Damn. Fuck! Oh, you fucking bastard. Ah! This game's being ass. Shit! Think, goddammit. Geronimo, motherfucker. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Oh, God. Oh, God. Let me ask a question. What do you get when you take a movie that's ass and you make it into a game? You get a piece of shit. Now, if you get a piece of ass, that's a good thing, but if you get a piece of shit, you don't want that. And this, of course, is Independence Day for the PlayStation. I don't even want to talk about this. It's making me sick. Making me sick! The first thing that sucks is just, well, look at it. How many times have you played a game where you're flying around shooting at things? It's okay, but that's the problem. It's so okay that it's not even worth existing. It's so bland and mediocre that it's hard to even come up with legitimate complaints. But don't worry, we're gonna rip into it. So this is the first stage, Grand Canyon. The object is to take out 4 main generators on this alien spaceship. And if you forget, this annoying voice keeps reminding you.
Take out the generators to attack the destroyer.
There's one right here. Shoot, shoot, fuck! It usually takes a few passes to destroy it. You think that you can just turn around and hit it some more, but no, it just disappears. You're never able to spot it from a distance and use enough of your firepower to take it out, because the damn things just pop up when you're too close to be ready. I think it's a graphic flaw. Nothing appears until it's right up in your fucking face. What the ass is that all about? To describe this game's assness, all I can say is, it's very ass. Where's those fucking generators? Look, I'm going around 360 and I can't find them. Where are they, goddammit? Oh, there's one. Fuck!
Take out the generators to attack.
I wish that voice would just shut the hell up. It keeps telling me to take out the generators, as if I'm not fucking trying. The radar doesn't do diddly dick. It's too small, makes no fucking sense, and I don't like it. Trying to hit anything with bullets is impossible. Only the missiles seem to be effective. The control sucks monkey balls. If you go anywhere near the ground, you're gonna hit it. Alright, so I'm gonna get this power up down here. What, did I just fly over it? Okay, we're gonna get this next one, whatever it is. Oh, you motherfucker! You can't fuck around too much with this game because there's a time limit. And when the time's up, the alien ship just blows up everything. If you make your goals, you get to attack the ship and then you advance to the next level. Then we got Washington, D.C., which looks like shit. Your object here is defend the E3. What's the E3? Where is it? How do I defend it? I don't know, so fuck it. Want to see more of the game? Let's use a password. Oh, God. Oh, why is it so slow? Why is it so ass? Alright, so not to name all the stages, but you got Las Vegas, Moscow, New York City, Paris, and the mothership. All I can say is they all suck, and it's all just the same.
The worst thing about this is that it makes me feel really guilty to be playing it. Like, I should be doing something better with my time. Like rolling dog turds in cement. Like, I gotta get away from this game. I gotta get out of this room. I gotta go out somewhere and do something wild. Like get a tattoo on my face of a goat holding up a baby snorting cocaine off its penis.
You know, I've played a lot of shit in my day, but this game is fuck. The lack of music, the droning effect it has, it reminds me of something very similar. Something from the past. Top Gun on the NES. While I hated it and it drove me insane, I would rather play this than Independence Day. In fact, just thinking about it is like a breath of fresh air. Makes me feel like a shitty log coming out of a buffalo's ass and landing in a bowl of M&Ms. This was a game based off a crappy 80s movie. But here, we got a game based off a crappy 90s movie. Top Gun may be a piece of shit, but at least has a nostalgia factor to it. It's a piece of shit I might have some affection for. Video games have come a long way, and this one happens to be middle of the road. PlayStation, a lot of people feel, was the last of the classic game consoles. Personally, I think it was all over after Super Nintendo. Now, as always, I don't care if you agree with my opinions on games, but what I do care, you enjoy the video, you have a great 4th of July, drink some beers, but be safe, and most important, celebrate your independence, not to play shitty fucking games. Alright, so there were a lot of Simpsons related games. Simpsons games up the ass. Games like Krusty's Funhouse, Bart vs. the Juggernauts, Bart's Nightmare. There were Simpsons games on just about every game console. But there's two in particular that I remember from the Nintendo Entertainment System. Bart vs. the Space Mutants and Bart vs. the World. These games rank up with the most classic pop culture memories. But if you play them today, all it does is remind you how much they pissed you off.
Bringing back the horrible memories of these games can best be described like this. Imagine if you trapped a wet, smelly piece of dog shit inside an airtight container. Then, like 20 years later, you open that shit up, you take a good smell, and there you go. Welcome back.
So this is Bart vs. the Space Mutants. The plot involves aliens that are trying to build an ultimate weapon to take over the world, which sounds simple and cliche. However, in order to build this weapon, whatever it is, it requires one ingredient: purple colored objects. What kind of time constraint were they under when they came up with that? So it's up to Bart to save the world, and this is the first level, and the object is to get rid of anything that's purple. Under most circumstances, this means simply spray painting them red, but other times you have to be a little more creative to figure it out. It can mean walking across a clothesline, dropping towels over them. The aliens will never think to look under those towels. Then there's a part where you have to jump on a ball and knock over a paint can, and if you miss this paint can, the ball doesn't come back. You don't get a second chance. And keep in mind, you have to de-purplize all the purple objects. I think you're allowed to miss a few of them, but there's not much room to fuck up. You collect coins as you go, which you're going to need to buy stuff with. The first time playing through, you're not going to know exactly what items you're going to need. And I can tell you for one thing, that key isn't necessary. And as for this whistle, all it does is summon an angry fucking crazy ass dog that kills Bart if he comes in contact. Coming to a decision where you can buy cherry bombs and rockets, how many should you buy of each? Well, there's only one instance I recall where you need the cherry bomb, and many times when you need the rockets. But how the fuck would you know that the first time? You'll end up having to backtrack to the damn store. Trying to hit the bird is just ridiculous. Your accuracy has to be perfect. Fuck. Oh god, I can't believe that missed. There you go, you fuck. These vases are also a pain in the ass. They're too short to spray when you're on the ledge, so you gotta just keep jumping and spraying. And you know, why is the Simpsons theme song still playing? It's good for the beginning, but when you have to listen to it for 10 straight minutes, what a shitload of fuck. Let's talk about the enemies. It sucks butt that you can't really kill anything, but lucky for you, they got nothing better to do than just bounce around in little patterns on the streets of Springfield all day. I also wonder why none of these aliens look anything like the ones in the beginning. Anyway, some of them disguise themselves as human beings, and you can only see them while wearing X-ray glasses, kinda like the movie They Live. These are the only ones that you can kill by jumping on their heads, but if it's not an alien, just a regular human being, then you take a hit. 2 hits and you're dead, by the way. So you always gotta make sure to have your glasses selected. Come on, glasses, come on, glasses, come on, go. Ah, fuck farts. Sometimes I just jump on them out of pure gamble because I don't feel like selecting the glasses. You don't need to kill them anyway, but they leave behind letters. Collect them all to spell Maggie, then she'll help you during the boss battle. But besides, it's strangely satisfying to jump on those aliens' heads. After all, don't you wish you could just go around killing aliens, not making purple things not purple? Why not just fucking shit all over and make everything brown? So you foil the aliens' plans because now there's nothing purple in existence. So what do? They change the ingredient to hats. So if it can just switch like that into anything, why not make it something like grass or water or something that's really easy to find? It just makes no sense. So you're going through the mall, stealing all the hats because this is the only mall that has hats. Whether they're floating in the air or you gotta grab them off somebody's head, the concept is pretty simple compared to the first level. No ingenuity, just collect hats. The imagination employed is just astounding in how inconsistent it is. It's like a different person designed each level. It's also really funny that people just casually walk by. If I was walking through the mall and I saw giant bouncing donuts and killer marshmallows, walking shoes and spring jumping shoes, moonwalking shoes, paper bags with legs, paper bags with scary fucking heads, and killer towels, I think I'd shit my pants. Shit will come out of my ass. Another thing really fucked up about this mall is that a lot of the floor is covered in cement, which results in instant death. The only way to get through this shit is master some of the worst controls in video game history. This should have been the first thing I commented on, but now is the point where it's really a problem.
Eat my shorts.
Looking back at the first level, it takes a lot of practice to make some of those jumps. Jump and run are both the same button. The A button jumps and holding the A button runs. Why the same fucking button? What were they thinking? So trying to execute a running jump is not possible. By hitting both the A and B button at the same time, you do a super jump. Getting used to this is required in this game. Fuck! Here we go, gotta get the hat, no!
Eat my shorts.
Now I'm jumping across lollipops, gotta land on them when they're horizontal. You motherfucker, I went right through it! Alright, just one big jump, eat my fucking shorts! There's no continues in this game either. If you get hit twice, you're dead. Die 3 times and the game's over. You can get some 1-ups, but no continues, as if it's not challenging enough. Now, I don't have a problem with challenge, but when the challenge is based on how fucking crippled the controls are, then fuck it! Eat my shorts. Eat them good. Right after I took a shitty diarrhea dump. So this is Bart versus the world. The title always confused me. Bart saved the world from the space mutants. Now he's against the world? The plot is basically Bart won a trip around the world by drawing some shitty picture of Krusty the Clown for an art contest. Now Mr. Burns wants the Simpsons wiped off the face of the earth, so he calls help from his relatives, which happen to descend from places like China, Egypt, and the North Pole. Your basic goal is just to get to the end of each stage without dying. There's also bonus games along the way. And here we got a memory game to match the cards. I liked it when it was in Super Mario 3, but here, I just don't feel like memorizing shit. I'd rather put sticky notes all over the screen. Then you got Guess Which Igloo the Krusty Head's Under. Then you have a puzzle game which drives me insane. Then you got a Simpsons trivia game. Then you got dodge the beer and get the Krusty Heads. Krusty Heads are good, beer is bad. Makes a whole lot of sense. Then you got the stupidest fucking game in the history of games. Find the bat in the coffins. Now, this isn't like the igloo game where you see which igloo it is and then they move around. No, this is just 3 coffins sitting here and you gotta pick the right one. It's just pure luck. And every time you get the wrong coffin, this green arm comes out and you just gotta wait. While nothing happens. It's not like Bart's even struggling. You just wait. So that's the bonus stages. Now that I got those out of the way, let's talk about the actual gameplay. Every level consists of 2 or more sections. The first level's China, and this is the first section, a boat. First thing you'll notice is that the control is the same as Bart vs. Space Mutants. Nothing's improved. Even the graphics are still funny, like when Bart's nose disappears when he stands still. So I'm just going around this ship, trying to figure out where to go. Oh look, there's Maggie. And what do I do here? Okay, a boat comes and explodes? I don't get it. Now, where do I go? I'm stuck here. Maggie, can you help? No? Well, suck my ass. Guess I'm just gonna commit suicide. Love how Bart doesn't even give a shit. He's pretty depressed. I'd be too. The next section's the Great Wall of China. What really brings my piss to a boil is that fucking dragon. Fuck! And the fact that you have to be so accurate to get through that damn doorway. Oh, and these ramps? Fuck them. Fuck them to hell. You gotta be going fast to go over them, but you always seem to hit something that slows you down, so you gotta go back just to regain your speed. Fuck! Oh, fuck! So then you got Fu Manchu Burns. He's pretty easy. Moving on to the next level, the North Pole. Of course, unless your jumping is dead on, you'll end up falling right through the platforms. Ugh, going up these things is just tedious as all hell, like goddamn. These glaciers are the worst. To make them move, you gotta jump on them, of course. Getting across them is a bitch, and trying to avoid the birds is a mother bitch. Fuck. Alright, here we go. Damn! Fuck! The boss battles with the Abominable Snowburns, obviously a takeoff of the Abominable Snowman, which isn't from the North Pole. Next up is Egypt. Follow the blocks, shit. Look, what a piece of shit. At the end you got Ramses Burns, who's also pretty easy when you find out how to kill him. Now, believe it or not, you're in the final level of the game, Hollywood. The first section's a pirate ship. Your worst enemy is going to be the cannonballs. Hate these fucking things. Then you got a horror movie set. I have to say, that's pretty funny. Then the game turns into a maze, like you go into a coffin, you come out another coffin, you pick a coffin, next coffin, other coffin, oh, been there already, going through the coffins, back here again, going to the next coffin, the coffins, fuck, I hate this shit, just tell me where to go. Okay, now we got like a million platforms to jump on. This is one of the most boring and difficult parts of any game I've ever played. You go from the left, all the way to the right, then up and over to the left again, then back to the right, and it goes on and on and on and on. If you fall, you're dead, and you gotta start all the way back from the beginning. It's possible that if you miss a jump, you can land back on one of the platforms, which sucks anyway because you have to work your way back up again, but at least it prevents death. Ugh, shit. God, bitch, ass, shit. God! You know, they got really carried away with this. How long can it possibly go? The first time, I thought there was a glitch in the game, like something was wrong. It looks like the same pattern being repeated again and again. The background never changes, it's just those putrid stone bricks all the way up. So it's hard to tell how far you got. All you gotta do is just keep going up, 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 up. Have fucking mercy. At least this is the end of the game. All you got left is Eric Von Burns. He's probably the hardest of all the bosses, which is rightfully so. Then you get the end screen which says, "It's too bad you didn't find all the unique Krusty items. We had a special surprise for you." It's like at the end of Bubble Bobble when you don't get the correct happy ending. It's like, you know, fuck you. I beat the game. I don't give a shit. I just wanted to point out that for a game titled Bart vs. the World, there really isn't a lot of the world in the game. No shit, right? Just Egypt, China, the North Pole, and Hollywood? Pretty fucking educational, right? When I was 11 years old, my whole world was video games. Just locked in my room playing Bart versus the Space Mutants and all this crap. I mean, I wasted all my time on this shit. I want it back. It ruined my life. Bart's my ass and Krusty's my balls. Fuck this shit, now I'm gonna eat my own shorts.
Wow, how awesome could this be? Bugs Bunny's birthday blowout. Well, it was a blowout, all right. Blow out your ass.
Basically, you're Bugs Bunny going around with a hammer in a Mario-like setting. Really nothing special. In fact, it's one of the most sickening side-scrollers I've ever seen. Because when you walk, the screen sort of does like this strobe effect. I'm not kidding, it makes me sick. Even worse is when there's an earthquake. Oh, come on, that's cruel. The plot is that it's Bugs Bunny's 50th birthday and he's on his way to his own party, but out of envy, everybody wants to stop him from getting there. So you're just whacking anybody in your path, and you know what's really annoying? Every time you get hit, you see stars, and when that happens, you can't use your hammer for a few seconds. All you do is just go from start to finish. There's usually a boss at the end of the stage, like here's Daffy. You think you're supposed to fight him, but no, that doesn't work. You're just supposed to get the carrot.
Yeah, this game's really a no-brainer.
Oh my god! It's Bugs Bunny!
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
I can't believe it! In my own house! It's Bugs Bunny! Bugs fucking Bunny!
After each stage, you get a bonus game depending on how many carrots you collected. By winning, you can earn some 1-ups. Now this number thing, I really don't know how to play it, and I don't give a shit, so I just tap the buttons until it's over.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
Now here's Tweety. Hate this little bastard. You just gotta clobber him. So you can already guess that all the bosses are Looney Tunes characters, like Wile E. Coyote, Sylvester, Foghorn Leghorn, Elmer fucking Fudd, and Peppy LaShit. But the main enemies are just really weird. There's these walking boxes with the letter S, little hammerhead guys, Oscar the Grouch, and these things, I don't know, I guess they're floating dead cats. These clocks are the worst. They're all over the place. You can't hit them without getting yourself hit, and when you kill them, they explode for like 3 hours and you just gotta stand back. And after they explode, another one immediately drops in its place. So I just gotta run through everything. I mean, I just don't even care.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
What's one thing I should have done 1,000 times by now? Die. But I'm not dying. You know why? Because this game's too fucking easy. I'm just walking through the levels, getting hit by everything in sight, not caring whether I lose all my lives or beat the game. Whichever comes first, I welcome it. All I know is this game is going on and on and on. There's Sam beating the shitballs out of me, just hitting me every second that there is, but there I go, I still beat him. Come on, I really don't care about the damn bonus games.
This game is garbage. I'd rather put my balls in a crocodile's mouth while shoving my head up a unicorn's asshole!
Well, here's Tweety again. Get out here. Come on, come on. You little Tweety fuck. Alright, here's Elmer fucking Fudd. Come on. You son of a bitch. Now what's he doing to me? Get off. A lot of times you're supposed to break blocks to get to where you're supposed to go, which is tedious as all hell. What a shitty ass load of goddamn bullfuck.
Ain't I a fucking stinker, motherfucker?
Ain't you a goddamn fucking piece of shit?
Oh, I hate this shit right here. These platforms keep disappearing when you jump on them. Fuck. Alright, let's try this again. Keep jumping, keep jumping. Oh, here we go. No, okay, here we go. Yes. Okay, next rope. Oh no, wait. Son of a cock.
Yeah. What's up, fuckcock!
Sometimes when you have to go down, you're never sure whether or not you're gonna fall and die. Ugh, mother of a fuck! I hate those stars. I really, really fucking hate them. You can't hit anybody without getting hit, and everything you try to step on, it breaks away. It's just total ass.
Yeah, what's all the hubbub, bub?
You know, this game is just way too generous with the extra lives.
It's like deliberately keeping me in the game so I can't stop.
Yeah, what the fuckcock, vagina, fuck?
Just shut up.
For what it's worth, the game's at least playable, but there's no appeal whatsoever. Making a birthday-themed game is one of the worst concepts imaginable, even with a big name like Bugs Bunny.
He's one of the greatest cartoon characters of all time, but his leap to the Nintendo Entertainment System was just a total fucking shit bomb.
Well, here we are at the last guy. It's Taz. All you gotta do is knock those footballs back at him, and he's done.
I beat it! Now get out of here!
Bugs Bunny finally arrives at his party. He is greeted with thunderous cheers and applause from his loving friends. To Bugs' surprise, he finds all his Looney Tunes pals there, who had just moments ago been playing some very funny tricks.
I'll show you some funny tricks!
Yeah, what's up, cock?
I'll show you what's up, you fucking bunny piece of shit! Bugs Bunny's birthday blowout! How about Bugs Bunny's birthday beating? You wanna show you can... You want some shit? Bombs away, bunny bitch!
Oh shit, yeah!
Oh, man. Don't worry, folks. It's not real. Fuck you, Bugs Bunny! Fuck you, Bugs Bunny! There you go. Got your ass handed to you. That's all, fucks.
This is George Armstrong Custer. He was born December 5th, 1839. He was a commander in what was known as the American Civil War and the Indian Wars. In early 1876, thousands of Native Americans escaped from their reservations and military officials were ordered to force them back. On June 25th, 1876, Custer and his troops engaged in battle with the Lakota and Northern Cheyenne tribes near Little Bighorn River in Montana. His forces were defeated, and Custer was killed in this day of history known as Custer's Last Stand. Now, why the fuck am I telling you this? Because I once had a whole class all about this kind of stuff, and after a whole day talking about General Custer, the teacher goes, so there were lots of books about General Custer, there were lots of movies and cartoons. Anybody know something that Custer was in? Anybody? Anything about Custer? And I was just thinking, please, stop tempting me, because I just wanted to raise my hand and say, yeah, actually, there's an Atari game, Custer's Revenge, where you fuck a naked chick up against a cactus. Nobody would believe me, but it was true. It was a real game, and it came in a nice leather case, I guess so the kids couldn't see it. At the stores, you had to ask for it, because it was either hidden behind the counter or in the back room. But anyway, I find the picture on the front really weird. The girl's depicted in a realistic style, where Custer is like a cartoon character, and he's way smaller than her, and he's got a hairy ass. Well, let's pop this piece of shit in and give it a go. I don't even need to comment. Look at this. Well, you're both completely naked. Well, maybe not completely naked. You got a cowboy hat, a pair of boots, and a scarf or an ascot. Ascot. So what's happening? There's spears dropping from the sky and you gotta dodge them. Oh look, I got hit. Then lightning strikes and you jump out of your boots. So the goal is to get over there and rape her. It's terrible. I can't believe I'm playing this. Yeah, fucker, 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 fucker. That's how you score in this game. That's funny, right? Well, it's funny for about 2 minutes, then it gets boring. All you do is bang the chick, dodge the spears. Bang the chick, dodge the spears. You know, you gotta give this guy credit. He's under attack, and he still has the nerve to go over and screw this woman against a cactus. I think it's a cactus. With Atari, you really can't tell. You know what bothers me? The spears don't even come down all the way. They like disappear, so it doesn't even make sense when they hit you. But overanalyzing this game isn't even worth it. It's nothing more than a joke. It stirred up a lot of outrage when it came out in 1982. Native Americans were offended, women activists were offended, parents were offended if their kids got a hold of this, and I'm offended because this game's a fucking piece of shit. And if you think that's crazy that there exists a pornographic Atari game, well guess what? There's tons of them, and Atari had nothing to do with it. See, today this would never be allowed, but back then, anybody could make a game for the Atari 2600 and sell it. So, you want to see more? You sick bastards. Alright, what kind of surprise do we have in here? Beat 'em and eat 'em. A girl licking an ice cream cone. But what the fuck's the title about? It doesn't sound pornographic. It sounds violent, like you beat somebody up and eat 'em. Oh, I get it. Beat 'em and eat 'em. Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? All you do is move these two sluts back and forth to catch this stuff that this guy shoots down. Oh, yummy. Let's take a look at the manual. And here it says, the object of the game is to eat him every time he beats him. You score 1 point for each and every drop you swallow without a miss. But should you miss, shame on you. You lose 1 turn. After all, it could have been a famous doctor or lawyer. What kind of sense does that make? So the gameplay is basically the same sort of thing as Kaboom, except Kaboom was a great game, but this is just a miserable shitload of fuck. You gotta be completely accurate to land in their mouths, and it uses the sound effects from Pac-Man. You get an extra life if you get 69 points. That's clever, right? You know, there's really something wrong with this whole scene. You gotta be a total fucking whore to stand naked at the bottom of a building with your mouth wide open to catch jizz from some guy jerking off on top of a roof. What kind of sick bitches are these? And what's the deal with this guy? Either he has a huge dick or he's a dwarf. I mean, what the fuck kind of game is this? Alright, now here's one for the girls. It's called Bachelorette Party. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of naked dudes. Whoa, watch out guys, it's some crazy bitch bouncing off the walls, and it hardly even looks like a girl. I mean, look at this. It could be Swamp Thing for all I care. The gameplay's basically like Breakout, but flipped on its side. You control that thing on the left to catch the girl and just bang all the guys. What a whore. Now here's one for the guys. It's Bachelor Party. It's the same exact game, except it's a dude going around having sex with a bunch of girls. What a stud. This one's called Gigolo. The idea is that you're this nude woman on the streets going around breaking into random houses where you find men to have your way with. You know, that's really weird. Could you imagine if you're just sitting around minding your own business, then all of a sudden some naked chick breaks in and starts humping the crap out of you? You know, that's really not fair. I get Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger and Spider-Man, Bugs Bunny, but no naked chick. Fuck this shit. If you break into the wrong house, you get kicked out and the cops come after you. You don't want to get caught by the cops or the bad guy. I guess he's supposed to be a mugger or a rapist. How ironic. Most of the time he's in prison. I'm assuming that's the jailhouse, and then sometimes he escapes. So the cops are after the bad guy's after you, and you're after cock. Now we got Philly Flasher. Somebody please explain this one to me. Philly Flasher? Like Philadelphia? What's Philadelphia make you think of? Ben Franklin, the Liberty Bell, Rocky, cheesesteaks, a witch shooting milk at her tits? Well, it's no doubt that the game could take place in any city and that the title's only phonetic. It might as well be Chicago Shitfucker or Dallas Dick Kicker. The game's basically the same as Beat 'em and Eat 'em. The only difference is that it's two guys drinking milk from a witch's tit and... oh god, what the fuck? This game really disturbs me, but I don't get it. Is this supposed to be erotic? I don't know about you, but I'm not at all turned on by some old wrinkly shitty witch titties. That's fucking nasty, man. What sick fuck came up with this? What were they thinking? Here's a game that's on the same cart as Philly Flasher. It's called Cat House Blues, and it bears a strange resemblance to Gigolo. In fact, it's the same game, except you're a dude instead of a girl. This guy's got no arms or legs, but that doesn't hold him back. You know, why isn't this game called Philly Flasher, and this one Cat House Blues? They must have fucked up and switched the titles. Now we got Night on the Town. I suppose you're a knight, and you're on a quest for the holy ass. That's right, your goal is that princess on the top of the castle. What he wants to do with her? Well, take a guess. So as usual, the object's pretty simple. You just grab the blocks and build the bridge. But watch out for that crazy monster, and if the alligators get you, they bite your dick off. There's no point of walking because he's so damn slow, so you just gotta keep jumping and keep in rhythm so you don't hit the monster or the alligators. I don't have any idea what these things on their heads are. They look like Dr. Seuss characters, but one thing I never expected to see Dr. Seuss characters do is this. Alright, just one more game because I've had enough. This one is Jungle Fever. I like to call it Jungle Cunt. Well, honestly, I don't know what to say about this one. How did they come up with this stuff? Alright guys, let's have a naked, big-breasted woman hanging from a helicopter shooting at flames with a naked guy in between and some cannibal bitches, I guess, trying to kill you. What the fuck? The goal is to put out the flames and rescue them, and to celebrate, why not? Well, what can you say? Atari and porn. Witches, door-to-door prostitutes, rooftop beaters, cowboy rapists. What more can you ask for? Remember the commercials? Have you played Atari today? Well, fuck yeah, I did. But you don't want to know what I was playing.
Get the power, Nintendo power. Get the clues that you can use, Nintendo power. Higher and higher, fighting your way through enemy fire.
It's time to chill out. Nah, don't worry, I'm not going mellow on you or anything like that. And next time it's going to be a game review again. But for now, I just want to take you back to one of the most important parts of my childhood, Nintendo Power. You know, today there's internet. Anything you want to know about any game, you just look it up. But back then, your only source of information was magazines like Nintendo Power. If you had a subscription, you were the man. One of your friends will be breaking their balls to beat some game and you'll be like, oh, I know how to beat that game, or I know a code. That's because you had the power. Nintendo Power, motherfucker! When it landed in my mailbox, issue 1 was the most mind-blowing thing I've ever seen. Just opening up a page to a map of Metroid, it was so helpful. That game made you feel like a rat in a maze. Then there was the Super Mario Bros. Unlimited 1-up trick, the famous Contra code that gets you 30 extra lives, and how to skip to Zelda's second quest. All in this groundbreaking issue, from front cover to back, it is absolute classic. The one thing that used to piss me off was the NES Achievers section. It's just a bunch of nerds showing off their high scores. But how do you prove it? You gotta take a photo of your screen. And nobody really knew how to do that. I mean, remember, there were no digital cameras back then. So you take the picture of your screen, you have no fucking clue what it looks like, and there could be like 20 other pictures on the roll, so you either have to like waste them all or wait till it gets finished. You get your mom or dad to take it to the store to get the picture developed. It comes back, and what does it look like? It looks like fucking shit. So Nintendo Power printed some guidelines basically saying, look dumb shits, this is how you do it. And if my game said cheese, I think I'd shit my pants. And if I was wearing that, I'd have problems. Nothing brings back memories like breezing through an issue of Nintendo Power. Remember when the Nintendo 64 was the Nintendo Ultra 64? Remember when the piece of shit Virtual Boy was called the VR32? Remember the NES Satellite or the SNES Catapult? Remember Star Fox 2, the game that never saw the light of day? Remember reading about the new shows coming out like Captain N and the Super Mario Bros. Super Show? Remember that shitty movie The Wizard and that fucking dumbass Super Mario Bros. Movie? Man, I remember reading about that and being so excited, I couldn't wait to see that movie. But it was just like waiting for a buffalo to take a shit all over your face. Another thing powerful about this magazine was the power to know what games were coming out. But only if we could read between the lines we would know how shitty they'd be. This one says, in-depth playing tips on the horrifying sequel to Castlevania. This one says Back to the Future has that distinctive LJN style and an interesting timer. Wow, they knew it was bad. Another classic section was the top 30, in which they'd list the most popular Nintendo games. I don't know what Ninja Turtles was doing at number 1 for so damn long. But anyway, it was only NES for a while, but then they started doing the top SNES and Game Boy games. They even had a top 5 for Virtual Boy. That's just hilarious, because that's almost the whole library of games for that fucking piece of shit. The covers were always exciting to look forward to. This one gave kids nightmares, and parents complained. I thought it was awesome. And I never noticed that face in the background till today. This one's cool because it's an owl, and owls are cool. But this one really sucks. Why is it all gray? I mean, what the fuck kind of cover is this? Oh. Well, what the fuck? The illustrations were awesome too. Even if I didn't have the game, it was fun just looking at the pictures. Here's a page on Clash at Demon Head. Just a nice page, everything's fine. But then there's something that bothered me. What's this? He's flipping the bird. He's giving the finger. And I'm not making this up. Well, this one's kind of intimidating. I mean, what's Dracula's problem? Speaking of illustrations, there were also the comics. Howard and Nestor were classic. Usually would relate to a new game that was coming out, like this one's about Castlevania 2. It even makes mention of that weird tornado thing. There's also a Tetris comic, Battletoads, Zelda, Mario, Star Fox, Metroid, Shadows of the Empire, and Killer Instinct. The ads were kind of weird. This kid better be careful not to get those games wet. Actually, those games suck ass. Throw them to the sharks. Wow, there you go. Huddle around the phone. Charge your parents' phone bill up the ass. Unmask the power animal in you. Uh-oh, here we go. And radicalize your game with a subscription to Nintendo Power. Holy shit, will it make me grow claws like that? You know it's gotta be awesome when you're flying a Jeep through space going apeshit with Nintendo controllers. This one's so weird, somebody actually wrote a letter asking, did you really freeze a Super Nintendo? I'd love to know. The answer, Jay, the wonders of special effects and photographic tricks. The answer that you're looking for is no. The block of ice is actually just a plastic shell. It's way cool though, huh? As Nintendo Power progressed, the ads went from being weird to just being fucking disgusting. Why the hell is there a picture of a jar of toenail clippings in a video game magazine? What were they thinking? Now here's the worst one yet. It's some old creepy bitch holding a log of shit. God damn. One ad was so gross, I stapled the page shut. I'm actually not joking. Then this one just shows a hurl bag. Yeah, that's great. That just sums up how I feel about the whole situation. Nintendo Power. Don't open unless you got a barf bag. Each issue always came with a poster. As you can see, I still have them on my walls, but each one represents frustration. Getting these things out without ripping the fuck out of the poster is just a real shit sucker. Ah, fuck! Eventually, they started putting staples in the posters. Fuck! Piece of shit. Besides the posters, there's a lot of stupid shit like this Donkey Kong iron-on t-shirt. And this weird scratch and sniff Earthbound thing. Oh, it stinks! Then there was also these cards in the back. I mean, what's the point? Star Fox looks fucking pissed. Speaking of Star Fox, there was also this fighter jet paper cutout model. Then there are those magic eye pictures. You're supposed to stare at this thing and see Mario or something. I don't see shit. There's also a contest in every issue. Grand prizes would include a sneak showing of the Ninja Turtles movie, a chance to meet Arnold Schwarzenegger, to win Bill and Ted's phone booth, to win a Street Fighter II arcade machine, to dig up dinosaurs, or to be an extra in The Mask 2. The Mask 2?
Oh, that's a great prize. That movie never got fucking made, unless you count Son of Mask, but that wasn't until about 10 years later. And did they give the winner a rain check for that? To be in a movie with a computer-generated baby, or any of the other sequels to Jim Carrey movies that don't have Jim Carrey? Then there's this prize. It's just plain weird. Have you ever dreamed yourself in a tropical paradise, surrounded by sea and sand, a volcano rising at your back? Well, not if it's erupting like in the picture. It's tropical, dude. There's the sun. I don't really see the sun. There's fun. Oh, that's where the fun is, right there. Surf. Okay. You're right there. Okay. Sand. Well, that is definitely sand. And trees. Yep, there are trees all over the place. There's also a contest to design enemies for future Mega Man games. Some of the entries would include Balloon Man, Sun Man, Yo-Yo Man, Spring Man, Magic Man, Clock Man, Whip Man, Spook Man, Clown Man, and the only two female characters were Mega Woman and Mega Girl. Then there's Weasel Letta and Terror Teddy? What the fuck? Nintendo Power was great, but as it went on, they made some dumb decisions. It was really nice when the spines were all numbered, so I can easily organize all the issues, but then, what the fuck? That's so inconvenient. I mean, some of them didn't even have the number on the front cover. You had to open it to find out. Then they came back to their senses and brought the spines back with a picture of Mario. Way to go, above and beyond. So, let's read some letters. Here somebody asks, do your Nintendo tapes only last 5 years? Does it matter if you set them on chairs or if you put the controllers on the floor? Huh. Here's somebody sending a recipe for Mike Tyson's punch. Oh, that's funny. Oh, and oh my god, here we go. We got a Zelda rap. It's a Legend of Zelda and it's really bad. The creatures in the game are really rad. This sounds familiar. Alright, now we got some Mario jokes. Why did Mario cross the road? Because he couldn't find a warp zone. What kind of fish would dare to attack Mario? A barracuda. How does Mario know what will happen in the future? He uses a Luigi board. Oh, God. Alright, now we got some Zelda jokes. How did Link win the basketball game for his team? He used his hook shot. What did Zelda tell Link when he couldn't unlock the door? Triforce. What did Link say to Ganon when he captured Zelda? Leave her alone. Okay, here's a really weird one. If Mario Paint has 41,664 dots available, judging from page 112 of the Mario Paint Player's Guide, and 15 different colors to choose from, then did you know that there are a total of 978857121979410 different possible images to create on a single page? That's a lot, eh? Just thought I'd tell you. Thanks, Ian. That's certainly some useful information. Now we got some complaints. The game I purchased that was completely different than I expected was Rambo for the NES. I saw him firing a machine gun on the package and it looked really cool, so I bought it. When I got home, I started to play the game. It was boring. All you do is walk around and fight with a knife. The only enemies I met were spiders, gorillas, bugs, etc. Tell me about it. We'll get to that one sometime. Ooh, here we go. I once bought a game from a friend called Fester's Quest. I was expecting a great game after reading about it in Nintendo Power, but even with the magazine at my side, it took me 2.5 hours to make it to the first boss, and another 2 to make it to the second. You want to know about Fester's Quest? Next time. Oh, here's a good complaint. So, nice names, guys. Mario 64, Super Mario Kart 64, Pilot Wings 64, Wave Race 64, Killer Instinct 64, and the list goes on. Yeesh. I'm not really mad, but I think you guys could at least put some effort into the names of the games. He totally has a good point, but here's the response. So you're saying you wouldn't be in favor of our plan to rename the magazine Nintendo Power 64? Wow, what an asshole. It is quite apparent what an active and important role marketing plays in the video game industry. I have to wonder what you are thinking when marketing the Nintendo 64 to elementary school gamers. You risk alienating gamers 15 and up. You should target older gamers because you'll also target younger ones, since the audience perception of coolness often depends on what the older teenage audience thinks is cool. I agree. And the response? Your suggestion inspired us to target more teens with our marketing. So tune in to a very special episode of Friends this week to see... Okay, here's my letter. Dear Nintendo Power Editor, what the fuck is your problem?
Get the power, Nintendo power. Get the clues that you can use, Nintendo power. Higher and higher, fighting your way through enemy fire.
Da 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 dum, 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 da 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 dum.
Were you expecting maybe the Ninja Turtles?
Well, we're gonna play some Fester's Quest, and this is gonna get ugly. So there's Uncle fucking Fester minding his own business, sitting outside. Then aliens come down, and, well, that's the plot of the game. Fester's gotta save the world from aliens. If it happened to Simpsons, why not the Addams Family? Makes as much sense as Tim Allen fighting dinosaurs. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just shooting these purple jellyfish things on the ground. What's the point? They don't hurt you unless you deliberately walk into them. And why is part of my body disappearing? Anyway, they leave behind items, but why couldn't they just have the items lying on the ground rather than having to blast your way through this shit? Sometimes there's a bunch of them like stacked together in one spot. It takes fucking forever and makes my fingers tired. It's just another gimmick to make you buy a turbo controller. So I just picked up a better gun. It does a little more damage to the enemies, but it seems to dodge your targets. It just goes back and forth. And if it touches anything, it stops. Now look at this. I just want to shoot this fuckface. God damn. Oh, and these sewer parts, this is where the game really starts to take it in the fucking ass. It basically makes your gun useless. And these green blob things, fuck them to hell. Instead of conveniently dying when you shoot them, they just multiply. Come on, you fucking pieces of shit. What the hell did I do? I got my old gun back? That's nice that it shoots straight, but it's not going to help with killing these things. Switching back to the older gun would actually be a nice feature, but not when you accidentally step on an item that downgrades your weapon. Come on, die! Die! Jesus! They just keep multiplying. Without the dynamite, there's no way to get through these things. I have to keep walking back. And let's not forget one thing. Look at your life bar. That's full life. I'm not kidding. Some life bar, huh? If you get hit twice, you're dead. Come on, you fucking pieces of shit. You're still multiplying. They don't die. They don't die. Die, you fucking frogs. Jeez, can Fester move any slower? Ugh. Yes, he can. If he gets hit by frog spit, that is. Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. You fuckers. Might as well continue. What? Continue my ass. This doesn't look like continuing. You got the same weapon and items, though. Whoopity fucking do. But you start back at the beginning of the game. I can't cross where the hole is, which means I gotta go all the way back through the sewers all over again and deal with those green blobs again.
God damn! This game better stop sucking ass or else I'm gonna have to give it the finger. The middle finger.
Hate these frogs. This gun is useless. It just circles around everything. Look at that. It went completely around that frog and it didn't even hit him. I can't even shoot because the house and trees are in the way. I can't use the gun. I am so fucking dead. So fucking dead. Oh my god, if I could just get past this one guy. Ah, shit! Alright, let's try it again, but with the dynamite. It sucks to have to waste this shit, but it'll have to do. When are they gonna stop? When are they gonna stop? When are they fucking gonna stop? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Come on. Alright. Oh shit, what, 2 more? Where'd they come from? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Jesus. Holy shit. Well, I'm back at the beginning. Again. Oh, why'd you have to do that? I downgraded the gun again.
I think it's a shitload of fuck. I think you better shut your ass.
Jesus Christ. God. Come on. Just want to get down there. Jeez, is there enough fucking frogs? Look, I downgraded the gun again. Alright, I'm gonna go in that house there. If I can fucking make it. Alright, now we're gonna use a key to open the door. Oh, nice. Beautiful. It's one of those half-ass first-person sort of deals. In the 8-bit era, it was kind of cool to see anything that looked three-dimensional, but it's a fucking pile of steaming goat shit. There's a door. Is it the one I came in? Well, let's see. Oh, it is. But for whatever reason, it takes you to the back. We want to go back in. You're kidding me. I gotta use another key? What, does the door eat the key or something? These mazes are such fucking shit. I don't know where I'm going. Couldn't they have made any parts of it look different or decorate the walls? Have something to help identify where you are? Wait, what's the point of this anyway? Are there enemies to fight? No. Is there a time limit? No. Are there any items to get? No, except I've come across one power-up. But really, is there any good reason to have this maze thing? It sucks anus. Then you come up to this crazy alien guy. He's actually not that hard, because there's plenty of room to fight him for one thing, but he sure takes a lot of hits. Well, I beat the game. That's the last guy. It's over. That's just the first boss. It's the last guy. It's not. I know, but let's just say that it is, because that's all I can take. Well, we might have cleaned our hands of that monstrosity, but there's a ton of other Addams Family related games, and I'm willing to bet that many of them suck just as hard. Here's one I happen to have, which I'm just going to throw in here for a bonus. The Addams Family on the Sega Genesis. So you play as Gomez, just walking around, regular side scroller. Oh shit, it's a ghost! Oh my fucking god. Then there's like monster broccoli, zombies, monkeys and spinning teacups, and a ton of weird, unnameable things. So you're just going around, jumping on things, collecting dollar symbols. Then there's a letter A. I don't really know what it does. The game's not too hard, but it's easy to die, if that makes any sense. And this is due to two fatal flaws. One, the control is too sensitive. You just slide all over the place. And the other thing is that you have to be completely accurate to jump on your enemies. Look at this. I jump on both these guys, one of them dies, and the other one kills me. Like in Fester's Quest, at the start of the game, you only have 2 units of life. So if you're like me, you're gonna die, and die, and die, and die. Alright, let's try harder. No fucking around. Watch out for the penguins. Alright, we're just gonna... Yep, here we go. Yep, just keep on jumping. I don't even care if I kill him, just want to get through him. Alright, oh, here we go. Oh, I got lucky there, I think. Alright, just keep jumping the what, I jumped on him. What, are you kidding me? Man, fuck this game. This game is ass.
It's crappy and it's kooky, a stupid piece of poopy. I'd rather eat my dookie, it makes me wanna pee. Sucking some ass, fuck. Sucking some balls, fuck. Sucking some balls, sucking some balls, sucking some ass, fuck. Makes me wanna see ya, ass load of diarrhea. It's worse than gonorrhea, I'm gonna take that pee.
In 1983, a shitty game based on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was released for the Atari 2600 by Wizard Video Games. It was a tragic failure and tried to aim for the adult market. Its pixelated violence was enough to get it banned from stores or hidden behind the counter, limiting its sales to obscurity. For them, an ideal hit movie-based game would become a nightmare. But had the game been well known, nobody would have expected, nor would they have wished to see, as much of the mad and macabre doo-doo diarrhea bullshit as they were to see in that sucky-ass game. Close to 25 years later, it would be discovered by one of the most frustrated gaming geeks on the internet, the angry video game nerd.
gonna take you back to the past to play some shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
What do you got here?
Bunch of shit.
I see. Unfortunately, this is kind of my thing. How much is this one right here?
100.
100? As in like $100?
No shit for brains. 100 centavos. Of course, $100. We are living in the US of A, ain't we?
I'll take it for 50.
It's 100.
It's a piece of shit. Look at this. Look at this stock label. I mean, do you know what this is supposed to be? Can you tell me what this is?
I have no idea what that is. I can tell you what it looks like. It looks like the shit stain in the bottom of my drawers right now.
This is a shit stain on a shitty game. That perfectly just sums it all up.
That there is a rare video game, boy.
I know. Unfortunately, I'm like flies on a piece of shit because I just can't stay away from this stuff.
That ordinarily that would sell for $300. I'll tell you why. Because that is one of the first horror movie video games ever made. Are you going to buy it or are you just going to look at it? Okay? Because if you're going to look at it, you can put it right back down on the fucking table.
Nah, that's all right. I'm not doing it.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it's still $100.
Yeah. What the fuck, man? You
yeah,
just
it's
told
100.
me that.
And I'll tell you what. Don't walk away slick.
Oh, okay. What?
You give me 150.
50? What are you talking about?
Let me finish the deal here. Keep your drawers on there, shorty. I will throw in this one for free.
For free?
F-R-E-E-E free. Yes.
For free, $150. Right. All right, Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the Atari 2600. Let's pop this shit fucker in and give it a go. Now, I gotta admit, there's really not much to say. You control Leatherface, the chainsaw murdering psychopath, and you just go around killing people. That's right, you're the bad guy. Now, I think I understand why this game was so offensive. Sure, the graphics don't look too violent, but just the idea. The goal of the game is to murder innocent girls. Damn, and look at that, you get 1,000 points every time you slice the living flesh off somebody. That's it, go Leatherface, cut them bitches up. Get her, get her! Yeah! Now, compared to something like Grand Theft Auto, this doesn't look like much. Except here, the only goal is to slaughter people, whereas in Grand Theft Auto, there's other objectives. Now, as far as Atari goes, there's not much point of complaining about the graphics, but couldn't they have at least made his chainsaw a different color than his body? It just blends in. It's like his arms are like tangled together, or he has like a big jagged dick coming out of his chest. Like, what the hell, man? The dead girls are another thing that confuses me. What is this? I see 2 puddles of blood, but what's happened to her body? I mean, I know it's all cut up, but looking at it, it just doesn't make any sense. Is she upside down? It really takes a lot of imagination to see this as anything other than a colored mess of pixels. Another thing really screwed up is that the vehicle is almost as big as the house. And the trees are huge. The trunks alone are half as wide as the house, and they're further back, which means that they're probably even bigger than that. The scale and perspective in this game is all fucked up. Then there's hay and wheelchairs and animal skulls. What happened in this field before you got there? Was there somebody going around in a wheelchair gunning down bulls? The sound effects just suck my ass. It's Atari, so you can't expect much, but all you hear is just the farting of the chainsaw and this high-pitched beep. I mean, I've been wondering, what the fuck is this beeping sound for? But according to rumor, it's supposed to be the girl screaming. Now, I say rumor because that's really a stretch. Now, what the hell? I'm stuck. God damn it. So while you're running around, you gotta dodge every object you see, because if you touch anything, and I mean if you touch anything, if just the edge of your body makes contact with one foreign pixel, you're stuck. I mean, look, I'm just gonna try to go by this thing, and look, I can't fucking move. This doesn't even make any sense. What kind of asshole would be immobilized by some random object just lying on the ground? What a shitload of fuck. Sometimes you're chasing a girl and she keeps disappearing and reappearing behind you. So they have like some kind of teleportation skill. That would be a good thing to have if a psycho killer's chasing after you. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they can teleport far. The worst thing about this is that the more you use your chainsaw, the more you use up your fuel. That's right, the fucking thing runs on gas. When you run out of fuel, you're dead. So when the game's over, the screen goes black like a Mortal Kombat fatality, and the girl kicks you in the butt. How violent. She kicks you in the rear. Now I can take bodies getting slashed apart with the chainsaw, but a kick in the ass? That's fucking hardcore. Fuck this game. What a piece of shit.
It's A&M, more like a AVGN. I'm your most far out fan, man.
Yeah, cool.
Whoa, man. So is this where you do all your videos?
Yeah.
Whoa, would you be able to give me a tour or something?
Yeah, okay, well here's the games. You see, here's the games. And here, all the systems are right here. And that's it. So the tour's over. You can go.
Yeah. Whoa, that's far out. Oh yeah. Your next game review is gonna be E.T., right?
No. I don't know.
No. Well, what are you gonna do next, huh?
I don't know.
Are you actually gonna do a Nintendo 64 games?
Eventually.
Hey man, do you remember in your chronologically confused video you totally mentioned that part of that like John Rambo? Well, they're actually making a new Rambo movie, but it's called John Rambo, man.
I was aware of that.
You were totally right on the ball, right on the money, right on my ball. Hey man, I got a friend named Lester, and he really wants to be in one of your videos, man.
Oh, okay.
Would you when you do the ET review, could you just totally put his name in the review, in the middle of it when you're talking about ET? Could you what kind of editing software do you use? Because I actually would like to become an angry nerd reviewer just like you, but I was thinking, what would be easier is if I just got a knife, cut you open, and got inside of you and actually became you. Get that nerd, Leather! Get that nerd!
You gotta believe me, there's this guy coming out.
Whoa, settle down there.
I'm really not kidding. There really is somebody
Hold on
after
there,
me.
little buddy. Be cool, be calm, be collected. Hey, what's that over there? Better up, bitch boy. Them motherfuckers! Don't tell me what I should do, 'cause they be motherfuckers! Oh, poor baby, look, he's waking up,
Oh, you motherfuckers! What the fuck are you doing to me? Come on, man, this is fucking bullshit!
You are gonna be one fucked up idiot!
Get me out of here, man! Come on!
Fuck you! Fuck you! What
the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Shut the fuck up! I guarantee you, it's gonna be better tasting that chicken than what's in store for you next. Yeah.
Here you go, bitch! How'd you like to play Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
No!
Here it goes.
Fucking face it. Here's the controller. Here's the button. You know how the fucking button works?
No.
You push it with your finger like that.
I don't want
play
this shit.
And you can play the game. Play the fucking game or I'll burn your fucking eyeballs out.
I don't want the fucking game.
Play the game. Play the game.
I don't want the fucking game, man.
Play it.
So what do you think there, nerd boy? How's that game going for you?
Game's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah.
You had a fun playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre for Atari 2600.
Well, if he don't like playing video games, why the fuck is he playing video games?
How do you like that, nerd? How do you like it? How do you like it?
He's playing that game like he really don't like it. And ain't that a shame? Listen to him whimper like a little girl. Yeah, boy. Oh, shit.
Get him, Larry. He's getting out.
Come on, Leatherface, go get him.
Get him,
Go.
go get him.
Well, it's Halloween, and I gotta go babysit. Yeah, of all things, I gotta go watch some little shitheads for the night. But for the meantime, I'll show you a perfect example of a great movie turned into a real shit bomb. The first thing that bothers me is the actual manual. Halloween, Halloween. Just in case we didn't see it the first time. Then it says, a homicidal maniac has escaped from a mental institution. You mean Michael Myers? You control the babysitter character. You mean Laurie Strode? Guess they had some sort of copyright problem. Now, Exhibit B. What is this? Is this a bootleg? You'd think, right? But no, this is the real game. They actually sold this. Now, not every cartridge of Halloween was like this, but as Wizard Video Games was liquidating their inventory, they started doing this to minimize costs. Have you ever heard of a video game company that was cheap enough to just use a marker and write the name of the game on it? At least it's orange to kind of keep with the Halloween theme. You pop this fucker in, you start it up, and there you go. That's Halloween on the Atari 2600. You play as the babysitter, which we already established. We assume it's Laurie Strode. That's Jamie Lee Curtis from the movie. But whatever, all we know is that you're trying to get away from Michael Myers and save all these kids that you're babysitting. Coming off of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, you might be pretty disappointed that you don't play as the killer this time, and that only makes the game even more boring. As far as the graphics go, it's pretty fair for 1983, but what kind of house is this where you're babysitting? There's no furniture whatsoever, the carpet is puke green and shit brown, the walls go from blue to hot pink, purple, green, and peach. Who the fuck decorated this place? Some retarded Atari rejects? So, the idea of the game is that you're running around through this house, babysitting an infinite number of kids, and every now and then Michael Myers comes out jabbing his knife in a sort of robotic kind of way. Like in the movies, he's real slow, so if you use any common sense, you're not going to get killed. But he can also kill the kids. If he kills you, you lose a life, indicated by the jack-o'-lanterns on top of the screen, and if he kills the kids, nothing really seems to happen, but the goal is to get the kids and lead them to either corner of this house, whether it's the far left or the far right. Now, I don't know how the hell these rooms are supposed to be safe. It's not like you lock them in. There isn't even a door, so I guess Michael Myers just doesn't like to go in those last rooms. And each time you deliver a kid, you get 675 points. Why that number? I don't know. Now, I didn't really count, but there's something like 8 rooms. And you can also go on the top floor, but apparently this floor has really bad electrical problems because it keeps going dark, which is really fucking annoying. Hate this shit. You know, all these colored rooms kind of remind me of the Poe story, Mask of the Red Death. But anyway, you're just grabbing kids, bringing them to the rooms, and you can find this black sword or something, I don't know. Maybe it's like a nightstick or a billy club. I'd suggest that it's a knife, but it's almost as big as your body. So your guess is as good as mine. It could be a big black dildo for all I care. So anyway, you grab this thing which magically turns into a tiny green thing. Why the hell does it completely change in shape and color when you're holding it? But moving on, Michael Myers shows up and you can attack him with it or just hold it out and he'll walk into it on his own. Then he runs away and I'm just chasing him because I feel like it. You know, I just realized she's actually taller than him. And if you count that red blob of a skirt, she's wider too. That's a real threatening killer. So, of course I gotta mention the Halloween music that plays every time when Michael Myers is on the screen. It's cool to hear it the first time in all its Atari glory, but can't it fucking stop? After a while, it's like piercing your brain. So, that's about it. All I got left to show you is what happens when you die. It's fucking hilarious. Your head disappears and you run around spurting pixelated blood out your neck. What you're looking at might be the first head decapitation ever in a video game. It's by far the most amusing part of the game, and after only a few minutes, you'll find yourself doing this deliberately. Come on, kill the kid, kill the kid. Yeah. Get him, get him. There you go. All right, now get me, get me. All right, now, that's enough. You know, it's all coming back to me now. I remember once long ago, I had this game in my possession. I just remember seeing this blank cartridge for a pale, emotionless game with the dullest graphics, the most awful gameplay. I spent 8 years trying to figure it out, and another 7 trying to keep it locked in my closet because I realized what was living behind that game was simply evil. Oh, you want some trick or treat? Okay, here's some trick or treat for you. There you go, you little fuckers. There's some chocolate for you.
That's not chocolate, that's poop.
It's not chocolate, nor is it poop. It's shit.
I want some candy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, take off your glasses. You'll be blind.
Hey, wait, I got something for you too. A shitty game.
What the heck is this?
It's an Atari game.
The heck is an Atari, you dope?
Oh, you don't know what Atari is? Oh, okay, hang on a second.
First you pull my back, and now you don't give me any candy. You're a dope.
There you go, have fun.
Hey, you dope, I want some candy.
Well, now that I got that piece of shit off my hands, how about we check out a couple more? I mean, I got a little extra time before I gotta go babysit, and after all, it is Halloween, so how about a bonus? Boo! Haunted house! Well, it's pretty scary. Yeah, what the fuck is this shit? I'm a pair of eyes going around. Oh god, boom! Well, anyway, I'm guessing that you're not really a pair of eyes, but it's just common fact that in the dark, the only thing you can see are someone's eyes. Wait a minute, it's Meatwad. Yeah, it's fucking Meatwad. Now, I believe you're supposed to be lighting a match here, but this aura of light that surrounds you makes me imagine it as some sort of body attached to these eyeballs. Now, while this match doesn't help to see the rest of your body, whatever it's really supposed to look like, it actually helps you find items, and the goal is to collect pieces of an urn. Ooh, so now it's the Twilight Zone. Well, you go around watching out for ghosts, bats, and spiders. It couldn't possibly be any more cliche. Ooh, blown up by the ghost. As the levels progress, you can't see the walls. The game's gotten even darker, that's right. It's gotten darker than dark. The graphics were pretty boring beforehand, but now there's hardly a damn thing on the screen but black. Gee, this is fun. Well, we might have time for one more. Let's see. How about Frankenstein's monster? It's alive! It's alive! How about its ass? Its ass! Actually, it's pretty stunning. I mean, as far as graphics go, there's a lot going on. The platforms sort of have a gradient shadow effect, and it's just got a really busy environment for an Atari game, and especially after looking at Haunted House. Well, that's the Frankenstein monster. Why is he white? Well, with every bolt of lightning, he becomes more and more green, and when he's all green, he comes alive. Whether he comes alive or you die, that's when the game ends. Now, your only enemies seem to be this little blue ghost and spiders. Now, I'm fine with that, I guess. Don't really expect much, but who the hell are you supposed to be? Just this regular guy in a baseball cap? Well, anyway, nothing in this game seems to kill you except for the water. You fall in the water, you die. You get touched by anything else, it just freezes you for a second. So the goal is to keep collecting these blocks to build a wall and trap the monster. So you get the block, then you go back up where you started, and then, oh fuck! What the shit is this? Look at all these goddamn bats! What the hell's going on? Never have I had to dodge such a relentless onslaught of vampire bats. Have mercy. So then you just keep going back and forth, getting that block over and over again. Now, one thing that kind of bothers me is this area up to the left. You can't even go there. You can't pass through this green shit, and you might think you can exit one side of the screen and come out the other, like in many games, but no, that doesn't happen here. So this spot, as far as I know, is just a waste. But the worst thing is the jump precision. Here we go, jump. Alright, now jump. Ah, fuck! Oh God! Well, now that's my cue to get the fuck out of here and go babysit. Alright, you little bastards. Oh, no, no.
Look, it's the Poopy Man.
No, the Poopy Man's more like the Boogeyman. And he's gonna get you if you don't turn off this game.
Play the game.
No, I played the game enough tonight.
Play the game. Play the game. Play the game.
Alright, I'll play the game.
You suck, and you smell like poo. You stink, you stink. Shut up. You suck, you suck. You stink, you stink, you stink, you smell.
Shut up! Stop, it's okay, it's okay. You got a basement?
Yeah.
A circuit breaker?
Yeah.
Okay, alright then.
One shot stun. One shot fall. Was that the Poopy Man?
Yeah, I think it was.
Hey, call the police. Tell the sheriff he's on the loose.
Is this some kind of a joke? I've been trick-or-treated like shit tonight.
You don't know what shit is. Once again, let's go back to 1983. You walk into a video arcade. What do you see? Games that look like this, or this, or this. Yeah, it sure got everybody's attention, and it really stuck out amongst all the other games. This was Dragon's Lair, the adventures of Dirk the Daring, who has to rescue a princess from a dragon. It was more like an interactive movie than a video game. Basically, you just watch the cartoon play, and when a certain obstacle would appear, then you press the right button at the right time to see whether you die or you continue playing. Now, the first time playing, there was no way to know what was going to happen, so the only way players would learn was to keep putting quarters in the machine. And once you spent like a truckload of quarters and you knew how to go through the whole game, then you could pretty much beat it every time after that and just show off to everybody. So, while there wasn't much to the gameplay, it was groundbreaking in the fact that it was one of the first games to use a laserdisc, making the use of motion video, and feature animation by Don Bluth, who, prior to Dragon's Lair, was known for his work with Disney on features such as Robin Hood, The Rescuers, and Pete's Dragon. Many games of its kind would follow, some of which were adapted on the home CD consoles, such as Time Gal and Road Adventure, which I mentioned in my Sega CD review. Now, many adaptations of Dragon's Lair would appear on several game consoles, but the one that I'm going to play is the NES version. Now, how could you put this into this? Yeah, so obviously, an NES game is technically incapable of handling this sort of motion video thing. So, what do you know? It's a side-scroller, and after all, that's what games on the 8-bit Nintendo system were best at. So, how could you go wrong? Well, judging from all the requests I got to review this game, I'm going to pop it in and find out. Alright, my first impression is that the graphics are quite good for the NES and the character animation is well detailed, but the controls are delayed beyond belief. Did I just die by walking into the fucking door? Yeah, everything kills you. Literally, everything. Even if you stop to jump, you end up falling through the bridge. Okay, I'm going to try to kill this bat, and there I go, dead. Here I go. Dead again. If you hit down, you go into a crawling mode. Of course, it's extremely delayed, making it awkward to switch between standing and crawling. Oh, I'm really fucked now. Jump, jump! Well, we already know you can't go through the door, so I'm gonna assume you gotta kill the dragon. But what the asshole? Why can't I duck? I just want to duck down and throw my daggers at the dragon, but no, it doesn't let you duck. Have you ever played a game where the basic controls differ depending on which side of the screen you're standing on? So, I'm going to try to make my way to the left just so I can attack the dragon. Wow, that was close. Okay, come on, duck. Shit! Alright, here we go. Duck down, kill a dragon. Son of a ass! I'm getting real fucking mad now. Why does the gate stay open the whole time, but once you're within range, it comes down? What a tease. How the hell does the fucking thing kill you anyway? I don't care if it's a door or a medieval gate, or whatever the hell it is. It's certainly not an electrical fence or something. So why is it like deadly to the touch? The rules in this game make no sense. What were they thinking? Another problem is that the dragon doesn't come up high enough to be able to hit with your dagger, unless you're squatting, but when you're squatting, the dragon stays below the bridge. It literally reacts to your every move. So, what do? Do you stand? Do you duck? Either way, you're fucked. The decisions to make in this game are similar to if, say you're standing in a pool full of piss, all the way up to your neck. Then somebody comes in with a bucket full of shit to dump on your head. Do you duck down under the piss, or do you just stay up and take on the shit? This game is like a cruel joke that you play on your friends. It's like, hey, you want to play a game? Here you go, you fuckers. And, you know, it really doesn't look that hard. But once you actually play it, it's unbelievable. You jump like you're on the goddamn moon. It takes ages to turn around. And the control is so stiff, you'll wonder if your fucking controller's broken. However, I've heard that the PAL version is much smoother. I might have saved myself a few hundred emails by mentioning that. Now, unlike most NES games where B attacks and A jumps, this one's the opposite, which takes some time to get used to. I mean, what's with this backwards ass bullshit? But you know what's really sad? This is the first screen of the game. I haven't even gotten past the first screen yet. I don't even want to know what the rest of the game is like. Maybe you're just supposed to walk left. Nope. Actually, if that was the case, I think I'd have to break something. Now, you know what else is bullshit? Everything kills you with only one hit. The dragon, the fireball, the moat, the door. But the bat just takes away a tiny bit of life from your life bar. Yeah, that's right, you have a life bar. I didn't even notice, but what's the point? Because everything that hits you, it kills you instantly. I can guarantee that the only way you're gonna die from this bat is if you stand absolutely still and just wait. I've clocked it. It takes 1 minute and 13 seconds for this bat to drain your energy. That's 11 hits. Well, why 10 when it can take 11? So, in order to pass this part of the game, you gotta kill the dragon. And it seems that there's only one possible spot where you can hit him. That's from the far left, where you start. But the dragon won't come out until you're halfway across the bridge. So, you gotta make your way to the dragon, then jump your way back, and then you can just barely hit the dragon, even from this distance. You just wish you can duck and hit him, but as we already know, that doesn't work because the fucking bastard won't stay up. So you just have to be real patient, keep throwing the daggers. When he spits the fireballs, you gotta duck well in advance and just keep repeating. Of course you die with only one hit, but the dragon takes forever. This game is notorious among gamers as being one of the most frustrating games in existence. At some time or another, it seems everyone takes a shot at it. And after this review, I'm sure many more people will suffer over it, which is unfortunate, but to quote Full Metal Jacket, it's just one big shit sandwich, and we all gotta take a bite. So, finally, the dragon's dead, the door goes up, and now you got one last obstacle. Just don't fall. Oh God, don't fall. Not after that. Alright, finally we get to see something different. Now, your first obstacle here are these rocks that come flying at you. Fuck! Now, once you remember the pattern, you can get by, but then this snake comes up out of nowhere. Damn! You know, this whole game is all about trial and error. The only way to get through it is to memorize everything that happens. And once again, I'd like to stress, what's the point of having an energy bar when everything kills you with one hit? One fucking hit. Now, this is the worst. Just gotta watch the pattern. Up, down, up, down, up. Fuck! Oh, God. Game over? Oh, no. No, please, no. Man, fuck that shit. Man, you think I'm gonna put myself through that again? God damn it, man! Man, fuck this game, man! Man, Jesus Christ, I'd rather
fucking 69 a grizzly bear while shoving King Kong up my ass. I'd rather fucking stand in the middle of a ring of monkeys as they pelt me to death with their own anal waste. Man, fuck this game, fuck it to hell, fuck it to oblivion, fuck it to damnation of mankind! Thanks for sending me this crappy game. Coal would have been nice, or even better, a bag of poop. So thanks. Home Alone 2 on the NE-fucking-S. Now, just like in the movie, you're anywhere but home. You're lost in New York. Now, I'm really scraping the bottom of the shit barrel with this one. I mean, the first Home Alone game was so bad, why would you even bother with this one? Well, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Now the first thing I noticed, besides of course the title screen and the strangely placed credit scroll, is that the game is actually in memory of someone. Now that's sad. So you start the game trying to escape from this hotel because they found out that you used a stolen credit card. Now you don't want to fuck with this hotel. They'll get everybody after you. Not even just the people who work there, but bouncing old ladies with umbrellas, mops. Yeah, crazy bloodthirsty mops will try to get you. Vacuum cleaners? Yeah, they'll suck you up. Then there's suitcases. Even the fucking suitcases are trying to run you over. Now another thing I noticed right away was that the sound effects are taken straight from Bart vs. the Space Mutants. Now that's common for a video game company to recycle their own sound effects, but that was a claim, and this is THQ. Damn robbers. Now nothing in the game really makes any sense. You're just running around and get the fuck off me, god damn it! And there's a guy throwing a key. Now, in the world of video games, a key is usually a good thing. You collect keys and use them to open doors, but not this game, the key kills you. Then you go into these rooms which have absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Sometimes you can find items, some of which can be used as temporary weapons, but the main idea is that you just run to the right until you reach the end. But then what happens? Nothing. You can't go anywhere. You press the button and wait for the elevator, but it doesn't happen. Meanwhile, these suitcases keep flying at you, so you start walking to the right, but no, that doesn't work either. So what do? You go back and explore the whole level, exhausting every possibility until you realize, yes, you are supposed to wait for that elevator. I end up pushing the button like 100 fucking times, and I'm being serious. I don't know if it makes a difference, but basically, you gotta wait for that elevator. Then it starts dropping you off on random floors. You run all the way to the right again, only to be faced with the same problem. It's a dead end. So what do? You go left again, and when you get back to the elevator, only then can you advance to the next random floor. It doesn't make any logical fucking sense. So you're just going around dodging everything, and sometimes it's impossible to jump over people, so you really need a weapon, which you can sometimes find in these rooms, but watch out for those crazy fucking maids that throw pillows which look like bloody butcher knives missing handles. When you see the old ladies, you slide on your knees like Pete Townsend, which is probably the best part of the game. Sometimes the slide can kill things, and other times it can't. I didn't even know it could be used as an attack until I got to the chef, because that's the only way to get past him, is to slide into him. Now, of course, every time you hit him, he removes another article of clothing. Now his shirt's gone, and do I really want to do this? Oh, shit, God. Then he leaves his hat, and it turns into a pizza. Okay. There's really no consistency in this game at all. For example, most of your enemies, you can stun them and then just pass by. But this asshole, it doesn't work. You shoot him in the balls and then he still has his way. I just want to get up on those boxes so I can jump over them. But you can't. You can jump on the boxes to the right, but you can't jump on the ones on the left. I mean, what kind of fucking sense does that make? Some of the poles you can climb, and some of them you can't. Some of the potted plants you can jump on the plant itself, but other times when you're in desperate fucking need, you can't. It's like the game keeps changing the rules. Here, get up the ladder. Get up the fucking ladder. There's birds shitting all over me. Get up the fucking ladder. Fuck, 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 fuck. Ah!
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals, you miserable fucking cunt, you piece of shit.
Shitty games all my life. Shitty fucking games. I hate shitty fucking games, and I hate shitty fucking Christmas, because shitty fucking Christmas means more shitty fucking games. Humbug! Bah! Fucking humbug into hell!
Greetings, nerd! Forgive this intrusion, for it is I, the ghost of Christmas past.
I ain't seeing this.
Why do you doubt your senses, nerd?
Because I wasn't ready to go completely insane tonight.
But you're already there, drowning in your own misery and torment.
You see this?
I do see that.
But you're not looking at it.
But I see it.
Look, Ghost, why do you come to me?
Well, to take you back to the past.
To play the shitty games that suck ass? No thanks.
This is your past, nerd.
Oh wow, that's me. I'm playing round 42. That was the shit, I remember that. Oh no, that's my first time playing the NES. Now, there's my dad in his underwear taking out the trash. At least he's not making me take out the trash. Oh, and that's me playing Mario 2. At least we all thought it was Mario 2.
I don't know how you get in there. There's a wall block, so I don't know how to get in. Yikes, I'm not going down there. This isn't fair.
I remember nothing but torture. Oh, that's that fateful Christmas day when I got my Super Nintendo.
My first 16-bit machine.
Do you remember the excitement?
Who are you?
The ghost of Christmas present-ish.
Well, what do you want?
I just wanted to remind you of the fond memories you have of the Super Nintendo. You remember Metroid, Zelda, Mario? You only choose the 12 crap. You know what you're doing right now?
Talking to you?
No, this is all out of body, don't you get it? Right now you're looking back and reviewing one of the worst games on the Super Nintendo.
Shaq Fu. Just the name makes people cringe. Like you don't even want to go there. So it's a fighting game with a storyline that begins with Shaq wandering into a Chinese shop for whatever reason, and an old man tells him he has to save some kid. So Shaq just goes along with it, steps in the portal, and ends up in the second world. I guess we live in the first world, so this is the second. So you're wandering around fighting everybody you meet, including a goblin sort of thing, some crazy cat bitch, a Persian prince I guess, and all kinds of weird aliens and a mummy warrior. I never even heard of such a thing. I just don't know about this. It's really weird. I kind of liked Full House Tournament Fighter. At least that had more appropriate characters. Now, this is one of those multi-console games which appeared on both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis Mega Drive console, and most of the time the Super Nintendo version was better, which means I'd really hate to see the Genesis version. Now, besides the ridiculous concept, the dull sound effects, and everything else, the rotten core where this game's stank bullshit stems from is in its godforsaken control. The controls are mutilated, fucking atrocious. They're especially unresponsive when you're trying to execute a special move, and most of the time, you find yourself trying to get close enough to your opponent to hit him. You just end up jumping all around until the clock runs out. This game falls between the ass crack of basketball fans and fighting game fans. It doesn't please anybody. I also gotta mention that there also used to be a website dedicated to finding and destroying every cartridge of this game. It's that bad. Now, I can go into depth and describe the controls and every last detail why this game is so god-awful, but I don't even have to. The name says it all. The title doesn't even sound good. Shaq Fu? It's like a joke. I mean, just the fact that they can release a fighting game starring Shaquille O'Neal and call it Shaq Fu pretty much proves that you could put Fu at the end of anything. How about Robin Williams Fu or U2 Fu? I mean, who came up with this shit? What, were they smoking crack up their ass?
Oh, Ghost, please, I can't stand it anymore. Ghost? Where are you? Oh my God. I know who you are. Dreadful apparition, why must you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth and what do you want from me? Oh my God. You remember the Nintendo Wii? Yeah, it's actually what they call it. But it was very revolutionary when it first came out. But looking at it now, it's like a baby's toy. Now, I got this bullshit fuck game called Far Cry Vengeance. Now you put the word vengeance at the end of anything, and it's sure to suck.
Hey, big fella. You look like the kind of man who can handle himself.
You look like the kind of woman I'd like to handle.
Have you been with the rebels?
I'm not that kind of rebel, pal.
I'm not your pal, you bastard guy.
Oh, look at that. Look at all the grass growing. Kind of like in Creepshow. Hey, yo, stupid ass. I'm right behind you, fuckface. Kill him, kill him. There you go. Yeah, right in the balls. Fuck! The control is fucking awful. Now it's time for Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz.
Oh, and that Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. Alright, now despite being a pretty good game, there's the party games. And instead of just having a few really good ones, they just have a whole bunch of really shitty ones. They just suck, should I say, monkey fuck? I mean, it doesn't even have anything to do with the monkeys. You're just a fucking dog going around trying to move the fucking sheeps off the screen. Oh, it's fruit. Yeah, get the fruit in the basket. It's fruit. This is the worst fucking thing ever. Look at this. Move! Move, god damn it! Look at this. God! Oh, shit. What a shitload. What were they thinking? I'd rather drink diarrhea sauce. Alright, it's time to boogie! Boogie! Boogie, 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 boogie! Spirit, please have mercy. I can't stand to look at this anymore. No! 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 Christmas. I haven't missed it. You little shit, little fuck. It's Christmas. What a glorious Christmas day. Look at all these games. Look at all these games. I think I'm gonna play Super Mario World. Fuck yeah, this game's awesome. In fact, I should just play good games from now on.
Man, fuck that. Let's play some shitty ones.
I want to bring you back to The Legend of Zelda. This game was released in 1986 in Japan and 1987 in the US. At that time, it was the biggest, most epic game ever. It was more than a game, it was an adventure. It captured our imaginations and immersed us into the fantasy world of Hyrule. Link, Princess Zelda, the evil Ganon, and the Triforce would become beloved Nintendo icons for generations to come. There is a sequel to this game, released the following year, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. But never would we have guessed that this would be the only direct sequel to come, for the Zelda timeline will go backward, twist, split, or do anything but go straight forward. This left fans everywhere debating on what order the stories in the games take place. And back when Zelda started, nobody would have imagined the idea of such a complicated timeline. It's no easy feat to string together more than 14 games that generally have very few story connections and continuations. I don't claim to know anything, because nothing is absolute, and Nintendo has no official timeline explanation. I just want to give you a basic overview of how confusing it is. Originally, as we all know, on the Nintendo Entertainment System, there were only two Zelda games, The Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. The timeline at this point was very straightforward. Zelda 2 was a direct sequel, taking place a few seasons later, starring the same character Link, now a teenager or young adult. However, the Zelda in this game, who's under a sleeping spell, is reputedly not the same Zelda that Link rescued from Ganon at the end of the first game, as this Zelda has been asleep for millenniums. While fans waited anxiously for a third Zelda game, there never was a Zelda 3, but what we got on the Super Nintendo was a prequel, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. This game came out 4 years after Zelda 2, and it far succeeded our expectations. It went back to the original format, but made drastic improvements, adding a new Light World Dark World system, and making the game's plot much more involved. For the first time in a Zelda game, we are told the history of Hyrule. In the beginning, 3 gods of wisdom, courage, and power create the land of Hyrule, and leave behind a symbol of their power, the Triforce. It remains hidden away in a golden land, where legends say anyone who finds it, all their wishes will come true. However, it's found by a thief by the name of Ganondorf Dragmire, and because of his evil nature, it transforms him into the monster we know as Ganon, and the Golden Land into the Dark World. While he rules this Dark World, he also tries to take over Hyrule, but 7 wise men seal the gate to the Dark World and trap Ganon inside. Now that's all backstory. Now as the game begins, the evil wizard Aghanim has taken over Hyrule Castle and uses the life force of the 7 maidens to break the seal, to free Ganon. The 7 maidens are the descendants of the 7 wise men, and the last in line is Princess Zelda. The main objective of this game is for Link to defeat Aghanim, and then go to the Dark World to rescue the 7 maidens, and ultimately face Ganon. Now on the Game Boy, we were given Link's Awakening, which was the first portable Zelda game. It seems to take place right after A Link to the Past, treating it as its own new series of games, or either ignoring the original 2, or I don't know. Now, let's move on to the Nintendo 64, the first 3D Zelda game and the biggest, most anticipated yet, the Ocarina of Time. To my dismay, this game was another prequel. Upon release, it was announced as the earliest point in the timeline, and this is where all notions of Link to the Past being the first were shattered. Shigeru Miyamoto, the man responsible for all these great games, did an interview with Nintendo Power sometime before the release of the Ocarina of Time, and this is what he said. Ocarina of Time is the first story, then the original Legend of Zelda, then Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, and finally A Link to the Past. It's not very clear where Link's Awakening fits in. It could be any time after Ocarina of Time. Now, whoa, I'm nobody to argue. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't doubt the man himself, but how is Link to the Past the last? I had a hard time accepting that any game would take place before it, but now it's the last? Well then, why is it called Link to the Past? If it was meant to be the end, why wouldn't it be called Link to the Future? Let's remember when there were only 3 Zelda games: The Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, and Link to the Past. Was there any doubt that Link to the Past took place before the other 2 games? Even the back of the box says it starred the predecessors of Link and Zelda from the NES games. As the game begins, Zelda telepathically speaks to Link's uncle while Link remains in bed. She says, "Please help me. I am a prisoner in the dungeon of the castle. My name is Zelda." By introducing herself in this manner, it seems to set the tone as a prequel. Link's uncle tries to rescue her first, but when he dies, he passes his sword on to Link and tells him basically he's the new hope. It's easy to assume that this is Link's first adventure, but with all the new games, it's all screwed up and open for debate. The title Link to the Past could very well not be referring to the character Link at all. While it's undoubtedly a play on words, it could be totally referring to a link as in a connection, a chain of events. So, what event from the past can it be linking to? The Ocarina of Time? Okay, fair enough, but one problem. To believe that means to assume that they already had Ocarina of Time planned out back then, and that's playing a George Lucas. So, what right do I have to argue with Miyamoto? I don't. However, I can offer 3 explanations to why he says Link to the Past goes at the end. 1. He was being interviewed, and he was caught on the spot, so it could have been a simple mistake. 2. Link to the Past was once a prequel, but its place in the timeline changed, so his quote somehow correct. 3. It's just a game, so who gives a shit? So, let's get back to the Ocarina of Time. While it has to be a different Link and Zelda, it definitely seems to take place at the beginning. In fact, it seems to take place during the imprisoning war of the Link to the Past backstory and the origin of Ganon. During most of the game, he's in human form as Ganondorf, and at the end, he actually transforms into Ganon right in front of you. In Link to the Past, Link is usually compared to the legendary hero of time, meaning he's carrying on the tradition of the old Link from Ocarina of Time, or that could just be a legend, whatever. Now, once I got over the fact that this is yet another prequel, it also involves time travel, which just makes it even more complicated. In a similar fashion to Link to the Past's Dark World Light World system, Link here travels between his childhood and 7 years in the future, where Ganondorf has taken over Hyrule. So, you get to play as both young Link and adult Link. Young Link basically skips over his childhood to become adult Link and defeat Ganon at the end. However, Zelda sends Link back to being young Link so he can have a chance to live the skipped 7 years of his childhood. Now, a second Zelda game for the Nintendo 64 was released, Majora's Mask. This one is a sequel to Ocarina of Time, but wait, not a sequel to the end where adult Link defeats Ganon, no, it's a sequel to young Link after he got sent back. So now, any speculation of Nintendo ever making a sequel to Zelda 2 is deader than shit. They can't even make a sequel that follows in consecutive order. Instead, they just keep going back, and then maybe taking a small step up again, and then back again. We have a sequel to the original, a prequel to the original, a sequel to the prequel, a prequel to the prequel, and a sequel to the young Link of the prequel's prequel. What the fuck? At this point, if you want to try to make any sense out of this whole thing, then you just go right ahead, but not me. At this point, I really didn't give a shit. So 8 years since the last game on a handheld system, Link's Awakening, 2 new Zelda games were released for the Game Boy Color, the Oracle of Seasons and the Oracle of Ages. These games, depending on the order in which you played them, took place immediately after each other. On the first playthrough, the villains in each game were General Onyx for the Oracle of Seasons or Varen in the Oracle of Ages. But if you played through each game a second time and entered a series of passwords from the Link system, you can get the real ending and actually fight the revived Ganon. These games, however, could take place after nearly any Zelda game. Some fans speculated that they took place after Majora's Mask because of the similar characters. Some said that they came between Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, and some believed them to take place at the very end of the timeline. Still others felt it was another Link entirely. By this point, the timeline had changed. No longer was it constant among all fans. But no matter where you wanted to place the Oracle games, the main theme of the series remained true. The Ocarina of Time era, then the Link to the Past era, and finally, the Legend of Zelda era. It's kind of weird to think that the early 8-bit games are now actually taking place at the end. But whatever, that was before this whole timeline thing happened. But then, it got even more fucked up. The GameCube Zelda, called The Wind Waker, was about a young Link on the Great Sea who has to rescue his sister along with the help of a pirate girl named Tetra, who's later revealed to be this game's Princess Zelda. This game was supposed to be a sequel to the Ocarina of Time. Wind Waker's backstory told how after adult Link had defeated Ganon, Ganon returned, but Link, he's now non-existent because he was sent back 7 years where he lives his childhood as young Link and Majora's Mask picks up. So he basically disappeared from the present time, but now that Ganon's back but with no Link to fight him, the three goddesses of Hyrule flood the land, sealing Ganon and the kingdom beneath the Great Sea. So this is our big problem. Hyrule is flooded, so this game would have to be the end. Nothing could happen later if Hyrule's still flooded, unless somehow it gets unflooded again. So now, when debating the Zelda timeline, you usually either believe in one linear timeline or a split timeline. There's no generally accepted splittist or linearist theory, and yes, people who believe in a split timeline are called splitists, and people who believe in a linear timeline are called linearists. It's sort of like Trekkie and Trekker, except even more nerdy. A year before Wind Waker was released, another game was made in the series as an add-on to the Game Boy Advance remake of Link to the Past. This was the first multiplayer game in the franchise, The Four Swords. At this time, some fans believed that because the game was so radically different from the others, it didn't count. However, the idea it didn't count was quickly debunked on the grounds that it was nothing but an excuse not to think. Since this was largely a sub-game and the map was really just a basic setup of land with no true meaning other than to separate the three levels, most fans didn't consider it an important part of the timeline, and that it could go anywhere, although it was largely believed to either take place sometime before the Ocarina of Time or after Wind Waker. However, its significance greatly increased when in 2004 a second game in the Four Swords sub-series emerged, Four Swords Adventures for the GameCube. Although the Wind Mage Vaati was the primary villain of these two games, Ganon made an appearance at the end of Four Swords Adventures, having been reincarnated. This was when the timelines really took it in the ass, as many more possibilities were opened. Then the Minish Cap, also on the Game Boy Advance, is involved in the Four Swords saga as well. It tells of the origins of Vaati and the Four Sword, and is mostly believed to take place at the beginning of the timeline. That's right, another fucking prequel. How far backward can we possibly go? Maybe eventually it'll go back to Link and Zelda being the Adam and Eve of Hyrule, or it'll go back to the creation of Hyrule when the only life forms are microscopic. Micro Zelda, maybe they'll make that game. Although I'm being sarcastic, many fans agree that it is hard to accept another prequel. Many are resistant to the idea of a game taking place before Ocarina of Time, as I am with any game taking place before the only one with past in the title. Many other theories place the Minish Cap at the very end, and still others clump it together with the other Four Sword games somewhere in the middle of the timeline. Others speculate that the Four Swords are their own separate series. However, most believe the Minish Cap is likely the first game in the entire saga, as its geography seems to be most similar to that of Ocarina of Time than any other game, and takes place in a time without many of Ocarina of Time species being prominent, suggesting that the kingdom has not yet united all the races. That and the lack of the Temple of Time suggests that it falls several generations before the Ocarina of Time. Not to mention, it explains how Link first got his hat. But like any theory, somebody always finds a flaw. For example, Moblins are in the game, and Moblins are the pig-like soldiers of Ganon created in his own image. No Ganon, no Moblins. Or is it possible that Vaati is also capable of creating Moblins? Well, this one's up in the air, like dog shit shooting out of a cannon. Now, Twilight Princess, the latest Zelda epic on the Wii, seems to have no obvious spot in the timeline, but it kicks so much ass it makes you forget about it. Everyone has tried very hard to understand how these Zelda games could be logically and chronologically connected. And I swear, some of you have memories better than Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man. It's true, Zelda fans can recall countless character quotes, game prologues, and instruction manual text to back up their arguments. That's impressive. The fans clearly have a love for Zelda, and that's what drives all these theories about the Zelda world, because the games are so good, that's what makes people care so much. But let's stop for a moment and look at all these games as a whole, mainly the earlier ones. If there was some sort of a concrete storyline, a planned out logical order in the Zelda universe, it would be there clear as day. The creators of Zelda didn't think about a timeline. Now, because of pressure from the fans, Nintendo sometimes tries to inject things from previous games into newer installments, attempting to tie some of them together, but there isn't a sturdy foundation to do so. It's a puzzle that can't be solved. Look at it. It's a gang-raped, bitch-slapped, broken-down fucking mess of a timeline. No matter how hard the fans try to piece it all together, a new game comes out that just defies everything. Zelda started out as just a little elf kid running around stabbing bad guys, and it was a classic little adventure game, but today it's a juggernaut and has a cult following that's out of this world. That's why we've seen Zelda characters in Soul Calibur and Super Smash Bros. Where does Super Smash Bros. Melee fit in the mix? Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf are in the game, so why ignore it? It doesn't count, right? Well, excuse me! What about the cartoon? What about the games on the Philips CDI? There is Zelda, Wanda Gamelon, Link, the Faces of Evil, and Zelda's Adventure. And hey, Princess Zelda actually plays a bigger role in those games, so why don't you count those? Maybe because they suck diarrhea shit from an asshole fountain? But that's beside the point. The point is that the true heart of the Zelda games is the gameplay. If you can't enjoy playing the game, you won't enjoy the story and characters anyway. The end goal is that the game is fun, challenging, has some unique twists, and is a satisfying experience. So, instead of looking at all the Zelda games as a whole, you have to look at each one separately. After all, that's the way they were developed. It's not as though Zelda is like Lord of the Rings. Each Zelda game is a different legend and a different experience. You don't have to play the first one to get the story of the third one or even the 13th one, and that's really lucky for those who haven't been able to play them all, which is the case for most people. Zelda games are not meant to connect right down the line. They're not meant to tell the entire history of Hyrule. They're meant to be single, fun experiences. Now, I know it can be really fun to work on this puzzle, and it shows creative thinking, which I commend a lot of you for, but hey, don't sweat it. It's not something that deserves a loss of sleep. So, just enjoy the fucking games and have a great day.
Fuck, I gotta do this one now? Well, guess I might as well, because there's a new Rambo movie coming out. Back in the 80s, Rambo was the shit, but the NES game was just plain shit. Well, it's based off of Rambo First Blood Part 2 rather than the first one. I guess making a game where you go around killing cops probably wasn't in their best interest.
It begins with the Colonel visiting Rambo in prison and making him a deal. Go rescue prisoners in Vietnam and you're free. But you have a choice. I'm not afraid of death, or I feel better in prison. How about I feel better in prison? But it's up to you. The game doesn't start until you say yes. Well, what's the point of having an option then? I'm saying leave me the fucking prison, but then again, I might as well not even put the game in if I'm gonna say no. That's like in the movie if you would have said, John, the movie can't continue till you say yes. So the game begins, you're just walking around the hangar, talking to people. Rambo looks like some shirtless guy wearing red spandex. So you just walk around, talk to this person, talk to that person, then finally go to the Colonel one last time where he says, you've got 36 hours to get in, complete your assignment, and get the hell out. The first swear I recall from a video game. Then the plane drops you off and the action finally begins. You spend most of your time just killing snakes, bugs, and other small animals with a knife. It's actually a complete clone of Zelda 2. Yeah, that's right, that's the flying sword, or knife in this case, the numbers that appear when you kill the enemies, the way you talk to people, dark caves which require a lantern to light the way, and overall the layout is similar. Now, speaking of the knife, that's one of the most disappointing aspects about this shitwad of a game. Why am I not using a machine gun, like the front cover? Why am I just fighting snakes and bugs? This is exciting. Doesn't this remind you of the movie? Remember when Rambo has to fight a giant spider? I don't. Eventually, you start to fight appropriate enemies, and you do gain an inventory of weapons, such as flying daggers, arrows, and grenades. Man, who the hell throws grenades at a tiger anyway? You also get a machine gun, but this doesn't happen until much later in the game. The problem may not be that the game doesn't follow the movie, it actually follows the movie way too much. Almost every key scene is recreated through character dialogue, but who cares? It's almost like they focus too much on the story rather than the overall gameplay. When Rambo meets the girl for the second time in the game, you're given an option. Rather than conducting business, you can say, "What do you think of me?" The game doesn't advance until you stop asking this, so what's the point? And how cocky can Rambo be to expect a compliment? She could have said, "What do I think of you? You look like a hairless gorilla, and when your mouth is open, you really freak me out." There's times when you have to follow her, but all she does is walk back and forth, so you're actually supposed to go meet her somewhere. But where the fuck that is up to you to find out. Now, that's the biggest problem of this game, finding out where the hell you're supposed to go. You stand on these little boxes that say N for North and S for South. You push up and then go to the next screen, and it's just like in Friday the 13th where you can change paths, but it's confusing to navigate because everything looks the same. If you keep walking in the same direction, the stage just repeats over and over. Sometimes you think you're making progress, but then you realize that you're doing laps over the same stretch of land. But to make it even more confusing, there's times when in order to advance to the next section of the game, you have to walk in one direction and then go back the same way you came. So it's like if you walk to the right, you could just keep walking right forever. It's an endless cycle. But if you walk to the left, that's when it takes you somewhere different. What a shitload of fucking bullshit. There's also a scene where you control the girl. She can't do anything but walk, and there's no fighting involved. All you do, basically, is just walk from point A to point B. Why? Another thing that blazes my balls is that when you're low on energy, the screen flashes. I guess it's nice to be alerted that you're dying, but it doesn't have to be so fucking annoying. Maybe you say it's nitpicking, but I say it's shitpicking. The controls are mind-blowingly awful. It doesn't look bad, but believe me, it's bad. You can move and jump around just fine, but when it comes to using your weapons, it feels stiff. When you try to attack something, it's almost impossible without getting hit. Getting across this bridge is a real shit bitch. Damn. Fuck. Alright, come on, you bastard. I'm almost there. Almost there. Fuck! Oh, God. How did they fuck up Rambo this bad? You'd think it wouldn't be that hard. Just a guy in a bandana going around shooting people. Kinda like Contra. Yeah, that worked, didn't it? Side-scrolling, overhead, or even a semi-3D perspective. It all worked. As long as the control is fluent, the action's good, and the overall gameplay is stimulating, that's all it needs. But instead, we get a confusing, incoherent mess that doesn't even really know what it's trying to be. A needless storyline, confusing navigation, frustrating controls, and a second-rate clone of Zelda 2. Though it predated Zelda 2 in its US release, Zelda 2 came out first in Japan. What? What the shit? I'm back at the beginning. How did this happen? I just fell and now I'm back at the beginning of the damn game. I still have my weapons, but I got a long way to make it back to where I came. Murdoch is still telling me the same shit he told me before, as if I never started the mission yet, so I guess I just found some crazy glitch. So the only way I'm gonna show you the end of this game is to enter a password. But look at this! Why does the fucking password have to be so damn long? Is it really necessary to have both capital and lowercase letters, as well as numbers, question marks, and exclamation marks too? If you're writing this down, you're gonna get confused. S's look like 5s, zeros look like O's, capital and lowercase letters can look identical, and lowercase L's look like 1s and uppercase I's. That's something I have no tolerance for. The password system should be simple, straightforward, and easy to use. As long as you know the password, you should be able to enter it and move on. It doesn't need to be a fucking project. Assholes. Well, so this is it, the end of the game. And they sure saved the hardest part for last. It's just a fucking barrage of shit coming down. It's like you need a bulletproof umbrella. There's no way to dodge this shit, and the only way to hit the copters with grenades. It takes about 1,000,000 hits, and there's no damage indicator. It doesn't blink or anything when you hit it, so the first time I tried this, I didn't even know the damn things were working. But with patience, you finally win, and then you go back to the hangar, a job well done. And from here on, you can just walk around and talk to people. And there's Murdoch, that bastard. You get out your machine gun, you shoot him, and he turns into a frog. Yeah, you shoot Chinese letters, and he turns into a frog. Just what I expected. I think that was enough. But there's more Rambo games, so just for a bullshit bonus, let's take a look at a couple more. Here we have Rambo First Blood Part 2 on the Sega Master System. Now, okay, this is more like it. Starts up with the action right away, you're just going around shooting people, and on top of that, it's 2 players. We know that this is Rambo, but who's this guy? But anyway, it doesn't matter. The controls are basic. Number 1 shoots bullets and number 2 fires exploding arrows. You give him a little number 1, you give him a little number 2. Number 2. Well, at first it seems like a decent game, but it's also very frustrating because you move incredibly slow, you can't shoot down, and the bullets don't go far. They also look like ping pong balls. The game reminds me of Ikari Warriors, and it suffers from the same problems, though the levels are not nearly as monotonous. But one thing that happens is if you die, you can reappear in an obstructive place and get stuck. You're trapped. I mean, there's nothing you can do other than just hope to get hit by enemy fire so you can reappear somewhere else. Another weird thing that happens frequently is that after you come back, you know, when you're in that brief invincible flashing stage, the controls get locked. You can only move left and right. I mean, this seems to happen mostly on the second player for some fucking reason. Other times while you're flashing, you can walk across the water. Who does Rambo think he is? Jesus Christ? Well, let's check out Rambo 3, again on the Sega Master System. Now, this one's going to be fun because it uses the light gun. Unless the fucking thing doesn't work. It kinda works. I mean, I guess you just gotta wave it around, like Rambo. Rambo never shoots straight. What the ass? What's wrong with this thing? Piece of shit. Now, with all the Rambo games, I could probably go on for hours, but that's not what it's about. I just wanted to give you a basic overview. Now, it's been about 20 years since these games were out. It's also been about 20 years since the last Rambo movie. Now, I'm psyched to go see Rambo 4. But it's not called Rambo 4, is it? Let's address this title situation one last time. Now, back in my chronologically confused video, I was making fun of Rocky VI being called Rocky Balboa, so I made a sarcastic comment. Let's take a look. What are they going to do? Call it John Rambo? And what do? That's what they call it. And I feel bad. I feel like I picked on a retard or something. Like, what are you, retarded? Oh, I'm sorry. But then what do? They change it again to just Rambo. Like, is this a sequel or a remake? It couldn't get any more confusing. Even though the original movie was called First Blood, people often refer to it as Rambo. But in the second movie, they downgraded First Blood into a subtitle, calling it Rambo First Blood Part 2. But the Nintendo game is just Rambo, as well as the Sega version. Even though the box says the full title, the game itself, and even the title screen, just say Rambo. So technically, the immediate title of the second movie is Rambo. Next came Rambo 3. Technically, it should be Rambo 2 or First Blood Part 3. I mean, there's no consistency, but just for the sake of confusion, it is the third in the series, so whatever. It's Rambo 3. But then comes Rambo. Like, how do you follow Rambo 3 with just Rambo? That doesn't even make any sense. It's like you're going backwards. So now if someone says, I'm watching Rambo, it's like, oh, what do you mean? You mean First Blood? Or do you mean Rambo First Blood Part 2? Or do you mean Rambo, the fourth movie? That's what it is, the fourth fucking movie. Why could they just call it Rambo 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the mid-90s. Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were the two big competitors. The 16-bit era was coming to an end, while the next generation consoles were on their way. The Sega Saturn, the PlayStation, and the Nintendo 64 were ready to hit the scene. The graphics were getting better, and video game companies were racing their technology to a never-ending finish line. During the ongoing delay of the Nintendo 64, Nintendo announced a new product to fill the time and continue their successful line of portable game systems, beginning with the Game & Watch games and the Game Boy. The product, originally dubbed VR32, would become known as the Virtual Boy. It made use of 3D technology where each eye would see two separate screens and create the illusion of three-dimensional depth. Virtual reality seemed like the way of the future. Just the idea of feeling like you were in the game was an awesome concept, but instead, it turned out to be the grand motherlode of shit. The first problem was that it was marketed as a portable system. Yeah, portable. My ass is portable. You could barely find a comfortable way to play this big red ugly piece of shit at home, let alone bring it somewhere. Like you couldn't play in a car or something like that. And come to think of it, you wouldn't want to play this thing in public anyway. You'd look like an asshole. Why isn't there a head strap? Let's think about this. This must be one of the worst designs for any invention in history. It's basically a pair of goggles on a stand. To me, that translates to a pair of eyeballs on legs. The controller's really weird too. It has two D-pads and the battery pack is attached to it. You can swap it with an AC adapter, but when you're playing on a table, it can come loose and shut off your game. The 3D effects are hard to focus and they strain your eyes. There was even a warning on the box that said it could cause headaches and seizures. That's great, right? It's like the cherry on the shit sundae. How would you like to play bad games and have a headache too? But before I say the games are bad, let's take an honest look. Unfortunately, the only way I can record these games is to zoom into the eyepiece, so please excuse the guerrilla-style videography. Let's begin with Mario's Tennis. This was one of the first Virtual Boy games to be released, and it's usually the first one that most people have played. It starts out with Mario hitting a tennis ball right into your face. The 3D effect is actually pretty effective, but without experiencing the actual game, you can't see it. Now, the main thing that disappointed everybody right from the beginning was the fact that the games are all in red and black. Now, the original Game Boy was in black and white, or black and greenish yellow, whatever, but the Virtual Boy was supposed to be cutting edge, so it was fair to expect it to be in color. What a letdown. Now, as for the game itself, it's just tennis, but with a selection of Mario characters. Not bad, but nothing special. The big problem for me, personally, what the hell kind of virtual reality game is this? I don't feel like I'm on the court interacting. I would have expected this to be in a first-person perspective. The whole idea of virtual reality is to simulate the experience of the game like you're actually in the environment. It's supposed to feel like reality, hence the term virtual reality. Here's another one, Galactic Pinball. Well, it's just a pinball game with a space theme. The 3D effects are pretty shallow on this one. Nothing ever really comes up in your face. To use the paddles, you hit the buttons on the bottom of the controller, which feels like using a real pinball machine, but you expect to be able to hit the button harder to hit the ball harder. So in the long run, it just makes you wish you were playing a real pinball machine instead, or anything other than this. I feel like I'm taking an eye exam. And speaking of that, my eyes are starting to hurt already. If you play this long enough and go blind, you can really become the pinball wizard. Okay, now we have Telero Boxer, kind of like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. And holy shit, it's a first-person perspective. This is a little more like virtual reality. The gameplay is pretty much the same as Punch-Out. You can punch to the face, punch the body, hook, uppercut, duck, dodge, and you can make use of both D-pads, which individually control each arm, so you can block with one arm and punch with the other at the same time. It's not bad, and the 3D effects are cool, especially when your opponent knocks you out. Next up, Red Alarm. Well, red is right. All the games should have had red in the title. It's basically a flying game like Star Fox. Remember what the graphics looked like on Star Fox? Everything was a polygon. But imagine that in red and black without any rendered shapes whatsoever. Everything's just a wireframe. It looks like a game that hasn't been finished. Worst of all, it's disorienting. If only there was some kind of texture, you'd be able to see where the boundaries are. But without it, you're just flying around with a bunch of lines. Often I think I'm flying into an opening, but then I just find I'm butting against a wall. Look at this. Where am I supposed to go? One thing that's cool is that you can switch camera angles. I choose the POV because, after all, isn't this supposed to be virtual reality? Unfortunately, Red Alarm and Teleroboxer are the only two Virtual Boy games to have this feature. Next up is Wario Land. You take control of Wario with one basic goal: reach the end of each level. Along the way, you gotta find keys to open doors, collect treasures, and fight enemies. You stomp on them, throw them, or dash into them. There's also parts where you can leap into the background, obviously trying to cater to the 3D gimmick, but it's actually a good game. Damn good. But only one problem. It's on Virtual Boy. Next we have Panic Bomber. It's a puzzle game, and a decent one I might add. Basically, things fall down and you gotta match 3 of a kind in a row, in a column, or diagonal. The match pieces disappear and you get bombs. When a lit bomb falls, you can use it to blow up the other bombs. Now, I have one question. Why in the holy mother of fuck does this need to be on Virtual Boy? It's a puzzle game. This is the kind of thing that belongs on Game Boy. Not only is there nothing remotely 3D or virtual reality based, you can only play it alone. Aren't puzzle games most fun when you have friends to play with? Well, Virtual Boy actually had an extension port for a multiplayer cable. It would have been used to link 2 Virtual Boys, much like the Game Boy did. But the only problem, they never released the cable or made any games that supported it because the Virtual Boy sucked so hard it was retired before such a thing could be released. Next, we're up to Mario Clash. Every Nintendo console had its own definitive Mario title, and this, you would hope, would be decent. But what you get is basically a remake of the original 1983 Mario Bros. Arcade. Each level is just one screen, and the goal is to knock out all the enemies, except for the Koopas. You stomp on them and use their shells to throw at the other enemies. Some of the enemies, like the ones with the 3 spikes on their back, have to be killed from a distance. So it's basically Mario Brothers with the background and foreground. What bothers me about this game is just one simple problem. They swapped the buttons. B is jump and A throws shells. How did they fuck up the controls for a Mario game? Why change what we grew up with? Why change what's been firmly planted in our brains since childhood? There's also a bonus stage, and look what we have here, texture. It's nice to see a floor that's fully rendered for once. Overall, Mario Clash isn't bad, but it's repetitive, and it goes on for 99 levels, probably making it the longest Virtual Boy game. And since it causes eye strain, it shouldn't be finished in one sitting. Next, Nestor's Funky Bowling. Any subscriber to Nintendo Power knows who Nestor is, and this is probably the only game he's ever been in. All I can say is, it's bowling. That's what it is. But I don't know what's so funky about it. It's just an average bowling game with the same 10 pins over and over. The animation on Nestor's reactions is pretty fun to watch, but other than that, there's not much to say. Okay, next is Virtual League Baseball. You bat, you run, you pitch, you catch, you run, you throw. It's baseball. The music is pretty cool, and you get a nice 3D effect when it shows the field. Kind of like you're sitting in the seats, almost like a virtual reality feel. When it comes to batting, the hit detection is kind of awkward, and when you're in the outfield, it's like you need a microscope to see the players. It's such a strange sensation to be controlling sprites the size of ants, kind of like North and South on NES. Now let's do Vertical Force. This one is a 2D shooter, kind of like Galaga, 1942, or R-Type. It's a genre that's classic as a good old TV screen. The only 3D part is that you can switch between 2 different altitudes, so it's kind of like 2D 3D. Sometimes you gotta fly up or down to avoid obstacles, but most of the time you can just stay where you are. The 3D effect isn't even that deep anyway. This is another perfect example of a game that doesn't need to be on Virtual Boy. Next is Golf. That's it, just golf. Of all the games with this title, I'd stick to Golf on NES. You pick your club, you line up your shots, and that's about it. Just the idea of playing an 18-hole course on this makes me sick. The graphics are decent, but they beg to be in green and black rather than red and black. Well, it would be nice if it was in color, but let me tell you, if there's one color that I imagine when it comes to golf, it's fucking anything but red. Next we have 3D Tetris. Now anyone who's familiar with Tetris will immediately understand the concept. Blocks fall down and you have to put them together without leaving gaps. Anytime you fill a whole row, they disappear, and the only difference is that it's in 3D, but that means it moves along a lot slower because there's a lot more space to fill. The A and B buttons turn the blocks around in the second dimension, while the right D-pad flips them in the third dimension. The left D-pad moves the pieces around to where you want to drop them, and it works quite well. 3D Tetris and Teleroboxer are the only two Virtual Boy games that use both D-pads to do something different. Until the blocks drop down, they're transparent and they have little shadows to help you tell where they're going to land. Also, the layout keeps moving, so they basically tried everything they could so that you won't get confused, but still, it's a little hard to tell what you're doing. The 3D aspect isn't even very unique. They could have made a game like this on just about any other console at the time. While the Virtual Boy does place parts of the graphics in front of other parts, the blocks here are just two-dimensional shapes drawn to give the feeling of the third dimension without actually doing so. It's like if I just draw on a piece of paper. There, that's 3D. I'd say just stick to regular Tetris. Well, now we save the worst for last. It's Waterworld. Now, let's just stop for a moment and take this in, okay? Waterworld on Virtual Boy. It's like puking on a pile of shit. Alright, here we go. Ocean presents Waterworld. How ironic. Well, as far as the graphics go, too bad they couldn't use the color blue. I mean, they had two choices for the water. It could have been red or black. Well, at least they chose black, because if it was red, we'd be calling it Blood World. Either way, it looks like shit. The object of the game is just to shoot everybody and rescue the people. It's basically a remake of Defender. There's not really any goal other than getting a high score, which really helps since it doesn't save any data. There's actually a 9-player mode, which I honestly find hard to believe. Could you imagine passing the Virtual Boy around a room to 8 other people? I'd rather drink Kevin Costner's recycled piss water. Waterworld is the only movie-based game on Virtual Boy, and doesn't it seem like a match made in heaven? It's a perfect analogy. An over-budget, overhyped movie turned into a game on a gimmicky, overpriced anal atom bomb of a console exploding with diarrhea. Well, that's it. The Virtual Boy was such a flop, it died in less than a year. Yeah, and I didn't pick these games. This is all of them. I just reviewed every Virtual Boy game to be released in North America. That's right, I am holding the entire library of games for this piece of shit in my one hand, with the exception of Jack Brothers, which is rare, expensive, and probably not worth jack shit. It's time for an update, because now I have Jack Brothers. Thank you very much. It's like I talk about shit and somebody sends me shit. So let's give it a look and make this whole episode complete. Jack Brothers, here we go. It's in Japanese, and since this game's story-based, I'm not going to be able to read any of the text. But the story doesn't concern us, we want to know how it plays. You get a choice of 3 characters who look like Halloween mascots. Jack Frost, Jack Lantern, and a skeleton named Jack the Ripper. He's the coolest character, but his attack is just a sword, while the rest of the characters can shoot projectiles. That's real deceiving. It's almost like they planned it that way. Obviously, you're gonna pick the fucking skeleton, but they give him the shittiest weapon. So it plays like a typical overhead view, where you have to fight monsters, collect keys, and find an exit before time runs out. Instantly, it reminds me of Gauntlet, and that's not a bad thing. For such a rare game, it's not half bad. But it doesn't utilize the Virtual Boy in any unique way. It goes 3D a little when you drop to a lower platform, but overall, it just comes down to the same thing. This should have been on Game Boy. This has nothing to do with virtual reality. I don't feel like I'm there. They didn't even try to make it virtual. Instead, they were just jacking off. And that takes care of the whole Virtual Boy catalog. Now, to be fair, most of the games are okay, but they're the same kind of games you might as well be playing on a regular TV screen. I mean, they tried to take advantage of some 3D elements, but this wasn't called 3D Boy. It was called Virtual Boy. Now, they didn't even attempt a virtual reality concept. What it needed was some first-person shooter games, like Doom. That would have been awesome. Now, it's been about 10 years. The technology's gotten better. But nobody really gives a shit about virtual reality anymore. And maybe that's for the best.
The Wizard of Oz, a great series of books, but most remembered as the classic 1939 film adaptation. Everyone's seen this as a kid, and it's one of the most cherished movies of all time. Now, did it ever need to have a game? Well, with all the shitty movie adaptations on Nintendo, it should come as no surprise. But this is Super Nintendo, so it can't be that bad, right? The title screen looks promising enough, but if you watch the demo, you see Dorothy fall down a hole and die in a matter of seconds. They didn't even try. It's the worst demo I've ever seen and the perfect foreshadowing for one of the worst games ever. So you start the game and the intro begins. To say the least, it's horrifying. Look at how ugly this is. Dorothy looks like she's dead, and the graphics on Toto really stand out for some reason. Then the tornado comes and Dorothy gets sucked away like a cardboard cutout. So she's in Oz right away, and Glinda gives Dorothy the ruby slippers. I always thought that was sketchy. Why does Glinda have such disregard for Dorothy's safety? Having the ruby slippers makes her the target of the Wicked Witch. It's not like Dorothy asked for the damn slippers. Also, why doesn't she just tell her she can click her heels and go home right away? Fucking bitch. Oh my god, the witch has a bubble too? I don't remember that from the movie. The basic gist of the game, you gotta get through 4 countries, each consisting of 7 or 8 stages. You have to collect bricks and tickets along the way. The bricks are used for building a bridge from one country to the next, and the tickets are for entering the Emerald City at the end. There's also mini-games like Match the Picture and this word scrambler thing with Toto. Trust me, it sucks. But now on with the game. Let's start off with the enemy rundown. We got bloodthirsty blue birds, frogs, chattering teeth, pink soldiers, some weird looking dude, flying elephants which are supposed to be monkeys, a blobby blue guy, and killer chairs. Is this Wizard of Oz or Pee-wee's Playhouse? Then there's all these buzzsaws. Kind of violent, don't you think? Everything imaginable wants you dead. Even water faucets coming out of trees. Even the hands of a clock can kill you.
Oh god, here it is! Watch out for the clock! Oh!
Then there's lemons dropping down. You know, like in the lyrics of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, the lemon drops? That's fucking desperate. My favorite's the cat cactus. That's creative, right? You get it? A cat cactus? There's even enemies that you can barely see, like this tiny mouse on the fence in the background. Like, are you kidding me? That doesn't even make sense from a perspective viewpoint. She's like standing in front of the fence. As far as trying to defend yourself from all this shit, you're screwed. Dorothy has 2 attacks, shooting magical items that she collects or kicking. The only thing effective is shooting at things, but your ammo runs out extremely quick and it's very rare to find more. In fact, only a few stages in the whole game have this ammo, which comes in the form of gems or stars. Can you imagine how annoying this is? Take, for example, Super Mario World, okay? Imagine if there were no mushrooms, fire flowers, or anything throughout most of the game. You had to go back to the first stage every time you need something. Is that fair? But let's face it, you're gonna keep running out of ammo in the middle of a stage, so your main attack is the kick. It's all you have. Remember the scene from the movie where Dorothy kicks the shit out of a giant crow wearing a vest? Well, anyway, this kick is practically useless. Most enemies come from above. I mean, look. You can't kick while jumping either, which is really a problem. So in the air, you can't defend yourself. Unfortunately, you need to be in the air to jump your way through the game. She's carrying that fucking wand around. You wish she could just whack things with it, but no, it's just for decoration. What a joke. Most of the time, you're just constantly taking hits, hoping to have spare energy. Fuck. Shit. Along the way, you meet the other classic Oz characters. Thankfully, you can play as all of them, switch between them, and each of them have their own individual life bars, which makes it helpful. So when you lose energy, it doesn't affect the other characters. But their attack range doesn't improve much. The Scarecrow can use the pitchfork, which is okay, but you still can't attack while ducking or jumping. Now, Tin Man, what a miserable fuck. He raises the shittiness to a whole new level. He can't duck or jump at all. That fucking helps, right? Why not make a character in a platforming jumping game that can't jump? He's useless. A complete waste. And just to tease you, he's the only one who has 2 attacks. He can kick and use the axe. But what good is that if he's incapable of jumping? Now, the lion's the best, and here's why.
Oh, the lion, I'm the lion from the Wizard of Oz. One time a rooster took a shit up inside a barn. Let's have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Put him up. Oh, I like to wipe my ass with his tail. It's not my dick, it's my tail.
Shut up! Look, we're trying to read this game. We're up to your part right now. My part. Now, here's how the line works in the game. Now, as far as the attacks go, he has like this weird bitch slap. Yeah, it's the equivalent of Scarecrow's pitchfork, and he's the only character besides Dorothy that can shoot stuff.
With a nook and a fuck.
Hey man, did you just swear?
Yeah, fuck you, dick.
Now the only problem with the lion is that after he dies only once, he never comes back. Now it's time to discuss the game's most fatal flaw. It's a glitch that defies all your gaming sensibilities. You fall through the platforms. No kidding. If you try to jump from an angle or land anywhere other than dead center, you're going through. Like, how in fuck hell do I miss jumping on something this big? I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my life. It makes the game virtually unplayable. A lot of times, I find myself rocking the D-pad back and forth to ensure that I land precisely where I want, and then sometimes, it still doesn't work. You just gotta take your time, plan each jump very carefully. Oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen, so no, you can't take your time. This is one of the hardest games I've ever played, but for all the wrong reasons. Every time you get game over, you have to enter a password to continue, and like any shitty game, it's long and tedious, and I swear, I had to enter this password about 50 times before I finished this game. Alright, I'm almost to the end of the stage, almost to the end. What? I died? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you reach the edge of the screen, you gotta be right on the arrow or above it. Have you ever seen a game be that picky? As long as I touch the right side of the screen, that should count. Another thing that pisses the shit out of me is that you can't jump down off ledges. Let's take a good game, for example. Yep, referring back to Contra again. If you push down and the jump button at the same time, you jump down. Simple, right? But no, you can't do that in this game. Why is that such a big deal? Well, here's an example. I'm gonna get hurt by this green flame. You see, I just got hit. It's too high to jump over, and it's too low to walk under. All I want to do is drop down the floor and walk underneath it. But the only way to do that is to walk all the way to the left, drop down, and now I can pass under. What a piece of shit. The layout of the game is absurd. The platforms are placed at complete random. Sometimes they're out of reach, and other times you can't distinguish between what you're allowed to jump on and what's decoration. So you just gotta jump around at the scenery until you find somewhere you can land. Like right now, I'm completely stumped. I can't go anywhere. Oh, okay, I can't jump on this big bright yellow thing, but this half-hidden hourglass that's partially in the background I can. Toward the end of the game, you fight the Wicked Witch. Well, I don't have any ammo to shoot at her, and because she's up on the ledge, I can't hit her since there's no jump attacks, which means Dorothy's out. That fucking kick won't get us anywhere. That seems like the only time when Tin Man can come in handy. But what the hell? Why is it that when I stand close, the axe disappears? It's like you gotta stand in the right spot. Shit! Come on.
Oh, is that the witch? That's the witch. She's a bitch, not a witch.
Come on, you fucking green bitch. Melt.
Yeah, melt.
Melt like diarrhea in the hot sun.
Yeah, melt. Shove a broom right up her ass. Now, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Fuck Wicked Witch in the east, Wicked Witch in the west, Wicked Witch in my ass.
Now, shortly after the witch, you go in the Emerald City.
Yeah, the Emerald shitty asshole.
Yeah, it's the last stage in the game.
Thank fucking God.
And to navigate this place is confusing as all hell.
Hell's confusing.
Yeah, there's times when you're wandering around without any clue where to go.
Yeah, what's that green thing?
That green... I don't know what the... Oh, that big emerald is a door?
Yeah, what are you, stupid?
Oh, yeah, sure, that's easy to figure out. Now, this is the last room of the game.
About fucking time.
All you gotta do is get the 2 keys up on the top 2 corners.
Get up there.
Now, what the fuck? I mean, how am I supposed to get under this flame?
Piss on it.
Oh, fuck it. So, you get the 2 keys, and that's it. No end boss or anything special.
That sucks.
And the wizard tells you some bullshit that's not important, and then sends Dorothy home.
Oh, boom.
Yeah, the animation's stunning.
I thought it was a ball sack.
There's no place like home.
Wipe your ass on Toto.
There's no shitty game like this. I'm serious. Like, it shouldn't have been made. Like, it's almost half as bad as Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. And I know it's been like 40-something reviews, and I'm still talking about Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, but I'm serious. It's really almost that bad. Fuck this game. Watch it go. Damn! You just plastered the game on my ceiling with your shit. We've only touched upon some of the many classic gaming consoles like the Atari 2600, but now it's time to introduce you to two of its competitors.
Feeling down and dirty, feeling kinda mean.
Exhibit A, the Intellivision.
I've been from one to another extreme.
Exhibit B, the ColecoVision.
This time I had a good time, ain't got time to wait.
Both tried to take down Atari and both had a similar library of games.
I wanna stick around till I can't see straight.
It's like today, you got all these games, you don't know which way to look.
Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise on that double vision. It's always new to me. My double vision's got the best of me.
First, we're going to talk about the Intellivision. It was test marketed in 1979, but officially released in 1980. Notice its fine wood texture. Everything back then was made of wood. You know the Stone Age? Well, that was the Wood Age.
The Intellivision came from Mattel Electronics. Now, you know what else they made? The Power Glove. Now that's a bad sign right there, but it was a great game system for its time.
Now, I'm going to whip through a bunch of random games, mostly shitty ones, but I'm going to tell you right now, I have 3 common complaints. Number 1, many of the games are very similar to other games, and often they're blatant copies. Number 2, without instructions, they're difficult to understand how to play. Number 3, the controls suck ass. And in this regard, the main problem is the controllers. Why a numeric keypad? This is a video game controller, not a phone. Then there's 2 little buttons on each side, which are usually the fire buttons. It's awkward to handle. And rather than a joystick or a control pad of some kind, you get this weird disc. Sometimes in the heat of the game, you can actually jam your fingernail on it. It also acts as a button, so in total, that's 17 buttons. And for games this complex, you really need that many. When you pop in a game, the first thing you do is try every button before you figure out which ones do anything. Most of them don't do jack shit, and it's different for each game. That's why many of the games come with overlays. You slide it over the keys, and now you can see what they do. It helps out, but damn, what a shitload of fuck. And the games barely fit in the cartridge slot. It's like trying to stick your dick in a Cheerio. So this is Space Battle. Sounds promising enough, but okay, what's this? None of the buttons do anything but make fart noises. And the overlay has a bunch of Triforces. Is this where they came from? All you gotta do is wait for the squadrons to meet the aliens, and then it brings up the battle screen where you shoot blueberry pancakes. This should be the whole game. Why does this part even exist? Next, I don't know, let's try Mission X. More like Mission Ass. It's a 2D shooter, but it's real hard to shoot things. I mean, you have to be at the exact altitude. 2 rises up and 8 goes down, and the fire buttons are on the side. I mean, that's great, right? Why not spread the buttons out as much as possible? Alright, what's next? How about Utopia? It's kind of a precursor to SimCity. You're basically the god of an island. You build stuff and storms come by and, wow. All I can say is that back in 1981, people had a lot more imagination. Okay, how about He-Man? Oh man, I thought it was gonna be He-Man. So you're flying around in the Wind Raider shooting at stuff. I think on the ground that's Skeletor. You drop bombs on him and that's it. Wait, did I just call that white square a bomb? See, that's using your imagination. Vectron. In the 80s, everything was Tron. Megatron, Voltron, Tron the movie. You get the idea. This is a weird game. The first challenge is to figure out which of these indescribable objects you're controlling. So, guess what? I think you're this green V. You can shoot at stuff, but you can't move. And that's just fantastic, because there's a big gleaming box immediately blocking your path. I'm not gonna lie, I don't get it. Now speaking of Tron, here we have Tron Deadly Discs. You just run around throwing shit at people. Seems like it would be a fun little game, but what ruins it for me is how ass the controls are. Rather than having one simple fire button and aiming with the joypad or disc or whatever, the keypad determines which direction you shoot.
Shit the fuck!
Thin ice. Okay, you're a penguin ice skating around collecting torches, or they could be McDonald's French fries, who knows. The whole time there's a seal on your ass which kills you, but the black penguins do absolutely nothing. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Well, advanced is right. For the time, it's a pretty complicated game. You start out moving some dots around on the map screen. Then you go into caves, you fight monsters, and find items. What are those, jacks? Can I pick them up? I guess not. The limited visibility is pretty annoying, and without the overlay or any instructions, I gotta admit, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But this is one of the granddaddies of adventure games. Alright, what do we got here? Space Spartans? Man, what the hell does that mean? A Spartan in space? Was Marvin the Martian a space Spartan? You got this grid screen and you shoot shit, which looks like TIE fighters. Microsurgeon. The picture reminds me of Slim Goodbody, and I can't believe I'm making that kind of reference. But anyway, you control a barely visible dot on the screen moving around the human body. There's spiders and clouds floating around, and I doubt this thing's medically accurate. You just explore all the guts, technically making it the goriest game ever made. But it only goes so far. Guess the piss and shit zone just didn't do it. Frog Bog. You're a frog, and the goal is to eat as many flies as you can. It's the same thing as Frogs and Flies on the Atari 2600, but the graphics are way better. On Atari, the flies are just flickering dots. However, it's more fun to play because of its fluid control. It's a fine example of better graphics don't make a better game. Buzz Bombers. Now, this is funny. You kill a bunch of bees with bug spray, but no, you don't use a can of bug spray. You are the can of bug spray. There's also a hummingbird you can shoot at, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You know when bees sting you, their asses break off and they die. Space Hawk. Man, everything begins with space. So you're just a guy floating around space shooting green slime. Uh-oh, the bubbles are coming. Gotta find the... Mother of a fuck! It'd be so much easier to move if you could just use the disc. Instead, it's the damn keypad. Uh-oh, here comes the Space Hawk. Gotta move, gotta move. Damn! I wiped my ass on this game. Boxing. Okay. Yeah, boxing. This sucks. Snafu. You have to keep the line going as long as possible without touching the other lines or hitting your own. It's the bare basics of graphics, but surprisingly, it's a pretty fun game.
Okay, now we gotta move on, but let me introduce the IntelliVoice voice synthesis module. What the fuck is that? Well, it makes your games talk. Yeah, now at the time, the idea of having voices in video games was a new thing. But unfortunately, only a few games were compatible, like B-17 Bomber.
Mattel Electronics presents B-17 Bomber.
B-17 Bomber.
B-17 Bomber.
Alright, fuck the game. Let's try Bomb Squad.
Mattel Electronics presents Bomb Squad. They'll never do it in time. The code, figure out the code.
What? Guess I gotta defuse the bomb.
It won't be easy. Replace this third, this fourth, this second, this first.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
What's that? A metamorphic stone rising from the blackness and negative earth? A towering behemoth, a monstrosity brought down by extraterrestrial powers? Or a giant monolith of death, hell-bent on the annihilation of humankind, time, and all matter? No, it's the AC adapter for a ColecoVision.
What the fuck were they thinking?
Is this necessary? Look, I can't fit this godforsaken piece of shit in the electrical outlet unless there's nothing next to it. What a fucking hog. That's what it is, a self-indulgent glutton of a power hog. Anyway, the ColecoVision was released in 1982, and like the Intellivision, it had the same stupid-ass keypad, but with a joystick. Well, almost a joystick, and it's so stiff it doesn't fare much better. First, let's try out Montezuma's Revenge. Well, I would make some comment about diarrhea or something, but it's actually a pretty good platforming game. You collect a bunch of treasures while avoiding all kinds of hazards. Standard stuff, you know, but well done. Only problem, this controller is fucking horrible! But the good news is that, unlike the Intellivision, you can unplug the controller and swap it with an Atari or a Sega Genesis controller. Who would have thought that would be compatible? But what a great thing. Now let's try Rocky. That's right, Rocky on the ColecoVision. The music and the graphics are quite good for the time, but would it be too much trouble to add any facial features? As far to my knowledge, your only opponent is Clubber Lang. After all, Rocky 3 was the newest movie, so there's definitely no Ivan Drago. But all you do is mash buttons and it all boils down to a big crock of shit. Okay, you're not gonna believe this one. It's called Cabbage Patch Kids Adventure in the Park. It's basically like another Pitfall game, but with a random layout. Why would I swing on the vines when I can hop on the lily pad instead? Then there's screens which don't have anything on it. So what's the point of having them? And so many of them look the same. Next is Campaign 84. Yes, a game based on the presidential campaign. Probably the worst fucking concept for any game in history. First, you pick what you want to accomplish. You know, like what kind of serious issues there are in the country, like ban all shoelaces. And that's my favorite, because shoelaces are bullshit. Then you pick the donkey or the elephant, and I don't really know which is which. And then you're moving around, and I really seem to be having a lot of trouble with this because I can barely move. Alright, let's try to touch the megaphone, okay? You were seen putting your shoes on before you put on your pants. Okay, well, who the hell was watching me get dressed? If I want to put my shoes on first, that's my own goddamn business. Next up is Chuck Norris. Yeah, that's right, Chuck Norris the game. You're walking around and then you get into fights, and the attacks are completely ineffective. Come on, you son of a bitch! Wow, this is shit. Next we have Dance Fantasy. Okay, well my first question is, where's the music? And what the hell am I trying to do? You're just like floating around. It's as much fun as dragging a mouse around a computer screen. Dr. Seuss's Fix Up the Mix-Up Puzzler. It's a puzzle game where you put together different Dr. Seuss characters. Yeah, that's about as much as I can say about that. Learning with Leaper. It's one of the most juvenile games I've ever played. You're a weird eyeball with legs, and there's 4 little games to pick from. In the balloon game, all you gotta do is match the letters. See, that's a T up there, so all I do is I just grab the T, and then I match them up, and there you go, you win. It's pretty hard, right? In the maze game, you're a frog being chased by a centipede. All you gotta do is get to the end of the maze, and that's it. The dog game, I have no fucking clue what to do. But the paint game is basically like an old paint program. If you thought Mario Paint was primitive, well, look again. Next is looping. Here we go. Oh, let's try again. Oh man, that pilot's drunk as shit. Oh, I gotta get through the wall. Here we go. Okay. Maybe I gotta go over it. Oh, I guess not. Uh-oh, let's try again. Oh man, what am I supposed to do? Fuck! Oh, I know, I gotta shoot through it. Robin Hood. I guess you're Robin Hood and you're just shooting the fuck out of people with your arrows. Man, all this violence going on, but the sun is just smiling away. Slurpee. Okay, you're just going around slurping balls, and there's all kinds of weird creatures coming at you, and I really don't know how else to describe this thing. It's like, what the hell? Smurf Rescue. Yeah, how could you go wrong with a game about the Smurfs? All you do is keep walking right. Nobody's trying to kill you. Everything's just fine and dandy. What a nice game. This is the happiest game ever made. War Games. I'm assuming it's based off the movie, since they both came out in 1983. You're basically trying to stop nuclear missiles from blowing up the whole world. It's kind of serious. But there's another one called War Room, which is a similar game, except this one has some comedic relief, because it's got giant mutant chickens. Alright, well, this video is getting out of hand, and we can spend all day talking about these games and discussing them in depth, but I only wanted to give you an introduction to two classic gaming consoles. Now, I know we mainly focused on the shitty aspects, but let me tell you, that's the name of the game. But before I end it, let's take a look at the ColecoVision expansion module. Yeah, what gaming system is complete without some kind of peripheral? You plug it in and now you can play Atari 2600 games. That's right, I'm playing Atari on ColecoVision, its competitor. Okay, that would never happen today. That's like if Sony said, okay, we're going to come out with this new expansion module for the PlayStation 3. You're going to be able to play Xbox games on it. There would be lawsuits up the ass. And there were more expansion modules. The second one's a steering wheel for the driving games, and the third one connects the fucker to an Atom computer. I wonder if the Addams family had an Atom computer. Now the fourth expansion module connects it to a dishwasher. And then the fifth and final one connects it to your ass.
Never do more than I really need. My mind is racing, but my body's in the lead. Night's the night, I'm gonna push it to the limit. I live all of my years in a single minute. Fill my eyes with that double vision. No disguise for that double vision. Ooh, when it gets through to me, it's always new to me. My double vision's got the best of me.
I'm gonna review a good game for once. Yeah, now don't worry, I'll go back to torture myself with shitty ones, but for now, let's do something awesome. Super Mario Bros. 3 is often considered to be the greatest game on the NES, and for good reasons. It took everything that made the first Mario great and multiplied it several times over, adding new intricate levels of gameplay and challenges. Whether it's the top loader or that classic gray box, the Nintendo Entertainment System was at the height of its popularity when this masterpiece came along to push it over the top and make an everlasting impression, the defining moment of our childhood pastime. During the final years of the 8-bit era, many other games came along like McKids and Tiny Toon Adventures, which tried to emulate its gameplay, its power-up system, and overall design. It was one of the first games I remember to have a strategy guide. There was also a Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon series, even though there was no 2. That's the power that this game had. All you gotta do is say Mario 3, and anyone will go, oh yeah. Now, all the hype began before the game was even released. Most of us first heard about Mario 3 in the 1989 movie, The Wizard. An innocent little family flick, but essentially a theatrical Nintendo commercial in disguise as a feature film. But now, let's talk about Mario 3. This is going to be short because there's not much you can say that already hasn't been said a million times, but I'll put it blunt and simple. This game kicks your ass till diarrhea comes out your dick. The only thing better than playing this game would be to have a magic leprechaun come and bring you beer. There's 8 worlds, each with a different theme. Desert, snow, sky, and my favorite is the one where everything's giant. Each of the worlds has a big map screen where you can select which level you play. At first it's as simple as clearing each level and moving on, but later the paths become more complicated, whether it means going through pipes, breaking through boundaries, or sailing over water. But the actual levels are what it's all about. Slide through a bunch of bad guys, oh that's so much fun. The 2-player game has a perfect balance. It's where you can either work together to complete the game, or just compete for items and race each other to the end. Or you could die deliberately so that the other player will have to play the hard levels. There's card games, puzzle games, and even a bonus stage where you can play the original Mario Brothers arcade. Again, this offers many possibilities to be an asshole toward the other player. The power-ups are awesome. In the original Mario, there was the mushroom and the fire flower, but now there's the leaf that turns into a raccoon. You can break blocks with your tail, or if you get a good stretch of land to run, enough to get your P-bar up, you can fly for a short period of time. But if you get the P-wing, you can fly through the whole level. There's also the P-switch that turns blocks into coins. What does P stand for? And why is there so much P in this game? It's not full of shit, it's full of P. But about the power-ups, you also have a frog suit that swims a lot easier, you got a hammer suit which throws hammers, and a tanuki suit that turns into a statue. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I know you use it to protect yourself from enemies, but man, what kind of crack were they smoking? But the really cool thing is that you can save these power-ups and use them whenever you need them. Like before the start of the level, you might think, it's time to break out the frog suit. The enemies in the game are out of control. You got these Goombas hopping around in wind-up boots, then you got an angry sun, Big Bertha, and nuclear waffles. Not to mention, you gotta fight all the Koopa kids and beat Bowser at the end. Alright, going through the pipes. Oh, wait. Oh, bullshit! What a bunch of fucking bullshit! Come on, you piece of shit! Come on, move your ass! Hey, how do I get this flower right here? I don't know, I'm just gonna try to... come on! Yeah, alright. This game's tricky dicky. It's pretty damn hard, too. Then there's this part where the only way to reach the goal is to fly in the air while holding a Koopa shell and break all the blocks. Who would even think to go up there? Especially when you get to the last world, it can get real challenging. This part doesn't fuck around. It's like, you got to the end, you dare to play, welcome to hell. That's what it looks like. All this fire and skulls, it looks like hell. There's sort of like a heart shape around it. Yeah, a heart around hell. Does that mean that this game loves hell? This game worships the devil. Oh my god, of course it does. Why is there so many inverted crosses? What's the H stand for? Hell? How about the part with the tarot cards? The N, Necronomicon? The P must be possession. Or maybe pentagram. Well, of course, the pentagram makes an appearance everywhere. It's no doubt that the 7 sons of Bowser represent the 7 deadly sins. You kneel before Satan on the block, and after 6 seconds you fall through. There's 6 arrows on the possession meter, and to reach the goal you go in the 6th door. That's 666. Everywhere you look, it's the number of the beast. In The Wizard, the game's introduction is basically the gates of hell opening. Yeah, video Armageddon. The devil watches you through the whole game. The clouds have eyes, the hills have eyes. Yeah, literally, the hills have eyes. Thanks heaven, and we know that there's no need to thank heaven unless there's the presence of hell. There's 8 worlds. In the 8th world, there's 5 spaces you can stand on where giant hands drag you down to your doom. There's 12 tanks you gotta jump on before the goal, and it takes me 12 jumps to get Bowser to fall down the hole. The 8th letter of the alphabet is H, 5 equals E, 12 equals L. What's that spell? Hell! And what's it sound like when you play the game backwards? This game's a product of the fucking devil. And none of the other Mario games are like that, so I don't know why it's only this one. But in conclusion, all I can say is that other than being the total epitome of evil, Super Mario Bros. 3, it's a good game. So good it's a sin.
Your mother.
Oh my. Oh my god, it's a possessed NES.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
The fuck did you just say?
I said, your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Oh! Oh! Go back to hell, you evil motherfucker!
Shove it up your ass, you motherfucking cocksucker!
The power of Christ compels you!
What an excellent fucking day for an exorcism.
Power of Christ compels you! Power of Christ compels you!
Yeah, fuck your mother.
Power of Super Mecha Death Christ compels you!
Fuckers! Fuckers!
Ouch, you now your mouth wasn't
yeah, it's Super Mecha Death Christ 2000 BC version 4.0 beta, bitch!
Fuckers!
Holy shit!
What's that fucking language? Fuckers!
Alright. Who wants some? Motherfucker! Oh, not you!
I'm the Lord of the Harvest!
Bring it down! Bring it down! We annihilated him!
Yes, we did! What the fuck is that shit?
Oh. All this shit? I'll tell you all about it. Got a game and a controller. That's the way it goes. But sometimes that wasn't enough. Nintendo is always coming up with creative and unique ways to play games. Today, there's the Wii and the DS stylus pen. But even in the early days with the NES, they were doing the same sort of thing. Some of them were pretty awesome at the time, but others were failed experiments that made you look like a jackass. So let's take a look at some of the NES accessories. I already talked about the Power Glove. We all know it's bad, so bad. Let's start with the Zapper. Back then we just called it the gun, because that's what it is. There's nothing more satisfying than just shooting the fuck out of things. It was the quintessential gaming accessory. Almost every console had their own version of the gun. Only problem, it doesn't work so great anymore. Depends on the game, the kind of TV you're using, and the gun itself. I have 3 of them. The first one is completely random. Sometimes it makes its target, but most of the time it doesn't. The second one has a pattern. Every other round it like goes dead. So here comes the 2 clay pigeons. I shoot them, no problem. Then the next ones come out. I can't hit them, even if I press the thing against the screen. The third Zapper has the same problem, except that the pattern's swapped. What the fuck is going on? Even the alleged light bulb trick doesn't work. Here we have Wild Gunman. What do you gotta use your hands? That's like a baby's toy. Hey, get down! The Super Nintendo also had its own gun, more like a big-ass bazooka, the Super Scope. If you're familiar with the Zapper, This one's a totally different story. The zapper used light detection. That is, when you pull the trigger, the screen goes black for a fraction of a second and the targets become white squares. The zapper detects whether or not it's pointing at the light, hence the term light gun that everybody likes to call it. But the Super Scope uses a sensor that you plug into the Super Nintendo, much like the Wii and its Wii zapper. Another thing about the Super Scope is that it isn't powered by the NES. It's wireless, which you think would be cool, but that means that you gotta use 6 AA batteries, and this fucking beast drains them in a few hours. And why is the trigger on the top? It should be down here. This is balls. You think the Super Scope would be more reliable than the original zapper, but it's not. Even if I point the gun in the same spot, the bullets just scatter all over the place, all because I'm using a flat screen TV. Now let's look at the Miracle Piano. It's a miracle if I could figure this shit out. You might be thinking, wow, Nintendo had a piano? Well, yeah, Nintendo had everything, but it was also available on other game consoles and home computers. It's got one game, which is basically a piano teaching tool. It's actually not bad. Well, that's really all there is to say. My only complaint is that the music comes from the keyboard, which is okay, but the metronome comes from the TV, and that can be a little confusing. Other than having standard lessons, you also get this robot game. Play the song right or the robot dies. Then there's a duck game. You gotta shoot the ducks. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm shooting ducks with the piano. Next we have the Power Pad. You lay it on the floor, kind of like Twister. Let's pop in good old world-class track meet and have a race, jump hurdles, and do the long jump or triple jump. The present-day equivalent of the Power Pad is Dance Dance Revolution, and there will also be a version on the Wii. It was meant to be a family game, but most kids I knew played it alone in their room, and that meant that if your room was upstairs, your parents would hear like all this thumping and shit. They hated it. Cats and dogs would piss and shit on it. In fact, just thinking about it makes me feel like having an anal evacuation. Fuck this! Yeah, it all comes down to tapping buttons, which brings us to our next accessory. Probably the stupidest thing ever invented. The speed board. What is it? It's a piece of fucking plastic. You attach your controller. You get it? In case you don't want to hold the controller with your hands, in case you enjoy playing on the floor or behind a table, then this is for you. It's embarrassing. What's the point? To put the speed at your fingers? Why in the ass would I need that? If I'm playing a game that involves having to tap the buttons like crazy, I'm probably gonna get a turbo controller like the NES Max or NES Advantage. How could they even sell such a thing? Even though it's made by a third-party company, it was actually licensed by Nintendo. It's like covering a turd in ice cream sprinkles. Next up, oh boy, the Konami Laser Scope. Now I just want to go on record by saying I fucking love Konami. But this thing reeks of ass. It's essentially yet another form of the zapper, but it's voice controlled. To shoot, you say fire. Fire! 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 It also has headphones, and it advertises on the box that you can use it for your Game Boy or Walkman. Just detach the scope module. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I would look so cool walking around listening to my iPod with this fucking thing on my head. It also advertises that parents will love what they don't hear. It says, while the laser scope surrounds the player with the sounds of exciting gameplay action, non-players can listen to music, read a book, talk on the phone, or have a conversation in the same room. Yeah. While you're saying, fire, 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 kind of defeats the purpose, right? Fire, 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 fuck. I didn't say fire, I said fuck. Fuck. Fuck fire. Fuck. Fuck. Ass. You can say anything. Shit, bitch, cunt, fuck, fart. Wow, I just shot down a duck by saying fuck. Next is the Rollin' Rocker. This thing is the biggest shit biscuit I've ever seen. You stand on it and supposedly you rock back and forth, which controls the D-pad. The modern day equivalent would be the Wii Fit. The Rollin' Rocker is supposed to be compatible with every game for the NES, but I find that it isn't compatible with any of them. Each game responds differently, but none of them work. Adventure Island keeps walking right, Excite Bike keeps going down, Skate or Die goes in circles, Kung Fu ducks to the right, Metal Gear does nothing at all, Ninja Turtles 3 walks in place, and 1943 just fidgets around a lot. It's another hunk of plastic! Who made this thing? Son of a bitch. Well, we might as well try an LJN game. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice! Let's see if this works. No, of course not. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I need a beer. I'm drinking Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. Rollin' Rock? Rollin' Rocker. Yeah, Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker. I've also heard that you can't weigh more than 100 pounds, but I still don't understand why I can't get any kind of response out of it. Let's try the cat. Get on there, you little bastard. Cat's like, fuck that shit. Even though the Rollin' Rocker does absolutely nothing, the B and A buttons still work. Yeah, you plug the regular controller into it, so while you're standing on the thing, you still use the B and A buttons like normal. So even if it did work, what's the point? If I'm holding the controller anyway, why not just use the controller? It blows my mind. It's like, what were they thinking? One more, the U-Force. So hot, nothing can touch it. Nothing comes between you and the game. That's what the advertisement said. You open the thing up, it basically looks like Electronic Battleship. It's got a three-dimensional invisible power field. Wow, a power field. Now we're literally playing with power. Come on, jump. Jump. Come on, Mario, jump. God, how do I jump? Come on, jump. Ass. Oh, jump is over here. All right, here we go. Get the mushroom. Oh, now that's assy. Yeah, I know I use the word ass a lot. I guess you can say I'm an assaholic. Let's try Kung Fu. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. This thing kind of works. Looking at the instructions, each game has a specific setup and a switch combination, kind of like the codes with the Power Glove. Punch-Out uses an upright position and a power bar. Everything's always power. What's so power about it? It's only a plastic bar, and why do you need it? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This actually works. I'm punching somebody with the U-Force. Oh, watch out. Oh! Get up, get up, get up! Alright. Alright. One more game. I can't believe we gotta touch this one again. Top Gun has an option of using this weird joystick thing. I don't see the point when I can just use an actual joystick. And what's really weird is that this thing, again, is just a piece of plastic. It doesn't have any wires connecting to it. You just plant it there. And the buttons actually work. And it steers okay, too. To tell you the truth, I'm stunned.
So that covers most of the dreaded NES accessories, but I know that there's one in particular that I didn't mention, but, you know, can't do it all in one shot, so we'll save it till later. I'll see you next time. I think you know what's next. Alright, let's play some shitty games. Now, I have 3 games here based on the Indiana Jones trilogy. Oh shit! There's a 4th movie coming out! Yeah, tomorrow in fact! For 19 years, we've been calling it the Indiana Jones trilogy. But now, it's the last day when we could actually call it that. Now, I'm psyched. I mean, you can just tell. I'm all ready. So, to celebrate the occasion, let's pop this fucker in. Raiders of the Lost Ark on Atari 2600.
The first thing that happens, you see Indiana Jones descending from some kind of escalator, and then nothing. You try every button, and by every button I mean one. You rock the joystick all around, you flick every possible switch, and nothing happens. Is the game broken, or did I already find the Ark, and that's the end of the game? Pretty easy, I must say. But guess what? You're supposed to plug the controller into the second port. Now the game begins and you can move Indy. Yeah, isn't that weird? But even more fucked up, you need 2 controllers to play the game. Controller 1 selects items with the joystick and drops items with the button. Controller 2 moves Indy with the joystick and uses items with the button. Once you figure that out, you think you're all set, but no, the confusion has only begun. You wander around the marketplace, yeah, that's what it is, but you never know that unless you read about it. You collect items from baskets. Now, let me show you. This is the gun. Makes sense, right? You see the little bullet flying out? Now, let me show you the whip. This is the whip. It's the same as the gun, just a shorter range. Why is it just a dot? I know the graphics on the Atari are limited, but don't tell me you can't draw a line. So after leaving this innocent marketplace, you end up falling, and then there's some tall, crazy guy in black chasing you around. Who is he? What is he? Is he from the movie? Could it be him? I don't know. But you walk all the way to the bottom with this guy pestering you only to find a dead end. So you go all the way back up to the top, which just brings you back to the marketplace. There's nowhere left to go but back up where you started. But there's snakes on the edge of the screen just waiting for you, so it's impossible to go up without getting killed. Fucking snakes, I hate them. But here's what you can do. Go to the merchant, select the bag of gold, and drop it, which exchanges it for the flute. When you have the flute selected, it plays a tune which keeps the snakes from killing you. That's a lot of faith to put in the gamer for you to know that this is a merchant, that's a bag of gold, that's a flute, and you use it to keep snakes away. But anyway, you'll find that you can't go anywhere beyond these 3 screens. You'll explore every last corner and exhaust every possibility of where you're supposed to go. But guess what? See this thing? That's a grenade. You put the grenade next to the right-hand wall, you leave the screen, then you come back, and there's a nice big hole in the wall. Okay, first of all, you'd have to know how to use the grenade. You can't drop it like we did with the bag of gold. You gotta use the right controller. Otherwise, the bomb just goes away and nothing happens. So dropping it isn't the same as activating it. But besides, how would you know to bomb a hole in the wall? Even in a Zelda game, there's usually some sort of clue. But here, there's nothing. So, you go through the caves, you collect all kinds of weird items, you can't even tell what they are. You end up in some sort of trap, you have to whip your way through the walls, which is easier said than done. And then you come out, and then you find that you can't touch the walls in this room. If even a single pixel of your body comes in contact with any of these walls, it sends you back in the trap. But still, where do you go? You're supposed to touch this one spot on the wall, which leads you to the next room. Well, after knowing that you can't touch anything else in the room, why the fuck would you even consider trying to go through the wall? Is there ever such a thing as a door? Also, in order to access certain parts of the game, it depends on how you move to the next screen. Here, we've already seen that when you go down like normal, you fall and end up in this weird place they call the Valley of Poison. But if you gently, carefully just ease your way down, it takes you to a whole different screen. Then there's a weird treasure room where you have to keep swapping items. You leave the room, you come back into the room, you drop this, pick up that, swap this, exchange that, till finally you get all the items you need.
Of course, each item is just trial and error to figure out what they do and where in the game you use them. Like the hourglass or the ankh, you use them to summon a little dot that bounces around. It's supposed to be a grappling hook. You hit the right controller button and time it when the dot goes over an island. Then you'll appear on that island. You'd expect Indiana Jones to use a whip to swing across, but not an hourglass that turns into a grappling hook. By this point, I also really have to say, using 2 controllers is a pain in the ass. Unless you're Goro, I'd recommend 2 sets of hands or 2 players. Then you get to this part where you need to stand in a certain place for this map to appear. Ooh, like in the movie. You need to select the key to enter. You need the clock to tell you when the sun is rising. You need the medallion so the sun can shine at the right time and mark the spot on the map where you have to find a shovel to dig for the ark. Wow. How complicated can it be for an Atari game? Let alone that this is one of the few Atari games that you can actually beat, whereas most of them are just about trying to get a high score. And when I say it can be beat, that's hypothetical, because honestly, I think it'd be easier to find the real Lost Ark. Just the fact that you have to feel around for secret passageways and stuff, it makes you feel like Indiana Jones. Well, they got me there. Next up is Temple of Doom. Based off the second movie, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was an arcade game which was ported to many home computers before eventually arriving on the Nintendo Entertainment System. There were 2 versions, an unlicensed black cartridge by Tengen and an official release by Mindscape. The cover art is the same, except it's reversed, almost like the one game is a mirror reflection of the other. In fact, both versions are the same exact game, so I don't know what's up with that. The game begins, Indy walks from one cave to the next, and what's going on here? What the hell? Oh no, not this again. Oh, it's select. It's one of those games where select is start. Now, what's up with Indiana Jones? He looks like a park ranger, and he walks like he just dumped ass. Alright, so basically you're just going around rescuing little kids. See, there's a little kid, you get the little kid, and then they get the sword, and oh my god, another sword. Oh, another sword. Oh my god, this little cave here is awfully generous. All through the game, you keep finding swords and guns and stuff, but the big question is, what do you do with them? The start button brings up this screen which shows your supply, but how do you select your weapons? You try every button and nothing works. So what's the point of this screen? Nothing. It's just for shits and giggles. Oh well, we're having fun with our whip in the meantime, but then you find that your whip is pretty useless. You can use it to swing around and kill small insects, but any of the regular bad guys, it only makes them jitter around and grunt. Should be a dance. Whip it. Come on, this is ridiculous. By now you're wondering, where the fuck are my weapons? Well, here's how it works. You hold the select button while pressing right for the sword, left for the gun, up for the bomb, and down for the whip. On top of just being awkward, it's impossible when you're in a tight situation and have to switch real fast. There's no way to pause the game and then switch weapons. You have to do it during the action. If you're on a conveyor belt, there's no way you're gonna mess around unless you want to fall off and die. That's my biggest gripe with this game. I've never heard of such a back-ass, dim-witted, idiotic, lame-brained way to switch weapons. But at least you only use one controller. There's also a serious problem going on with the jumping. Whenever you jump, you gravitate towards the bottom of the screen. You're constantly fighting against it with the D-pad. At first, I didn't understand what was going on, but now I kinda see what they were trying to do. The cliffs, the platforms, the conveyor belts, everything's descending as you go down, like you're on the side of a mountain. So whenever you jump, naturally you drop. But you're sort of looking at it from a bird's eye perspective. But no, wait. Are these doors actually just rectangular holes in the ground? Is Indiana Jones walking, or is he crawling? Or, huh. I don't know. I don't have a fucking clue. It's like they couldn't decide if they were making a 3D or a 2D platformer. So what you get is like a hybrid. Anyway, the big problem is figuring out where you're supposed to go. Some call it a platformer game, some call it an adventure game. I classify it as a where the fuck do I go kind of game. Yeah, one of those. It's dreadful. All you do is jump around. You go indoors and you jump around some more. You jump around, you jump around. The stages don't really progress much. Everything looks the same. It almost seems like I'm doing laps. But wait. Yeah, how did I get here again? You want to know why? Because the damn stages cycle over and over again. Let me draw it out. It's like, okay, here's the stage, you know, all the cliffs, the doors, lava pits, all that bullshit. Anyway, for example, if you go all the way down here, you don't hit a wall or any kind of boundary, you just come out up here, but without any indication that you've done so. What kind of bullshit is that? Everything looks the same anyway, so it only makes an already confusing game even more confusing. Who would want to play this? I'd rather drink buffalo shiz. That's a combination of shit and jizz. Yeah, that's foul. I apologize. You know, there's a major paradox going on here. If you keep jumping down, you're basically coming out the top again. Yeah, you follow? It's kind of like a never-ending staircase. Even Einstein would be baffled by how this game breaks the laws of physics. Just the fact that this game was made the way it is, it's a shit stain on the fabric of nature. Another thing I hate is whenever you get hit, usually by a stupid bat or something, you end up going apeshit like Indy's having a seizure or something. It stuns you for a few seconds, but if it happens on a conveyor belt, you're fucked. You're going over the edge. How did I die? Look at this. I jump down, I land on the conveyor belt, and I'm dead. You mean from sticking my toe in the very, very, very edge of this lava pit? Fuck! Try again. Kiss my ass! I hate this game! It's fucking horrible! Next up, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. But first, let's get Temple of Doom out of there. The Last Crusade is another one of those games where you have to press the select button to start. Why is that? There are some good things to say about this game. It makes a legitimate attempt to follow the storyline from the movie, and it plays more like a traditional side-scroller. Most of the time, at least. There is an overhead stage where you're on the motorcycle, which is cool to have some variety, but then there's a puzzle. I don't want to do a fucking puzzle. I'm not even good at these things. What's it supposed to be anyway? I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a giant middle finger saying, fuck you. The side-scrolling stages are okay, but redundant. You just mash buttons. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes they get hit. Pure random. The castle stage is a fucking maze. Unless you draw a map, you'll never know which direction to go, or where you've already been. This game can be annoying, but it is playable. I never intended to review it anyway, because it's not the same version of Last Crusade that I remember. Yes, that's right. Once again, there's two versions. The one we just played was by Taito, the other one's by Ubisoft. This time, both of them are licensed, and the cover art is almost identical. The differences are very slight. It's almost like playing one of those picture games where you guess what's different. So because they look basically the same, you would imagine that they're the same game, just like with Temple of Doom. But no, this time they're both completely different. Why make two games off the same movie on the same console? To make it better, right? Well, let's see how much better it is. While the animation is pretty decent on Indy, why is there this choppy outline around his body? And where's the color? Everything's in monochrome. It's like something you'd see on Game Boy. Indy's in like a sepia tone while the backgrounds range from yellow to green. What happened? Even the Game Gear version had more color, and that was a handheld console. So when the game begins, you immediately take damage from everything in sight. Even when you fall off the rope, some mysterious force hits you on your way down. Then you get shot at while you're wondering, where's my whip? Is this all you can do is just punch? How am I supposed to fight a guy with a gun with my fists? You think you can just take the platform and go over him? But no, you come to a dead end, with a little narrow opening just to tease you. No, you can't crawl. I tried. And you can't jump down either. So it's all the way back to the guy with the gun. You gotta get near him without touching him, and still, it takes quite a few punches to put him down. And this is just one guy. There's a million of them. Next thing, you come to a small body of water. You can't touch it or you die. You just keep jumping on the ropes. Fuck. Oh my god, get back on the rope. What the hell do I... Ah, what the fuck? How is Indiana Jones such a wimp that he can't set foot in water more shallow than a kiddie pool? All the way through, the game's without mercy, and it doesn't help to not have a whip. And why does there always have to be a fucking time limit? Once you get to the first level boss, any sane person would shut the game off. Just look, I have to fight a guy with a long-range weapon with my bare fists. Once you get the pattern down, you're able to step in, take a few jabs, and step back while avoiding the stalactites at the same time. And look how much damage it takes when you punch him. Is it a fucking joke? What dumbasses made this game? They should have sent it to the Marx Brothers. Halfway through the second level, you finally get this weird item. In the back of your mind, you think, what is that, a whip or something? No. By this point, you don't even expect the whip to be in the game. But yeah, this is the whip. You just have to select it, that's all. Why would you not want to select the whip? So now you're in complete shock, thinking to yourself, oh, I get it now. Like in the movie, he doesn't get the whip till he's on the train. But whoa. Let's talk about the story. As the game begins, it just says exploring the caves. That's it. It doesn't tell you why you're exploring the caves. But before you can complete each level, you need to find certain items. Here, it's a cross. So, okay, is this supposed to be the opening scene of the movie where he's young Boy Scout Indy? Then why does he have the jacket and hat? In the third level, he's in the catacombs looking for stone tablets, and in the fourth level, he's in the castle looking for the pages of his father's diary. So the whole game is loosely based around scenes from the movie, but the whole time it's the same adult Indy. So here's the bottom line. Either follow the movie or just give me the goddamn whip. This is great, right? You remember when Indy fought an archer on the train? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Just die. Oh, God. Oh, my God. The fuck, man? Indiana Jones would have been a great concept for a side-scroller game, but they just kept fucking it up. How'd they do this? It's ass! But here's one which was actually pretty decent, so let's take a quick look. Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures is exactly what you'd expect of a movie-based game on Super Nintendo. You move from left to right and kill a bunch of bad guys with your whip. It's more self-explanatory than most of the previous games, which makes it easy to pick up and play. And thank God it has a password system with only 4 characters, making it easy to continue where you left off. Best of all, the stages all follow scenes from the movies. That's right, from Raiders to Crusade. One thing I find funny is that the final boss of the game is the skeleton. You know, when Donovan drinks the wrong grail? Kinda reminds me of a Castlevania game. Overall, LucasArts gave the same care and attention to the franchise as they did with their Star Wars trilogy. Except here, they're all rolled into one game. Same as me, combining 3 reviews into one. But hey, now I'm pushing 4, so let's end this thing. Games, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship NES. Its continuing mission, to explore strange old consoles, to seek out bad games and review these humiliations, to boldly go where no nerd has gone before.
Man, wow, next time I'm taking a shuttlecraft. I don't like having my molecules scrambled all over space. Well, anyway, what can I say about Star Trek? It's one of the biggest cult phenomenons of all time, and as a result, there's a whole galaxy of Star Trek-related electronic video games. So much that it overloads my sensory input neurocapacitors. So, let's just check out a few.
First, let's try out Star Trek the Motion Picture for the Vectrix. The Vectrix has a built-in screen and a controller attached. Fascinating. What made this thing unique for 1982 was that it used vector graphics, all straight lines, no pixelation, bright and vibrant. This is the way many of the early arcade games were, but the Vectrix brought it into the home. Only thing, there's no color, but here's how they got around that. Each game came with an overlay. You just slide it over the screen and there you go. I fail to see the point. Anyway, you're just flying around blasting enemy Romulans and Klingons. You can raise your shields to defend the Enterprise, but this depletes your energy, which means that you need to refuel by locking onto your space station. One thing that's incredibly annoying is this loud buzzing sound. It reacts to the graphics. It's caused by a lack of shielding between the ray tube and the speaker wiring. It's penetrating my auditory nerves. I must deactivate this game's power supply. Next up, Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for the Atari 2600 electronic gaming console. Basically, it's the same sort of game. You're just flying around blasting Klingon ships. You have to touch a certain amount of star bases before you can advance to the next sector. You have sort of a radar screen at the top. You could almost look at this screen the whole time you're playing, so it's kind of like having two different angles. I find this to be an incredibly simple game, but for whatever reason they decide to make an overlay for the controller. Next up, same game, same name, the name which just rolls off your tongue, Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator for ColecoVision and Atom Family Computer System. Like I said, it's the same game, but the graphics are improved. The ships are more detailed, the explosions are better, and your shield, photon, and warp power are all clearly indicated, instead of just having mysterious blocks. Yeah, take that, you sons of bitches. Damn Klingons. Klingons suck my ass.
Alright, what's going on? There appears to be an interference. What's the meaning of this attack?
Photo nerd!
What is it? You want Genesis? You can have Genesis. Come on, this isn't fair. Come down and fight. Well, lesson learned. Don't say anything bad about Klingons. Klingons don't fuck around.
Anyway, we've seen how simple the early Star Trek games are, but as they went on, they became more intricate. And there's tons of them. So let's focus on just one more. Star Trek 25th Anniversary for the NES. To begin with, the music and the graphics are quite good, but my senses indicate a large deposit of bullshit. The storyline involves the Enterprise being trapped in some kind of dimensional gravitation gate, whatever that is. Unable to engage the warp engine, Scotty says that we need to replenish our supply dilithium crystals. So that's all good, but cut me a break. You're given so much text to read, it's more like reading a Star Trek novel than playing a fucking game. Spock detects dilithium crystals hidden on a nearby planet, so Kirk, McCoy, and Spock all beam down to explore. You're relieved to finally start walking around and doing stuff, but only then is when you realize how astronomically ass this game is. The first enemies you encounter are plants that spit at you. The projectiles are practically invisible, but lethal as hell. You just want to phaser fuck these little bastards to death, but they're almost impossible to hit. The problem is in the walking. You can't go diagonal, only straight up and down or left and right. But you move like you're locked down on a grid. Then you encounter these tiny little worms that crawl all over you. You think because they're so small they won't hurt you much, but no, these things are serious. So anyway, you're trying to find these dilithium crystals, which Spock says is located in some ancient temple. So you talk to some of the natives and they're like, sure, we don't care, you crazy spacemen from the distant future who we've never seen before. Go ahead and raid our holy temple. In fact, they even offer to help make a repellent for the bloodworms in the forest. It's like, hey, you want to rob my house? Here's the key. Most illogical. Only thing, you gotta bring back a shooting flower so they can make the repellent. Shooting flower? You mean these things? So you stun it with the phaser and you pick it up. Now, of course, picking up objects in this game is never simple. You think you just touch it and that's it? But no, you gotta stand next to it, scan it with the tricorder, and talk it over with Spock and McCoy, and then finally pick the fucking thing up. So you take the plant to the witch doctor and he makes the repellent, and once again you gotta pick it up. Shall I add the repellent to our inventory, sir? Yes or no? Yes, of course. Please do. Why would I say no? It's like my crew are out of their minds. Also, they do a miserable job trying to follow you. Come on, how would anybody get stuck on a bush? So we get past the bloodworms, you shoot down some wolf sort of creature, and then have dialogue afterwards. Will it be alright? Who the hell cares? It tried to kill us. Just shoot the fucking things and move on. A ghostly dragon pops out of a hole, and then I'm suddenly interrupted by a dialogue box saying, be careful, Jim. That creature looks like a dragon from Terran mythology. Yeah, thanks. So next thing, you're in the temple. You come to a series of rooms with weird symbols on the floor. If you just try to walk across, you die. You gotta know the right pattern. So before you even get to this room, you gotta memorize the order in which the symbols appear on the wall. So unless you have an amazing memory, you gotta write it all down. And that sounds like fun, right? Why not play a game where you gotta write down cryptic symbols? So many symbol combinations and several dialogue boxes later, you finally get the crystals, and then it's back to the Enterprise. Here it's more like a role-playing game or a simulation game. There's many things to do and many planets to explore. If you're a fan of Star Trek, you'll notice that's pretty loyal to the original series, and if you play it for a while, you might be able to get into it and adjust to its crap factor, not to be confused with warp factor. But for me, most of the time, I just can't figure out where to go or what to do. I tried calling the game a piece of shit, I tried giving it the finger, but verbal and gestural persuasions proved ineffective. Anyway, this part of the game is based on the episode A Piece of the Action, where you travel back in time to 1920s Earth. First you gotta find a library card, then you gotta get back your lost communicator. You zap two guys, you find a diamond, you exchange it with the shop owner for a marked deck of cards, then you find a bone on the sidewalk and a gumball from some guy with a dog, then you find a hairpin, and then you find a stick. You have to put the gumball on the end of the stick, put it in the gutter, and fish out some coins. Then you talk to a bartender to get Oxmix's phone number. You give him the diamond in exchange for some plates. You take the plates to the police. Use the hairpin and the bone to open up a door, find the counterfeit money, use the coins on the phone booth, give the operator the number, go in to talk to Oxmix about the communicator. He tells you to go to Krako's place. He tells you that Bonehead Malone has a communicator. You go to the casino, you give Bonehead the money, you give him your marked deck of cards, and you get the communicator.
No, I won't destroy it. Maybe the game designers did the best they could under the given circumstances. You hear? You'll have to get your entertainment someplace else. You're a Metron.
Does my appearance surprise you, nerd?
Not really.
You surprise me.
How?
By sparing this shitty game, you have demonstrated the advanced rate of mercy.
Mercy this, motherfucker!
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a shitty game. Superman for the Atari 2600. I'm playing it on the 7800 just for variety. But anyway, what can be said about Superman? He's one of the most famous superheroes of all time. Even the word super's in his name, a word that implies excellence, outstanding quality, and brilliant divine magnificence. Yeah, this sucks. But I'm not going to critique the graphics or the sound or anything like that. It's just that, you know, what? Like, seriously, what's going on here? From what I understand, you start off as Clark Kent, which is pointless. You just walk to the right, a bridge explodes because of Lex Luthor, so you go back to the phone booth, you turn into Superman, and the rest of the game you're just flying around looking for all the pieces of this bridge. You also have to carry a bunch of bad guys off to jail. And if you get hit by kryptonite, you lose the ability to fly, which can only be regained if you touch Lois Lane. There's no way to die. The whole game is based around the clock. It's all about getting the fastest time. But the only thing that'll eventually happen is you'll throw the game out the window faster than a speeding bullet. The navigation is dreadful. If you fly up, you just see more buildings, and that makes sense, right? On the top of the buildings are more buildings, and it just keeps on going. There doesn't even seem to be any boundaries. Everything just repeats. If you press the button and move the joystick around, it shows you all the screens around you. Yeah, it's like X-ray vision. That is, if X-ray vision means seeing into the next imaginary Atari space. Have you ever heard of an Atari game that needs a map? Well, this is one of them. But to tell you the truth, I don't think it would help because nothing makes any sense. Like right here, I just keep going up, and all it does is just change colors. I can't figure this out. So let's move on to the NES, a Superman game for the Nintendo Entertainment System. How could you go wrong? Well, first of all, you get this lousy music, which isn't even the Superman theme. Then the Statue of Liberty starts talking to you. Can somebody explain this to me? Is there any reason why the Statue of Liberty has to talk to Superman? I'll watch over you? Is it a guardian angel or something? Is there something I don't know? Like, what kind of drugs were they taking when they came up with this shit? So again, you start off as Clark Kent, and you're at the Daily Planet talking to people. Hi, Clark, your favorite Cub reporter Jimmy here. Say cheese, click. Okay, what was the point of that? You know, it's really annoying that there isn't any way to cancel these dialogue boxes or speed them up. And why is everyone wearing green? Is it St. Patrick's Day or something? Why are the telephones as big as the desks? Or hell, why are they half as big as the people? Or no, if they're in the background, that makes them even bigger. What a strange looking office. And who wants to play as Clark Kent anyway? The first real problem is trying to get used to the controls. It's another one of those games where up is jump. And why do you jump so high? I mean, look at this. If somebody actually jumped like that, it would be like 20 feet in the air. I know he's Superman, but if he's trying to be Clark Kent, he can at least act like it. But anyway, the B button does nothing, and the A button just fidgets around. What's wrong with them? If you do it in the air, he like floats. Oh my God, somebody call an exorcist. So your main objective at this point is just get out of this room. You go out the door, right? Well, of course it seems pretty obvious, but take a guess how to open the door. Seriously, take a wild guess. B, no. A, no. Start, no. Select, no. Up only jump, so you have to hit down. I never heard of a game where down goes through the door. Alright, well now we're really starting to suck some shitballs. Right away, there's people outside trying to kill you. I don't know what kind of grudge anyone would have against Clark Kent, but anyway, you go into this phone booth and turn into Superman. What is this? This is the most pathetic excuse for Superman I've ever seen. On the title screen he looks okay, but why in the game does he look like this? Your basic attack is some kind of weird close-range fireball. I don't know, I think he's supposed to be punching people, but it's just weird. Then you have a menu with special superpowers, each with their own energy bar, much like in Mega Man. Most of these special attacks don't seem to do anything. I assume that there's specific parts in the game where they all come in handy, but for now, I really don't know what to do with any of them. If you use Super Flight, all it does is make Superman fly up into the air. You watch that for a little bit, and then he comes back down. So, okay, what was that all about? I found certain spots where if I use it there, then he'll fly over the city and end up at another part of the game. Now, I'm sure that that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm still not sure why sometimes he just goes up and comes back down, so I haven't really figured that out, and honestly, I don't care. You have a map screen which seems like it should be self-explanatory enough, but there's times when you have to use a subway train. Oops, you can't ride the subway with no pass. What, are you kidding me? He's Superman. He needs to buy a fucking ticket? It's like, yeah, we know you're trying to save the city, but you still need to pay for your ride. Why does he even need to use the subway? Can't he just fly? Why go underground? That's the complete opposite of flying. That's like if Spider-Man wanted to go from building to building, he'd just go down to ground level and then just walk. That's the stupidest idea I ever heard. And when you eventually get a ticket and ride the subway, why is Superman so small compared to everyone else? Is he a 5-year-old kid? It's kind of creepy, these tall guys in shadow. It's like, watch out, or they might be kidnappers. Why are they dark anyway? They don't look like anyone else in the game. Speaking of which, none of the people in this game have anything interesting to say. Here's just one random spot, so let's take a look and just see what people have to say here. Got any news? Okay, well, that was real informative. Let's see what he has to say. I know nothing at all. Well, that sums it all up. Alright, well, let's just talk to one more guy. Oh, get the Roman number 2, whatever that does. Hey, what are you doing? You see, I rest my case. There's no reason to talk to anybody. It's like in Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. The whole game is full of people who tell you things that don't make any sense or have any relevance with the game. For example, this old woman tells you not to look into the Death Star or you'll die. Well, the Death Star is nowhere in the game. Both of these games were released in 1988. Now that must have been the year of people talking and not making sense in video games. Haven't you seen the movie Superman? Yeah, I did actually. It's nothing like this garbage. So I'm just running around without much of a clue where I'm supposed to go. I'm killing these weird green-headed alien sort of things. I don't know. Ugh, and that music. Then I finally come to some kind of boss character, a woman I guess with a whip and a deformed head. So I'm trying my best, but the control is so awkward and I just keep getting hit. And if your super power meter gets low enough, you turn back into Clark Kent, which is annoying, but at least you can still fight. So I stay back and I keep using that punch attack, and finally she dies, and we get the newspaper headline saying Superman defeats Zod Gang. Wait a minute. The Zod Gang? If you've seen the movie Superman 2, you probably know who General Zod is. That's not Zod. You mean her? Zod Gang? Where's the rest of them? I don't know, but anyway... What? Daily Planets? Isn't it just the Daily Planet? I don't know. I've had enough with this. Wait a minute. Stock market panic? Stock prices fall? What are we talking about? Stocks now? Find out why stock prices have fallen. You'll learn about stocks at the stock market. Okay, that's the goal here? To go to the stock market? Oh my god. Do you remember being a kid? You remember playing Nintendo? What kind of things were you interested in? Comic books, video games, the stock market? Yeah, do you think any kid playing this game gives a shit about the fucking stock market? Why? Why make a game that has anything to do with stocks or taxes or politics? You just don't do that. It's like, what were they thinking? Stocks? I just can't, oh god, what a shitload of fuck. That's enough for me. This game is just so awful that it can't be explained. I can review it for another hour and it won't make a difference. It's an unreviewable game. Cannot be done justice. If you want to play it and see for yourself, I dare you. But just one warning, you will not be happy. Oh wait, this guy here just gave me a password? What's that for? Like if I want to continue here where I left off? Well, that's completely useless. There's no way I would ever need this password, and you want to know why? Because I'm never fucking playing this game again in my life. That's it. Superman is doomed. What is it about Superman that just spells shit? It's like they couldn't make a good Superman game. But there's one in particular that everybody wants me to review. So here's a typical MySpace message. And that game is, drumroll, dramatic silence, Superman 64. You should do a review on E.T. or Superman 64. I have a special demand. No, a big demand. Do you ever think you can play more than 4 minutes of one of the worst N64 games ever, calling Superman? I'd love to see you review Superman on the N64. Could you review Superman for the Nintendo 64? Dude, you should comment on Superman 64. Ever heard of Superman 64? You should review Gulp's Superman 64. I really think you should consider either E.T. for the Atari or Superman 64. Play or make a video of Superman 64. Can you do a review of Superman 64 on AVGN? So please do a review of Superman 64. That's right, Superman 64. Do you need a copy of Superman 64? I'll donate Superman 64. I think you should do Superman 64. I want to know if you ever played Superman 64. Superman for the N64. Superman on the N64. Superman 64, 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 Superman 64! Well,
Damn. Well, you want it? You got it. Next review is gonna be Superman 64. Okay, the wait is finally over. This is the review that everybody wants to see. Here it is, Superman on Commodore 64.
Yeah, that's what you mean, right? The Commodore 64? It was one of the best-selling home computers from the 80s. The games came on floppy disks. Remember those? The ones that actually are floppy? Let's pop this fucker in, turn this son of a bitch on, and play some Superman. Well, this is the startup screen. You never know what to do unless you have the instructions. You gotta type load, parenthesis, asterisk, parenthesis, comma 8, comma 1, and then return. And then it goes to black, and a few seconds later it says, now loading Superman. At least that lets you know you did it right, but then you gotta wait for the piece of shit to load. You remember those early CD-based game consoles like the PlayStation, and you'd always have to wait for everything to load? Well, it's nothing like that. This thing actually takes 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Yeah, I timed it. Then the title screen starts up with the music, and you're like, wow. But wait, what the hell's this? Type in the character that appears in column 9, row 10? Oh, come on, I gotta get the code card. Yeah, the code card. Match up the damn numbers, and there you go, it's 5. Why do I gotta do that? So you pick your difficulty, and then guess what? It's gotta load again. 54 seconds this time. Not long, but seems like an eternity. So anyway, you get this comic book storyline thing, and then, you son of a bitch. Probably 2 weeks later, when you finally start playing the game, you'll be surprised that the graphics are quite decent and the gameplay is self-explanatory. You just fly around and shoot stuff. You don't have to be Clark Kent and find subway passes or any bullshit like that. So it's actually better than the Nintendo version. But that's not saying much. That's like saying the shit that I took last night was better than the shit I took the day before. Controller's a piece of fuck, but at least it's one of those kind where you can plug in most of the Ataris or the Sega Genesis controller. Isn't that amazing? The first level has a 3D perspective. The second level, you're protecting a space shuttle from a bunch of asteroids. This one's more like a 2D shooter. The third level's like a side-scroller, so it has some variety. But this has got to be one of the most annoying stages in video game history. Every time you get hit, you fly back. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! It's enough of this shit.
But wait, this isn't what you want to see, is it? Nah, you want to see this, right? Oh, come on, you really want to make me play this? Well, I'm going to do it just for you, because I like you a lot. Now don't take that too serious. Here it goes. I'm turning on the power.
First, you're greeted by a smiling cartoon fox. Titus? What the fuck is that? Well, the official title of the game is just Superman, but probably because of the Nintendo 64's tradition of putting 64 at the end of so many titles, it's no wonder that it got that reputation. The first thing that bothers me is the stock music. Why not the Superman theme? You know, the John Williams one? Why don't any of these games have that? Immediately as the game begins, you have to start flying through rings. I don't even have any time to get used to the control. You think that as soon as the game starts, you'd have a little free range, you know, to fly around and explore. But no, you gotta fly through rings. And you can't fuck up. If you miss more than, I think, 3, I don't know, sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 4, so I'm not sure. But basically, if you miss a few of these rings, you go back to the beginning. And you keep trying it over and over till you get it right. And on top of that, there's a time limit. And being that this is the first part of the game, you'd think that the time limit would be a little lenient, but no, it gives you just barely enough time to get through all these rings. You gotta be perfect. Looks like I'm doing a real shitty job, but the control is awful. You have to be very specific with the joystick or else Superman takes a dive in the wrong direction. And then when you try to make a sharp turn, he just goes all over the place. You all probably know better than I, and it goes without saying, but this game is horrendous! And you know what the most pathetic thing about it is? This game isn't even 10 years old! Just barely. You'd think by 1999 there'd be some kind of quality standard. What? I'm stuck? How the hell am I stuck? I'm underneath the bridge. Looks like Superman stroking his super dick. So, naturally, when a game gives you a time limit, you're in a hurry. You can't approach any of these rings with care and patience. You gotta keep moving. If you miss a ring, you have the option to turn around and try to get it again, so there's no strike against you unless you skip to the next ring, so basically you have to go through all the rings in order. But if you miss one, the time it takes you to turn your ass around and go back through, you already wasted too much time, so it's almost the same as just missing the ring. You have to keep flying. If you stop and bullshit around, then you're not going to make the time limit. See, I just fucked around too much, so I might as well just give up and kill myself. You see that building? I'm just going to crash into it. Well, that didn't do a damn thing. You mean you can't die? Well, absolutely not. You're just stuck in limbo until the time runs out. The only thing worse than an impossibly bad game is not even being able to kill yourself. What's with the punching? Do I actually get to punch people somewhere in this shitload fuck of a game? I guess I'll never find out, but why are these punches so awkward? You gotta be kidding me. I'm stuck again? I'm nowhere near the wall. Look how much room. Look how much room. How can I be stuck when there's so much room? 15 seconds and I'm almost there. Almost there. Oh, fuck, Mr. Ring. Oh, come on. Can't even give me one more chance? Oh, man, what is he doing? Exercises? This is so ridiculous. This game isn't just bad. It's really bad. I'm not even kidding around. It's fucking horse shit. Almost there. Less than 10 seconds. Come on. I can just barely make it. Look, there's the last ring. Fuck ass bitch can't fart. I can't believe it. There was only one ring left. Oh, this is ass. This is really ass. Oh, look, this time I'm gonna do it. It's 4 seconds. Shit. Yeah. No, that didn't count. So finally, when I get past the rings, instructions flash on screen, then go away. What did it say? Something about cars? You're not even given enough time to read it. Oh, it's over already? What was I supposed to do?
There's no time to waste.
What? I don't even get to try again? I'm back at the fucking rings again? I can't believe I'm playing a Superman game where all you do is fly through rings. At first, I thought this was the training mode. Yeah, you know, like to test your accuracy. Lots of games have that. Remember Star Fox on the Super Nintendo? There's a training mode where you have to fly through rings. But even then, you don't have to go through all the rings. It's about how many you can get through in a row. In the actual game, you're flying around shooting at enemies and dodging obstacles. So what the hell is this shit? You should be fighting bad guys, not testing your flight skills with some of the worst control accuracy ever in a video game. But it actually does have a practice mode. Out of curiosity, I tried it out just to see what it is, and guess what it is? Going through rings. Yeah, what'd you expect? So once again, I'm at the next part. The message flashes on the screen for barely a second, and then you have 6 seconds to do whatever. Fuck. Back to the rings again. You know, if I had 2 consecutive chances, I might be able to figure it out. But instead, I'm too surprised when I finally get there to act in 6 seconds and with no time to read what it's telling me to do. And am I really doing this? Is this a Superman game? Flying through rings? Is that the best they could come up with? That's like if they made a Batman game where all he does is just play hopscotch.
This looks like a job for Superman.
Okay, time for the 6-second car stage again. Get off! Get off! Here we go. Got the car. Now what? Oh, the timer reset to 11. That's weird. But what do I do with the car? Okay, so there's another car coming. Can I stop it? Oh, this is the shits. This is the shits. Basically, you gotta pick up both these cars and throw them before they hit the people. But guess what's after that? More rings! And after that, you gotta pick up a police car and carry it to the goal. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. You go through rings, pick up cars, go through rings, and pick up cars. So I get to the goal, and guess what's next? Seriously, I want you to just take a guess what comes after this. More rings? Yeah. What kind of game is this? Is this some sort of insanity test? Well, I'm done. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do. This game doesn't even qualify as shit. It's like the equivalent of shit taking a shit. This is unspeakably, shockingly bad. It's sickeningly loathsome. It's a fucking suffering to the mind. It's a bunch of fuck and it doesn't belong on this planet. Somebody's gotta take care of it. This is a job for the fucking nerd.
Alright, let's dig into a big pile of bat shit. As you can see, I'm all ready. Because in order to play bad Batman games and do them justice, you gotta be Batman.
Let's start with Batman the Caped Crusader for the Commodore 64. This game came out a year before the Tim Burton movie, which makes it the only game on our list that's not movie licensed. You get a choice to fight against the Penguin or the Joker, but both games seem to be identical. I never really got far enough to find out. Every time you exit a screen, another panel pops up. I guess they were trying to make it look like a comic book, but it's just awkward. The first enemies you encounter are what I think are toy airplanes and gargoyles, or bats, which take shits on you. Yeah, if you look close enough, you can see the little shit bombs dropping out of their asses. The control is weird. As you can see, the instruction manual explains it. To do different punches and kicks, you have to hold the joystick in a certain direction while hitting the button. It's also ridiculous trying to hit anybody. You have to be like a step away, and no matter how many times you hit somebody, they don't die. Die. What the hell? There's also this annoying menu screen that keeps popping up. It took me a while to figure out that I activate this thing by pressing down in the button. So I get to this menu by total accident, and I don't know what to do here. What is all this shit? Restart game? Who the fuck's talking about restarting? Oh, the keypad's busted. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's another thing about the Commodore. It only works when it feels like it. Well, anyway, the game sucks. Gotta give it the Batman punishment. Batman. Next is the one which most people know, Batman on the NES. Overall, when it comes to games, The Dark Knight's been treated a lot better than Superman, because there do exist good Batman games, and this is one of them. The graphics are dark and stylish, just like the movie it represents, and the music is kick-ass. Gameplay is addicting. You have a punch and a variety of bat weapons. You have a Ninja Gaiden style wall jump, which is something you really got to get used to because as the game progresses, it gets trickier and trickier. There's this one part which I swear you have no choice but to get hit by these spinning gears. Getting up to the Joker takes a lot of patience, and if you actually beat him, you deserve a medal. A good game for the NES library, but a hard son of a bitch. Next up, Batman Returns on Super Nintendo. With the release of the movie sequel, many more games came along to cash in on the franchise. This one's a lot simpler, just a good old arcade-style beat-em-up. It's mind-numbing and redundant, but satisfying as hell. You just beat the shit out of them. There are many versions of Batman Returns, and here's one on Sega CD. It showed off some impressive graphics for the time, like the cinematic shot of Batman behind the wheel and the 3D driving stages. To tell you the truth, I never made it past these driving stages. It just goes on and on. Boring as shit. Next game. I'm Batman. Next up, Batman Returns for the Atari Lynx. A lot of these early handheld consoles had the same problem. You can barely see the screen. You gotta tilt it at the right angle. So this isn't gonna be easy to play. Anyway, you're just going around punching people. It's pretty self-explanatory, but goddamn is it hard. I keep getting hit by dynamite and I can barely see where it's coming from. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of jump attack. Damn. Alright, well this one gets the official bat stamp of shit. On to the next game, but first, gotta tell it I'm Batman. I'm Batman. The Adventures of Batman and Robin on Super Nintendo. Yeah, of course they had to make a Batman game based off of every Batman movie that came out, but they also had to do one based off the animated series. It's kind of like a cross between a beat-em-up and a 2D side-scroller. You just keep moving right and bashing everybody in your way. But then there comes times when you need a little bit of problem solving to figure out what to do. Sometimes it gets kind of annoying, like this part. How the hell was I supposed to know I can't jump on the roller coaster? But in conclusion, this is one you might want to try out. Not a bad game, let it pass. Next up, Batman Forever for the Super Nintendo. Now we're in deep shit, because this game is Triceratops testicles. Since the side-scrolling, driving, and beat-em-up thing had already been done to death, my guess is that they were attempting something a little different with this game. As soon as it begins, you'll notice it bears an uncanny resemblance to Mortal Kombat. It's literally the same control scheme with all the same moves. Being that it was also made by Acclaim, it makes you wonder why they would repackage a fighting game into a Batman game. I almost expect to see Batman rip someone's spinal cord out. This kind of fighting style just doesn't work for a platforming side-scroller like this. It just slows things down. Whenever you knock somebody to the ground, you gotta wait for them to get back up again. You hit them again, and it just goes on and on and on. It's also real annoying that up is jump, whereas there's plenty of buttons to choose from. But that's only the beginning to how atrociously ass this fuckfest is. Within the first minute or two, you come to a wall, which is pretty much a dead end. You can't do jack shit. So you figure, okay, I probably gotta go up there. So you try jumping all around, but it's useless. You try every possible combination of buttons till you find that select shoots this wire out of your crotch. That's real random, right? The select button? But this wire or grappling hook, whatever, it doesn't latch on to anything. Almost as if it's just for show. At first I thought that you just need to stand in the right spot, but no matter where I go, nothing happens. Fuck shit! Get up there! This is fucking bullshit! You think to shoot up, you just press up, but no, it jumps. Sometimes I get it to work by pure luck until I found out that, okay, this is how it works. To shoot up, you press select and up in a very specific way. You have to press select slightly before you press jump. If you do it correctly, it shoots the grappling hook straight up in the air. But if you press them both at the same time, you just jump. That's a good reason why the jump button should not be up. Why can't it be one of the fucking buttons? Having the fucking up button jump is fucking fucked up. If this aimed your grappling hook and this jumped, then it would be fine. But no, they gotta be the same button. And on top of that, you have to be standing in the correct spot. And this spot is very precise. You think all that mattered is if you were under the hole. But no, it's like exact. This one magic pixel of a spot. You gotta be right on the mark. So you just lumber all around, trying to figure out where to go. And whenever you access a new part of the game, it says, hold on. Hold on for what? It has to fucking load? It's also interesting to note that you have the option of playing as Robin. But who would do that? I want to be Batman. I guess the goal is to rescue all the security guards. When you untie them, they do this melodramatic sort of pose, like, yay, I'm free! The villains are all stock. It's just guys in flashy suits and guys with chainsaws. Oh, look at that, chainsaw to the dick. Why does it take so long to kill people? Everything's so dark you can never tell where there's a door. Then you walk back and look for one of those spots where you can use your grappling dick. See, right there, that was just a lucky guess. Another problem is the fucking foreground keeps blocking me. It's like, get that shit out of the way, I can't see what I'm doing. Rather have a diarrhea dog take a lava dump all over the screen. And just when you thought you had the controls all figured out, you come to this part where you need to jump down. You'd expect to be able to just simply push down, maybe in combination with the jump button, but oh, that's right, there is no fucking jump button, it's up. That would be pretty impressive, to be able to press down and up at the same time. Well, anyway, you try every combination imaginable, and guess what? It's down and R. Yeah, R, that's not even one of the main buttons. Why R? And again, the R button has to be tapped slightly before you press down. And sometimes there isn't even a hole to tell you where you're able to do that. Why is everything so cryptic?
Like, this is fucked beyond belief! It's like the controls in this game are like something you do for a cheat code, not a basic move that you have to do in order to play the game. Why'd they program it in such an asinine, ball-brained, cockamamie, ridiculous fashion? It's like, geez, there's 4 buttons right in the front of the controller. Like, that's not enough to work with? Instead, they have to, like, program it, like, all into, like, weird kind of crazy button combinations and shit? It's like, what were they thinking? It's like, up is jump, select for the grappling hook. Select shouldn't even be part of the game. Select should be, like, for the menus or something. I mean, geez, like, were they trying to just ruin this game? Just flat out just fuck it up? Well, they did. Batman Forever, it sucked back then, and it sucks forever. Batman. That's it. That's all the shitty Batman games I can take. Review's over.
Batman! Batman, you wanna play a really shitty Nintendo game, Batman? What, how that Return of the Joker on the Nintendo Entertainment System, yeah, Batman?
I'm not really Batman, though.
You're not Batman! Batman, you're Batman! I'm Batman! Come on, Batman, let's play! Come on!
not playing any more shitty Batman games.
Yes, you are! Oh, Batman, let me give you a hand!
Will the Bat Nerd escape the Joker? What bad games does he have up his sleeve? Tune in next episode, same bat time, same bat channel. Okay, so I guess because the Joker's in the title, I'm playing Batman Return of the Joker on NES. It's a follow-up to the first Batman game on NES. They couldn't wait for the next movie to come out, so they had to make an instant sequel. Unlike the first game where you have the option to punch or switch between an inventory of weapons, this game basically gives you one weapon, a bat gun. You can get a lot of upgrades to this weapon, but I can't help but find it strange that Batman is just going around shooting people with infinite ammo and never using his fists. For an NES game, the graphics are good, and the music, once again, is awesome. Seems like Sunsoft games always have good music. Blaster Master, Fester's Quest. Yeah, I said that. You can even make Batman dance to the music, because when you press up, he turns his head.
Oh, the Bat Dance!
I don't know what purpose that has. But when you get to the boss, the music sounds incredibly familiar. Mega Man 2? Yeah, it does sound like it. Just a lot faster, that's all. Once you get to the third stage, the game gets way too difficult, way too fast. You're slipping around on the ice trying not to fall, and all these tornadoes keep flying at you. Even after a lot of trial and error, it's still next to impossible not to get hit by these things. Come on, you fucking tornado piece of shit. I know you're there. Just inching forward. I know you're there. Fuck! There's also the traditional annoying backwards fall bullshit. Whenever you get hit, you fly back, right? You're familiar with that. But here, even if you're facing in the other direction, you get sucked back into the hole. What in the holy mother of fuck is that about? That doesn't even follow the laws of physics. Then there's the falling ceiling gag, you know, for you to get by, they have to fall. There's no other option. If you stand under it, it kills you. To get it down, you stand under it. What a paradox. Look at this pandemonium. There's a fucking ceiling waiting to come down and kill me. There's a guy throwing an oil drum. If I try to get out of the way, I get hit by these rotating blades and shit. I take the guy down and then I try to set off the ceiling trap and I'm dead.
Shut up! Fuck you, motherfucker!
So I try it again, and this time I just carefully step to the edge, just taking baby steps, you know. God! This game's fucking brutal! It doesn't even make any sense! Come on, you piece of shit! Fuck! Okay, so I'm trying to jump onto a moving platform while somebody's shooting at me. How the hell does that work? Oh shit. Whoa, I got lucky there. So I'm just gonna try to shoot him from across the hole, but as you can see, I can't. I just gotta get on there. Ass! One more try, I just can't get hit. Come on, you motherfucker! Ah! Thank God. And how do you like this? You can actually get blocked by a power-up. But he can still shoot through. That's not fair.
Oh, it's so unfair.
It's like they deliberately programmed this thing to be a means of torture. There's also a slide move, but I never found a safe time to use it, so half the time I forgot I had it. The only thing easy about this game are the bosses, except for the Joker. He's impossible.
So overall, it's really not the worst Batman game. It's not really that bad of a game in general. It just has some things about it that suck.
Would you like to play a bad game, Batman? How about the Game Boy version, Return of the Joker? Have fun, motherfucker!
Okay, Return of the Joker on Game Boy. The game begins, and what does it sound like? I don't know why I'm making all these observations. I guess I just have Mega Man on the mind. So, anyway, it's completely different from the NES version. Your main attack is punching, but you can also collect other weapons. And the wall jump is back too, so it's actually more like the first NES game. But there's also a grappling hook, which is really annoying because you can never get it to work when you need it to work.
It's like Jungle Hunt. Did you ever play Jungle Hunt?
And other times, it just has a mind of its own. The control is overly complicated. It seems they should have just had the wall jump or the grappling hook, not both. Here there's deadly sewer water rising up. I'm desperately trying to make my way to platforms, but instead I keep bouncing around the place. Alright, so I'm just trying to get the power up that's up there. Trying to do the wall jump and the fucking grappling hook's going off. I missed again. Alright, here we go. Just want to get, there we go. Okay, see, so I got the power up. Now I just want to land on that thing, but it isn't even, and then the grappling hook goes off. I don't want to go that way. I want to go to the right. Alright, I made it. But now the wall jump, like, sends me back. It's like I didn't want to go back. I want to go to the right. The controls are like trying to get a horse to wipe its ass on an eagle. And I really hate that grappling hook. Okay, now jump. Fuck! Alright, here we go again. Fuck! I swear that these games were programmed by the Joker. Oh, I can't believe this. Get up there! Get up there! That's it. I can't play this game anymore. I can't even finish the first fucking level.
What are you playing? Return of the Joker? Didn't you just play Return of the Joker? Return of the Joker, Return of the Joker. Well, how about Revenge of the Joker for the Sega Genesis? Return of the Joker, Revenge of the Joker. Return, Revenge, Return, Revenge.
Okay, so this is not Return, but Revenge of the Joker. To start off with, it looks promising enough. It's basically a 16-bit version of the NES game Return of the Joker. Why does it take so long to destroy the crates? All it is just a power-up. It should take one shot. It's like in Fester's Quest, all those fucking purple blobs you gotta shoot. Oh, so you have a kick? I got it. Alright, kick for the crates and firepower for everything else. What's with the gargoyle statues? You shoot them and get nothing. What's the point? And why does it hurt you to touch them? Batman can't even touch a fucking statue? Then you get these live gargoyle statues, ones that attack. Come on, die. Shoot them in the head and nothing happens. Shoot them down in the like midsection, nothing happens. Oh my god. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? I just keep shooting them and nothing happens. Alright, so this doesn't, I'm trying to slide into him, nothing happens. Like, oh my god, I'm fucking dead. Alright, this time I'm gonna try jumping over. That doesn't work either! I try hitting him in every spot that I can. Okay, so you can kill him? I just don't know how to do it, but... Come on, you motherfucker! Damn! Okay, so what's with this fucking bullshit? What, do they just die whenever they feel like it? Like, is it a glitch, or is it like some obscure trick that I don't know about? It's just the first level of the game. Again, the first fucking level, and I can't go any further. I've had enough of this catastrophe.
Oh, the gargoyles, they're after you!
I'm sick of this shit. I've had enough of this shit. Come on.
No, you're not making this!
I'm gonna shove these fucking games up your ass! Batman Revenge of the Joker! Batman Return of the Joker! Batman Forever! Batman Return of the Joker on Game Boy! And last but not least, Batman on Commodore 64! Holy batshit!
This is a very special episode because I'm not going to review the game. The fans are. Yeah, for the first time, I asked the fans to recount their experiences with the game and send them to a specified email address. And as a result, this one inbox got over 6,000 messages. So, if you're one of the lucky ones, then I hope you enjoy hearing your words coming out of my mouth. But regardless, thanks for the submissions, thanks for supporting the show. This one's my little reward to you. Enjoy. Deadly Towers on the NES. First of all, what's with the poorly drawn Herculean Viking guy on the cover of the game? What, was Fabio unavailable that weekend? And talk about false advertising. The in-game character doesn't even come close to looking like that. It's some boy in a green spandex jumpsuit with horns. What the fuck? Outside of Japan, the game was supposed to be called Hell's Bells. I'm sure they changed it because they didn't want to associate this piece of ass fudge to anything good like AC/DC. If you let it load, it plays a backstory. No one would ever want to read this much text, and it scrolls way too fast. Hell, I don't even know if it tells you what you're supposed to do anyway. You have to collect 7 bells and burn them in a sacred fire or some shit like that. When you start the game, it doesn't tell you where to go or what to do. And watch out for what door you go in. It's a beginner's trap. You don't know where to go, so you just walk into a room and shit, the enemies gang rape your ass. At first you might say, hey, the game looks decent. You got a sword, which you can shoot much like in Zelda, but the enemies at the start of the game don't die with one hit. No, you have to hit them repeatedly. And the worst, you can't stab the sword like in Zelda after you shoot it. You have to wait till the sword leaves the screen until you can fire again. Come on. Oh, this must be why the attack is so slow. Our hero must pass the blades out of his cock. Hell, if broadsword shooting out of my cock was my only defense against purple inchworms and bats, I'd probably let them kill me. Since when are you supposed to just throw a sword anyway? I mean, swinging it at your enemy would have worked nicely, but no, he throws it. And where the hell does he get all these swords? Even the manual says you have no confidence in the sword. What the fuck kind of advice is that? That's like saying, buddy, if you play this game, you're gonna get fucked up the asshole with a porcupine! Good fucking luck, douchebag! It's almost like the game just wants to fucking piss you off! Every screen in this game is just a clusterfuck of shitty bad guys to fight. Oh great, I'm being attacked by balls! Blue balls, no less. Oddly enough, they're the hardest to kill for some reason. They take like 20 damn hits! They're just fucking balls! It's as if they ran out of decent enemy ideas and just programmed random moving shapes to come kill you. It's like, what the fuck are sprites from Marble Madness doing in this game? My biggest complaint with the game is that there's no in-game map. That'd be fine if you could distinguish where you are with different backgrounds, but everything looks so similar, it's too easy to get lost. The game's like a maze, but it's beyond that. It's a fucked up guessing game maze with no end. I stumbled onto some area where there's no door, there's no icon or anything to let you know that anything's there. You just gotta take a shitty guess, like in Simon's Quest, where you kneel down in that corner waiting for the tornado to take you away. You can just be walking around and then you just magically appear in a room when there are clearly no doorways around. I mean, what kind of sense does that make? Have you ever just walked into a wall and appeared in another room? You get an inventory screen. It's empty right now, but it seems pretty standard. Tells you your life and everything. It also has this thing called Lutter. Yeah, it says you have 50 Lutter. I can only assume that that's currency, so I googled it to check what it meant. And according to an Urban Dictionary, Lutter means cheap-ass hoe. So, therefore, we're already starting out with 50 cheap-ass hoes, so we're doing all right for ourselves. I wonder what the exchange rate is for the expensive whores. Maybe we'll find out later. Now, I can understand wanting to call the currency of Fantastic World something different, but what's wrong with just calling it gold? You can find power-ups to make you stronger, but good luck finding a store that'll give you any. They're found in underground dungeons infested with enemies that can kill you faster than you can say game over. Oh, and the music. The bubbly sound of ripping ass isn't even an adequate way to describe the music in this game. Imagine taking a phonograph machine, submerging it in diarrhea, and wiring it to a horse's ass to use as a speaker. It makes nails on a chalkboard sound like fucking Mozart. And listen to this. See what happens when you go to a different room in the castle. The music starts all over again. It gets really annoying because you're constantly going from room to room, so you're hearing the same part of the music over and over again. What's the fucking deal with the ledges that you fall off of? A lot of the places are really narrow, and it's hard avoiding those ledges. And to top it all off, when enemies hit you, it knocks you back a bit. And more times than not, they send you falling down a conveniently placed ledge. And do people normally spin like that when they fall off of something? Reminds me of shit spinning down the fucking toilet. When you die, you have to start at the beginning of the game. What kind of shit is this? I honestly don't have the patience to get any farther in this game to see if there's another checkpoint or something. Whenever you die, you get a password, but it makes no sense because no matter how far you got into the fucking game, you start from the beginning with all the passwords. And what programmer decided to put a time limit on the fucking password screen? When they named this game Deadly Towers, they weren't kidding. The last time I saw towers this deadly was when they decided the horses need more fiber in their diets. This game is so fucking hard, it's easier to lift an elephant with my ass while singing Old MacDonald. This game is equal to that of liquid ass butter. Stay away from this horrible piece of shit encrusted fuck. I'd rather suck farts out of a dog's ass. Das Spiel ist scheiße. Dieses Spiel fickt dich hartras das Leben. Well, I gave that a try. Anyway, this game isn't just your average turd. It's the kind of putrid, rancid, disgusting turd that sits in a truck stop bathroom for 20 years until even the flies won't go near it. It's games like this that make me regret ever picking up an NES controller. This game is like a never-ending turd that bends around and goes into your mouth, thus creating an endless cycle of eating your own shit whilst taking a crap, and occasionally puking up the same for all eternity. This is so bad, Satan wouldn't even accept it if you offered it with your soul. I'd rather suck the dried shit out of Chewbacca's ass fur. Fuck this game. No, better yet, don't fuck this game. Don't let your friends fuck it. It's unfuck-worthy. This game is just an orgy of ass. This game is a chicken-licking, finger-fucking son of a bitch. This game is ball cider. The assholians bow down to this piece of shit. In other words, the game sucks.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Battletoads on Nintendo. Now don't worry, it's a good game. It's actually one of the most memorable games in the NES library. But when it first came out, a lot of people were thinking, what is this, a cheap Ninja Turtles knockoff or something? But it was actually pretty good. Who the fuck are you?
I'm your guitar guy. I sing your theme song from behind the couch.
Well then go back behind the damn couch! Jeez.
You know, that's not the welcome I really expect.
Oh, look, you can't just sit here while I do the review.
Why can't I do the review with you?
Oh, because that's not how it works. It's like, I play the game, and you get your ass back behind the fucking couch!
I don't ever get to do anything. You don't even use my song that much anymore.
Why are you always behind my damn couch anyway?
There are no other couches to go behind.
What a piece of shit.
Ass!
Fuck! You don't know shit about how fucking shitty this fucking shit is. It's so bad it sucks. It's so fucking suck it fucks. I'd rather eat out the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk than play this game. Cowabunga. Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty fucking sewer rat shit. I've had no fun. Alright, fine. You can sit here just this one time.
Thank you.
Alright? You happy?
I'm very happy.
Very good. Okay, so anyway, Battletoads on the NES. Put that down. Put it down. Drop it. You can't fucking play the game with me.
Why not?
Because it's not even a two-player game.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Look, you see 2 players, press start. That's it. Alright, so anyway, the game begins, and how'd you do that?
I push start.
Oh, so it's arcade style. The second player has to push start to join in. Why not just a regular select screen like any other NES game? Speaking of which, the intro shows 3 toads, Rash, Pimple, and Zitz. Why such disgusting names? How about herpes, genital warts, and gonorrhea? Besides, Pimple's not even in the game. He's captured and the goal is to rescue him. But on to the game. The first level's like a classic beat 'em up. Punching people is so satisfying. I like how your fists enlarge. When you headbutt, you grow ram horns. And when you kick, your foot grows into a giant boot. You can throw your enemies and grab weapons. It's so much fun. And when you pause the game, you get this catchy beat. What's the point of that? When you pause the game, it should just be quiet. Get the dragon, hit him.
What the hell?
I didn't know I could hit you. Get the pig, knock him off. Hey, you killed me!
Sorry.
Oh, flies, let me get him,
No, I need him. Mine.
Oh, look, it's a 1-up. Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Oh, that's not fair. You kill me and then take my 1-up?
Hey, I let you try to get it. It's not my fault you fucked up.
It's the boss. Don't get hit, dumbass. Okay, level 2. You're hanging on strings going down a hole or something. Get the bird.
I'm trying.
Oh, you fucker.
I didn't mean to do it.
That's really a problem. You shouldn't be able to hit each other. That's fucking bullshit. Come on, you piece of shit. Ah!
What happened?
I died.
But I didn't die.
Oh, that's lousy. If one player dies, you gotta start the level all over. Okay, so we can't hit each other. You take the right and I take the left.
Okay.
What the hell was that? I said
I couldn't
stay
help
right.
it. The stupid wrecking ball thing just keeps swinging side to side.
Oops, I didn't mean that.
You see?
Why have an attack like that in a game where you can harm the other player? Ah, fuck!
How are we supposed to work as a team when you keep killing me?
Level 3. We're real lucky we made it this far. Yeah, pound the guy into the ground.
Aw, what the fuck?
You get him.
No, you get him.
Alright. So awesome. You just pound him into the ground and kick him. Oh, what the fuck was that shit? Alright, now, just don't hit any walls, but get the ramp. Get the ramp. Oh, fuck.
How'd you miss that?
I don't know. Alright, let's try again.
Shit.
You missed the ramp. Game over? That's game over for you, not for me.
I don't know.
What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You died, but we both have to restart the level.
Sorry.
That's bullshit. That's terrible programming. How is it fair that when one player dies, they both have to, and my lives aren't replenished? I still have just 1 extra life. That means I'm gonna die next, and then we're both gonna have to start over again. Watch it. Watch it.
I know. What the fuck?
I swear I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to hit the guy. Okay, now this is real important. None of us hit the walls, okay? Jump. Jump. Ah, fuck.
Oh, good job.
Oh my god.
Well, we gotta start all over again.
How many lives do you have?
Like 2?
Well, I guess we're not gonna make it much further.
Well, I could just die twice on purpose and then we can both start.
No. Fuck that. There's no reason why the game should be programmed this way. And we shouldn't have to stand for it.
Oh, the hell with this shit.
The hell with this fucking shit.
The hell with this banana buffalo wearing bastard bullshit.
Yeah, now you're talking. All right. So anyway, Battletoads.
I'm going behind the couch.
Yeah, you do that. Go bunker yourself from all these like shitty games. Yeah, so Battletoads is not a two-player game. Having a second player is as convenient as having a Siamese bulldog attached to your anus. It's just like with one player it's hard, but with two, it's virtually unplayable.
He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard.
You bet your ass!
He's the angry video game nerd.
Remember when everybody was talking about Dick Tracy? 1990, the Warren Beatty film comes out. Everybody went from who's Dick Tracy to whoa, Dick Tracy's the shit. It was like a contemporary film noir, stylish with colorful comic book style visuals and an all-star cast. Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, fucking Madonna. It was alright, but its popularity was short-lived. I think it was just an excuse for the kids to say Dick.
You know, Dick Van Dyke is in the movie. You think that's enough dicks? Like seriously, when this movie came out, I've never said dick so much before in my life. Every kid on the block was running around saying, Dick Tracy, Dick Tracy, Dick this and Dick that. My dad said, can't you just call him Richard Tracy? And I was like, you know, how is Dick short for Richard? That doesn't even make any sense. It's like Bill and William or Jim and James. But at least Bill and Will rhyme and Jim and James both start with a J. But Richard and Dick? Like, nobody ever says Dickard. But anyway, I'm going to tell you all about the NES game, and boy, is it an experience. Now, I'm just going to give you my impression of it, and I'm not really going to go all out and, like, dress up like Dickard or anything like that. I already did that for Halloween when I was 10.
I got a rock.
Yeah, I got a rock, just like Charlie Brown. That sums the whole thing up. I was laughing back then, but I'm not fucking laughing now. I was so obsessed with Dickard that when the game came out, I was like, oh boy, I gotta play that. Dick Tracy on Nintendo? That's gotta be a treat. There's no way I could let that pass. But it was just a big disappointment, like a rock landing in my trick-or-treat bag. It starts in the police department where you can either hit the streets, look at your notepad, or look at your mugshots. If you look at your notepad, it gives you your first clue right off the bat. There's a fake $20 bill found near Steve the Tramp's flop house. So in order to solve the case, you have to find the other 4 clues. If you go to your mugshots, it'll tell you where you can find all your suspects. Since our only lead is Steve the Tramp, we're gonna go to him. 5th and B is what it tells us. So we hit the streets and we start driving to 5th and B. Our first problem is trying to steer the car. It automatically puts you in the right lane with no freedom to move around. When you come to an intersection, you're never sure which direction to push on your D-pad. The car sort of like snaps onto the other roads. It's the absolute worst overhead driving control I've ever seen in a game. Yeah, worse than Roger Rabbit. Even worse, you take damage when you crash into other cars, and there's snipers on all the roofs. Just little tiny vague shapes that shoot at you constantly, and by constantly I mean all the fucking time. There's nothing you can do to avoid them. You can shoot straight ahead, but you can't shoot at an angle. There's no way to point the car at the snipers. There's no enemies on the road, so your firepower has no purpose whatsoever. The navigation is also dreadful. You'd assume that you count the street numbers, then travel down 5th Street till you hit B, but that only gives you the vague whereabouts. Every building looks the same, and it's hard to tell where you're supposed to go. And you think there'd be a map screen? Of course not. Anyway, what's this all about? A fake $20 bill? Couldn't they have come up with anything better than that? So you get to 5th and B, you go inside, and then the game goes to a side-scroller mode. What the hell's wrong with Dickard? He looks like he's got a bad suntan. You can use your gun, but it's more amusing to punch the living shit out of people. Bam! 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 Oh, look at him go, down the steps. He's still going. What the hell? Were they really trying to be serious with this? So you get to Steve the Tramp, whose on-screen character looks nothing like his mugshot. You have the option to interrogate him or arrest him. If you choose to arrest him, you just get scolded by your superior officer and get sent back to the station. But if you interrogate him, he'll give you some information, which basically tells you to go to the 9th and F pier. But once you leave that screen, you better remember 9th and F, because you're not going to be told again, and Dickard doesn't write it in the notepad. What kind of detective is that? Stupid banana raincoat wearing dick. So you go to 9th and F, where you encounter more bad guys. But now your life is starting to diminish, and to make matters worse, you're not allowed to shoot unarmed men. If you shoot somebody who doesn't have a gun, you lose half a star. You switch between the gun and the fists by pushing select, and you have to keep doing it constantly. There's times when you're trying to shoot someone when all of a sudden an unarmed man drops down in your line of fire. That's bullshit! So it's supposed to be realistic by having a good cop that won't shoot unarmed men. That's fine, but then how about when you punch people, they bounce off the damn walls? That's pretty realistic. Okay, there's the clue, the first piece of evidence we need. What the hell's he doing? Get off the rope! Why the hell would you want to climb on the rope? So then he collects the clue by punching at it, and tells you footprints in puddle of spilled green ink. Footprints on top of a crate hanging from a rope? Sure, whatever. After you leave the pier, you chase a car down, probably the only time the bullets come in handy. And then you interrogate Shoulders, I think, and he tells you where your next clue is, 4th and D. Again, Dick doesn't write it down, he just writes down the clue, which tells us nothing. Shouldn't the clue be in a Ziploc bag or something, and where I'm supposed to go be written on the notepad? Besides, you can't even see the notepad unless you go back to the station. During the gameplay, there's no status screen where you can bring up the clues or anything. Why wouldn't a detective bring the notepad with him? Dumb dick. When I play a game, all I want is the NES, the TV, and the controller. Also, preferably a couch to sit on. But what I don't want is a pen and paper to write down fucking clues. Ugh, the fucking snipers got me. Game over? Are you kidding me? Just one life? That's it? And no continues either? No, look at this. Where's my clue? I have to get it again? That's insane. At least you don't have to talk to Steve the Tramp again or Shoulders. As long as you remember where to find the clues, you can skip the interrogation parts. So I get the fucking clue again, and then I'm off to get the next one. By the time I get to the second building, my life is already halfway drained from the snipers. Then I go through another barrage of bad guys shooting at me from every conceivable angle. I get to the damn clue, I try jumping at it, but that doesn't work, so I go back onto the ledge. Can I jump on the ladder? Nope. Well, I'm gonna keep going back until I find what I am allowed to jump on. You can never tell what's a platform and what's just part of the background. Alright, so I'm working my way back to the right, jumping on the crate, the platforms, here we go. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, good lord, now I gotta go back again. Here we go, let's try again. Okay, how does this work? If you jump, you just end up on the platform. And you can't jump straight down, that's ridiculous. So my only way is to just slightly... your mother. Fuck. 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 Fuck! Could they have put this clue in a more unreachable spot? What? I got it? I've been jumping at it for 5 minutes, and then finally I get it? Like, what did I do different? Anyway, this time the clue itself tells us where to go next, first in H. So I'm on my way over. Oh no! I gotta do that shit all over again? Couldn't they give you any extra lives? There's no way you can be expected to find 4 clues without dying. That's impossible. So I'm gonna assume that I don't need to collect all the clues. I just need to figure out which crook I can arrest. So after skipping most of the clues, I was able to find one clue in particular, which pretty much says that Numbers is the culprit. So I look at my mugshots and find that Numbers is hiding out at 8th and J. So I go straight over to 8th and J, and it's swarming with bad guys. Even going into this place with full health, it's hard to survive to the end. It's hard as dick. So I get to Numbers, I arrest him, and then... I need more evidence?
You gotta be fucking kidding me! That's ridiculous! Like, what? Like, you have to travel all around and go to 5 different buildings, 4 to get the clues, and then the last one to arrest Numbers, all without dying once! That's horseshit! And I didn't say horseshit, I said whore-shit. Like a whore taking a shit! You know, remember when you were a little kid
It was fucking Friday, you did all your homework, and you rented a game from the local video store. And this was it. This was your whole weekend, this one game. You didn't have anything else to do, so you had no choice but to keep playing that first part of the game over and over and over again. And it's like, you know what? It's like, I want to see the rest of the game. You can't just let the game fucking win like that. So that's why you don't give up.
I also noticed on the startup screen that there's a continue option where you can put in a code. So apparently the whole thing with the fake money is only the first case. If you can somehow make it through, then you might actually get a code. Alright, getting the clues, Fuck! You know, with some practice, I can get through the fighting parts without getting hit once. But the problem is the fucking snipers! I can't stop getting hit! Driving fast doesn't help, so I'm really gonna take my time here. Fuck! You can't even sneak up on them. They'll just shoot you as soon as you come close. I found out that the only way to kill them is to get out of the car and shoot them. But they're such small targets, and you're never gonna shoot them before they shoot you. You have to stop the car, get out, you end up wasting more time and just delaying the inevitable. They're gonna shoot you. And why does Dick Tracy take damage from the police car anyway? Couldn't it have its own energy meter? Some people have asked, why not just abandon the car and go around on foot? That way you can shoot the snipers faster. Well, guess what? You can't. In order to move to the next screen, you gotta be in the car. You know what also sucks? If by accident you go back into one of the same buildings you've already been in, you can't just go back out. You gotta go through the whole building again just to get to the exit. What a cruel punishment for a simple mistake. This game offers no forgiveness. Sometimes you can't even get into the building unless you park the car the right way. Like if you block the entrance, you try to go in the building, but you end up just going back into the car. Man, could this game get any shittier? Well, I tried really hard, and I've concluded that it's completely impossible to go to all 5 places without dying. I planned the shortest route from each building, since it doesn't matter what order you do as long as you arrest numbers after you've gotten the 4 remaining clues. So my main idea was to spend as little time on the road as possible, but even that, you'll never survive the snipers. It begs the question, are there any health power-ups? And to tell you the truth, I've heard that there is. But I haven't found any, not one. I actually found a heart. Yeah, a fucking heart, but it did absolutely nothing at all. Yeah, a fucking heart that did fucking nothing. So where the power-ups are, I have no idea, but they're definitely not in any of the main buildings. They're probably in some other obscure building that you wouldn't think to go in anyway, and the roof is probably covered with snipers, which defeats the whole purpose of going there. I have another update. I've been informed countless times that the hearts are the power-ups. So if the hearts are the power-ups, why don't they do anything? Well, here's how it works. You have to select the fucking thing. It's called a first aid kit, and then you use it by pressing B, right? No, it still doesn't do jack shit. You have to hold down select and press B at the same time. But that doesn't work either, because as soon as you press select, it goes to the next item. The trick is that you have to select the item that comes before the first aid and then hold down select, so now the first aid should be selected while you're still holding select. Then you press B and there you go. How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Why couldn't you just push B like all the other items? What kind of stupid fucking dick brain idiot programmed it like that? This is the reason why Game Genie was invented. I've been playing this game for almost 20 fucking years and I still can't get past the first stage. So why am I still trying? I don't know, I'm just a sucker for Dick Tracy. Sucker for Dick? That didn't sound good. I'm gonna tell you right now that anybody would have given up on this game had it not been for the name. They made one of the most frustrating games of all time. They took the name Dick Tracy and slapped it on the cover just like slapping their own greedy dick. Well, if this game is dick, then we were the balls.
And you know, I really wanted to give it a chance because I kind of liked the idea of finding clues and figuring out where to go, like it made you think like a detective. But one guy, no continues? Like, seriously, give me a reason why there's no continues. Why are there no continues? Why are there no fucking continues? Why? Ah! Fuck!
tonight. Shitty games. That's all I do is play shitty games, and I have so fucking many I'll probably be playing till the dawn. It's a sacrifice to the soul, and it's sucking me dry. How appropriate, because tonight it's Dracula. And when it comes to Dracula games, most people instantly think of the Castlevania series, but I'm going to delve into the fucking catacombs of hell. Our first exhibit is the count on the VIC-20. And what the fuck is a VIC-20? Well, it's an old Commodore computer from 1980. Thought the Commodore 64 was primitive? Well, check out the VIC-20. Look at that cartridge. That's what you call a game. Trying to jam the fucker in is a real bitch. Even worse than the Intellivision. It's like trying to stick your dick in a Cheerio. The graphics are non-existent because it's a text game. It says, I see I was put to bed. It's afternoon and I overslept. What shall I do now? I'm gonna write, get out of bed. Don't know what out is. What shall I do now? Wake up. Don't know how to wake something. I don't know what to tell it, but I have the instructions, and it gives you some suggestions of words you can use. So let's try climb. Can't do that. Yet. Oh, so you're teasing me. Go. I also need a direction. Go right. Don't know what right is. Go left. Don't know what left is. Eat pillow. Yuck. Okay, so I ate the pillow? I didn't expect that. Get up. I'm in a bedroom. Closed window, brass bed, north. Okay. Go north? What shall I do now? Okay, so I went north? What did that do? Go east? Okay, what shall I do now? Go east again? Use 1 or 2 words only. Oh, okay, I'll give you 2 words. Fuck you. Don't know how to fuck something.
Next up, Dracula on the Intellivision. What's cool about this game is that you actually play as Dracula. Now I'm trying it out on the Intellivision too. It's basically just a redesigned model, which you think would be an improvement, but what in the holy mother of ass is this? If the old Intellivision had a simple plug, why does the newer model have a big fat ass AC adapter? Anyway, you leave your grave and you go around sucking people's blood, which is kind of cool. Dracula has a big mouth like Pac-Man. The only thing you can't kill are the wolves and the police who throw wooden stakes. You can turn into a bat and fly away, but then a vulture comes after you. And the only way to kill the police is to transform people into zombies and send them after. But to control the zombie, you have to pick up the other controller while controlling Dracula at the same time. So it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark, you really need a second player. The instruction manual text is pretty funny. You say you're always thirsty, Count Dracula, the police harass you and birds and animals are unfriendly and you're allergic to the sun? Well, my man, I'd say you've got some grave problems. Who would call Dracula my man? Next we have Drax Night Out on the NES. Now this game was never released, so what I'm holding is a rare reproduction cartridge, which is the only way it can be played. There's also a big promotion for sneakers, the Reebok pumps. You play as Dracula trying to leave his castle in the middle of the night to find his lady love, Mina. There's a bunch of villagers who kill Dracula by simply touching him. I don't know what kind of sense that makes, but your only method of attack is waving a medallion or shaking some object. I really don't know what it's supposed to be, but if you use it on someone, it hypnotizes them. It may seem simple, but you don't always have this item. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think it has something to do with the blood meter, but I really don't know. So you can't count on it most of the time, so you have to flick switches which either control barriers to block your enemies or activate traps. Rolling balls, Frankenstein monsters, ghosts, or dropping chandeliers. So you need a lot of strategy to use these traps at the right time. When you stun people, you can suck their blood, and I think you can turn into a bat, but I've never seen it happen. But your only real power-ups are the Reebok pumps. They let you run faster and jump higher. You really need to get these shoes, because without them, you get your ass handed to you.
That's what I call a power-up, and that's what I call promotion. Reebok pumps. You ain't shit without it. Pump it up and air it out.
The game also has a time limit, which is a real pain in the ass. If you get stuck on the stairs, you're dead. You can't drop down or you die, so those stairs are your worst enemy. Fuck. Fuck!
Even though it pisses me off, I can't really complain because this game was never released. It's like somebody took a shit and buried it and then someone else decided to dig it up. It's like, what do you expect? Alright, on the Game Boy Color, let's try out Dracula Crazy Vampire. What kind of title is that? We know Dracula's a vampire, and he's crazy, sure. Anyway, it's a typical overhead action exploration game. Yeah, there's not really much to say. What's Dracula's deal? He's got a big head and his face, he's like, duh. It's kind of redundant and there's no map, so I really don't know where I'm supposed to go. Just going around throwing bats at dogs. That's real creative. Okay, now let's go for the countdown. Yeah, from Sesame Street. You get an option to hop or run, which is really weird. If you pick hop, that's all you can do. Just hop your way through the whole stage. I've never heard of something like that. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers, if you had a choice where you could only run or jump. So you pick a number and the count starts talking.
Find 10.
Man, that's weird. So you gotta go around and find the same number or things that add up to that number. So when you finish that, you go up in the clouds and you have to hit the blocks till the numbers come up, and then you hit the bell. That's about the extent of that. Why am I playing this? Okay, so this is Bram Stoker's Dracula on the NES. It's based on the Coppola movie by the same name, just as much as the movie's based on the novel, I suppose. I guess you're supposed to be Keanu Reeves. What's this? Blocks with question marks? Right out of Super Mario Brothers? Yeah, even the stages are kind of similar. Only seconds into the first level, I come to a wall. There's nowhere to go. I tried jumping down, but that doesn't work, so I had to fuck about until I found out you're supposed to do this ground stomp thing. Yeah, by jumping in the air and hitting down. Why the fuck do you gotta do that? The music is just a scrambled mess of 8-bit chaos. I've made it to the first incarnation of Dracula, a shadow that emerges from the wall. There's not enough time to hit him. You can either get out of the way or try to attack. Most of the time I can only hit him when he's going the other way. He's just a pain in the ass. Next we have another Bram Stoker's Dracula. This game was released on both the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Both versions are pretty much the same. Your sword is a joke. It's about as effective as a butter knife. The gameplay is pretty simple. It's your average platformer. You wander all around fighting a boring array of enemies and search the place for an exit. You can't go in the exit until you find some strange old man who thinks about a weapon. Then you can go find that weapon or head straight to the exit. What's that all about? He thinks of a weapon? Can you read minds? Why doesn't he just give you the weapon and say, here, now go to the exit? It doesn't even tell you that part. The bosses are senseless. The first one has this gravitational pull that sucks you toward him. There's no strategy. You'll never be able to get close enough to attack him and avoid him at the same time. So the only thing that makes sense is to stand right next to him and just keep hitting him and hope that he dies before you do. The strangest enemy I've noticed is this green plant thing. It just looks like something's wrong. When I saw another one, I figured out what it is. You see, they're supposed to be coming out of the walls. What's this shit? It looks like it's suspended in the air. Were they too lazy to just flip it around? What I really fucking hate are these goddamn spears. Oh, F, I mean fuck. How the hell am I supposed to get past these things? There's no fucking pattern. Your only hope is to dodge the first one and then just run through it. In most games, when you get hit, you're invincible for a brief moment. But here, you have no recovery time. You just take damage till you die, and it can drain all your life in one fast combo. Fuck! Game over? That's it? Overall, it's a mediocre platformer game and a cheap exploitation of the Coppola movie. Wait, who's this? Fred Fox? Fred Fox?
Fred Fox? Fred Fox! Oh my god, Fred Fox! Oh my god, it's Fred Fox! Oh, Fred Fox.
Okay, one more. Now really, this could go on forever. Bram Stoker's Dracula on the Sega CD. I already commented on this game in my Sega CD review, but it's just so bad. It has impressive graphics for its time, and it has all these cutscenes where it shows clips from the movie, but it's so badly pixelated and it's pointless. There's also this guy with a pipe reading a book.
Jonathan Hart.
Why? I actually did manage to get to Dracula, at least in his first form, and he looks just as laughable as he did in the movie. But the most ridiculous part is when you die. What the hell? Is that clip even from the movie? I don't know, maybe it's from Bill and Ted. The game looks amazing for its time, but the control is what kills it. It's so awkward trying to jump. You fall through shit and the attacks are so delayed. It's impossible to turn around and hit your enemies before they hit you. You just wish you had a whip or a sword or something. I mean, not your bare hands. All you get is this stupid little kick to kick the fucking rats.
Yeah, that's all it is just rats and bats. How many fucking games need to have bats? Like, seriously, I know it's Dracula, but why do so many games have so many fucking bats?
Seriously, I fucking hate bats.
Oh, I'm sick of it all. Morning sun, vanquish me.
Alright, so tonight we do something a little different. Because I've been torturing myself enough with all these shitty games. So I created a monster to conduct the review for me. Behold, Franken-Nerd. Okay, I could really use another bolt of lightning. Yeah! It's alive! It's alive!
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
This is a game. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein on Super Nintendo. Game. Good. Good. You bet your ass it's good. Here's a controller for you. You just hit start, knock yourself out. Have fun. Looks like Uncle Fester. Oh, come on, hit him, hit him, hit him. Yeah, you like that game, huh? Go in the building. What's the point of going in the doors? Little shortcuts? Yeah, get the fire. What was the point of that? You gotta ride the elevator thingy? Oh, look, you fell. You gotta get it to come down. Pull the ropes. Come on, where are you going? Like, what are you doing? I don't know where you're supposed to go.
Game! No good!
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Alright, we'll play another game. Try the Adventures of Dr. Franken. This one should be easy for you. Check it out. Frankenstein's got sunglasses. Yeah, they're trying to make him hip for the kids. Frankenstein's cool. Well, actually, since the game's called The Adventures of Dr. Franken, I would assume that you play as the doctor. So why are you the monster? Dr. Franken? What's that, a Hadouken? The Sonic Boom and the Flash Kick? Wow, this game's another Street Fighter wannabe. Here you go, go in the door. What's wrong? You're pushing the buttons? Oh, are you like hitting every button? You pushing up, pushing down? I don't know, maybe there's something you're supposed to get. I'm sorry, you don't have to play. Biggest mistake Dr. Frankenstein made. If you're gonna make a monster, you better be able to shut it down. But unfortunately, I can't shut off the game because the monster's in my soul. It's my duty to play it for myself and explain why this game sucks, because I created a monster and there's no turning back.
Okay, so I figured out that the goal is to collect pieces of a passport which says F-Bone. Okay, so is this Dr. Franken-Bone or just F-Bone? Is he the monster, the scientist? Who knows? The control is ass, but it's that certain kind of assness that's hard to explain. It's like if you push one button, it attacks behind, like if there's somebody behind your back, but if you hit the other button, it attacks in the front. So it takes a lot of time to get used to figuring out which direction you need to be facing to use each attack. If you ever played Double Dragon 2, it's the same thing. It's all screwed up. It looks like a pretty easy game, but I can't stop dying. You get this huge life bar, but you take 2 or 3 hits and you're dead. But I think the biggest problem is that you move too fucking fast. It seems like you never have time to react to enemies and obstacles, so you have to keep tapping the D-pad so that you don't run into things. And that's no fun. It's like in Sonic the Hedgehog. You love running fast. You want to keep the flow going. You don't want to stop moving, but sometimes you gotta slow down and pay attention. But the only difference is that that game was fun and feels rewarding that patience, but this game is fucking garbage. Now for the feature presentation. Well, the cartridge says Frankenstein the Monster Returns, but the title screen just says Frankenstein. What the hell? As the game begins, you'll notice that the graphics are pretty good for NES standards, and it reminds you of Castlevania. Essentially, it's the same concept, but instead of Dracula, it's Frankenstein you're going after. You're trying to rescue some girl, I don't know, who cares? And yeah, the monster in the game is called Frankenstein. I guess nobody ever read the book or saw any of the movies. So basically, you walk right and kill everything in your way, but just to confuse you, there's all these doors which don't have much purpose whatsoever. If you go in, you might find some energy, but some of them, like this one, takes you into these sewers where you have to fight a dragon which looks like Barba from Zelda 2. If you beat the dragon, you get some energy, which might make up for whatever energy you lost fighting the dragon, so how about just don't go in there and fight the dragon at all? It only exists to make the game a little more complicated, but all you want to do is keep walking right, and don't go in any of the doors. Then you get to the stage boss, which is the Reaper, kind of like Dracula from Simon's Quest. But here's the real annoying part. When you beat him, a bird comes, and trust me, you gotta kill it. If you let this bird touch you, it carries you back to the beginning of the stage. So, you fucking gotta go through all over again. And you think that the Reaper would still be dead? But no! You have to beat the Reaper again! And the bird! Again! What the fuck? Afterwards, you fight some Minotaur thing, which is the real stage boss, and then you get a cutscene which is slow and drawn out. Why can't the text move any faster? In the second stage, you fight your way through the woods. Some of the trees have platforms, but you're never sure where you can stand. Like, look at this! Like, I'm standing right in between them. Don't you think I would fall down? Then you climb up a giant tree stump, I guess, and there's some random guy who talks to you. Afterwards, you don't know where to go, so at first I climbed back down and then walked all the way back to the start, wandered everywhere till I found out that you're supposed to jump down the right side. But you keep getting stuck on the edge, so it's never clear where to go. Like, couldn't there be a sign or something? Then immediately you fight the evil he-monster and she-monster of the trees, which is what the guy just told us about. Doesn't it seem cheap that right after he tells us about a certain monster, they appear? It doesn't build up any mystery. Remember the first Zelda game? You knew that you had to fight Ganon, the instruction manual talked about him, characters in the game talked about him, but at the time, nobody knew what Ganon looked like. It created all this suspense. But imagine if they never talked about him until right before you walked into that room. It's like, oh, there's this monster you gotta fight. Oh, there's the monster, fight him! Then you come to this swamp where you have to hop on lily pads, but there's barely enough space to jump from one pad to the next. If you miss, you have to fight a merman underwater. You can't swim back up. The only way to get out is to beat the merman, but there's no real strategy, so you just keep attacking him and praying not to get hit. When you die, you'd expect to start right back at the swamp. But no, it starts you off with the merman. Yeah, you don't get a second chance on the lily pads. You have to fight the merman over and over until either you beat him or run out of lives. And you only get a few continues. The only way to pick up where you left off is to enter a password, and then you still have to play the whole stage all over again. Finally, you make it back to the swamp. This time, I'm just gonna try to inch my way to the edge of that lily pad. Oh, fuck! It goes away! Wow, you're really smushed between a bag of piss and a pile of shit. If you jump right away, you don't make it. If you take your time and carefully plan your jump, then the lily pad sinks. And once you fall down, you might as well hit reset, because the whole game's over. Look, I'm standing as close to the fucking edge as possible, and even then it's still not enough to clear the distance. So, I give up. I'm putting in a password for the third stage. Here, you get this pretty cool graveyard scene. The tombstones attack you. I think they were really running out of ideas here. Then I'm going through this castle, and the enemies are too hard to kill, so I find myself running past them just to get ahead. But that's not the mark of a good game, is it? Because doesn't it mean that you're not enjoying the game if all you want to do is bypass everything so you can get the game over as quick as possible? Then you gotta fight a floating red skull that calls itself the Gatekeeper. What's the hand's name? The Keymaster? Then you fight Dark Warrior. Ooh, scary name. How about Death Guy or Mr. Kill? Stage 4 is the final stage. Yeah, they chose to keep the game as short as possible, yet as annoying as possible. This place is all fucked up. There's all these weird faces in the background. Like, where are you supposed to be? Inside Satan's asshole? Then you start fighting all the classic monsters. First it's the Wolfman, but here he's called the Man-Wolf. After you beat him, you get a new weapon, three-way fire. It's kind of like the spread gun in Contra. But guess what? When you get hit only one time, you lose it, which happens only in a matter of seconds. Then you get smothered by sackless balls. Yeah, floating testicles. Then you fight Dracula. Yeah, Dracula's in this game. His arm looks all cockeyed, looks like a dick, like his hand is a dickhead. Dickhead. So once again, it's like Castlevania, almost as if Frankenstein and Dracula just switched places. Then you have to swing on vines like Jungle Hunt, but you end up just jumping through the vines and die. So now, just to try again, I gotta type in the fucking password. It's so tedious. I mean, it's not the longest password I've ever seen, but it's still longer than necessary. But unlike most passwords, if you move the D-pads to the sides, it doesn't move your cursor over to the other side. So say your cursor's on the letter K and you need to move to J. In most games, all you need to do is move the cursor left and it will show up on J. But here, you can't do that. You have to move the fucking cursor all the way to the J. A lot of effort considering that J comes right before K. It's so fucked up. And also, if you enter the password and it turns out that it's wrong, like if you messed up on one letter, it erases the whole thing and you gotta type it in all over again. Why can't I just go back and fix the one letter?
I really hate this password thing in general, because what's the point? You should have unlimited continues. Yeah, because the only reason you should have to put in a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later. As long as you're still playing, you're going to keep playing the same stages over and over and over again, so what's the point of sending you all the way back to the beginning? The earlier stages are the easiest, and those are the stages you end up playing the most. It's the later stages where you need the most practice. It's all about trial and error. Like imagine if in high school you fail out of senior year. What happens? You do senior year again, right? You don't have to go back and do freshman year again. So bottom line, have unlimited continues. God damn it!
Another big piss off about this game is that enemies can kill you even after they're dead. Like you have to wait for them to completely die before you can pass. Anyway, I can't get past the vine, so I'm gonna cheat with Game Genie, the last resort. But check out these codes. Almost unlimited energy, invincibility after losing the first life may cause the game to freeze, start with no continues, cannot collect extra energy, and one hit is fatal.
What kind of codes are these? Is there like some sick fuck who thinks the game isn't hard enough? Like somebody who wants to be tortured some more? Well, how about this? I got a code for you. How about a code that just starts you off dead? Yeah, well, I don't want to freeze, so I guess I'm gonna go with almost invincibility, whatever that means.
At first the code works fine, but then I found out that if you collect energy, it takes life away. Not that you would need to collect energy, but it's kind of silly, isn't it? And guess what? Once you get to the vines, you still die. Well, that would have been nice. Why couldn't the code say invincibility except for the vines? Even if you pass the vines, the invincibility goes away, so you're left with your own wits to fight Frankenstein. So, fuck the Game Genie, and let me tell you, when Game Genie doesn't help, you know you're fucked. So you fight Frankenstein. His first form's pretty easy, but then he grows into a giant super Frankenstein. Come on!
Come on! Come on, you fucking Frankenstein!
It's gonna take you back to the past to play some cheating games that suck ass. You rather have a buffalo, take a diary and jump in his ear. You rather eat a rotten asshole of an old skunk and down in his beer. Is the angriest gamer you've ever heard? Is the angry Nintendo nerd? Is the angry Atari Sega nerd? Is the angry video game?
Oh boy, let's talk about the Philips CDI. Now, if you're not familiar with the backstory, I'll give you a quick little rundown.
Nintendo was working in conjunction with Philips to produce a CD-based add-on for the Super NES, which never came through. Now Nintendo is also working with Sony on the same concept, and we all know what came of that, the PlayStation. But as for Philips, they too made their own game console. However, they had permission to utilize some of the Nintendo franchises. Now what came of that was a shitty Mario game and 3 shitty Zelda games. Link, The Faces of Evil, Zelda's Adventure, and Zelda, The Wand of Gamelon. Okay. These games are notorious for their legendary ass suckage, which is hard to believe. How could there exist a bad Zelda game, let alone 3 of them, and on a console that's not Nintendo? Well, if you haven't heard of them, you might think you're living under a rock, but let me tell you, it's a rock worth living under.
Before we begin, let's talk about the console itself. To begin with, it barely fucking works. That's a good start, right? I had to buy 3 CDIs before I got one that's functional. The first one wouldn't read the discs. The second one right here had the same problems. I haven't returned it yet just because I wanted to show you what it looks like. So then finally I got this big beast. Look how huge it is. It looks like one of those old VCRs. It is the biggest video game console I've ever seen. Literally, you can fit 2 of these inside it. If you remember my Atari 5200 video where I commented how big it was, well, both consoles are ridiculously huge, but the CDI just barely wins. But does it work? Yes, it does. But at first, I thought the controller input was broken. I have 4 different controllers and none of them worked, except for the wireless one, which sucks so bad it isn't even worth it. Then I found out that there's another input on the back. So the one in the front is either broken or intended for the second player. This means that every time I want to swap a controller, I have to pull out the whole console. That is a pain in the ass. Why couldn't both be on the front? Seriously, I couldn't even imagine what they were thinking. But let's talk about the controllers. One is your average regular ass controller. The next one looks like a spoon. I really don't understand it. And this one has this awkward joystick. It's so stiff. It's basically just a stick on top of a regular D-pad. Then you have the wireless one. This is the standard controller that comes with the system. But as I've said, it's terrible. Your finger keeps slipping off the joystick and the buttons are too close. Imagine if you were trying to play Nintendo 64 and all the buttons were clustered around the joystick. For your average point and click game, it's okay, but for an action game like Zelda, it is nearly impossible to use this controller. It's all worth it just to play such classics as Sticky Bear Reading, Lamb Chop's Play Along, Sailing, and The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe. Yeah, it had its share of educational games, some action games, but let's cut the bullshit and get to the ones you want to hear about. The Zelda games are pretty rare and kinda expensive. Zelda's Adventure was over $180 US. Not counting the money I had refunded for the bad consoles, all this in total cost about $700. I've been dying to do a CDI review for a long time, and partly due to financial and technical difficulties, that's what's been holding me back. But before we get to the Zelda games, let's start off with Hotel Mario. The price on this one, I gotta be honest, was $0 because this one was a donation. Thanks, Casey. You might as well have sent me a turd wrapped in tinfoil. As the game begins, you get a ridiculous cutscene.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Reminds me of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, but way more cheesy. The game is not what you'd expect. I mean, with a title like Hotel Mario, I guess I really didn't know what to expect, but not this. All you do is run around and shut doors. Yeah, seriously, the goal is to shut all the doors before the time runs out, then advance to the next stage. Couldn't they have come up with something better? Like, how about kill all the Goombas and Koopa Troopas, but shut doors? As much fun as that sounds, it's even more fun when the doors keep opening again. Just when you think you're about to shut the last door and beat the level, another door opens, and by the time you run all the way over there, another one opens. Also, it seems that there's always somebody in your way. Like if I jump at the wrong time, I hit the Goomba on the top. Even if I try to stomp an enemy, I end up bouncing up and getting my ass killed. Ugh, look here, I'm totally fucked.
Here I go, I'm kicking ass. Fuck, you gotta watch the doors. Speaking of doors, you can actually hide in the doors, which helps out sometimes. But these things with the arrows, let's talk about them. They're elevators, or they could be stairwells, whatever. Where the arrow points make sense. They go up, they go down. But the controls take some time to get used to. By instinct, if I see a down arrow, I press down. But that's not how it works. You have to hit up, regardless of which elevator you're on. And when you arrive at the other end, you're in that hiding position, so you have to hit down to step out. So often, you find yourself having to hit up on the down arrow, and when you go down to the up arrow, you press down. That's fucking confusing. And the elevators don't always go where you expect. No, it takes me to the other side where I get killed by the fucking caterpillar. The game is actually more reminiscent of arcade games from the early 80s like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. And for something like that, Hotel Mario actually isn't too bad. It is challenging, I'll give it that. But the fact is, this was not the early 80s, this was 1994, and it was a next generation console. Originally, they planned to release a sequel to Super Mario World titled Super Mario's Wacky Worlds, but it was canceled, and what we got was this. End of story. I have been dreading this day for a long time. It's time to play the Zelda CDI games. Now the first two, Link the Faces of Evil and Zelda Wand of Gamelon, were both released on the same day, October 10th, 1993. You can think of them as brother and sister game. I'm going to try out Wand of Gamelon first. To begin with, I thought this might have been an interesting game because you actually play as Zelda, you know, the one who's in the title of every Zelda game. Also, it's a side-scroller, much like in Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. I've always wondered why Nintendo never made any more Zelda games in this style. So going into this game, I couldn't imagine how bad it would be. Link is seen only in these infamous cartoon cutscenes.
Link, go to Gamelon and find my father.
Great! I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos!
God, way more corny than the Link from the TV series. But these scenes are only the icing on the shit cake.
Right, dear.
The first thing I find kind of disappointing is the instruction manual. Counting the English section, it's only 10 pages. All you get is a very brief storyline and bland descriptions. If you look at the original Nintendo manual, look at how elaborate and colorful it is. Let's talk about the controls. Regardless of which controller you have, it seems the CDI only uses 2 buttons. So to jump, you have to press up. Being that it's a platform game and a lot of the jumps have to be done with perfect accuracy, it wears on your thumb real fast. And sometimes when I'm trying to press left or right, I end up jumping by accident. The first button is the sword. The second button is everything else, opening doors, bringing up the status screen, and using an item. It's a fucking mess, and it causes nothing but problems. To bring up the status screen, you have to crouch down and hit the button. To begin with, that's a pain in the ass. But if you're in front of a door and push the button, you end up going through the door, regardless of whether you're standing or crouching. So if you want to bring up the status screen, you gotta stay away from the doors. Also, the status screen is the only way you can pause the game. Sometimes I forget or don't realize I'm in front of a door, so I try to bring up the status screen and then I get up to take a piss only to realize that I'm in another room getting my ass handed to me. The problem also works the other way around. If you're trying to go in the door, you have to be certain that you're standing right in the middle, or else you end up using your item. I've wasted so many bombs just trying to go in the damn doors. And you want to know what I fucking hate? To collect rupees or anything, you have to stop and hit them with your sword. And you can't be standing in front of them either. You have to be in the right position. There's no other way. You don't have to do that in any other Zelda game. You see a rupee, all you need to do is touch it. But in this piece of shit, every single rupee slows you down. Most of the time I ignore them, but as it turns out, you need rupees more than ever in this game. Many of the items that you use take rupees away when you use them, and you constantly need to buy bombs, lantern oil, and ropes. The bombs are for killing tough enemies and blowing your way into certain places you need to go. Sometimes, just to blow up one boulder, it takes 10 bombs. You think that's enough? The lanterns are for lighting the dark areas, and let me tell you, this game got really carried away with this. It's common in Zelda games that there's always dark areas, usually in caves or dungeons in which you need to light the way. But in this game, it seems every fucking place you go it gets dark. Even in the treetops in broad daylight it happens. And the lantern only lasts for a few seconds, and then it goes dark again. Cut me a break. So you're constantly switching back to the status screen to keep selecting the lantern oil. And when it runs out, being stuck in the dark is absolutely miserable. You can't even see the fucking door to find your way back out. So finding the door in the dark is a bitch. But other times the problem is trying to get your ass away from the door. Watch this situation. I go in the door, it's dark, I need the lantern, so I crouch down and try to bring up the select screen, and I exit the door. What the fuck? So I go back in. This time I make more of an effort to step away from the door. I try the status screen again, and what happens? I go out the damn door again. So this time I go back in, I walk to the left, and finally I'm able to bring up the status screen and select the lantern. As the room illuminates, you can see how big that door was. Even if I know I'm about to step into a dark room and I select the lantern in advance, it still doesn't make a difference because if I try to use the lantern while I'm touching the door, I'll have the same problem. It would have really helped if all that shit didn't have to be the same button. I know I'm digging deeper and deeper into the same topic, but it really is a continuous problem. It can even get you killed. Say I go into a dark room, I step away from the door, and I fall. How was I supposed to know there was a crevice there? All because I can't use the lantern at the door. It's fucking bullshit! But now that I've discussed all the problems with using the lantern in the dark rooms, let's talk about the ropes. You use them for climbing all those tough-to-reach platforms. But why you can only use a rope one time makes no sense. Why does Zelda have to carry around 20 fucking ropes? Why can't she use the same one? And if you die, you go back to the beginning of the stage, so you're constantly wasting your ropes. Let me tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than making it to the end of a stage, then realizing you have no more ropes, so it's back to the fucking store. But damn, I haven't even started talking about how hard it is to maneuver. First of all, you can't jump straight down. If you want to go down, you have to keep following the walkway until you get to an area you can drop. This little blue guy, he's too short to hit, and if I try to jump over him, I end up back at the top. So I gotta keep walking side to side just to go down. The graphics are so convoluted you can't even tell where you can go. Look at this, what the fuck, I can't go through. So I gotta go to the right, and then down, and then back to the left again. You just have to jump all around until you find which of the rocks you can land on. I found one right here, so just gotta, there we go. It's hard to jump over gaps, even when it seems plain obvious. Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me! Sometimes a moving platform or crocodile will get in your way. What? That little gap? And sometimes if you jump on a platform, you fall through. How in the holy mother of shit did I miss that branch? It's also strange to get people to talk, you stab them with your sword.
I'd give anything for an Arpago's egg.
My cakes will burn.
Just to hear stupid shit like that. It's real annoying when you're trying to fight enemies and there's someone nearby. You end up hitting them and making them talk.
Oh, my.
Constantly interrupting your fight.
Oh, my.
And why is everybody so twisted and scary?
Bring some fairy dust and I'll make it a magic cloak.
Whoa, whoa.
Got him.
Attacking is awkward. It seems your sword never hits anything. Even if you just keep swatting at the air, your enemies always seem to hit you first. You can only hit what's directly in front of you, but it always seems enemies are coming from high above you or from too low. I swear that more than half the enemies in this game are too short to hit. You always have to be at the precise altitude. Look at this, I can't hit him below the branch, and I can't hit him when I'm on the branch. How do I hit this thing? Come on, you motherfucker, come on! Oh, man. Seriously, what is it with all these bats? All I'm trying to do is get out of the cave, but the bats keep on coming. Fuck! Then there's this part where you walk into a room and there's two assholes throwing spears. Gonna try again. If only I could get close enough. As hard as it is to get close to your enemies, sometimes the problem is being too close. Come on, fucking piece of shit. Get off me! And there's no recovery time. They can drain all your energy in a second. Come on, jump over. Fuck, I can't believe that. And if you're too close to the top of the screen, you can barely jump at all. Oh my God. Sometimes enemies don't appear until you're right next to them. Where the fuck did he come from? Look, you can clearly see that nobody's there, but as soon as I go up, bam, I'm dead.
It's awful!
But as difficult as it can be to slay the regular enemies, the boss battles are ridiculously easy if you know what weapon to use. They only take one hit. When you kill them, you get these amusing cutscenes.
You've killed me!
Good.
Good. You killed me. Good. Gotta calm down.
Oh man, I'm going completely insane, but I can't quit because I'm up to Ganon.
You dare bring light to my lair? You must die!
He looks like a joke. He makes the Ganon from the cartoon series look badass. And it's very surreal coming all this way to fight Ganon and then just throwing the wand of Gamelon at him. That's it. One hit, he's dead.
No! You haven't seen the last of me!
After you've killed him, they still have the nerve to have spikes falling from the ceiling. Wouldn't that be a shame to kill Ganon only to have a spike drop on your head? Then you rescue the king and Link.
What happened?
Nothing, Link. We were just about to have a feast.
Great!
They all yuck it up and everything's fine. Well, in conclusion, some might say that there are redeeming factors to this game. The music's pretty cool, and the graphics are nice and colorful. Some might call it a mixed bag. But let me tell you what kind of mixed bag. It's a trash bag that's had a bad day. Like say your mom cleans out the cat litter, fresh and stale Duty Pebbles go right in the bottom of the bag, and then your sister throws out her used tampons, and where do they go? In the same bag. And then your brother comes home piss-ass drunk, just upchucks, pukes right into the bag. Now, I'm not trying to be disgusting, but that is a realistic situation, and what it all comes down to, that's a nasty bag. But I'd rather take that shit out to the garbage than deal with this piece of fuck. Fuck this game. Get out of my face. And you know what the worst part about it is? I still have 2 left. It's time to wrap up this CDI shit fest. Let's take a look at the 2 remaining Zelda games. First, Link, The Faces of Evil. All the same problems I addressed in Zelda 1 and Gamelon are present here, so there's not much need to go into such detail again. It has the same style of gameplay and the same cheesy cutscenes.
Do you know what it means when you lose your last ruby? Now you work for me!
Whatever I see, I shall devour.
You're doing great, Link. You are our hero.
Man, those fairies really like Link. The only real difference with this game is that you play as Link, and this time you're going to rescue Zelda, so the roles have been reversed. If you watch the demo, Link tells you how to play the game.
Move the controller down, and I crouch. When I'm crouching, you can make me do the duck walk. Cool, huh?
One difference is that you have to collect snowballs and fireballs. There's some enemies that can only be killed by either of these weapons, so it only adds more to your inventory that you have to keep up with. So even more so than the other game, you spend half the time collecting these items and collecting rupees so that you can buy bombs, rope, and lantern oil. And to top it off, there's more weapons that drain your rupees. Could this be any more tedious? And I hate collecting rupees. Oh, come on, you can't even get 2 at the same time? And the jumping is still a big problem. Come on, why can't I get up there? Oh, your mother. Oh, you son of a bitch. get up there.
It's time to start dropping some F-bombs. Fuck! 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 Fuck!
Probably the worst example is right here. I'm trying to go in the door. Seems simple, right? But I can't approach the door from any conceivable angle. If I'm below the door, I can't reach it, at least not without a rope. Too bad I had to use them all in order to get this far. I can't approach it from the other side because the pillar's blocking me. This is the part I really don't understand. You can pass through the bottom of the pillar and you can pass through the 2 pillars before it, which look exactly the same. Why is it that I can't go through this one fucking part? It seems the only way I can make it is to drop down from the top, but I can't get back up there. I'm jumping everywhere. I obviously can't go back up, which is ironically the way I came, all because I missed the jump, which is hard to begin with because you're so close to the ceiling. I'm also prohibited from going to the left. Whether I'm on the top or the bottom floor, there's a fucking piece of shit in the way. So once you fall down there, you're stuck. This is a joke. They designed this part of the stage to be a trap. The only way to get out of this is to stand here and let the falling spikes kill you. If it wasn't for them, you'd have to reset the game and lose all your data. The darkness is still a huge issue. Look, my lantern oil ran out, so I can't find my way back. So I'm really up shit creek without a paddle. And that means I'm paddling through the shit with my hands. Talking to people is still a strange ordeal. Why do you have to shove a sword up their ass? Right up their ass.
Wow!
You also use the sword to buy stuff. If the shop owner gets in your way, you end up talking to him. Go away, I'm trying to buy bombs.
Lamp oil, rope.
And here, once again, I'm trying to fight, but I keep talking to this asshole. Go away.
Through the eye of Glutcoal.
The enemies, once again, are a pain in the ass. Half of them are impossible to hit. Look at this, I'm trying to go down, but the fucking warthogs are in my way. This would be so simple if you could just jump down.
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
Another nuisance is that I can't hit the Dodongos because the bombs just fly over them. If I could duck and throw the bomb, maybe I could hit him, but you can't do that because it activates the status screen. Yeah, you have to be standing to use your items. And I hate these damn snakes. Your timing has to be perfect. I hate these fucking bastards. But these gargoyle things are the worst. They take several hits to kill, and they never stop coming. If you stay there and try to fight them off, you'll be there forever. I'm not kidding. It makes the most sense to just try and outrun them. All right, Ganon, here I come.
And I will make your face the greatest in Korodai, or else you will die.
All I need is just one shot with a book. Yeah, it's a book this time. Just one hit. That doesn't count.
Not into the pit.
I still get the dramatic death scene, but I'm back outside the castle. Fuck. So I gotta go all the way through the castle again, and when I get there, thankfully Ganon's still dead. Then you gotta wake Zelda. Come on! I'm here to rescue your royal ass. Get the hell up! Wake the fuck up. Oh, I get it.
I just saved you from Ganon. I won.
Nothing short of poetry. Let's move on to the final piece of what's known as the Unholy Triforce. Zelda's Adventure was released the following year in 1994. Unlike the other two, this one doesn't have the cartoon cutscenes. Instead, it's digitized actors. Sometimes they don't even move, they just crossfade.
So I found this champion of strength and courage.
As the title would suggest, it's the only other game where you play as Zelda, going to save Link's ass once again. You have to find dungeons where in each one you collect a piece of a stone, much like pieces of the Triforce in the original Zelda game. So this one follows the classic format a little more, not to mention it's an overhead view. That means you don't have to do stupid shit like push up to jump and crouch to bring up the inventory screen. You can also touch the rupees and hearts without having to attack them. Of course, you do have to wait for them to touch the ground, which is confusing since it's overhead. It's better than the other two CDI games, but not by a whole lot. The most constant, annoying thing is waiting for the screen to load. Watch how long it takes. And you're probably thinking, oh, it can't do that every time. Oh yeah, it does. Imagine how long it takes you to get anywhere. Look at the original Zelda. Watch how quick it is. See? And that was on an old 8-bit console. Damn CD load time. Look at this. That's when you grab your beer. The next thing that's really annoying is that somebody keeps talking to you.
Zelda, Zelda, do not roam unprotected.
Shut the fuck
Look
up.
nearby for something to aid you.
What is Zelda hearing voices in her head? Crazy bitch. Unlike other Zelda games where the dialogue is all text, this one uses real bad voice acting.
Said, those who go deep into the earth learn to overcome the sins of grief.
Hey, who goes there? Aren't you letting me and my boss look? You can't come in here.
Even the sound effects aren't appropriate. Why do the Vyres have humanoid grunts? And what the hell is that thing? What is that?
Those moburns out there are so slow and stupid.
You don't get very much music either. Just immerse yourself in the good old outdoors. I also find the ground very strange looking, almost like a satellite view. These would be trees, so maybe Zelda's a giant. Oh look, we got a ladder. Remember that from the original Zelda? Remember how to use it? You just walk right across. Let's see how easy it is here. You come to a gap, you gotta go to your menu, select the ladder, and then use it. You always have to select shit. Take this for example. In any good Zelda game, how do you buy stuff? Like this. That's easy, right? Here, you gotta stop, bring up the menu, select the rupee, and there. What a bunch of fuck.
That was a wise purchase, young princess.
And I gotta say, the menu screen sucks. First of all, you can only hold one item. That includes the sword or wand, whatever. In the other games, you always have the sword and can select an additional item. Of course, the CDI doesn't utilize as many buttons, so whenever you need to use something, you bring up the menu screen. And the other thing that really pisses me off is that you have to scroll through the items, not by pressing left or right on the D-pad, no, by moving the cursor to the left or right arrow and painstakingly clicking until you see the item you want. That is bullshit. Why couldn't they fit them all on the screen like the other games? And how about the map screen? In any other Zelda game, you can bring up the map with the ease of a single button. That's simple, right? Well, here, the map screen is inside the item screen. Yeah, so whenever you want to see the map, you have to bring up the item screen, select the map, look at the map, go back to the item screen, and finally back to the game. How about getting treasure? You think you just open it and there'd be nothing more to it than that. But no, the fucking treasure chest starts talking to you.
Why, what a great event.
Then it spits out the treasure, and the first time I didn't even know what happened. Whatever happened to this? How about this shit? Somebody gives me an empty bottle and tells me to go fill it up at the source of the river. Why I can't just go to any riverbank, I don't know. But anyway, I go to the source, which is this fucking skull thing. I select the bottle, and then it doesn't just fill up. It mysteriously disappears from Zelda's hands and then reappears behind her to the left. What? You're never even sure what the items are gonna do. I got a flute, and I was told to use it against a snake. So I use the flute, and what happens? It kills the snake, but not before freezing me, making me momentarily helpless while the snake nearly kills me. Thanks. But one major problem I have is that the save function doesn't seem to work. If I turn off the game, it erases all the data. That sucks. The overall design is horrendous. You can never tell where to go. See that dark area right there? That's a cave. You're supposed to go in there. But with all the random rock patterns, you'd think it was just part of the wall. And when I got to this part, I thought it was a hole in the floor, till I realized that it's just part of the ceiling. Rarely does that even happen, and it occurs right after the part where you need a ladder, so naturally, I thought it was a hole. Here, I'm just trying to go to the right, but something apparently is blocking my path. What the fuck's going on? Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Get over there. I'm stuck! Fuck! Even the dungeon maps aren't consistent. See the white square? That's where I am. But if I go up, it jumps me all the way up here. And it happens more than once. You just jump all over the map. In other Zelda games, there's secret passageways that transport you all around the dungeon. That makes sense. But here, when you're just walking to the next screen and suddenly appears someplace different on the map, It's like, what the hell happened to this game?
I don't believe this. Like, I seriously don't believe this. That's it. That's all I can take. How could they fuck up Zelda this bad? It's not a Zelda game. I wouldn't call it that. Oh, but it is. It has Zelda and it has Link. Yeah, you know what? That's a pointless argument right there. That's like if your dad says, I fucked your mom. It's like, I can't argue with that. You know, playing these games is as worthwhile as melting a dog turd in a frying pan. Yeah, put some buffalo puke and some cat piss all over it, and you have a shit sandwich that is Zelda CDI. This game fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Oh yeah, and the Mario game, that one sucks too! Ugh, CDI sucks!
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Welcome to another sacrilegious Christmas fuckfest. Now, 2 years ago, I played a bunch of Bible games. Yeah, now would you believe there's actually more of them? Like, who makes video games based off the Bible? Why would you do that? These games suck ass. If I was God, I'd be pissed.
First, let's check out Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land. What the hell's this? To start the game, please wait up to 9 flashes on TV screen. Power on, please wait 7 seconds between power off and power on. Wow, quite a lot of instructions just to start the damn game. You play as Moses. I guess on his journey to the Promised Land, he had to go through labyrinths and shooting W's at everything and collect sacks with the letter M. I don't know about this one. It's just a puzzle game. It's playable. Basically, you have to collect a certain amount of items in order for an exit to appear. I'm not even sure exactly what the items are, but it pretty much means that you have to uncover every square. Oh, this is so redundant. It's really one of those games where you need a turbo controller. So the exit appears, you take it, and then you get a bunch of Bible questions, like the king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, kill all babies? I'm playing an NES game that says kill all babies? And you know what? That's the wrong answer, so that obviously means it's something they made up. Kill all babies! So for every question you answer correctly, you get, what else? A Bible, and then you get a violent picture of somebody being whipped, and then it's on to the next level. Oh, this is so monotonous. Obviously, I'm going all the way in the middle. Oh no, now I gotta go all the way back. Oh, fucking hell. This is ridiculous. So then I get back out, I finish up all the crap I gotta do. Oh, so I guess it's the question marks I gotta get. And then what? Where's the exit? Oh, it's back over there? Oh my lord. I've had enough with this shit.
Alright, next up, let's try Noah's Ark. Haven't we played this already?
Remember in Bible Adventures, there were 3 games, one of which was Noah's Ark, that stupid shit where you're picking up stacks of animals? Then of course there's the infamous Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only unlicensed Super NES game, which happens to be a clone of Wolfenstein, where you're going around shooting goats. So now we have yet another game based off of Noah's Ark, but there's something very different about this one. What's that? It was actually licensed by Nintendo. Who made this? Okay, now I'm really curious. Okay, who would have thought this would actually be decent? Well, it was only released in Europe, which means it's in the PAL format, and it can't be played on any North American NES, unless you have the top loader. That plays anything. The game's not bad, but it's fucking weird. Why are there Native Americans in Noah's time? And why does he turn into a fish? If he and all the animals could turn into fish, they wouldn't even need the fucking Ark. Also, it's generally a pain in the ass because enemies can drain half your life bar with one hit. Even the tiniest things such as bees, which take almost all your life. And there's lots of things you can't even touch at all, or you die instantly. This makes it almost pointless to even have a life bar. Also, there's hidden bonus stages, but if you find one of them, it doesn't bring you back. So rather than returning you to the game where you left off, it puts you back at the beginning of the stage, which is fucking bullshit. But overall, I would at least go as far to call it a game. Alright, what's next? Oh, Joshua. This one looks fun, right? Oh no. Doesn't this look familiar? It's the same thing as Exodus. Well, that scratches that off the list. What's the point of discussing the same game twice? The only difference is that you're Joshua, I assume, and that there's a voice. Joshua. But what's even stranger, this game is a copy of a game, which is a copy of another game, Crystal Mines. Damn. Well, here's a little history lesson. Color Dreams was the company making all these unlicensed games for the NES, like Captain Comic, Secret Scout, and Raid 2020. Maybe I'll review that in the year 2020. Anyway, Color Dreams, for whatever reason, decided they wanted to start doing Bible games, now under the name Wisdom Tree. Essentially, they were recycling some of their old Color Dreams games and adding Christian themes. For example, here we have Menace Beach, which was turned into Sunday Fun Day. Let's check it out. So this is Menace Beach. Basically, you're some kid on a skateboard trying to rescue some girl. It's plagued by god-awful control, a pathetic attack range, and the most annoying level design I've ever seen. But the most interesting thing about this game is that between each level, you see your girlfriend begging you to rescue her, and each time, her clothes gradually disappear. The first time playing this, I didn't even realize what was happening. She says, "I've been here so long, my clothes are starting to rot." Seriously, that's the only explanation. I think she would die of starvation before her clothes would rot. But the funny thing is that it's a strangely effective way to get you to play the game because just for curiosity's sake, it makes you wonder how much of her clothes are going to come off. It's like, hey, we got this horrible, shitty game, but there's a girl taking her clothes off, so you gotta keep playing. How did this turn into a Bible game? Well, let's find out. Here comes Sunday Fun Day. It might interest you to know, this is actually the last game ever made for the NES, and it was as late as 1995. Oh, no, there's 3 games! Oh boy, well let's try them all. Here's Fishfall. Okay, you're a hand trying to grab falling fish and throw them up into a floating basket. What does this have to do with the Bible? What does catching parachuting fish and throwing them up at an electric eel have to do with the Bible? Oh, okay, it's got some Bible verses thrown in. Now it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's try For Him. What? It's karaoke? Oh, please. Now that I've wasted my time with all that, let's play Sunday Fun Day. Well, it's identical to Menace Beach. Just look at the title screens. It's the same exact game. Now, there are a few minor differences, but we'll get to them as we go. Instead of trying to rescue your girl, you're not even gonna believe this when I tell you, you're trying to get to Sunday school. Yeah. Now, as much as that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard for a game, what I don't understand is why that's so difficult. Who are these raging atheists that don't want you to go to church? It's bad enough that the entire town's trying to stop you, but what's with the flying clowns, the old ladies coming out of boxes, and animals coming out of sewer holes? What's this guy's problem? Like, why does everyone want him dead? I'd say he's having quite a day. And the funny thing is, he probably gets to church and doesn't even mention it. Like, oh, what'd you do on this Sunday morning before church? Oh, well, I flew on a balloon that I got from some clown, and then I went through the sewers and beat up a bunch of plumbers. I hopped on some frog and bounced around on a bunch of springs and shit. Then I threw a bomb and blew some guy's fucking face off. Yeah, look at the face. Ooh, God, that's so violent. Now, instead of the stripping chick, you get this annoying bitch who does nothing but nag you. Get your ass to Sunday school. The only other thing I've noticed that's been changed are some of the enemies. Ninjas are now kids, and these Elvis-looking guys are now plumbers. Maybe ninjas were too violent, and Elvis's devilish rock and roll was too much for a religious game. But everything else fits perfectly fine. Why does a bird come out every time you kill someone, and why do they turn from white to black? Kind of like a reverse Michael Jackson. Your attack is so pathetic. It seems you have to keep skating past people while tapping the button, and I never figured out the right timing. It's just luck whether you hit them or not. What are you supposed to be doing anyway? Just spinning around? Look at this. I'm still trying to hit this guy. Finally. Oh, fuck. Another real piss off is that it keeps going dark. Seems like I'm running into that problem a lot with games lately. It's so annoying. You have to keep hitting the switches to keep the room bright. Oh, come on, get the damn switch. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, man. I really hate those springs. All I'm trying to do is go down and to the right, but I can't make it. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, God. When you don't want the springs to bounce you around, they do. And when you want them to, they don't. What the fuck? Why didn't it bounce me? There's also these squares that make you fall through the pipes. I don't know what that's about. Some enemies you can only kill with bombs, and trying to get them to stand near a bomb is ridiculously hard. Come on. Of course he's not going to come near it. Okay, there. Perfect. He's laughing. He's got 2 bombs ready to blow, and he walks away. Okay, there's another one. Of course, he goes right past it. Oh, there he goes. Fuck. Okay, look at this. This is nice. I'm stuck. I need a balloon to fly over the hole, but I need to go back to get the balloon. Too bad I can't jump high enough, so it's time to commit suicide. Here's the problem. This little ledge shouldn't be here. It's pointless because once you're there, you're stuck. Oh, fuck. Get me away from the bombs. I hate those fucking springs. Gah! Oh, got lucky there. I hate those fucking things. They're the worst. Damn! Oh, this game is so annoying. Look at this. I got trapped in some sort of pipe. There's no way down. What I'm trying to do is get on the floor and go under it, but there's a fucking spring that comes up. Then there's that damn switch making it go dark. I get bounced all over the place. Man, just get down there. Oh, 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 fuck. I'm surprised. This game is actually really hard. It's one of the hardest I've ever played. Mostly because of this shit right here. You have to bounce on a bunch of springs. Some bounce you up and some bounce you down. The idea is not to touch the ones that bounce you down or else you die. But there's no clear distinction. They all look the same. At first, there's a pattern. Up, down, down. That's real nice. So it fucking fools you into thinking that there's a pattern, and then it just throws you off. But trying to avoid those down springs is almost impossible. Oh my fuck. Fuck this game. Fuck this fucking piece of shit. Oh man, I'm doing good. Holy shit, I might actually make it. Fuck! Oh boy. All
Alright, well, that's enough with that one. It's time to wrap things up. I got something to blow the lid off the crap barrel. Time to flick the shit switch, turn up the diarrhea dial. It's Bible games on CDI. Yeah, we're living on the edge. More like living on a prayer.
First, we have Moses, the Exodus. Honestly, there's not much to say. It's basically an educational tool with some games thrown in. First, there's Pyramid Pursuit. This is the main game. Basically, you're exploring a pyramid. It's a point-and-click game, but not a good one that actually makes you think. This one is a no-brainer. It flat out explains what you're supposed to do. Go this way, go that way. The voices are the fuckest baloney shit you'll ever hear.
I'm an idol worshipped by many. There's someone downstairs who worships me.
What is it, a robot? But let me give you a quick tour of the other stuff. First, you have this animated story about Moses.
Moses trusted God. He knew that no matter what, God would take care of him.
Then you have Tell Me More, which is basically just more history lessons about the Bible.
In the time of Moses, a sacrifice might be an animal like an ox.
Then you have the Bible, which is just scripture from the Bible. Then you have the Playroom. The first thing you'll notice is the sing-along. It's just a bunch of karaoke songs.
We've got a choice to make. Leading the way. I've got to do it.
But tell me, why is Moses and me graffitied on a wall? Then there's a slider puzzle. Nothing to say about that. Then there's the coloring book, and this is where things become really ass. It's kind of like Mario Paint, but really hard to control. Seriously, your pointer just jumps all over the place. And what the hell's going on here? Leprosy? That's nice. Then there's this connect the dots bullshit. If you miss the dot, you get this irritating voice.
Whoops.
If you get the dot,
Whoops.
you get the irritating voice.
Yippee!
And it never fucking stops.
Yippee! Yippee! Whoops. Yippee! 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 Whoops. Yippee!
Is that really necessary? Like, what are they, fucking crazy? Well, anyway, that's about all there is to say about that. The other two games are the same deal.
They all have the same puzzle games, sing-along, and all that. The only real difference is the main games. David and Goliath has this board game.
I am Goliath.
You've landed on Goliath's square. That'll send him back.
It doesn't make much sense because you never see the entire board, so you don't know where Goliath is. That's like if you were playing Monopoly and you put your face up to the game. You never know what's going on. The last game, Story of Sansom, has a game called Riddler's Race. So was the Riddler in the Bible? I didn't know that. So basically, you're a harpist on your way to play the harp at Sansom's wedding. But there's a bunch of people after you, and if they catch you, you have to answer a Bible riddle. Yep, that's it.
Alright, well, I think I'm done. There's not really any more Bible games, or at least ones that actually qualify as games. There's one on Game Boy called the King James Bible. It's extremely rare, but all it is literally the whole Bible on a Game Boy cartridge. So I'm going to draw the line right there. So have a happy holidays and all that good shit. Merry Christmas to all, and all good fucking night.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here.